yeah, most of the time I'm just quite happy sitting on my couch with my popcorn, watching what's happening, going on in the world again. I'm so glad I'm not part of that anymore.
One of the
Like,
best days was when I realised I wouldn't have to pay a television licence. I could legally own one for gaming because I hadn't
yeah,
watched it for years anyway. So I was so happy that the system allowed that because I didn't want to have to go and try and break some law just to have a TV.
the
And
thing
now I can
is,
have that. And I'm quite comfy not having it plugged into the system where it's broadcasting media at me subliminally 24/7. I don't need that.
yeah,
I choose
I
what
mean,
I
I've
listen
got,
to. I choose my music. I choose my radio shows if I listen to live radio. Other than that, I
yeah,
talk to real people digitally online through
yeah,
things
I've
real
got,
life.
I've got my sister's Amazon Prime if I want to watch a movie or a show that I'm interested in. Netflix. Um, I can find stuff online if I want to watch it. I haven't had TV channels tuned in on any of my TVs for over 12 years,
Hold on.
12 to 13 years since I moved out and living by myself. So I never paid a TV license. I had a TV license. People turn up one day and they wanted to issue me a fine because they saw me TV from my door.
Yeah.
But I was watching a film on a DVD. So I said, so I went, okay. So I've got a TV. I'm watching a film. It's playing on a DVD. I don't watch broadcast television. They wanted to come in and check my TV to make sure I was telling the truth. So I said, nope, not unless you've got a warrant.
Yeah. That's the thing. They can write up all the laws they want, have them passed by Parliament, all they like, but they have to enforce them, and you have to be proven as guilty.
Yeah,
And that's on you whether you let them engage that process or not. You don't have to. You can just say thank you, but no one close the door.
yeah.
Can't
Not
enter
interested
without
in,
a warrant or anything.
not
That's
interested in
any
what you're
country.
saying. Not interested in what you're saying. And if you step foot in my flat, I'm telling you now, I'm removing your implied right of access. You
Yes.
step foot in my flat, you're trespassing, and I will remove you using reasonable force. And because I'm a big fucker, it really made this guy step back. He wrote a little note, gave me a piece of paper in. Here you go.
Exactly.
Walked off.
He fulfilled his duty. You stood in your line. There was no bloodshed, man. You know what I mean? What's the problem? He was working for a system. He was pushing past his limits in that system. Now going to cause himself a
They,
problem. You reminded him of the
yeah,
truth.
TV like the BBC TV licensing people, then they don't work directly for the BBC. They're a third party engaged by the BBC. They're a sales force and they're bullies. They get commission for every license they sell. And you're not legally obliged to own one unless you watch broadcast television through your telly or you watch BBC iPlayer on a laptop or other device. You don't need a TV license unless it's for those reasons. But millions of people in the UK have been lied to and not told the truth for this. So the BBC TV licensing is a scam. Because you can watch all you like about BBC as long as it's not through iPlayer or a live broadcast. You can go on YouTube and you can catch up on little bits of BBC if you're interested in the news. There's so many independent media people now that are reporting on stuff that you don't ever see on national media news or mainstream media. It's sickening.
That's the whole point. You don't have to believe the narrative or what the newspapers are saying, wherever you are. Story. And if you want to confirm it, speak to someone that actually lives there. Places like this on the internet giving me the ability to do that. I've spoken to people while there's been live world events going on, and they've told me, no, dude, there's nothing going on. There's nobody here. I'm standing in the building.
Yeah.
So I'll take that over some live news feed where who knows what going on in the background. I'll take that every time.
There's one particular guy I like watching on YouTube. I kind of follow him a little bit on and off because he's been doing a lot of stuff about what's going on in London with these pro-Palestinian marches and that. Which boils my piss, it really does. What the last one I watched was about, some Christian pastor and a couple of other clergy members in a church in Australia were attacked by a Muslim, and the Australians are now rioting. They're outside this church and they're all screaming, "Bring him out!"
Heartbreaking, bro. It really is. They're driving a religion between us yet again through the media. That's us getting force fed like what's going on in Australia. Australia will be getting
Yeah,
some kind of feed that there's events happening like that in America. And America will be getting told it's going down in Europe, guys. It's going down in Europe. They're stoking the fire with this religion thing, hardcore, man. It might be based on certain events that are real, but they're
yeah.
just throwing logs on the fire.
These,
Drivers
yeah,
apart.
on all sides,
Yeah,
are doing it.
yeah.
Every side's got a spoon in the pot and giving it a good old stir.
People say that we are conspiracy theorists. I've been around here for 55 years this summer and nothing's gotten consistently better, particularly better. You know what I mean? Like, where's this?
Since we were
Where's
at the
this?
age to actually notice and give a shit.
Aye. I mean, I saw my grandfather's generation work themselves to death to build us to where we got and the generations before, and it's all coming down. We're just
Yeah.
literally burning it up and having fights with each other everywhere. What is going on?
I think about all the millions that of British and American and other nationality of troops that were on the Allied side that fought against
Yeah.
Germany and the Axis forces just to maintain the freedoms that they knew the world needs. And in what's it been, 44, 45? Is it about 60 years now, isn't it? 60, 70 years. 70
Yeah.
years. Yeah. In one generation, it's all been undone.
Something not right. I mean, back in the 50s and the 60s, you could make some money, get a car, you buy a house. Even the 70s, it was still going on. You know, you could afford
I
life and a family. And even
yeah,
people could even afford to go adventuring and stuff back then.
yeah.
But now, apart from the laws holding you back, you've got no chance.
About 16 years ago when I was working, and I had a fit woman. We had a house. I had a car. Everything was rosy. Yeah.
Kids are coming out of college with debt that's going to last them into their 50s if their parents haven't already put up debt or mortgaged the house to do it. How about why should education cost us so much? Why should it be so hard to access? Why is all the stuff that we talk about in flat earth being limited from the internet? Free access.
Yeah.
Nonsense, man. Utter nonsense. The things I've seen removed from the internet since being involved in the flat earth are absolutely ridiculous. It's like the book burning in Germany. Horrendous,
Yeah.
man.
Oh, it comes down to the old axiom: knowledge is power.
Yep.
Power doesn't like it when you speak the truth to it.
You're trying to tell me that I'm going to have visitors in my garden again
Oh, no.
tonight. Strange what happens when you talk about this stuff, mate. There's all manner of weird stuff goes down in life, and sometimes it's a sociable one, sometimes it's not. Sometimes there's no two ways about it. People out
Oh,
there listening.
absolutely. Absolutely. The Black Whisper, silent helicopters, and the Men in Black.
It's funny. It really. Hope they have fun doing what they do because they'll never really stop like the reality of the world or people thinking that things are not quite right. I don't think that can ever be stopped unless we go fully digital. I hope they have fun listening and trying to do what they do. Comical.
Well, if you think of it in another way, a digital existence is an energy-based existence, and you are not only a physical-based thing, you're also an energy-based being inside your physical being with a mind that controls it all, which is also a digital computer.
Mm-hmm.
I come across an interesting little video on YouTube which speaks about an emerald tablet.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, you come across that as well?
a long time ago now. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I come across it a long while ago, and it was at the back of the mind. I recently watched The Eternals again, and it's mentioned in The Eternals. So I looked it up and rewatched that video, which basically says that is the basis for all world religions. You know, that's where everybody got it from. Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, you know, all of it.
The
Really was
similarities
quite.
and the what you call them, the homilies and the stories and all that, they're all so
Yeah,
similar. And I really thought that religions were really quite different at one time. Until I started to look deeper, started to understand the meanings of some words and what they were trying to say.
yeah.
Really the same story, mate. You know, Buddhism's a little bit different, but I think they've all got it's almost like the tablet was split and they all got a little bit to carry on with their story.
It's what's it he said in it? Yeah, I think it was dated to pre-flood. It was like 1500 BC or something like that. I think puts it around about the time of Moses. And yeah, the god of the Egyptians, Thoth, was believed to be its creator.
A link to the map of Earth that's split into four. There's a link to that somehow. Earth was cracked into four along with the tablet.
Oh wow.
Ties in with the whole Tower of Babel and us all speaking different.
Yeah.
So many stories that are just similar that are like almost the exact same thing. Hard not to say, "Oh, that ties in with that, so it must be this." There's so
Yeah,
many
like
similar.
the epic of Gilgamesh, the was it the Mesopotamian flood
Yeah.
recollection in there matches up with other flood recorded events around about the same period of time.
Yeah. And then if you look at the lineage of that time, it's actually really, it could all be different.
Yeah,
You can go to the beach. You'll have seen them, the beaches in England with is it the Cambrian layer? No,
yeah,
the layer of something on the soil so far down, allegedly a worldwide event.
yeah.
Ties in with a lot of these other stories of the flood.
That's freaky.
I think it's just again and again and again. I don't know if we're looking at a world ending event where things are going to flip over and whatnot. I don't know. They're talking about the pole shifting soon, trying to push that again.
Weren't they saying something about that around about 12, 15 years ago?
Yeah, the whole
Because
2012 thing.
I've noticed, yeah, I've noticed the patterns.
You know, there's stuff that says that there could be a long count on the weather. Sun could be on a moving orbit in a sense that where the North Pole is now isn't always going to be the North Pole. It moves around over a
Yeah,
great big long cycle. I've seen stuff on that. And that kind of ties in with other magnetic points on Earth. But
yeah, because the moon's orbit is increasing, so the moon's getting further away from the Earth. Eventually, that's going to get to a stage where it's far enough away where its gravitational effect on us is less. So that would
oh,
affect our tides.
I know what all that sounds like. That sounds like everything's slowing down. It's not going to be spinning round itself anymore. No, Earth's actually flat. Plus, bendy warpy space time doesn't exist.
Mhm.
Where that'll go. They're weaving that story into the narrative as well.
Yeah.
Still don't know how you measure the distance to the moon, the sun, or Polaris, or anything like that. Angularly, yes. Reference from the plane, yes. Here to it, that's just no. You're chasing stories. Can't figure out how far things are. One constant.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson here. Drink Zoa.
What's that? Well, they do use the constant of the speed of light, don't they?
Yeah.
Team Rocket.
But does the speed of light travel faster in the vacuum of space as compared to
There
the
you go.
various different thicknesses of an atmosphere?
There you go.
But does it travel faster than radio waves in space compared to the base of an atmosphere?
Hello, Negan. How's it going?
Well, radio waves are as part of the electromagnetic spectrum, I think, would travel at the speed of light in space.
Did you know
which
that the
would be
first
same
human
as photons.
broadcast actually gave us a way to extraterrestrial life, if there is out there extraterrestrial life that has radio capabilities?
Oh, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they're gonna fucking kill us if they find us, if they don't want us to be alive. It's all CBS's fault.
Yeah, be scared, dude. Be really scared. Send NASA some money for some space guns, man.
Dude, if I don't think the majority of people can handle other alien species. I think too many people try to fuck them or kill them.
What you term as alien species, or what others may seem as interdimensional beings, I see as angels and demons. Just words to describe something other than us.
Okay.
He said, listen, he said aliens, so he was referring to immigrants, people from other lands, someone, foreigner.
Lands exist in other dimensions?
No, he said, he was talking about aliens. He was talking about foreigners. He said he deals with those. Didn't you say that, dude? He said aliens. He deals with aliens, so that means immigrants. If he's talking about reality, because in fantasy you can talk about fictional meaning of aliens, also being from other planets or outer space movies and cartoons. You can refer to aliens as that, as fictional beings in a story. Sure. But if he said he deals with those aliens, it means immigrants. That's what he meant.
Okay, but in the context of the conversation, we were talking about outer space and radio signals escaping from Earth and giving our position away to aliens. So people from other planets, not migrants on Earth.
Yeah,
There's no real evidence, though. That's the thing, that we don't know. If we were visited by some other
We
life
wouldn't
form,
know it.
still doesn't mean that it's from the other end of the galaxy, dude.
No, that's right.
In reality, it means what I'm telling you. In the context of the realist level, you will have to speak of aliens as people from other lands. Like someone coming to your land from another land, that's an alien to your land. Or if you go to another land, you are an alien to that land.
Yeah, I'll get that. But I don't see those as aliens. It doesn't occur in my head that they're alien because I know they're just another human being from somewhere else.
Yeah, most people when they think about alien, they're thinking about the fictional meaning of it, the one that they've seen in the cartoons, the movies, that type of alien, not the real one, not the actual meaning definition of the word for what is used for intended purpose. If we're talking about fantasy, sure, you can say alien in that context.
Oh, what to do? Do I play Conan or do I play Diablo 4?
Like fighting games.
Yeah, one Conan's like based on Conan the Barbarian. It was a survival game. Lots of crafting and building and exploring and fighting.
The digital world's fun. I don't do much more than race. Gran Turismo.
Oh, you're a PlayStationer.
I've got an Xbox.
Nice.
I've got Forza Horizon.
Gran Turismo is a far superior game to Horizon at the moment, I think.
Yeah, but as usual, dude, Sony are underselling us or like letting us down.
Yeah,
It's not the game it used to be. You know, look, that's another thing. Like, we used to have games online that we could go out, map the roads digitally, and then build your own map from it online. Taking
yeah,
that away.
yeah. I've kind of got a track creation feature in Horizon 5. I think that in 4 as well. One thing I did like about Gran Turismo when I first started playing it on the PS1, it's going back a way. Yeah. Oh, I love that TVR Subarus. I still think it's one of the sexiest looking cars ever made.
Thank God for people building things in sheds. Sort of
That's
fading away
right.
as well to an extent.
Yeah.
Although, I don't know, the cottage industry that's sprung up since everything that we seem to go through in the last 3 or 4 years, there's a network of like, craftsmen and craftswomen out there working from home now, and that's great. I think that's a really good thing. I've got to say that's a lot of ways the industry that's gone is still there. People are just teaching their kids from home now. Most of it's contracted out to somewhere else, though. A whole pile of rubbish.
Well, I mean, I'm my sister's go-to craftsman.
Still nobody in here that wants to scream at me because I'm a flat earther. On the mic for easy.
Oh, I don't know about flat Earth. I don't know about the planet Earth. I kind of live on a Schrodinger Earth. I've been told I'm a fence sitter, but I think Schrodinger Earth is a much better analogy.
I was on the fence for a good few years at the start of this. Learned a lot more because I didn't just want to be a flat earther. I wanted to make sure that all these people were crazy. The information that they had been given was right. They hadn't been fooled. Or wanted to see where the con was. It was an okay way for me to get involved with the information. Started to relate to what I'd lived and seen. Yeah, it's not a bad approach looking at both sides. But at the end of the day, I mean, Earth's what it is. If you want to think that you're living in a banana, go for it, dude. Like, if you want to live in a real world, then you have to accept that there's some things like the mechanics of water, mass pressure in a vacuum, for that. It's a paradigm that's put upon us.
Yeah.
The whole point of this for me is that there's no stress. I think it's hilarious when people come in here. Just hurt them, really. It's also nice to get down to the brass tacks and start talk about where they are and what they think. Do they think what they think? And no, there's a crazy Irishman in the room. God help us all. Sober today, P-Mac. So then,
Aye. Hello, hello, hello. Aye.
I do.
go on, bro.
Aye, grand. Just got a new laptop, so I'm setting the bugger up.
Oh. The Virgin Day for us both. I've got a brand new mic in the go.
Hey, old dude. You sound older than usual.
Because I've got a proper mic and I don't sound like some squeaky little Ouija.
It's not just
At
picking
least
up
I
on his
hope I
high
don't.
frequencies.
I hope I don't. I'm not going to go and listen to YouTube because I hate the sound of my own voice. I always sound like a squeak. No offense, Glasgow. Don't come and get me.
Glasgow.
Awesome.
Away and bow your head, you muggy, or I'll give you a Glasgow kiss.
Do you know where that saying comes from?
No, not really.
You must know what boiled heat is. You
I
must.
think I heard it. I think I heard Billy Connolly say it once. Away and bow your head, you muggy.
Think of your grandmother. Think of potted meat, P-Mac. What did they do with the cow's head?
They boiled the bastard.
There you are. Means go away about your business. You've got better things to be doing.
Sure, they boiled everything in them days. They didn't have microwaves or air fryers.
Aye, but it also means go and stick your head in the pot as well. You're needing your ears washed out, you clown.
I kind of knew it was like a way and boil your head. I kind of knew. I pretended that anyway.
James, most Scottish insults come from, trying to wake someone up. Like there's a lot of the Irish stuff as well. Like the way that we say things to people, it's an attempt to get them to think better, clearer, and go and research the information. It just sound crazy when we're trying to say it though.
We have a lot of wee sayings that when you say it to somebody who's not from Ireland or Scotland or whatever, they're like, what the fuck did he just say?
Hmm?
Like one that comes to mind is sure you can't take niggers. You can't take niggers on a bare arse.
Oh, P-Man, no.
What?
That's all right. No, that's right. There was no hard R. There was no hard R. It's absolutely fine. There was no hard R.
Don't even go there.
Yeah, it's just N-word it. Just
My grandfather was a policeman in the Black Watch, and my family are
Knickers.
related to slave traders, and I've paid my dues, and I don't want to hurt anyone.
Oh,
I said-
knickers.
Knickers. Fuck me.
Yeah,
Boys.
CK, no G's. With you.
Right, you can't take knickers off a bare arse, which means you know if they're looking, if somebody's looking for money off
She's
you.
already long. She's already got no knickers on. So yeah, I get it.
Yeah, you can't take knickers off a bare arse. If you're looking for money off me, you're not going to get any because I don't have any fucking money. Like I don't have knickers on a bare arse. Like.
It had me for a minute there because I was thinking, what would a black bloke be doing on a bare arse?
Oh, all kinds of things. I know what I'd be doing on a bare arse anyway. Woohoo! Hey, we're just getting started. Completely off topic, right? I bought this fucking new laptop today. I thought, wait, my old one's borked. Long story, forget about it. It's too long. But anyway, went up 300 quid. Bang. Come down, try and load Poker Stars. Won't let me. You have to go to the Microsoft store and all this shit there. And then I Googled for about 10, 20 minutes looking, what the fuck is going on here? And it's telling you to go here and do this, but it's not there and it's not here. It's in S mode. If you buy a Windows 10 or 11 now, it's in S mode, and you have to go to settings and to fucking about and more and get out of S mode and holy
Everything is
fuck.
parental controls now. Disney's locked it down as well.
Aye.
Look at the laws that have come across Britain recently to do with social exclusion and.
You're fading in and out there, Bor.
Everything now is about laws, dude. You have to go in and take out all the parental controls, all the government locks. Got us all locked out of it all now.
It's to get the dumbasses locked on the Microsoft and Microsoft Store. Like fuck you! I just want to download a third-party app and it won't let you. And then I don't know, man. That's crazy. There was an old thing too with Windows 10 or whatever. The sound, your sound was shit, and you have to go into the sound and use enhancements and shit, and your sound goes up a notch. It sounds far better. But if you don't know that as a generic user who doesn't know shit, you'd be sitting with a laptop that the sound's kind of very tinny. Unless you know, you're like, wait a minute, this doesn't sound fucking right. You have to go into settings and enhancements and audios and
That with your graphic equalizer.
yeah, Windows seems to every fucking release they do something that just fucks up your sound or fucks up your ability to install apps, and then you have to go and research and find out how the fuck do I change this. Uh-huh. She's right, you know.
I've got my volume turned down well. Like I didn't expect you to be hearing that.
Oh, we heard it. Do you have an American wife?
No, that's YouTube.
No, okay. I was going to say, if you have an American wife, God bless you. Good luck.
No, absolutely no wife, no girlfriend, and it's blissful. Maybe
Yeah,
I just haven't found the right one yet.
probably. And Clay's got a nice setup. Holy shit.
You know any fit-looking tens that know when to shut up and do as they're told?
That's fucking impossible.
Yeah, now you know why I'm single.
My boy I work with, a contractor, came into work the other night, and he's the happiest I ever seen him. And then throughout the course of the night, I realized when we were chatting, he got about 4 or 5 hours off from the family. So the wife took the kids somewhere the day, and he says, I made the most of it. And I said, I'm wondering why you were so fucking happy that night. Like, I never seen him so happy. He got a 6-hour break. A little bit of sleeping, walk around the house naked, let the balls hang low, your balls hang low. Can you sway them to and fro? Can you throw them over your shoulder like a
And you tie him in the bow.
yeah? Can you swing them to and fro? Can you throw them over your shoulder like something boulder holder?
Like a regimental soldier.
Soldier, yeah, that's it. That's right, Sergeant Major.
Anybody a Fallout fan?
Yeah, I watched that the other night. The first episode I completely fucking skipped. I almost gave up on it. And I thought, you know what, I'll put in the second episode. Forget about the first. Yeah, because you just seemed more bullshit. I was like, oh, fuck, right, okay, so, it's supposed to be, some apocalyptic thing, right? And the whole first episode is about some girl getting married to some guy that's fucking, what the fuck is this shit? Pure boredom, right?
Did you never play the game?
No, I watched a bit, though. It was good. I watched a bit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I only played the third one, Fallout 3. I didn't play any more after that because they released Fallout Las Vegas. There's Fallout 76. But, yeah.
Yeah, so you know what? I took a chance. I thought to myself, I'll fire up the second episode and maybe it improves. And it was better, yeah. I've got it on the back burner now. There's like, 8 episodes, so I'll watch that over the week.
Yeah, I can't do that. I'll totally binge watch.
Oh, yeah, right. Like 4 episodes in a night and 4 episodes the next night. That's you.
8 episodes in one fucking day.
Yeah. Okay. You're a binge watcher plus.
Oh, yeah.
And I watched that Shogun. Do you see that?
Yes, that was awesome.
That's very good.
Because I remember the original Shogun.
But fucking
Very old, very old series. I remember it. I remember being a kid when my parents were watching it.
You're showing your age.
Did anybody do a
I was just
translation
gonna
on
say,
that?
man, I watched it when I was a kid. When my parents, I must have been like 8. It was a little cheesy. I think it was on like ABC. It was like a TV movie series or
Yeah.
something. It wasn't. I don't. I don't think it. It wasn't as. It wasn't as. Definitely not as good as this one. That's for sure.
What were you
Yeah,
saying, old dude?
I was
yeah,
wondering, did anyone ever do a translation on the original Shogun? I remember it from being a child
I
as
don't know
well.
what the actual Japanese one.
Yeah. Well, like there
I
was a
don't
lot of
even know.
Japanese.
I have no idea about that one. No
There was a lot of
idea.
Japanese in the one that I saw as a kid, so
That's
I was
ringing
wondering
bells
what half the
now.
dialogue was.
Sort of remembering old Shogun.
Yeah, but it's only until recently I found out that it's actual historically based on actual historical events.
Yeah, Tornaga, he's Oda clan. He's the one who started the whole fucking thing. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. And what's his name? The English pilot.
yeah. It's an English actor called Cosmo something. Yeah, he's very good. Cosmo something. It's a cool name. Like, yeah, he's very good. Bloody fucking Japanese bastards.
And again,
Wait,
I really enjoyed The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise, and also the same actor as well.
Yep,
actually,
the guy with the bull horns.
that's
Yeah,
right. That's right. The guy who wanted to just cut his head off. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They had that fight in the rain with the sticks.
No, wait, what do you mean? Oh, the one that got one that cut his head off in the beginning.
Yeah,
But he became buddies with him by the end.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I actually
He was
rewatched that.
the guy with the bull horns was whatever talking
I
the
rewatched that the other night.
general's first, like, first, I guess, like
First
vice
mate,
president vice president
vice president,
vice
first
president
mate.
samurai.
getting command.
A little bit better than Kamala Harris. Huh? But yeah, that is actually, you know what, that new Shogun, I was impressed because you're kind of like, okay, where's the fighting and where's all, but the intrigue, the way it's done, the production, the look of it, everything is fucking spot on.
Yeah, it's really well done. It's interesting that that you always hear about Portuguese being better mariners, and apparently, if it's accurate, they were better. They got to the Japanese. They called it the Japanese, and they were making a lot more money in the I guess the English and the France. All them were pissed because they were making bank.
Uh, Miguel de Sousa, if Miguel's here, I don't know if he's here, but yeah, Miguel, the Portuguese, we've had a long conversation about them. Vasco da Gama, and they were very good
Yeah, yeah.
mariners.
It's fun talking to him about it.
Yeah, he knows his stuff. Yeah, the Portuguese, smaller than Spain, but they found the South Africa, the Indies, the Japanese. Yeah. First, Dutch were also very good.
Yeah, the East Indies Company was I'm a coffee roaster, and the Dutch Indies guys were they're actually the East Indies the company that just they would ship stuff everywhere. They were like the biggest company in the world at one point. They're responsible for basically taking coffee from around India down through the Philippines and then eventually to Brazil. So they're kind of responsible for freaking coffee, which is kind of
Who's that?
neat.
The Dutch East India.
Yeah,
Yeah, the East Indies shipping whatever, blah blah blah.
I think the English took it over eventually.
Yeah.
But the Dutch are the unsung heroes because they're a small country, but they provide like fucking 60-70% of the meat for Europe and everything. You know, they're a small country, but you know, windmills and clogs, but they've done more than people realize. Yeah. Anyway, I'm looking forward to Shogun dropping the next episode. Yeah, it's just, I was thinking about winning and then just binging it, like our friend here who was. Yeah, but no, I can't wait. I have to watch it. The next one's dropping in about, I don't know, about 3 days or something.
Yeah, I caught up just recently on all the episodes. I think there's 6.
Yeah, 6 or 7 now. Yeah. No, I was surprised because I thought, fuck, this is gonna be another disaster. Because everything that comes out on Apple, Paramount, or anything, Netflix, it's all fucking bullshit and woke nonsense and crap. But now Shogun's fucking spotty dog. Spot on. Good.
There's a couple of series that I've really quite enjoyed, and I think the Amazon did a bang up job on its production, which is Reacher.
In America, it's on the FX channel, but you can watch it on, I'm going to say Hulu. I think it's Hulu or Paramount, one of the two. Forget if I know, but yeah, FX has some pretty good shit, man. You know, you want to watch a freaking good series? Watch on FX a show called The Strain. It was called
Seen
The
it, yeah.
Strain.
Yeah, the
Dude, that was
vampires, the weird little
crazy.
worms.
That was, dude,
Yeah,
if that wasn't like some truth drop crap, man, it was creepy as hell, man.
it
It was pretty
was.
good though. It was pretty good.
It gave me Buffy Angel vibes as well, which I really
Dude,
enjoyed. Buffy Angel.
when they had that one place that was like made for like processing humans, it was
Human.
crazy.
Yeah. Oh,
And then
mate.
they had the ones they liked the taste of the what B negative or something, so they were like growing kids like just for
Yeah.
the taste. I was like, man, this is creepy. Like, who thought this up? You know, like, ugh.
That reminds me of something Alex Jones once said. I saw one of his InfoWars shows, and he's talking about energy vampires and how they're lowering our vibrations and pumping, fear messages at us constantly to raise our state of anxiety up, because the energy vampires enjoy that. Good nourishment. That's crazy, some of the stuff he's come out with. I'd say he's been wrong about a lot, though. Sandy Hook he got wrong, but that's about it, really. Yeah, but that first episode of Fallout, when the bombs went off, I thought that was, that made my blood run cold.
I wouldn't put it past fucking humans to do something stupid like that, honestly.
Well, you've seen the adverts. They've already got millionaire bunkers in mountains and in places, haven't they? I think, yeah, you've got the new film that's just come out, Civil War. You've got Fallout's new game that's recently come out. Fallout series that's recently come out. Yeah, someone's trying to spread some serious messaging. I think personally that they're telling us exactly what's coming up.
And they're
They're
going to make.
telling us what they're going to do.
Oh, they always do that. Yeah.
Mm.
Signs and wonders.
Ooh. Did anybody see the interview with Dr. Phil Mossab Youssef, who's the son of the Hamas leader?
Sorry, say that again.
Okay, so there's an interview. Dr. Phil, Dr. Phil from Oprah Winfrey. He's got a show, and there's a clip of it he's uploaded to YouTube, and it's Dr. Phil talking to with a panel. He's got a Palestinian supporter, female, and he's also got the son of the Hamas leader, Mossab Youssef, educating this Palestinian woman who's supporting Palestine. She's an American woman, but supports Palestine. And he's telling her exactly what the 7th of October is all about, why they did it. And she can't accept it. Oh, YouTube knows I'm in a Flat Earth channel. It's just thrown out a video. Flat Earther proving the globe again. Dave McKeegan.
They say that we're not tracked.
I think Dave McKeegan is one of the better guys on YouTube. I don't really like the entire YouTube stage in this debate, but he seems to be one of the people who just explain why the arguments are wrong without directly insulting people.
Thank you, Embo.
Well, it's always better if you can have a conversation without insulting people.
That's right, you big poopy pants.
Notoriously hard to insult, so knock yourself out.
I will. Thank you, poopy pants.
Yeah, go away, boil your head.
We ain't boil your head, you buggy. Yes, Ananda, you're a big poopy pants too.
You wee jobby.
Sanandra loves me, really. She loves the sound of my voice. Makes her cry. No, I'm not. I'm a big cuddly teddy bear. The moon.
There is the moon.
That's his name, Walter Goggins.
Based on what you just said, that's how you know that you're not dealing with a real skeptic. Do you know what a real skeptic would say? He would say that, how are you sure that this is a moon? This could be, like, there are theories about the moon being hollow, being some kind of alien spaceship inside. There are
Oh,
theories of the moon being a magic projection, which are often used on the flat Earth side due to how shitty astronomy in general works on a flat Earth model, so we have to appeal to supernatural. You can't always be sure that you can trust your own eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, for example, the Earth, which measures as curved, but it's still flat.
But what do we see? Like fucking 2 or 3, 4, 5% of the entire of spectrums of colors, and okay, we don't see much, do we?
Yeah, but we
You
have
got,
these devices that can detect them, right? We have
you got
radars.
measurements. You got measurements of Earth curve.
Yes.
You should post those.
Where are you from,
oh, this is,
Embo? Just if you don't mind me asking.
Is that a question to me?
Yeah, where are you from?
I'm from Poland.
Oh, okay.
If
I'm
that
from
helps.
Ireland. I'm from Ireland. Very nice to meet you, Poland.
Nice. Very cool to meet you, Maryland.
I've got to ask, did anybody see the speech that Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee gave about the moon?
No.
Oh, if you want to hear a dumb person speak about what she doesn't know, oh, it's priceless, but it will wind you up. It wound me up, knowing that a woman like this has power, political power, in one of the world's largest countries. It also scared the shit out of me.
Okay.
Let me figure this out, see if I can post a link somewhere.
Give us a summary of what she said. Was she talking about it being a rock in the sky and people going there?
No, she's talking about going back to the moon, but it's made of gases, so but we'll figure it out. And the sun, oh, that's a mighty heat. Yeah. Let me see if I can do this. I'm just going to turn my TV up so it should come through the mic, so you should be able to hear it.
So that you have the energy of the moon at night, and sometimes you've heard the word full moon. Sometimes you need to take the opportunity to come out and see a full moon is that complete rounded circle, which is made up mostly of gases. And that's why the question is why, or how could we as humans live on the moon? The gases such that we could do that. The sun is a mighty powerful heat. It's almost impossible to go near the sun. The moon is more manageable. And you will see in a moment, or not a moment, you'll see in a couple of years that NASA is going back to the moon. Sometimes you need to take the opportunity to come out and see the moon is that complete rounded circle. It's made up mostly of gases.
I'm sorry, dumbest thing I've heard ever.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did she just say that the moon was made of gases?
It's a complete rounded circle made up mostly of gases.
Well,
Can you send me that, please? Can you post that up somewhere so I can copy and paste that bad boy?
Oh,
me too. Drop it in chat on my DMs, man. What was she reading
I,
from? She was reading from
yeah,
something new.
that right there, that to me, that's like I have some people that question. I have some people that kind of got an idea. They know that the government lies to them and this and that and the third. But why would they lie about this? This doesn't make any sense. Don't you know about science? That sort of shit, right? So whenever I have any sort of inkling of evidence or something for them to look at, just to show them, hey, look, this person over here that believes in this same thing you believe says this. Do you agree with them? That right there is always golden.
Yeah, I've seen that. Same ones talking about climate change, and the guy asked them how much CO2 and how much of this is in the atmosphere, and these are the experts, and they had no fucking idea.
Yeah, post that up in the chat so I can copy that one, yo. That is golden.
There's another one that American Joyce, the black girl with the blonde hair, talking about building America, and her parents. She's first generation American. One parent came from fucking Uganda, the other one from Ghana or something. And that her family tree has never been involved in slavery or been slaves, but she's all about that slavery. Just people making idiots of themselves online, but like myself when I get into Discord, you know.
I can't remember which American congressman woman it was, but I know there's several of them that are black, and they're banging about reparations. And it turns out that in their family history of being in America, their ancestors were actually slave owners.
Yep. What do you call your man from Star Trek, Geordi?
Yeah,
What was
the
his
Forge, Geordie the Forge.
Burton LeVar was his real name, isn't it?
That's
Burton
it,
LeVar.
yeah. LeVar, yeah.
Yeah,
LeVar
it turns out one of his ancestors was white, and he was so shocked, so fucking horrified by it, and people were like, "Why are you so fucking shocked, bro?"
Why? Why? Because he played Kunta Kinte and freaking Roots. Is that why?
Burton
No,
LeVar.
he played Kunta Kinte and Roots, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't he?
Probably.
LeVar Burton?
I've just sent that.
The original Roots movie. Now, we were just talking about Shogun when we were kids. Roots was a movie when we were kids, too.
Whoopi Goldberg.
Wait a minute.
That was LeVar Burton. Maybe I'm wrong.
Hold on. I'm sorry. When someone says the original Roots, did somebody remake Roots?
Wasn't Oprah Winfrey?
No, I'm sorry. I acted. I did say the original. Well, I guess
I was like, whoa, did somebody
I'm sorry. The only Roots. Maybe I should have said the only Roots.
I thought I missed it. That's why I was like,
Colour Purple, wasn't there? Was it Colour Purple?
No, that's not Roots.
No, but it was again. It was similarly based. It's plantation black slaves.
Yeah, my bad. It was Oprah was in Color Purple, wasn't she?
Yeah,
Not
and
Roots.
Whoopi Goldberg as well. Not Roots. Yeah.
Look, she's a fountain of knowledge. Jesus, the view.
I've just posted that in general chat, guys.
Just posted a video in chat.
General chat, yeah. I'm just going to check it, make sure it's gone in.
No. Yeah, it's not general chat you're looking for.
General hero creatures.
That little chat icon at the top of Flatter, next to Flatter 24 is what you're looking for. Mars is very cold. So is fucking Ireland.
About Fallout. Did you catch that scene where the girl Lucy asked Maximus, like, what's the debate nowadays between flat Earth and globe after 200 years?
What episode's that?
I don't know.
I think it might be two or three.
Yeah.
That's probably 3. I watched 2. I didn't see that. Or maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't notice it.
Also, I heard some samurai enthusiast for movies. You should check out the movie 13 Assassins from 2010. Like the best samurai movie.
That's a great movie. It is one of the best samurai movies ever made. You know, I was just looking. O.J. Simpson was in Roots. Did you know that?
Oh.
O.J. Simpson was in Roots.
Yeah, he was also in his ex-wife's house one night.
I think was he the one that got his toes cut off, or was that? Well, so it was Geordi from Star Trek, LeVar Burton. He played Kuta Kinte, and John Amos was in it. The guy from he was also in the movie Beastmaster. If anybody remembers that stupid movie Beastmaster.
Oh yes! Oh my god!
He ran around with that stick and like very little clothes on. Father from Good Times.
Yeah,
With JJ, Dynamite, right? Yeah, Edward Asner. He's the only freaking white guy that I see in Roots besides Robert Reed's.
So O.J. Simpson was in Roots?
Cicely Tyson looks like a freak. Whoa. Sheesh. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
You're saying O.J. Simpson was in Roots?
Yeah, he played Caddy Teray.
Was he also in his ex-wife's house that night when her boyfriend was there?
Dude, I don't think so. I think it was his son. I think it was his son because he was really good with knives. He was a chef, and he invited OJ's ex-wife to his new restaurant, and then like to some premiere or something, or like a new opening. I'm not sure about the details, but She
You know
didn't
they
show
found.
up. She
You know
didn't
that.
show up.
I'm
So
sorry.
I don't know. That's a conspiracy theory.
Well, her blood was
So
found on his socks and in his car. Do you remember the one he was fleeing into Mexico with his passport and everything?
wait, his wait, whose
Her,
brother?
no, O.J. Simpson. Remember when he was that big on the freeway and the cameras?
Yeah, the chase. Yeah, that nonsense. Yeah,
Right.
right.
They found her blood on his socks, O.J.'s socks, plus in the car.
Really?
Yeah. Really.
I didn't know that. I just remembered the. I remember the glove. I remember the glove like not fitting and laughing, but I have no idea. I didn't really watch.
If it don't fit, you must have quit.
I don't know. I I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he took the rap for his kid. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's possible.
Who knows?
It's possible. It's possible. And that the video came out the other day of one of the jurors, and she was saying that it was just kind of payback. Right? Kind of nine out of 10 of them knew that. But Rodney King and blah blah blah, and it was kind of just payback. They all kind of knew that he was guilty, but they just went nah, they quit him. I think I don't know 7 out of 10 were black people. Anyway, I think he did it. Him or his son. But Shogun. There's a lot of very famous Japanese samurai poets, you know. I have a couple of their things. Oda Dokan, he was one. He said, if I didn't know I was already dead, I would have mourned my loss of life. I think that's brilliant. They had a very
There we
different
go.
way of looking at it.
I've just posted that link in the chat video.
That's right, yeah, I've seen that. I mean, that's so stupid. She could probably get elected president of the United States.
I mean, apart from listening to Kamala Harris speak, you know, I'm just.
The thing is, like, when Kamala Harris speaks, anytime she speaks, you end up, when she's finished, if it takes a minute or 2 minutes, you end up at the end of it going, What the fuck did she just say?
Yeah, I've heard it called word salad.
That's fucking word salad, but a wee bit of word salad sprayed on top of it, like.
That's a Royal Caesar word salad.
I don't know, man. People were like so upset when Boris Johnson and Trump was in power, and they're like, how did these two fucking yo-yos get in power? Well, look at the yo-yos in power now, for fuck's sake.
Pretty sure that's why they don't elect anybody normal into, into politics. You've all got to come from a certain school and have been taught certain things.
Yeah. Secret society.
Oh, it's just the fact that they completely lack any form of common sense when it comes to not only governing, but how to govern and what to govern. They've just, okay, right. They don't know what they're supposed to be doing where in the positions that they're in.
It's like watching a comedy show. It's funny. I mean, I don't
It's a car
think Joe
crash in slow
Biden.
motion.
Yeah, I don't think Joe Biden has found his way off a stage in his last 10 fucking appearances. He hasn't a clue where he is or what he's doing. Not the fucking clue, like.
Yeah, I think it's all an act.
Oh, he's a fucking alien. He's wearing a mask.
That's an act so that when he actually gets impeached, he can go, hey, what? Huh? I don't know. Who am I? They'll bring out the old dementia documents then.
I wouldn't let him babysit my kids anyway. I wouldn't let him babysit my kids, I'll tell you that for fucking sure. The whole thing's a show, bro.
It is. So saying, don't attribute to malice what can be attributed to stupidity. Or is it vice versa? It probably works the other way around as well. Don't attribute to stupidity what can be attributed to malice. That seems to be more accurate.
Uncle Malice. Yeah. A big decision in a town called Malice.
British establishment.
Oh, we're after Tommy Robinson again. Okay, no.
Oh yeah, right. You see that video you posted too? She was walking around with these glasses you wear to watch the, and she couldn't fucking put them on for like 20 minutes. She was there, like she didn't know how to put on a pair of fucking glasses. Like.
It's astounding. It really is.
And she says something like, I can't remember what it was. I suppose it might be in that video, but yeah, just go on like it's normal or something like this. You know, oh my god. The blind leading the blind. Hey. Yeah, the Earth is round. Prove it. 'Cause I said so. Okay. Back off. Hey, Enraged God, are you there? Ground control to Enraged God. Major Tom to Enraged God.
Guys, I just wonder,
Sorry.
is there anyone who thinks the Earth is flat and who thinks the world is not flat, like both in the sports channel right now?
I hold both opinions.
50-50.
No, it's not possible, man. You know,
Yes, it is.
I just want to see some debating. I just want to listen to it. Like, I just want to see someone who believes in flat
You know the
Earth and
principle
who.
of Schrodinger's cat. Yes?
Actually, I don't want to. 'Cause I just want to see it. I don't want to do it by myself. I don't think if I can handle it.
Well, you know what Schrodinger's cat is, yes?
Huh? Hi, yeah. Hi, yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, I think of it this way. I live on Schrodinger's Earth. Until I've observed it, both are true.
Oh, what you're saying, but it doesn't work in the real world because, as you say, both you're gonna determine in same case. You'll not say that in other world it's flat and in this world it's rounded. Because
No, my everyday experience, for as long as I can remember, I observe no curve.
okay, then you are a flat earther and you think the Earth is flat.
No,
Not.
no.
Oh, okay. Pardon. I apologize. This is just what you like.
This
How
is
you
what I've
feel.
experienced. This is what I've experienced and
Yeah.
observed
Okay. I get it. I get it. I thought it's
with
your
my
mind.
own
Yeah.
eyes and my own senses. So this is
Yeah.
my own personal knowledge.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Now
I've been up
this makes sense. Yeah.
I've been up mountains. I've been up in the sky in an aeroplane. I have observed no discernible curve on the horizon.
Yeah. Neither I
But,
did.
but I've listened to astrophysicists and scientists, and I've followed what happens in the solar system, in our galaxy, and our universe. I have knowledge of that,
Right. Yeah.
which I have received from others. I have no proof of it myself. So until I do have proof of it myself, by going out into space and observing the planet, or not being able to go into space, I live on Schrodinger's Earth.
By the way, I think it's not only the way to prove it. Like you don't have to go to the sky and see the whole world, the whole Earth. As you know, like the
Just to get high
eyes
enough
are.
so that you can discern a curve. You
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
actually need to get right out into space.
yeah, yeah. That's right. Like what you mean. Yeah, it's also a proof. But as you know, like the eyes are just one of our organs. Of course, there are probably multiple ways to prove it. Like even simply, probably. I just guess. Like I don't say anything obviously, but I just guess like probably with some knowledge. It can be determined, but I don't know. I'm such an ignorant. I agree with that. Like, but I just feel that way. I just see that way. It just makes sense to see that some people talk about stuff and just saying there's a whole logic covering the whole humanity. All the informations just match each other, and I just say uh, like no offend, maybe I'll see now, but yet today, till today, I've never seen any flat earther who is also agreeing the logic system in the world in general. Because they.
You mentioned photos, or it's very
Huh?
easy. Just get a photo of the Earth from space, please. Anything.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Like.
Started off that way.
No. I mean, just like what I said is, generally, as I see, I've never seen any flat earther who is saying just, hey, I think the Earth is flat. Why don't I just try increasing my horizon by learning information in general, such as math and physics, to prove it that the
Your
world
word
is actually.
sounding, bro. Your word sounding. You're not actually saying anything.
I'll say it
Yeah,
this
I'm
way.
just.
I'll say it this way. Does it really matter if you live on a flat or globe Earth? Whether there is space, it's a projection on the inside of a dome. Does any of that really matter?
Actually, what I was going to say, I was not talking about if the world is flat or not, if the Earth is flat or not. Just, I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is, I have never seen any flat earther who is just literally talking about over understanding stuff in general. That's what I'm talking about. Like, a flat earther can easily start thinking about learning informations and getting a knowledge person in general and actually prove if the Earth is flat like a real scientist. You know, like in the past, people thought the world was flat, and then after a while, somebody came and kinda like I'm just gonna say kinda just because of my respect on flat earthers, kinda proved that the world is actually rounded and something like a ball.
Yeah,
And right now,
heliocentric model.
and right now, still somebody are saying that the world is flat. So let's go on. Actually know something for real. Actually know too many information and affect people by telling about those. Don't just show couple of things that just confuses people's head. Just encourage us. Just enlighten us instead. That's just what I say.
Well, it's
This
your
is my
responsibility to enlighten yourself.
actually me.
Yes. It's each person's individual responsibility to
Oh yeah,
enlighten themselves. And don't blindly trust what others tell you.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, like the actual point, like my actual point is a bit different. What I'm saying is like, yeah, you can believe in something. I'm not gonna blame if anyone says, anyone thinks the world is flat. I even myself can't prove that if the world is not flat with this much information of mine. But I just say if somebody says the world is flat and believes that, uh, I think that person should try actually learning about it more. Like learn about physics, learn about math for real. Actually learn something deeply, and then get your own deep and clean proof, and just Junina has sent me something. Yeah, like yeah, that's another point. I'm not sure if I got what the sentence says, but there are also some people who says that like they literally disagree a major point of a whole logic and math, something like that. Some people literally also disagree such informations. I also have something to say about those. If you also think like people call logic in general to some information such as math or physics in deep, just also search it and prove if that's wrong. You can also do that, but just go and see it yourself. That's that's the way. I'm not just saying let's go check it and see that's true. It might be actually literally wrong. You might be actually right, but if you are actually right, the way is just going to there and check it, see it by yourself, and actually prove it instead of believing it. Actually prove it and actually change something in the world. That's the thing I'm gonna say. Like, there's nothing more for me to say because I agree that I'm an ignorant and I can only have a comment of a kind of logic like that.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, bro. Thank you all.
What?
Thank you all.
Oh, this is Paul. That's my fucking name. I thought, how the fuck does he know my name, Paul?
I just raised
Fucking
the blood
hacker.
pressure.
Yeah, that made me like sit up.
The fuck?
Thank you, Paul. What?
Actually,
Fuck
it
you know
would
my
be
name.
crazy. It would be crazy.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, thank you, Paul.
Emotional damage. I phoned the the people who deliver the oil this morning to your so I phoned them, right? It's called Springtown Oils, and she answered the phone. She went, "Hello, is Springtown Oil? Because we need oil, right, for the burner, right?" I went, "Hello, I'd like to make the order." She goes, "Yes, what would you like?" She didn't know what I was like, £200 will do this. And she started laughing. It's like a joke. Probably brightened up her day. "Hello, I'd like to make the order." I
Yeah,
don't know.
I gotta go, guys.
Hey, Osman, nice to meet you, bro. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yeah, bro. Thank you too, bro, for listening to me.
You're welcome anytime. Invoices in the post.
Yeah, bye bye.
Yeah.
Gulak, 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 gulak. Scott McKay in the room. Everybody can leave now. You're okay. You'll not miss much. Hello, Scott. I'd like to make the order.
Guess that's one of those jokes where you had to be there.
Scott, you don't even know what a fucking joke is, man. Come on. Go
I
ahead.
do.
That's a joke. What's your favorite joke, Scott?
Here's one I heard recently. What's the difference between a knife and feminism?
Don't know.
A knife's got a point. What's the difference between a whore and a fridge?
Don't know.
Fridge doesn't fart when you take the meat out.
What's the difference between a globe and a flat Earth? One's reality, the other one's fucking made up bullshit.
We agree.
Oh, very good, Scott. I like that. That was quick. Very witty, bro. Well done, sir. You do have a sense of humor after all, eh? You don't have a point like a knife, but you do have a sense of humor.
So when did you guys all realize the world was lying to you? Oh, what was the key incident?
That was yesterday. No, sorry, it was today when I heard your voice.
I think at some point you guys decided that all the stuff you learned in school, well, I should take that back. Maybe you never learned anything in school. Fuck.
What
Hold
the fuck
on. I need to reevaluate what I was going to say.
What the fuck is school, bro? What are you talking about?
I know, that's an invalid assumption, isn't it, that you learned something in school. Or that you learned something at all. That's an assumption. Damn. All right, so when did you guys decide that whatever the people in this world were telling you was necessarily a lie?
It's a very long
just too
process,
stupid.
Scott. Very,
Yeah, okay,
very long
well,
process. Do you have
I got 5 minutes.
hours?
I got 5
6 and a
minutes. Go
half.
ahead.
5 minutes? No, I can't do that. Sorry.
All right, let's go ahead. I'll be here as long as you have.
All right, 6.5 hours. Are you ready?
Yeah. Start from when you were a kid.
Chapter 1. The early days.
Yeah. You got up one morning, you're walking through the world, and somebody told you X. You found out it was a lie. That kind of thing. I don't know.
A quick version.
What was your
of my story.
deconversion story? I want your deconversion story.
Okay, I heard the Earth was flat, and I've been pouring flat jobs. I've done miles of curb with certain amounts of slope, and just using auto levels and stuff, laser levels, my whole entire life, but never thought about it. Then when I heard about it, I was like, no. So the first thing I did for the first few weeks is went out and tried to do a few things along the coastline. I tried doing string lines. That didn't really work. So I just used my auto level, man, and with a couple different people, and decided I was going to go about 3 miles to see how much the water was dropping. And I got like, a little over a mile, and it didn't even move at all. And I'm like, dude, how could it start changing after a mile and a half when it didn't drop at all the first mile? I just got tired. I realized, dude, it's never going to drop. I could go as far as I want. It's going to just, the water's going to be level. And,
So can you tell us precisely what you did? I mean, you took your auto level and you did something. What is the something that you did?
Measured the water, the level of the water.
How?
With an auto level. I know.
I heard that.
I can explain that to you.
Yes, but how do you measure water with an auto level?
Okay, an auto level measures something in reference to something else. And my starting point, I set a benchmark, okay, by a pier. I mean, I got video of it.
Okay.
If you just rather see some of the video, but and then I just ran it on out, and just differential, just leapfrogged my way until I got tired of it because I realized the level wasn't changing.
I'm still missing part of this process. So you're out on the beach and you're next to a pier and you set up your auto level
You know how to use an
And
auto levels here?
no, probably not. What is an auto level?
It's just all it does is it sets up a horizontal frame of reference, a line of sight, a horizontal line of sight,
So it's something
and
you look through?
it's millimeter accurate. You know, out
Is it,
to
is it like a theodolite or
to a
a
mile.
total
It's a couple
station?
millimeter accurate because the error is as give and take. It's plus and minus. So you've got like millimeter accuracy to the mile if you know what you're doing. You've did it long enough. I've literally been using these tools for 3 decades now, and it just so the water wasn't changing levels, man. Just
Okay, so an auto level,
Like, I
I
didn't
just
do
looked
that
one up.
job.
It's this thing.
What I
Sorry.
found out when I ran the earth curves maths, because they never taught me that in school. They never taught me how much slope, you know, how much curve there was supposed to be or how much drop. So, you know, we figured it out, and it didn't match, bro. It was zero. But like I didn't go that far. I'm not gonna act like I went like miles and miles, but I'm gonna tell you, just within a local like mile and a half, just about a mile and a half, it didn't change.
So you took your auto level, let me just get this straight, and you pointed it at something and you put up some kind of a marker to
Yeah,
where
set a benchmark.
from where you were to you were, right? Because you were at the pier and you pointed your auto level down the beach. And did you put up a stick or something or some kind of a post?
No, I just made a mark, bro. Yeah, I had a story pole.
But you have to.
And a tape
Okay,
measure.
so you have a story pole.
I made a mark. I made a mark and measured down, and just kind of averaged it, and just went from there. Most of the time is actually getting started. Took most of the time, just getting a good average, and so we established an average within an inch or so, and then we marked that as our benchmark and just worked our way down, just plus and minus, plus and minus, plus and minus, and if I remember right, dude, this is so many years back, dude. And one of my good friends did it on a lake. He did laser levels. He had a few people. He had more people than I did, and they had jet skis and shit. So they just went and did a coastline. They did 2.2 miles.
Let's not get off that yet. Let's stick to what you did.
Levels, man.
Let's stick to what you did.
Well, go learn about auto levels, bro. Because I mean, I didn't want to tell the whole story.
I just looked one up. I think I got a good idea what they do. And so you take
it
this
gives a
thing
horizontal frame of reference, bro. So it doesn't tell you how high or low anything is. What it tells you how high or low something is in reference to something else. So you got to establish a benchmark, right? So you got to establish a starting point, right?
Mm-hmm.
We call that a benchmark. And so I established a benchmark, and then just work my way down, leapfrogging.
I got you, but let's slow down a sec. You're kind of gliding over a couple of really important points so that someone else can understand what you did. So you took your auto level, and you pointed it down the beach, and you put one of those poles. What'd you call it again?
Story pole. No, that's just
story pole. Okay, I got you. Yes. It's a pole with a height with a yeah. And so you took your auto level and you took a story pole and you went down the beach X number of meters or feet.
Started going about 100 feet a pop, dude.
Okay, so you went 100 feet and you pointed.
I was going a little bit further than that, dude, because I was getting kind of impatient.
Okay, so you took your story pole and you marked it down the beach. And how did you verify that the pole was at the same elevation as your auto level at the other end?
You just write down what you get along the same path.
Okay, you wrote what did you write down? What number?
The number that I see. Okay, so check this out. So you look at the period, right? You set a benchmark, right? Now what you do, what I did, or what anybody could do, is look at a 360-degree circle, right? And around a 360-degree circle.
Tell me what you did. I don't want to know what I could do. Tell me what you did.
This is important for you to even understand. You got to know.
I understand.
I'm just gonna. Okay. So anywhere I look now, within that, anything that lines up with the crosshairs in a 360-degree circle within a certain distance is going to be level with the thing you started with. In other words, so
I understand.
If I'm marking 2 inches lower, then it's going to be like if I start at 4 foot, it's going to be 4 foot 2 inches, right? And that means it's 2 inches lower than my initial point. So you just write down positive, negative, you know. In this case, it was just the edge of water. So
okay, what did you measure to?
Bro, hold on, man. Hold on. I just told you. I measured
You
the
said 4
coastline,
foot
the
2
water,
inches.
the water's edge. Listen, the water's edge. Now, let me ask you this: what did you do, real quick, to test Earth's curvature? Just out of curiosity, before I go any
Nothing.
further, what did you
Nothing.
do?
I watch sunsets. That's why I want to understand what you did.
Okay, well, go test it, bro. You know.
I know, but I'm trying to understand how you tested it so I can repeat the test, and you're not giving me enough information to repeat the test.
Just go down a coastline, a water's edge.
What did you measure to?
The water's edge, bro. The water's edge.
How?
Okay.
Put your hypothesis and your variable.
Exactly. How did you measure to the water's edge? What did you do? You took a tape measure.
Somebody else want to explain this to him, dude?
Why can't you just tell me what you did? Every step.
Oh, set a benchmark, okay? Right at the next to a post, a pier.
So are you standing in the water?
What I did is I transferred that. Okay,
Are you
I could
standing
transfer
in the
that
water?
Indefinitely. I could keep. I transferred a horizontal line out. I just went about like almost a mile and a half. I just kept leapfrogging, transferring it out further and further. Okay, back shoot and front shoot.
You need more detail. You need more detail for someone else to repeat this. Were you standing in the water?
No, the guy holding the pole was.
Okay, but when you set up your auto level, was it in the water?
Why do you ask that? No, my auto level
because
wasn't
I want to
in the water,
know.
bro.
Was it okay? So it wasn't
No,
in the
it wasn't,
water.
bro.
Okay, so how did you get the height to the water?
You don't get the height to the fucking water, bro. You're not listening. That's what I
What are
told
you
you. Just
getting the
listen.
height
It's only
to?
dependent to know. Listen, you don't get the height to the water. You get the height to something in reference to something. So I established a benchmark, right? Which was the height above water where I set my benchmark, okay? And all you do is you transfer that. And I transferred it out in a horizontal line. You don't get the height to nothing. You get the relative height to something with auto level. So that should answer just about all the questions you're not really understanding. That should fill it in, right?
I'm pretty sure you had no idea what you were doing, and your test didn't prove anything.
If I could share my screen, I could just show you on screen.
You can show your
my auto
screen.
level. Hold on a minute. Let me get my auto level. I'll just show you. Okay, it doesn't tell you how high or low nothing is. What it does is it shows you how high or low something is compared to something else. So my compared to something else was a mark right up on the edge of the water up against the post.
Yeah, but how do you know whether it diverged from the water?
Can I just clarify?
Yeah.
So what you did is you set up the laser level by the pier.
Auto level.
Yeah. Did you set it up at the pier and then take the pole and follow the water's edge with the pole?
I offset it. I set up about 100 foot from pretty much from the pier, and I established a benchmark, and then I shot it the other direction behind me, right? Then I leapfrogged about 200 feet, back shot 100 feet to my second mark, and then shot 100 foot forward. So I just leapfrogged. I started getting a little impatient. Like I said, toward the end, I started going like I don't know exactly, about 100 and probably 130, 140 feet. I'm just guessing. But I know the as far as I wanted to get, I never got because it just wasn't changing, bro. The water wasn't changing.
So the level laser light was making a line on the panel which stayed relatively the same at each reference point you took a measurement.
Yeah, give or take, because I mean, every time you set up your instrument, it's going to be a little bit different. So that's why you shoot the mark you just left, so you'll know, and you just add up the pluses and minuses. And it's a small process. It ain't nothing crazy. It's just like if you wanted to take the time to set up your auto level exactly how high, it'd take you forever, right? But basically what you do is you just try and get it close, and you just do the math, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus. And then you just add it up, and you added up the pluses and the minuses, and it just wasn't changing, bro. Wasn't changing height or level from my original mark. You just extend a horizontal line. I didn't use these auto levels. So you basically can extend a horizontal line out indefinitely as far as you want to go.
What was the height you were measuring?
Was no height, bro.
You said it
There was no
wasn't
height.
changing
I was
height.
measuring. I was measuring
You
the
said
surface
it
of the
wasn't
water.
changing height.
It's an arbitrary height.
Yeah,
It's
relative to each
just
other.
a setup of data. It's
But
a solid reference point that does not move.
how does he know it wasn't
Yeah,
changing height if he wasn't measuring the height?
No, I'm
from the
measuring
water's
relative
edge.
to another height. I'm not measuring the height of nothing. I'm measuring height relative to something else. So I'm not measuring height itself. I'm measuring pluses and minuses relative to my initial spot. You see?
But how are you measuring in reference to the initial spot? What were you doing to measure in reference to that?
Exactly what I set up. I have to go back and look. I think I set up at about. I'm comfortable at about 5 feet. And you try, like I said, when you reset up, which is after every shot, basically, you try to get it close. It makes the math easier if you're pretty close. But not really. I mean, but it's going to change every time. So here it is. Let me break this down. So if I set up a mark, okay, I can set up my first mark at wherever. My first mark, I got freedom. So wherever my auto level set up, I can move it around. And let's say I got it at about 5 foot above the still water. Okay. Now I can go 360 degrees, and whoever's holding, whenever you got 5 foot at the auto level, the bottom of that is exactly level with where you started. So in a 360 degree circle, if it's up higher, then you know that you're shallower. Basically, the ground is not as far down. So that's how it works, man. So if you set up, you already know what your shot was because you established a benchmark. Let's say I established it at 5 feet. Now, so my first shot, 100 foot, or it's actually 200 foot away from the pier because it's 100 foot to the pier and 100 foot away. Okay. Now I move, and now I set up, and it's like, let's say it's at 4 foot 11. Then I know that model, I got to add 1 inch to the height, and then the next time I subtract, next time I add, next time I subtract. It's just pluses and minuses.
How do you determine whether it's at 4 foot 11?
You just extend it out.
But no, you have to do something to see 4 foot 11, right?
Your previous shot that you already knew what it was, right? In other words, if you already know that your previous shot was 5 foot, that's why you got to do back shots and leapfrog, because otherwise you just be shooting in the dark. You got a back shot, you already know that's at 5 foot. So if it's reading 4 foot 11, you set your auto level a foot higher.
But what's reading 4 foot 11?
That's the story pole or the tape measure in the crosshairs. So the bottom of that is exactly the same as what it was. So you'd want to project 4 foot 11 forward. Okay, if you want it perfectly level, if you shoot 4 foot 11 on your second setup, then you project 4 foot 11 out for your next shot.
They want evidence of a ruler and a measuring stick.
He's saying
you're gonna have to explain it from scratch, dude. It's
that's what I'm asking you. Explain it from scratch. Yes.
Yeah, they don't know what a measuring tape is.
No, I do know what a measuring tape is, but he's not saying how he used one.
He just doesn't know how to use one. Scrote.
Well, there's 1,000 different ways to use one. We're asking how he used it.
Yeah.
No, there's only one way. Well, there's a couple ways. You could
right. Yes.
Leapfrog, but there's one main way of using auto level, and what it is horizontal. So you can extend out a line, you can make triangle, whatever.
Yeah,
but it just tells you how something is relative to something else. Nothing more, nothing less.
Let's put it this way: if the Earth were curved, what would you have expected to see?
I would have expected 8-inch drop after 1 mile.
And how would you have measured 8-inch drop? What would you have seen in your experiment?
Because when I added up all my pluses and minuses, basically, then my final benchmark would have been 5 foot 8.
Okay, how did you write down what before you wrote down those pluses and minuses? What exactly did you do to get that number?
He used his education of measurements.
Relative, bro. They're just relative.
Told you. Scott likes to pretend he doesn't know anything or how anything works.
What do you think he did, Sonny?
Scott is only here just to
Sonny,
upset,
can you tell me what he did?
disrupt, and distract.
Sonny, can you tell me what he did?
That's Scott's
explain
whole
his
purpose.
process
See
to
how he
us.
does that? See how he just tries to disrupt and
You have no
distract and
idea
make
what he
someone
did either,
upset?
do you?
See how he's doing that right
None
now?
of you have any idea what he did. I guarantee it.
No, we just don't have to tell you, Scott.
Vince, tell
Scrote,
me what he did.
Scrote, have a seat.
Anybody who used an auto level might be able to explain it better. You're asking me like out of order questions. That's why I said I might as well start from scratch, which I pretty much did, bro. Like, look, all you're doing is getting the height of something, okay, and transferring it, okay, and then you're asking me a question like a dumb question, like you're saying how high is this? I just told you I'm leapfrogging. I'm back shooting so I already know how high it was relative to where I'm at now. So if it reads something different, I know how much higher or lower my instrument is. Because I've already shot it, bro, and I've already compared it to my start. So you're just extending out.
How do you compare it to your start?
Reference.
How?
Whatever you start with,
wants
your
to go back to the
benchmark, you're extending
beginning.
it out.
See how he wants to go back to the beginning again?
They don't.
Circles all the way back around, Scrote.
Both of you guys, Sonny and Vince, you guys have no idea what he's saying. You know it. I know it.
I know
Because
exactly.
he has not
I didn't make
explained
a
anywhere
claim.
near.
I didn't make any
I know
claims.
exactly what
I
he's
know,
saying. I mean,
but you have
I
no
couldn't
idea
build.
what he's saying.
I couldn't build this
Yeah, you don't have any
beautiful
idea what
level
anybody's
cabinet
talking
without measurements.
What's that, Vince? Sorry.
I couldn't build this. I got a beautiful cabinet that I built on my table saw. I wouldn't have been able to do that without measurements.
Yeah, me either.
If I know how to use measurements, I know how to use measurements.
I know.
Did you say? Yeah, well, that table's small, bro. It's like 7 inches, dude.
Yeah, but the thing of it is, I mean, we can't build a house without correct measurements.
Correct.
So if your definition of measurements needs to be explained, nothing would ever get built.
No, if someone going to tell me how do I measure the length of a board,
He's educated. He went to school. He knows what he's doing.
No, he doesn't.
You're gonna deny that?
Well,
Well,
I
if-
mean,
if-
I
if
could
someone-
just,
if someone-
I would
if-
respond that NASA is also educated and they know what they're
Yeah.
doing, and you would probably deny that.
Scott doesn't think anybody in here, anybody at all. He thinks no one in here knows what they're talking about anything.
Well, so Vince, if I were going to explain to you how to measure the length of a board,
Didn't
I'd
say
tell you
no.
to take a tape measure and the little L part to one end, stick it on the one end and drag the tape measure along the thing so that the little L part is on one side, and then look at the numbers on the tape measure and find where it says 6 foot and then put a mark there. That's how I would measure a board.
Yeah.
How did he measure the height of his pole at the
He
end?
already told
That's
you,
what I'm
like, he
asking.
already told you like 3 times. He
Well,
told you 3 or 4 times.
The only thing got left out that you might be confused is that we put stakes for every setup about 100 foot away. I remove a previous stake. I'd have 2 stakes in the ground at all times. Okay, I'd have a stake for my back shot. I wouldn't touch that back shot until I move my equipment, and then basically got a back shot. So we had a few stakes, and we just leapfrogged them, right? And so you'd have 2 stakes in the ground at basically all times. So picture this: if I had a laser, it was shooting level, so it auto leveled itself. And my first shot was 5 foot above the water. Put a mark on the pier, and then on the other side, down the surface of the water, okay, I put another stake in the ground, and I shot it, and it was 5 foot above the water also. Okay, so that's level, right?
You keep
You with me
skipping.
so far?
How do you determine how high above the water it is?
With a story pole or a tape measure.
Okay. So the story pole is in the water.
It's right on the edge of the water.
So it's
I think
right
we
on
were
the
about
edge of the
3
water.
inches. I forgot how deep in we was, man. It wasn't much.
Okay, so it's on the edge of the water is in the water, in the very shallow part of the water, right?
Yeah, just barely. Yeah,
And the
barely.
water is wet, right? The
Now we're
water
getting
is
there.
wet.
The water
Now we're
is
getting
wet.
Wet water.
And there's
wet
nothing
water?
under the water. There's no ground.
Can the water
Okay,
quench
so-
my thirst?
Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. So the story poles are in the water, and you're measuring the distance.
Because I'm having to explain it from scratch, bro. This is ridiculous. Listen, I could give you the best. Listen, I could give you the best method if you just listen to me for 1 second. Okay, so if I shot and I measured from the water. I don't care how far down in the fucking water anything went. If I measure the difference from the surface of the still water to my laser, and it's 5 foot. Okay, now if I know that laser's level, and I shoot it down away from another 100 foot away from my instrument, okay, and so I know that level is hitting a certain height above the water, right? But I know that it's going to be level with the first mark, right?
Okay, and how accurate can you get from the water on a lake to a story
Measure
point?
5 foot down,
How
and that's
accurate
going to
can you
be
be?
level with my first mark.
How
Right?
accurate
It's
can you
a
be?
laser. He's using a laser. It's but they believe that light is only a projection. So
No. I just want to know how accurate it can be measuring to a water.
It's plus minus margin of error, so it's very accurate.
And
No. How accurate can you get measuring to the water?
Dude, I could get within
let me ask you a question.
2 or 3
Do you know
inches over a mile myself. Probably better than that.
Do you know how tall
You're going 100 yards, right? You went to 100 yards, and you took a measurement from the
Didn't go
height
100
at which
yards,
the
bro.
sun hit. Each point was 100 yards, right?
No, 100 feet.
Oh, 100 feet. Okay.
Yeah.
So you went 100 feet, and you measured. You saw where your auto level hit your storyboard or your story pole, and you took that point at where the auto level hit your story pole, and you measured to the water.
Down. Right, down to the water on the first one. Right, on the first one.
Okay.
And then, so now I can turn it 360 degrees.
Is that measurement? How precise is that measurement?
It's not even, I don't even know if it's worth even saying what the margin of error is in one shot, 100 foot. It's probably zero.
Important.
Hey,
if you know what you're doing, it's zero, bro.
Really? So the water was perfectly still?
Do you know how tall you are?
No, not the water. I'm talking about the height down from the water.
No, but you're
judging by
measuring
your
from,
instrument, bro.
but you're measuring from the height to the water, right?
Your instrument's calibrated, okay? Your measurement, then like I said, the margin of error is give and take. You might be off a fucking millimeter, or let's say a quarter of a millimeter, one, and then you might be +1 and then -1. It's plus and minus down.
But are you not writing down
Yeah.
down the length from your story pole marker to the water?
No, I'm measuring the exact height from the water to the crosshairs.
Exactly.
Okay, so whatever it shows on the story pole, that's what you write down.
And you're measuring from the water, and so there's a point at which the water hits your story pole, right?
Right. You're only referring it to your previous shot. You're always.
I got that. You're missing
height of
the
water
key
could be
point here.
anything, bro. Height of water could be anything at that point.
I know. But there's going to be a point at which you're looking at the water hitting your story pole, and it's going across a certain tick mark, right?
The toilet water always
across a tick mark. Yeah.
How clear is that point?
I forgot what he cut. I forgot what we cut. I think he cut like 3 or 6 inches, but he cut the same amount.
It doesn't matter. But how clear is that mark?
It does.
And how precise is that mark?
It's pretty give and take, bro. So if you're off a smidge one measurement, you might be off a smidge the other way. It's called plus or minus margin of error. So it works out where it's very small margin of error because it's plus minus. Like I said, you might be off a smidge one way one time and a smidge the other way another time. Look up the specs on the device, but when you're only going 100 feet, bro, it
has nothing to do with the device. It has to do with looking at the water hitting your story pole.
Yeah, my story pole always hits the water when I take a piss.
I'm sorry for you, man.
We cut a certain amount. I'll go back and look at the video, man, and be right back and tell you what he cut if I got time.
It doesn't matter the number. The number doesn't matter.
Listen, it doesn't matter. You're measuring from the water to your crosshairs, bro. So it doesn't matter. Once you get past the first mark, whatever he cut really doesn't matter, dude. I forgot what he cut, but look, you're measuring from the crosshairs, okay? The crosshairs down to the water's In other words, if the crosshairs are at 5 foot, okay, and you project that out somewhere else, okay, as soon as the crosshairs show 5 foot again, as soon as you pull a tape up, then you know that the bottom of that tape is exactly 5 foot, exactly where the last spot you just measured. It's in reference to that spot. So you keep asking me all these questions like anything's changing. There's nothing changing, bro. You're just taking one spot and projecting it to another spot. You're not doing measurements. You're just writing down what lines up with the crosshair, basically. So if the water's edge lines up with the crosshairs, you're writing that down, and then you're not measuring it. You're just going to project it. And then your new measurement, you're gonna write it down. So you do project it. You're not measuring it with them numbers you're writing down. You're projecting it. You're just moving it.
Okay, so let's say let's forget about the lack of precision in your measurement. Okay, so you do the one pole. What's the next thing you do? So you get your measurement to the first pole. What's step two?
If I was off, I wouldn't get paid.
Step two?
There's no lack of precision, bro.
What's step two?
You hear me, little? I'm not moving past your last comment, bro. Look, if I was off, especially with critical amounts of flow, you got to have a certain feet per second water flow, like in curbs and shit for the state. If your measurements are off, bro, you're not get paid. So there's no improper measurements, bro. You check them, you double check them, you know.
And how precise do you need to be?
Because I didn't want rough measurements.
How precise do you need to be on a job?
I could get. You got to be close, man. You can't.
I know how close.
You can't. If you got minimal slope on a curb, if you got a certain percentage that your slope can't exceed, and you exceed it, you don't get paid. It's that simple. So
okay,
if you got,
what is that? What is that number?
A quarter mile. If you got I think it's. Like, I don't know, a few inches per second, man. It's not much, man.
Okay.
It doesn't
so
equate to much,
you're within a few inches.
That's a rough guesstimate. I forgot. I don't know what the code is right now. But if you
is it going to be down to a micrometer?
Look, quit asking questions before I get a chance to answer the last one.
I understand your answer.
If you've got minimum, listen. If you've got, let's say, 3 foot in a quarter mile to play with, and that's it. If that's all you got, then you got to spread that out. If you don't get it right, bro, then you're not going to get paid, bro. I'm just saying, that's just an example. Okay, don't start asking me about codes and shit, and I have to relook shit up, and then you'll look in your local area and be like, oh, that's fucking two inches a second or some shit, dude. Just understand the way an auto level works, bro. And all you're doing is projecting out relative measurements. No, you don't. You admitted you didn't when you first started asking stupid questions.
It takes like 5 seconds to look up what an auto level is.
Okay, then why are you still asking questions?
Because how you used it and how you used it to measure things is very inaccurate.
No, it's not, bro. You're transferring level. That's it. You're transferring a mark. Nothing more than less. You ain't measuring shit.
Okay.
His belief system won't.
So you take your auto level next to the pier, and then you go to point, and then you take your story pole out to point 1, and you mark down the height of the story pole down to the water level in a very imprecise measurement. And then what's step 2?
You got to back shoot a mark that you've already shot, bro. See, you're not following, bro. You can't just go shoot at whatever, bro. You got to go and shoot the spot that you've already established. Then when you move down and set your instrument back up, you got to go back and shoot the previous one, and so you can transfer it. You're not measuring shit, bro. I don't know how to sink this through your skull. You're just transferring a mark. So you got to have something to go by. You can't just shoot out into nothing, bro.
Okay, so then you go.
Anyway,
then you
this guy, man. If anyone y'all want to take over, bro, this guy's asking dumbass questions, dude.
They just go in circles and circles, which is ironic because they believe the Earth is flat, going in a straight line, but their comments are always circles and round and keep going over and over and over to the same point.
Pretend they don't understand.
It's ironic. It's straight line. Go forward with questions, then go to the next question.
I did have one quick follow-up question, just on the precision. You said
we got pure sophistry coming from that side. That's all. They don't know anything anyway. I mean, they don't even know that. They don't even know how to measure the Earth being curved.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question? So you said generally you wouldn't get paid if you weren't precise enough, right? And that, like depending on the code, which varies place to place, like the particulars don't matter. But you said that like something like a few inches per second, something on that order of magnitude would be tolerable. Is that right?
Dante,
That's
Vita,
with
I can barely.
water flow. That's the
Hold on.
speed of water flow.
I can barely hear you, Dante.
Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm generally don't have a problem with my mic. It's pretty high end. Can you hear me, Brian?
Even at
Yes,
200%,
that's the
you're
speed
like,
of the water flow, bro. Like you got to have at least like a foot per second or something like that. And that's for like drainage. I mean that mainly applies to like sewage, but there's different codes for different shit, dude. I have to go back and look into it. But for retention, you got a certain, and so inches per second is speed. I mean inches per feet. I mean, is pretty much the speed of the water flow. So that's why I said I would have to. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. I could get you close, but they have to be flowing a certain amount of length per second, and that's how they transfer the percentage. Like the rise over run transfers into feet per second.
Sure.
And depending on what the code is that's how you do that.
And a second is what? It's about 100 feet, a couple 100 feet.
What? No, not arc seconds. I'm talking about the actual flow per second, like the actual distance the water flows. Like let's say a turd. You got a turd in there. Like that's a joke. That's a joke, but it's supposed to flow a certain distance per second, right? Just giving you something to imagine.
That's fine. I just don't understand how that plays into rise over run. Where's the rise?
It's not arc seconds. Yeah, you got to transfer it and stuff. And I'd have to look back into all that stuff.
I see.
It's not that math heavy, but it's not arc seconds, and
that's fine. I get it.
You can convert it to that. You can transfer to that though. The problem with that is you'd have to know every single distance for each single individual shot that you did, and that's pointless. But I'm gonna say this: and any surveyor will tell you that any stationary water is not going to change. They're going to say that I changed angle every time I set up my device. They're going to say that I changed angle just slightly and matched Earth curve perfectly. Now, whether you want to believe that, that's a globe surveyor's argument. I find it hard to believe. I'll say, yeah, maybe. I guess it's possible, but man, it's just so unlikely to me that unless I shot the same distance, just doesn't seem like it'd work. I guess theoretically it could, but I don't. It'd be crazy. To me that's speculation. To me, the measurement is the measurement.
I mean, you are aware that like light refracts through different density surfaces, right?
Yeah, I'm not over that short distance there, man.
Yeah, sure.
It takes forever.
Of it refracting, like over a couple of inches if it passes through different density materials, right? So I pasted an image in the chat. Like I think I'm not saying it's true or not. I'm saying that we do know that light refracts through different densities, and since the atmosphere does vary in density as we go from ground level up, it seems like plausible that would account for some of it at least. That's all. But that's cool. I mean, yeah, you did everything that a surveyor does. It sounds like you're intimately familiar with what's required to use an auto level. So, use it professionally? Is that what you said?
Yeah, every week, not every day. I used to every day.
No, sure. Yeah, if you've done it 10 times, like on the job, like you had to do it right. So that's cool.
Probably shot from here to fucking California in my life, bro. Shit for a long time. Just small jobs though, mainly, man. I did a couple big jobs. I guess the biggest job to speak of would probably be curbs and shit like that, like extended lengths of curb. But I did like a seawall, a little over, like not even quite a mile overhead. But I just went out there just to see myself because I was like, no, there ain't no way. If I could move forward, yeah. I wouldn't even have did it. I wouldn't have wasted my time because like when I talked to George Nachek, he's an engineer. And he just, after all that, and he just told me that I'm changing angle each time that I set up my instrument. And I'm like, for fuck's sake. Basically, he's saying I did all that for nothing, but I should expect to measure zero change in elevation because I'm changing angle. So now that changes the argument to, or if I went long distances, then we could argue about reflection and whatnot. But yeah, he's saying I
Yeah,
changed
I mean,
angle every time I set up my instrument.
refraction. Yeah, refraction is kind of like the case for like 8 inches per mile. Like it's a small amount over a long distance. Like it's not like it happens all.
Do you chant refraction professionally, Dante?
No, I'm not like
No.
countering his position.
That
Like, this is
explains
a reasonable thing,
that
right?
explains
I'm
the
just saying
desperate tone of it.
I'm just explaining like like we know the
Yeah,
refraction
you're
can happen
rationalizing.
within a three. I'm not
You're
rationalizing
attempting to
anything. Okay,
rationalize.
listen, dude. Listen, if you
Are
think you're
you a
gonna bully me,
professional? Are
you're
you a
gonna have to mute
professional
me, okay?
chanter?
You're not gonna bully me, dude. Okay, so like you're
No, I
gonna
just
need your
asked you a
buddies or
question.
you if you're a mod to mute me, but you're not gonna fucking bully me. I was
No,
having
I
a
just asked
meaningful
if you were a
conversation with the
professional
man,
refraction
right?
chanter, and you obviously aren't.
I'm not chanting anything about refraction. I was like
You're
like pointing out the
pleading. You're
obvious
pleading.
that yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that like refraction doesn't happen all at once, that it is a gradual process through different densities. So if the density changes rapidly, then the
Listen to the
refraction happens
desperation.
rapidly. If it happens slowly,
Obviously
then the
not
refraction
professional.
happens slowly.
I'll say this.
I'm sorry,
Me and
who are you,
Rakia.
dude? Yeah. Well, what is your appeal to
It's funny
authority,
that
huh?
Scott didn't start
Yeah.
chanting refraction. He let you do it.
I wasn't chanting anything. I don't know why you're so goddamn sensitive. Like
No need to damn God.
I'm here to like find out the truth, okay? Like I have my operating view of the world and it's subject to change given new information. I'm gathering information. That's all, right? And so when Brian made the claim to like these guys are saying, and I agree with them, like these guys are kind of incoherent when they're like, yeah, you keep adjusting every 100 feet you go, you would expect it even in a curved.
But
Like
not
I don't
because of
believe that.
refraction. Not
The only
no,
thing,
not because of
but what I
refraction.
was
You're the
I
only
was
one who followed it
asking
up.
a meaningful question from somebody who is informed on the matter, right?
Look, I'll
You were
tell
the
you
only
this.
one bringing up
This is pretty
refraction.
important to hear. This might be important for everybody to hear to picture something in your mind. Like, dude, I've been saying this way, way, way back. Like for 5 years, me and Rakia were the first ones that he's the first other person I ever heard besides me say it, is that I took my instrument out just for the scope's sake and looked out at boats and shit, but I'd look at the horizon,
Right.
pretty down close to the water and stuff. And that's when I knew shit was changing in distance. I know for a fact, unless my auto level is messed up every time I do it, because sometimes it would be like a little bit lower. The horizon would be a little bit lower in the crosshairs, but then on a lot of mornings, more than you'd think, not every day, but once a week or so, you'd have the horizon a little bit above the crosshairs. Just didn't believe me, like George. And then he tried it, and like Rumpus was joining and saying, no, it can't be, it can't be above the crosshairs. I'm like, shit, dude, I've seen it. And then George set up his instrument and wound up seeing the same thing. And then he's like, oh yeah, sure, you see that. He never denied it, bro. So I've made videos about that. But so the question is what is your benchmark? If you're looking out as far as the horizon or further, you got to know what ambient is. So if you're going to argue globe or flat, you got to know. So that's how we don't, what I'm trying to get at, we don't shoot that far. Like if anybody claims they're shooting out these long distances for anything accurate as far as elevation goes, they're full of shit, because shit moves around unless you're going by a model. But you're never going to know, because it's going to change.
Exactly what they're doing, right? Exactly what they're doing. Going by a model.
So that you're saying that the auto level just isn't effective at like that kind of range, like to the horizon, which makes sense. Again, I don't have I don't have a horse in the race. Like if I find out tomorrow the world is flat, it's really not going to change the way I go about my business. It's going to require me to understand the universe around me in a different light. That's it. But anyhow, but the way you were leapfrogging, it seems like that would be required to maintain precision. And if you were going to maintain precision to the horizon, you'd probably have to do the same type of leapfrogging, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Yep, the water level, sea level doesn't change from place to place. You don't have different zeniths. The horizon does mean horizontal. There are no separate or different angular horizontals to anywhere else. They're all the same. Parallel line sea level is parallel to every other sea level, and water level for that matter, anywhere on Earth.
No, that's a claim. We were talking about empirical evidence.
That is empirically measurable.
Well, it wasn't measured in the experiment we were talking about. So, but you know, kind of came out of left field with that. But Brian, you said you were talking, and if you left, that's fine. And you know, like it's not like super.
And then, and
but I
any
was
practical.
curious if you said you were looking at the horizon, like it's all over the place because it's too far out. Is that it? Like sometimes
Yeah,
it goes
it's not
higher and
stable.
stuff.
It's not stable.
Yeah.
By rights, right?
But as far as horizontal goes, the horizon. But is it the same sea level in UK as it is in America? Like that'd be hard as hell to prove. But that's what I believe. That's what I picture in my mind when I picture sea level.
Right.
As it being level. If it could all stop, you know. If it was all still with no forces acting on it, I picture it as all level. But that'd be a bitch to prove.
That's
they
true.
don't do any surveys across even that are a mile apart. They don't survey across them. They all have their own means.
Well, the key comes down to the practical use of Earth, how we actually practically use it. Like let's say navigation, or let's say planar surveying. Just your basic stuff like plane sailing. You're using the Earth as practically used as
right. So you should be able to go to a point on the dirt, right, on the ground, and establish a horizontal, right, and then follow that horizontal, dig a trench, with reference to that horizontal, and then go to the other end of it. Get right to the end. Pour some water in it, and it should fucking flow back to where you established your horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Show me that. Show me that.
I second that. I'd like to see that because in a globe reality, if we're in the middle of Lake Pontchartrain, let's say we're back about 10 miles so we could see the whole thing. And we're up, let's say 100, 200 feet, whatever. So we could see end to end. So we're actually back about 15 miles. That gives us about a 55-degree field of vision. Okay, so we're seeing the beginning and the end. So in a globe paradigm, if we were to build the bridge completely straight, then each end would be, if the middle was up 20 foot above the water, then each end would be like 130 foot above the shore on each end, and they'd have to call that straight. And I'm like, how can anybody picture that realistically? But that's what a straight line would be. In reality, the top of the water looks like a straight line, especially looking at it from side view. It looks like a horizon. It'd be straight, and so I don't see what other way to picture that as being level. In other words, a straight line would be a bowl on a globe. Then you'd have to ask yourself, is the water level and the bridge a bowl? Because I mean, is the water level like globe level, like curving down? If it's curving down, then the bridge would have to look like a bowl. It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
Which I understand how they change angles and they say, well, you're changing actual structures. Then no, we're not changing angles. It's either straight or it's not. If it's straight, then it's going to be crooked on a globe.
That's why they'll say, "Oh, it's too minute to worry. It's negligible." But water doesn't lie.
God, it brought back memories, dude. It's been so long since I did that. Like so many years, man. I thought I was going to overlap string lines when I got out there, and I was like, on that real quick. It was like, no way. Because that's when you look at, okay, just a tiny bit of sag would just throw it all off completely. And so I didn't even spend more than an hour setting up for that. We're like, screw this. There ain't no way. I'd need my instrument anyway to measure each string line. So I'm like, what's the point? I'll just use my instrument and mark stakes. See, that might work though. If we just ran like 200-foot string lines and we set our laser or auto level up above the beach, looking sideways at the string line, kind of parallel with the water, and then we put a couple supports in the middle to make sure the string line is dead straight, which it's easy to do in that little span. And then we overlapped it. Let's say we overlapped it halfway, and that way they couldn't say we're changing angles, but that would be real meticulous work. You'd have to get it just right, or they still might complain that you wouldn't notice.
So rather than string, which clearly bends, like if we had like a 10-mile piece of steel, like a steel rod that was dead straight, that would help, right?
Bro, we've come up with so many different ideas. The best I could come up with is I actually bought a mile line, but get like a 2.5 mile line and sink it down. Yeah, buoyant line as you can get, so there's no sag. It's if anything, it's trying to float, and pull it fairly tight, and just set it in between globe and flat. So let's say if the globe predicts 14 inches of drop or whatever, then set it at like 7 inches. So set the depth on each end 7 inches and 7 inches in the middle, and then pull it tight till it snaps. So that way, if it gestures down, then we know that water can't be level. If when you pull it tight, it gestures down in the middle, it doesn't have to go down the inches because we know it's a little buoyant. But if it goes down even a half an inch or an inch, we know that that's which way it's trying to go. So that's going to show that the water is not level. But I think anybody with common sense knows when we tighten the line up, if we have each end at the top, just like an inch under or something, that the middle is going to follow suit. It's going to come up as we tighten it. And it wouldn't have to come all the way up. Just like I said, once again, if it just comes up an inch, then we know that that's which way it's trying to go because it's trying to straighten itself out. No matter what the shape of the world is, that line's going to try to straighten out when we tighten it. And so if we could set right in between globe and flat and pull it tight, we might get an idea. We'd have to repeat it. That's the best I'd come up with. It helped to see that drawn,
No, of course.
In fact, I'll run the numbers real quick.
So if you had like a 10-mile piece of string between two boats, and it was like, tied to the bottom of the boats, let's say, so it was submerged in the ocean, and then you just like drove the boats away from each other. If the water is curving, you would expect the depth of the string at the middle to be more. So like, let's say the boats are 5 feet deep, you know what I mean? And it's tied at 5 feet deep at either end. You would expect it to be, I don't know, 5 plus N deep in the middle if it was curved. It wouldn't be a bad experiment. Seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah. It would be. You'd have to probably repeat it. But so here's what I got. So if we did a
10-mile string, right?
There it is. So if we did 2.5 miles, okay, and that would be, let's just call it 12. It's a little over 12, but that's 12 inches each way. So from a center point, that's 12 inches. So on either end, we just set up 1 inch below the water, and that'll be the excess, that little bit, because I said it was a little bit more.
Yeah.
So then in the middle, we just go 6 inches from the surface of still water. So we know we're right in between, within a quarter inch, we're flat. So we need plenty of people, for a person every few hundred feet to make sure we got a really good transition. We might need a float or tiny little sinkers, whatever, but we just keep the challenge would be to get a perfect transition from end to end, and then pull it tight. When everybody checks out, we pull it tight, and if it gestures down an inch or more, then we know globe. If it gestures up an inch or more, we know flat. It's only got to show us the direction it's trying to head. We don't need it to straighten out perfectly.
Right. Yeah.
I guess I wouldn't rule out concave, but we could do further testing, I guess, later.
Yeah, that fucks with my whole worldview. So I'm hoping it's not concave.
That would at least eliminate globe or flat and concave. You have to do additional testing to argue between the two.
Right.
As many people that are in this conversation, you think we should be able to find a flat somewhere, a couple mile stretch of flat, shallow water, station, and just pick a time when it's nice and still in the morning. We should have there's many people that are in this topic, in this debate. We should have a person every 2 feet, making sure it's exactly where it needs to be. Dude.
Well, for sure, but also, even on the ocean, even with turbulence, right? Is like, you take two boats, you take the string, you pull it hard, right? I know, like you were talking about just the way the direction's gonna head, but if you pull it taut, right, it's like you can just average out, like put a depth gauge on these, on the ends and just average them out. And obviously one in the middle, so you make sure that, like
it can't be a physical rope. You have the quaternary curve problem.
Oh, I'm not familiar with this. So
like
I
do
believe
low,
we are not the first people
that
thought of this, but maybe this is why they didn't do it. What's this? I'll look it up.
He's right. He's right, because if it's lower at the end, in other words, at first it's going to go one direction just to try and level itself out to the ends before it does the middle. But that's why we'd need a really good transition, or it wouldn't necessarily prove anything.
Why don't you just build a structure that actually does curve at 8 inches per mile?
I thought about that, man, or just set lights,
Sorry,
thought about all that.
Elijah's
Oh, fuck. Yeah, the catenary curve fucks up my whole idea. That sucks. All right, back to Steel Rodville.
That's what I was. Yeah, that's all I was bringing up is the catenary curve problem. Yeah, you can't. I'm a sailor since I was a young child, and you can't pull rope tight, like that. There's no way,
Yeah.
and there's no way to calculate it in.
Yep.
Yeah, it's harder than I make it sound possible, because just to test it, I did buy 1 mile line. I still have it, and but I didn't have enough help. But I did just pull like 3 different sizes. I did 80 pound, 50 pound, and 30 pound over 570 feet just to test it. And I did it on a live stream, and I shot it because you couldn't even see with the human eye. I put little teeny flags on it that were basically weightless, just a little teeny piece of ribbon, so we could see it on camera. And to the human eye, it looked perfectly straight. But over the 570 feet, it wound up being like, I think, 2.5 inches drop in the middle. But you couldn't notice that with the human eye. But dude, all the predictions were it's going to be like a foot sag in the middle. This is just over land. This ain't any more. And each one of them, I think the farthest sag was like 3 inches. So fishing line does way better than the line I've used my whole construction line. Dude, that shit sag. You could see the sag in that when you get even 100 feet. So the reason I thought it might be worth doing is because it went so far over land without support of water. Like Ali B said, no, I don't go away. And I was like, people were arguing with him. I was like, let's try it. I stretched it out, and it did, dude. And I never even broke any of them, so I could have got the sag even less. I just pulled them real tight till I felt like they were gonna break, and it looked straight, and I just stopped and then just measured it. I don't think I measured all 3, to be honest. I know I measured 1, and I think I put that on video. It looked straight as hell, but yeah, it's gonna sag exponentially though. That's why it would have to be the best you could get for neutrally buoyant, closest you could get.
Oh my God! Check this out. Check this out for irony. The guy's name is Robert Hooke, Hooke, I think. He's the one that studied about the catenary curve in 1670s. And then its equations were derived by Leibniz, Huygens, Bernoulli in 1691.
Yeah, you see them same names for different equations, like with certain mathematics.
Oh, they are 2 different guys.
Laplace,
Yeah. Gottfried Leibniz,
Laplace, and Bernoulli, and all them.
Yeah, I remember. I don't know. These are just formulas I forgot. Bernoulli equation for Leibniz. Yeah, stuff that sucked.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, man, George and Rumpus, I forgot which one it was. I want to say both, but I don't know if it was both. But I remember at least one of them predicted the amount of sag I would have, but I gave them the line. I forgot which one it was even, but it was way off, dude. It wasn't near as much. But this is like, hundreds of years later, so there's better line. But I'm just saying this. It went way further than they predicted. And they were even surprised that how good it supported its own weight. But once again, there even was sag, even over over less than 300 yards. It was like almost 300 yards.
Yep.
It wasn't much. I was shocked. I'm like, damn. Because string line, you pull that about 100 feet, you're going to get more sag. You'll probably get 3 or 4 inches over 100 feet. And that's the stuff we're using out in the field.
Yep. You even get sag from fishing line.
Yep. Not near as much, though. But yeah, you do. I should have pulled it and broke it, though, just to see how close it got to level. Too cheap, man. I went out there and tried to do it in the water with just one guy, and I tied it off at one end. And I think their prediction was over 1 mile, it was like, I think it was like 20 or like 18 or 21 feet, somewhere in that ballpark. And I'm like, man, I don't think so. So I had the 100-pound test. I'd give them the specs on the line that I bought. I still have it. And I tried to get it, but I was trying to run it across, and it wasn't buoyant enough. I just seen a deal for a mile, like way cheaper than any other that they had that long. So I got it. It wasn't buoyant enough, and it got it under like a oyster bed or something. And and then I go to, it was just too much of a pain in the ass. I needed more help, man. I got mad because nobody wanted to help, and everybody wanted to discuss it, and nobody wanted to help. So I just said, screw it. I still have the line, but I wasn't able to do it with just one guy over that distance.
I mean, you wouldn't think it'd be this difficult, right? Like, because if we live on a globe, like, you'd think people would have noticed shit that you could actually do, like submarines, right? They could go, look at this cool shit. Like, we just have to go to a depth, right? We dead reckon, and look at us. Eventually, we surface.
What?
Like, it should be showing that shit. It's like it because it's cool, you know. Like, look at this shit. Look what we figured out. We can do, you know. Like, they don't do that. They don't.
Right, the globe's got excuses, practical arguments like that, man. They got excuses for all them, and most of them are like, all right, maybe, you know. At least most of them are a shot in the dark, but possible, you know. So it's hard to say for certain, you know. It almost comes down to opinion because you bring up a submarine like sonar. We'd have acoustic shadowing. We'd see a curve with sonar because that's how it blocks shit out. And they'll be like, oh, it's in the water, it's doing this and that, and it's like, whatever, dude.
You're still mad at me, bro?
Yeah, I'm fucking mad at you, man. Not as mad as I was, though. Apologize for the personal attack.
That's fine. It happens.
Dude, we don't get a lot of time to go over things. And like when we do, man, let's cut past the bullshit, man. It's like you were literally agreeing with me about the distance, you know, needing the radius for a distance. Yeah, I didn't say you couldn't get a ratio and a size, but it's just a ratio, you know. You got to apply the radius or apply it to a certain ball with known radius to get any distance, man. It's like I couldn't even get past that. I was pulling my hair out, Bacon.
Yeah, for using for distance, yes. But if the point was like, if you're doing navigation, you can use the ratio alone. Like the ratio alone can already be used to get your position. You don't even need the distance or the radius. That was what I was trying to say. Which is true, because that's how the first time I did it, I didn't use the radius.
Yeah, but that's all. Yeah, you can get a certain size. That's it. But once you go to apply it, you know, then you need something to apply it to. So in other words, I could do the same equation to an orange if I drew latitudes or something on it. Okay, I get a certain ratio. That's what I was trying to tell you. The formula that's the difference between equations and formulas.
Yeah, I get that part. I was just trying to say, like, in some situations, you don't need the radius. Like, it's not always that you need the radius. If you want to get the linear distance, of course you need the radius. But if you're doing something else, then you might not need it. Getting your position, you don't really need the radius.
Did y'all ever finish the eclipse predictions enough to compare them?
The globe one, flat one?
Just the globe one.
The globe one's done.
Okay. Have you bothered to look at like the because there's a lot of local footage, you know? Have you bothered to look at the angle of the shadow and which direction it comes in at?
No, but if you want to share one, I can take a look at it.
Well, I'm asking you because I looked at them. It seemed to be like a little bit varying, but I wanted to ask you before we even looked at them because I could tell you what I would expect over my model, but I would ask, what would you expect as far as the shadow if the eclipse starts, let's say at the equator, and the sun is 2 degrees north of the equator? Just for example, not trying to pin you down. But wouldn't you expect the moon to be just a little bit left of the sun to project a shadow, or a little bit right? No, left. Yeah, if it's the sun that's
Yeah, the sun
shining
is
and the moon
faster
blocking
in
it.
the sky, so if it starts at the equator, the moon will be on the left, right?
Yeah, it'd have to be on the left. So if it came in from anywhere but that, we'd both really have some explaining to do. Or am I wrong?
Yeah.
That's why I want to look at it, man, because it makes sense. Good.
Let me think about like the sun's faster in the sky and it moves east to west, so moon is lower, so actually the sun catches up with the moon in the sky, so the sun would catch up from the east of the moon, right? That would be, yeah, the sun would have to be east of the moon.
Yeah, you got it going like the other way, so it works the same, I guess, as it would on a flat Earth. So I'll give you that. As far as the moon going the opposite way and real slow, I mean, a little counterintuitive, but still works. Okay, I'll give you that. But I'm just saying this because when I looked at the almanac and I seen where the moon started, like it started just a little bit, like right by the equator, just I think it was just left of the sun, which I think the sun was at actually 3 degrees north declination. And then it worked its way to the right. I was surprised to see that it moved 7 degrees, bro, in one day. But I've since found out that, it does that every now and then, periodically. It's not just when you don't see it. Because I was going to say, dude, if they're going to say that they're almost making the moon to line up with the eclipse, but that's not really the case. There's another explanation for that. But that's a big jump. Just north to south. I'm not talking about east to west. Just from 7 degrees in 24 hours. That's a pretty big jump, but sure, there's an explanation for that. But it worked good on the AE, just upon first glance, that if the moon goes slower, it has to catch up to it. So if the moon's off a little bit to the left and the sun is catching up, then the shadow is going to be, the start of it's going to be off to the left. And then as the moon moves north, within an hour or two, it's going to line up with the sun. So then the shadow is going to be, along that same plane, just like 2 or 3 degrees north, whatever. And then as the moon crosses the other side, as the sun passes the moon, then it's going to start shining backwards and projecting further north. I mean, I don't know if I explained that very good, but I mean, just mapping it out in my head, it worked pretty good on the AE map. But I haven't ran any numbers as far as shadow size or anything like that.
Yeah, well, good luck. If you want to set some values in stone. Huh?
No, I'm going to go out on a limb and say not 92. That's my starting premise.
Okay. If you want to set in stone some values, like how high the moon is or how the sun is, the size of them, shape of them, and that can actually be modeled, we can get to an answer on what you expect to see. But we need some of those values, some of those parameters before we model it. We need to know what we're modeling.
I get that. That's why I was getting mad at my own people, a couple of them anyway, because I was like, I know they don't want to hear that it lines up with the sun. It's just the almanac, dude. It's just information, You can't see it. So if you want to argue that, that's fair, because we can't even really see the moon. You know, I'm not taking away anybody's arguments, but I'm thinking we've been doing this so long, and this don't apply to everybody, but this applies to some of us who've been in this shit for 7, 8 years or whatever, 6, 7, 8 years. It's like, dude, let's try and model it. Like, here's what I think. I think I'll be able to model it for one, but I don't know that. I mean, I don't know just by giving whatever size I need, basically, to match reality. So then
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know
fair.
how good it would match with another eclipse, but I'm not even sure I could do that. But I'm pretty sure I probably could. But I can't get no fucking help.
I mean, it's fair to find values that would fit the observation first, then see if those same values can fit other observations. That's how we do things, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell them. Look, it's just a post diction, trying to model it, why not? We get challenged for that shit all the time, Let's put our heads together, a couple of us, and model it out, man. It's like, I can't get, it's just like,
I'm gonna do the
they
homework.
don't want nothing to do with it. They don't want nothing to do with it. Makes me want to say screw it.
I agree.
That's why I just asked you to help. Like, fucking shit, dude, you put your flat earth hat on. And you and Kosho help me. Shit, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm fine with modeling stuff, but again, just make that clear. Like, I need to know what I'm modeling. I can't model without knowing exactly what I'm doing. Right? Like the globe, I have all the information on the globe. I have the polar radius, the equatorial radius, the sun distance, the moon distance, all that. That's all given for you to model it. Then you model it and you can test it.
I don't care about none of that. Because if you're within a mile, I'm not gonna question it like that one dude was doing. Like, dude, if you're in and whatever, then I'm not trying to get that picky and question the oblateness or nothing. I'll look at what you got, and if you made it work, within reason, then that's like a challenge to me. The way I take it. You've done it.
My last one, the last prediction I ran, I did use the ellipsoid instead of the sphere. So the oblateness is actually accounted for. And it's actually better than the one I ran without it.
Yeah, you probably had to then. You was off without doing it, wasn't you?
Oh, it's still decently good. Like, if you compare my previous with time and date, they look almost identical. But you can see they're not perfect matches. But if you run it with the ellipsoid, then they're much closer. Like their difference becomes much harder to spot.
You get problems, though, man, when you start looking at like plane flights, like the eclipse from planes. Like, where's the penumbra? Like, I know, okay, the umbra with like almost parallel lines or whatever, but where's the penumbra? It's like the shadow comes in and it's just defined, and it's just like daylight outside of that, man. So I was for this, but man, it's hard to verify any of that shit with observations. I haven't been able to.
Does anybody want to join Arctic Thon?
What your activity you're doing? Yeah, the people will join it if they want to.
Brian, we're saying something.
I was saying, where can you show me a penumbra? Like, to even argue for that? I mean, if you to have a penumbra, you got to have a penumbra. Where can you show me that in real life, or can you?
A picture of it? What do you mean? Or it getting
Like,
dark?
I've seen the footage, and it doesn't see it. Like, I see a defined shadow, and then daylight right outside of that. I don't see no penumbra in real life. I'm not saying that you can't produce it. I'm saying I couldn't find it.
Right. Well, it's hard to notice the penumbra because if you're inside of the penumbra, you still have sunlight, and the sunlight is very bright, even if it's caught by a piece of the moon. It's still very bright. And it grows gradually. Like the penumbra is what 100 times bigger than the umbra or something like that. So it's much more gradual. I'll think it would be much harder to notice the penumbra coming. Maybe you could notice, say, the sunlight getting dimmer over like an hour or something.
I tried to replicate it using 2 lasers because it's hard to model the sun, and your fucked up model. Excuse my language. I had to use 2 lasers and like kind of converge them just a tiny, and the way they diverged and converged, like to replicate it. But then one of the lasers went out, and so I just did what I had with 1 laser, and it didn't work. And the umbra, no matter how close I moved the shadow toward the laser, like it stayed the same size, bro. But that, like I said, that was 1 laser. I'm not gonna say anything's conclusive.
Well, the umbra is huge. Sorry, the penumbra is huge. I think it'd be hard to notice. It takes like more than an hour for you to get from one side to the other side of the penumbra.
You seen my footage of the Selenium eclipse here in Florida, didn't you?
I might have seen a bunch of them. Not sure which one was yours.
I'm gonna DM it to you, bro. I'm gonna DM it to you, okay? Because I just happened to catch it. It was the 2018 eclipse, right? The lunar eclipse, and I caught it when it was full red. I stayed up. I stay up a lot, but I stayed up, and it showed the eclipse. It was like halfway eclipsed, and it was like, dude, it was like 5 a.m., 5:30 a.m., and I'm like, dude, this is gonna line me up, man. I wasn't even thinking about it, to be honest. But Geo and people over there, they're like, dude, you're gonna get the selenium at that rate. I'm like, no shit. So I went home, got my camera, and I took a picture of when you could see daylight coming up, but the sun hadn't rose yet because you could just see daylight up in the horizon, right? And but the moon was like going, it was almost fully eclipsed. And I was like, no shit, this is going to line up. So then about 30 minutes later, the sun was up, but there was clouds on the horizon. And I'm like, I got a little bit of footage then. And then the moon hit full eclipse. And then like 50 minutes later, the sun started popping up over the cloud deck that was sitting on the horizon. And the moon was, dude, it wasn't on the horizon like they're claiming. It's like at least 3 or 4 degrees, maybe 4 or 5 degrees. I mean, you can see it above the trees and everything, fully eclipsed. And it's daylight. All the street lights are off. Daylight all around me. And then I panned over to the sun, and you could see the sun coming up out over the not in the horizon, but over the cloud. So I would argue that the sun was about 2 degrees above the horizon, or at least 1.5. And so with a moon 3 or 4, conservatively, and a sun even 1, bro, refraction doesn't cover that. So I'm gonna send you this is shit I filmed too. So I'm gonna send you a picture, and I'd like to hear your response. I mean, I'll send you a condensed video of the 3 phases, like when the sun was just shining off toward the direction of the sun in the east, and then when it was up over the horizon and light, but still not up over the clouds, and then when it started poking up over the cloud deck that was on the horizon. And I'm interested to hear your take on that, because I don't see how you could get that to work on a ball. But I know you're good at the numbers, so we'll see.
Yeah, the code I wrote is just for solar eclipses. If I would run a one for the lunar eclipse, yeah, that would take me a while. But I think that could be my next project. And the good thing about lunar eclipse is it doesn't matter where you are, right? You can see the moon, the eclipse there, like the solar eclipse.
This is what pissed me off: is the moon is finally fully eclipsed. Okay, the street lights done went out. I'm showing the sun and the moon. Okay, but here's the thing: the moon was so far above the horizon and above the trees. I had probably another 30 good minutes that I could film the moon above the trees. So, yeah, I mean, it was well above the horizon, but it disappeared. It literally disappeared. It was fully eclipsed, and it was like orangey, and then it just disappeared. like a degree or two above the tree line. I couldn't believe it, dude. I was pissed.
Can you DM that to me?
Yeah, I'll do that now.
Awesome.
But real quick, so I've seen people show I'm like up for mountains and way high up. Bro, I wasn't high up. I could show you. I can give you the coordinates right where I was at. I was about maybe 20, 30 foot above sea level, just right, not far from the water at all. But
Right.
yeah, I'll show you the video.
Hey, we need some flat Earth modeling here. And that's just not me saying it.
What would that do? There's some flat Earth reality. I directly message it to you, Bacon.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Yeah, that is very high in the sky. Nice. Nice.
Dude, doesn't get no attention in the community. I'm like, oh, like that's better than anyone I've ever seen. My own buddies on on Discord with me while I did it. Well, I had to set the phone down and all that, and it's like, dude, nobody shares it. I'm like, dude, if people want flat Earth proof, here's some really good proof, like not from a mountaintop where fucking people could argue this or that, or the sun or the moon like way just barely on the horizon. That's a pretty good little ways up above the horizon, man. Nobody even uses it.
Have you checked how many moons fit between the moon and like the horizon or the trees? Have you checked how many moons you can fit in between that space?
I'd have to, judge. Well, it's above the trees, so a couple at least, a few.
Because you can estimate the elevation angle of the moon there, and for the sun to be opposite, how much the moon is high is roughly how much the sun has to be lower than the horizon.
Right.
Then we
I'll
can know
show
which
you.
twilight you are. Because just a sec.
What I'll do for you, Bacon.
Just a sec.
I'll draw the horizons. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
If it's like higher than 6 degrees, then we're still in the civil twilight. If it's 12 degrees, then that's a nautical twilight. So we can judge what twilight you would have to be for the moon to be that high. That's why I'm asking that question. We can do something with that, yeah.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. And I'll even concede that I'll retract 6. Okay. Like I said, I'll say 3 or 4. Okay. But here's the thing. What I'll do is I'll mark where I think the horizon is, or where I pretty much know one direction toward the sun where the horizon is. I could even go back to that location and move over a little bit and show you like where the horizon is for the moon. But I'd be kind of speculating a little bit that direction. But I'll get it as good as I can, and you tell me what you think about my horizon locations, and we'll go from there.
All right.
But I would also argue, man, that the sun and moon, like especially the moon, is like big, dude, when it's on the horizon. They say it's optical illusion, man, but I don't know about that, man. Maybe
it wouldn't be an optical illusion because that's not related to optics. So it would be more like a mind illusion, there's an example with pen and paper, you can do it like if you draw 2 circles the same size, and one you draw big circles around it. The other one you draw small circles around it. It gives you the impression that the one with small circles around it is bigger than the other one. But they started the same size. That is not optical because that has nothing to do with the light. It has to do with your perception. And that's sort of the same thing that happens.
Yeah, that's what optical illusions are, dude.
That's
That's
not
literally an
actually.
optical illusion. Yeah, it is. That's literally what an
No,
optical illusion
it's the
is.
colloquial understanding of it. An actual optical illusion has to do with optics. For example, mirages would be technically optical illusions. When this,
No, they wouldn't. No, they're
you're confusing the
mirages.
technical
Mirages.
term with the colloquial term. That's fine. Everyone does.
Optical illusions don't involve things that physically exist.
Bacon, it does sound like you're just describing the reason for the optical illusion, but I like to keep open mind with what you say, look into it, but it does sound like that, Bacon.
Yeah. If the illusion is called by
That's why
light,
I'm
something
gonna double
related to
down.
light
Yes.
doing.
Yes, but that's why they tag the word illusion on the end. You're seeing something,
Yeah, because it
but
seems it's doing
it's
something that it's
not
not.
actually what you're seeing, what you think you're seeing.
Yeah, but
So
it's an optical illusion when the cause of that is optics. When the cause of that is the problem with visual perception of humans, and that is not technically a optical illusion. I used to think the same thing as you're describing. What you call optical illusion is what I used to call optical illusion until I saw
what they call
someone from
it.
the field describing what it actually was.
Whatever.
So you drank the Kool-Aid and we didn't. I'm just fucking with you, man. Excuse me.
But Andrew Thomas Young, he distinguishes a difference between mirages and optical illusions. He doesn't like people calling, and he's the subject matter expert on it, right? On refraction and mirages and all that. And he doesn't like people conflating mirages with optical illusions. I'll post it. Hang on.
Anyway, this is just semantics. Like what you're describing as an optical solution, optical illusion is what I used to think was an optical illusion. Until I thought someone from the field saying that an optical illusion is technically when it's caused by the optics, and those things are like mind tricks that are just playing with your visual perception. Those wouldn't be considered optical illusion because the illusions are being caused by optics. They're being caused by failure in your perception.
Yeah, but see, Bacon,
It
that was a
makes more
Freudian slip. That was a Freudian slip, though, because you said at first an optical solution. Like that's almost what it sounds like to me, like an optical solution, meaning there's a problem. I'm just kidding.
But you can simply measure it. Like if you check how long a coin has to be from your eyes to cover the moon, that distance is the same when the moon's setting or when the moon's high in the
Bro,
sky.
you're gonna need something way bigger. You got to go. I got 2 wires here at the house that don't line up when it's on the horizon. But then you could argue the angle. Yeah, maybe. But a coin is gonna put you in the ballpark, bro. But it's gonna take a more accurate measurement than that. That's a simple little boof measurement. A coin.
Flat Earth, and your wife's fucking other dudes, man. Sad.
To be fair, I've used the sextant itself to measure the angular size of the moon, and no, it doesn't get bigger. It looks bigger, like
Who
by
was that?
eyeballing.
Who was that with that high pitched cope? Who was that?
We already left.
They bailed. Bollocks.
Yeah.
Bollocks.
He broke my wine glass. The big man.
What?
Hello.
He broke your wine glass.
Yeah, it's your turn, Kitchen.
Thank you. So I have some interesting data to show that just released that optical illusions are a parasite of the Earth, and the core.
Yeah, this isn't the hack comedy hour, Kitchen. The joke's not going well, Kitchen, when you start laughing before delivering the punchline.
I always like to make a disclaimer, and I haven't today. Like when I'm talking about modeling and shit, I'm just talking about like my understanding of the way shit works. I don't speak for anybody else and shit. I enjoy like looking at different shit like that. But as far as it proving anything beyond certainty, I would never make that claim.
Some scopes have a circle around the crosshair, and some of them have exactly half a degree of angular sight. So you can aim at the moon different parts of the day.
The what you call it marks. Oh my god, I freaking use these things that I don't even talk about the 100-to-1 ratio. Oh my god, I forgot the name of them. But dude, I have them and I haven't even thought of that. That's a good idea, man. I could use my my auto level and make sure my new one's got the them marks. I forgot what they're even called, Bacon. What are they called?
No, actually. Yeah, like this is not something hard to test. Like it's easy to test the angular size of something.
You get the size of something 100 meters, and then you it's like 1% of it. Further out you go. Forgot I gotta look at the math, but it's 1% of the size of whatever something covers between the two hairs, and so you can get an angular size to something beyond that by just ratioing the amount they fill in.
Yeah, this should be settled a long time ago. The moon is not getting bigger at the horizon.
Well, have you ever done it?
As I said, I measured that with the sextant. I got, I think,
with a sextant. Yeah, but dude, you're measuring it with a sextant. That's not going to tell you the size of it. I mean, that's going to give you the size at one particular time, though.
That's why I did it twice. When it was high in the sky, and I got, I think, 30.2 arc minutes. And when I measured close to the horizon, I got 29.8. Was it? I could do it again. The moon is very often in the sky. It's nothing hard to repeat, but yeah, I already checked. The moon is not getting bigger close to the horizon.
So smaller. So you're saying it's smaller on the horizon?
Yeah, from my measurement, it was slightly smaller. Yeah, less than an arc minute though. But yeah. I wouldn't trust the 10th of the arc minute of my sextant. It's a plastic one that loses calibration very quickly. I'll trust the arc minute, not the 10th of the arc minute.
Why do you sound Russian?
I don't.
Sound a little Russian.
Maybe.
The freaking stadia hairs, bro. That was driving me nuts, bro. The stadia hairs was what I was trying to think of. Dude. I can't believe I couldn't remember that. Drive me nuts. But yeah, that's I'll do it with the stadia hairs and test it.
Do it.
Dude, I've seen the moon so big, dude. Like I said, where people literally pulled over, dude. It looked like Mortal Kombat. Almost looked like the end of the earth, dude. People were pulling over to take pictures of it. That shit was pink and massive, dude. And for anybody to tell me it's an illusion, whatever. I'm just telling you what my eyes are seeing. That bitch was scary big. No, I ain't saying it's always like that, but it does always look bigger when it's on the horizon. But I'll have to, I'll have to do the measurement.
Like, as I said, like it feels bigger because it's close to trees and stuff that are already big, and the moon looks much bigger than that. But when it's high in the sky, there's nothing around it to compare. So can't tell how far it is, so you kind of assumes it's not that big. It's your brain trying to figure out the size of stuff without any reference. It doesn't do a good job with that. Like if it's an airplane, you already know how big an airplane is. So you know when that it's small, it's because it's very far. If it's big, it's very close. Your brain doesn't know the size of the moon, so it can't tell how far it is based on its size.
All right, I'll say maybe. I'll give you maybe until I measure it. Just out of respect, since I was so mean, hard on you the other night for being a dick. Excuse my language. But let me say this.
Fine.
Even if I give you refraction on the selenium, so if we say that the moon is really
most. No, wait, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, if the moon is really below the horizon, okay, let's say the moon is refracting up, but okay, I mean, look, if the sun is shining on solar panels making volts, if it's shining on me and the trees, street lights done cut out, why ain't it shining on the moon? It's shining on everything else. You know, who cares if it's refracted? It should still be getting light like everything else is. So it's a tough one for me.
I personally think when Globers bring refraction to account for the selenium, that's not even necessary. I think that it's just the obvious answer, but I don't think it's the correct one for selenium. Like if you actually get what if you get where the sun actually is, the position of the moon actually is, the shadow of the Earth would be, I don't think you even need refraction for that.
You say that, right? You say that. But okay, when I first showed the horizon, basically when the sun is the horizon's day lit, okay, but I know the sun ain't up then, okay. Now, like 35, 40 minutes later, you know, that's like 8 degrees, bro. So now the street lights behind me have cut out, and you could see it in my examples, like literally the street lights cut out because it's not dark anymore. So, and I showed one in between. I showed with the sun like coming up over the horizon, but really still you can't see it because of the cloud deck. But then in my final picture, where I did a pan, well, I think I did a pan for each one of them, but where the moon is above the trees, much less the horizon. It's above the trees a little bit, fully eclipsed. The sun's coming up over the clouds. If you look closely at my picture, there's a cloud deck on the horizon. So everything's daylit, and the sun's coming up over the cloud deck, much less the horizon. So I don't think refraction is a good explanation either, because there's no way that they could refract that much, in my opinion.
Yeah, as I said, I'll first model it and see how high the sun and the moon would be, and if that doesn't match observation, then I might need some refraction. But I don't think that's even necessary. I think the geometry alone actually doesn't have a lot of problems with the selenium, even though it intuitively you'd think so. But once you put things into perspective and up to scale,
well, let's say this:
start working out.
That
was the thing with eclipses, or solar eclipses for me at least. Well, go ahead.
Well, let's say that you question the moon, okay, or the sun. Okay, you see the moon above the trees. Okay, well, let's say you question the sun. So let's just do a thought experiment. If I moved 60 nautical miles toward the sun, it's up another degree, and the moon is still at least 1 degree. I don't see how you could even argue that. So now we've got a sun a whole degree further up, and the moon just hitting the tree line. So still obviously above the horizon. So, I mean, that's gifting you.
You're saying both of them
in my
over the horizon?
Yeah. I'm saying if I moved 60 nautical miles towards the sun, then that moves in your world, that moves the moon down. So I'm moving away from it, right? So in your world, I'm moving so you can drop the moon, let's say, to the top of the tree line, or right there towards the top of the tree line.
Someone said yet, right? So
And
we wouldn't have.
now,
It's probably more than 1
yeah,
degree.
but now you got to raise the sun up another degree. So now they're both,
then the moon starts setting.
a good bit above the horizon. A full degree at least.
Not a full degree. I don't think that would happen. I think before you start getting the sun rising, the moon's gonna already start be setting. You might get a chunk of both of them in the sky, but not all of them. And with their
Well, that's
center,
just
both
it,
their
bro. That's
center
just
below.
it. With a lunar eclipse, it's eclipse the same no matter where you're looking at. So that's why I'm not talking about the solar eclipse. I'm talking about the lunar eclipse. If the moon's in the Earth shadow, it doesn't matter where you're at on if the moon's in shadow, it's in shadow, right?
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that. Like, I'm considering the moon is eclipsed, by the Earth. So what I'm saying is you're not gonna find a location where you have both the sun and the moon fully in the sky at the same time. I don't think.
What are you talking about? I just showed it, well above the horizon, bro. Above
moon
the
was
clouds that are, bro. I got the sun coming up above the clouds, above the horizon. Like I showed the sun just like trying to come through the clouds. Like I literally had to wait until the sun started shining up over the clouds, bro. I'm not even talking about the horizon. I'm talking about the cloud deck above the fucking horizon. Like you can see the sun coming up above the clouds. Like I said, you see the streetlights out behind me. You can see daylight behind me.
Yeah, but I thought it was
And I'm right
twilight.
by sea level.
You're saying the sun was already out?
No, I showed twilight. And then I showed like half twilight, and then I showed daylight. I showed 3 different references as it came up.
During daylight, the moon was already still in the sky. Let me see.
Yeah. And then the bitch disappeared, which pissed me off because I had a good 20 more minutes of moon to see.
Right. Yeah, I mean it's hard to say for sure the sun is there. I can assume it is.
All right, fair enough. That's why I said I'll send you where the horizon is in that picture. If you could see, there's a road that goes off all the way to the beach. You'll see a little cut, but I'll have to show it to you. So I'll stop it right there and just show you. Like I'll mark where I would claim the horizons are, and we'll pick up from there before we make any more claims.
Yeah. It would be best if you had like a good manual exposure there, so you can go in both directions. How much you can see of the moon and how much you can see of the sun. That'll be great.
Fair enough. But it
All
will
right,
make a difference, in this argument, if I can show you where the horizons are and show you, even what I'm talking about. And like I said, we could pick it up from there. But I promise you they were both above the horizon. I'm not going to make any measurement claims because I haven't really put a protractor on it or nothing like that, or measured the size.
We can estimate how high the moon is because we can use its angular size as a reference because we know that's half a degree.
True.
We can get a rough angular size visioning of the moon. Without the
it's
sun,
not the moon that's really in question, man. It's the sun that people say about, and it was coming up over the clouds, bro. The camera was kind of washed out because it's shining right into the lens. But when I show you where the horizon is, it might change your mind. It might not. But I'll show you where the horizon is, and in reference to that picture. And then I'm curious to what you have to say.
All right.
It seems like Mother Nature doesn't like to be pinned down, dude. Every test I ever do, it's always something, dude. Like 2 or 3 variables that are worth arguing, dude. No matter what, there's always something with every damn test. It seems like, dude.
I think she doesn't like you. Because I didn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, like modeling. I'm not talking about modeling. I'm talking about like observations and shit, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, I did a
You're gonna,
couple. I mean,
you're just
I
gonna if
count.
you're gonna do math and throw it on a model, then do that all day long.
I mean, I have my section sites, and I have the local gravity experiment. They travel with a pocket scale to get the difference in weight. That one came out nice. I did it
Dude,
only
I even
once, so I
just the
wouldn't
other
count it as
day.
that.
Okay, I just the other day took the digital scale to the 100 to a big ass elevator. Just the other day, man. I haven't even posted the video yet, and I'm trying to record to see if going up just adds a little bit of weight past
No,
the
you won't.
initial acceleration, dude. It just bounces back and forth, dude. It's like
Yeah,
it's
you
fucking
won't.
hard to get exact anything, dude. In reality,
No,
man, you got to set things up so precise.
no. With difference in altitude, that's gonna be much harder. I ran the math for that already. You could go from the bottom of the Burj Khalifa to the top of the Burj Khalifa, and you're gonna have a hard time finding a scale that would pick that difference. But if you're going from, like, say the tropic to near the equator, which is what I did, then that's a much more readable difference. Fortunately, my
I
scale
watched
couldn't pick
Richard
up.
Hopkins do it at 4 different latitudes, man, and it was inconsistent. And I trust him, man, but I didn't do it myself. So I'm not going to lay no money down or nothing like that. Pretty accurate with the tests he's done, experiments, and he showed some variations in that claim. But I haven't done it myself, so
Yeah, I've done it, but I
I'll find a
don't
happy
anymore.
medium between yours and his claim.
I think I'm gonna grab something to eat. So, yeah,
No.
nice talk this time. So, see ya, Brian.
Yeah, I gotta go, man. I'll take it easy.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Yo, Alpha. How you doing, buddy? You good?
Yeah. What are you guys up to? Where's the ballers at? Is it just us again?
I rounded them up and pushed them off the edge earlier, mate. That's what happened.
Oh, they fell off the edge. Yeah.
Let's go.
We got aspiring resident baller, Gamma No Hack.
Wow, that's interesting.
Nah, he usually clams up when I'm around. He doesn't get on the mic.
Can't hack it.
Yeah, he knows I'm not gonna talk about space and all that because he can't provide evidence of it. So that's his only one of his go-to moves.
Do you need a napkin? There's like drool drooling from your mouth right now. I can get it for you.
No, I need evidence of the Earth being a globe. Do you got that?
I do have a challenge though. It's $5,000.
Challenge.
Yeah.
5,000.
Yeah.
No, you don't got that. You don't got that kind of money. You don't got that.
Really, I don't.
And besides, yeah, if you were to put that money where your mouth is, you'd lose it. So I wouldn't want that.
I would.
No, you wouldn't.
Let's just recap real quick. His question was evidence for a globe, and you went, I have a challenge. Doesn't sound like evidence for a globe.
That's true.
Yeah, because I'm really I put a lot of an effort into making this challenge, right? And no one seems to want to do it. Like, if it's so easy.
How many ice cream cones can you eat in an hour? Like, what's the challenge? Like, if it has nothing to do with this like topic, why would we even want to know about it?
I mean,
Why?
it does. I'll send it to you in your DM. Just hold on.
Really? What are you gonna try to do, man? Like, what's this challenge? Like, I don't know why we gotta play secret games. Like, why can't we just like tell everybody what it is?
Oh, I already did. Like, I've pretty much sent the image like every hour at this point in the chat.
Every hour. What are you doing?
I mean, what am I doing?
I'm on the move. Yeah, I'm on the move. I can't be looking at stuff like that. What do you got going on? What's this image? I'm asking for what you got. I don't know what.
All right, I want somebody, one observer at the South Pole, or the North Pole, not the South Pole, at the North Pole, and they are like directly above like a Polaris or below Polaris, and somebody else in a different latitude, like two other observers in a different latitude, or just one really, and they both observe position of Polaris, and the baseline is the distance between the two observers, and the angle is the elevation angle from the baseline to Polaris for the observer, right? And that
What are you trying to provide? What's that all gonna like? I don't even know what What is your outcome supposed to be? Like, can you just say like, is that gonna provide evidence that the Earth is a globe geometrically? Like, well, what are you doing? Two people see, or three people see three different things in the night sky, and then, what does that mean?
It means that the Polaris would have to be in a different height at the same time for all different observers, which wouldn't make any sense, obviously.
Well, it's not going to be at the same time because they're not all going to see nighttime at the same time. That doesn't make any sense.
Wait, are you saying that three people can't be in nighttime at the same time on different latitudes?
Well, if you have different people where daytime is happening for them and not night, they can't see the stars.
Yeah, that wasn't like a requirement for people to be. Everyone will be in nighttime. That's possible, right? Are you denying that people can't be in the same latitude, like lower latitude? And
people, yeah. If that's the case, then what's the point? They're all seeing something in the night sky. What is?
I don't get it. So what? Some people might see something, some people might not. What are you saying?
Thing is that
What is this
it'll
proving?
be at a different height. It'll be at a different height for people, which doesn't make any sense.
So,
How can something be in a
so
different position at the same time? How does that work?
that doesn't matter. Like, what are we
It does.
talking about here? Just no, it doesn't. Why does it matter? Tell me why it matters.
Because then it means that this elevation angle nonsense that you guys always chant doesn't work on a flat Earth.
We're not chanting
Yes.
it. You guys are. You guys are talking about celestial navigation provides evidence that the Earth is a globe. You guys are chanting it, not us. We're just telling you that it just directly shows that you don't need a globe.
Really?
And that's why I'm telling you this. Yeah, really. That's why I'm
proves that you
telling you
need a
this is
globe.
not evidence.
If you do it on a
No,
flat
it
Earth,
doesn't.
makes sense.
You're doing it. You're doing it again.
Same
You're
time.
making it sound like. You're making it sound like you have evidence of the Earth being a globe via looking at stars. That is silly. Silly. You don't need that. What you gotta do is stop looking at stars and start measuring the ground, which you won't do because you know that you can't do it. None of you can. Not you,
Why are
not
you?
Scott,
You're
not
like super
Matthew,
red
not
herring.
anyone.
This is like, is red herring your
I'm getting
favorite
you
foul?
to admit the fact that
No,
I'm getting you to
no.
admit the fact that if you wanted to spend your $5,000, you'd rather go and measure the ground and end the argument once and for all. Because if you wanted to put a stake in the heart of flat Earth, that would be the thing you need to do, right there.
Why are
Not
you
look
doing?
at a
Why are
star.
you Mr. Red Herring? Mr. Red Herring here.
It's not a
Can
red
you?
herring. That's for
Yes,
you
it
to
is.
realize.
You're like,
You
oh,
can.
well, I
Okay,
can't do
so how
this.
do you? Okay, all right. Let's not do a
something
red
else.
herring. Let's not do a red herring like you said. How are you going to provide evidence of geometry by looking at a star's angle? Tell me right now. How are you going to do that? Geometry. How are you getting that from looking at a star?
The difference
Go
in
on.
angle and the base, like this is just trigonometry, man. Like, there's nothing complex.
Yeah, no,
I'm
it's
trying to.
not. You're only seeing the angle at which the star is in the sky. So what? I told you how are you giving me geometry to the ground? I want to know how the surface is curving.
No,
Not how
that's
you're
why we're
telling me
assuming a
what
flat
angle the
Earth.
star is.
That's why we're assuming a flat Earth. That's
Assuming.
why.
We're not
Yes.
assuming. We're not assuming. We're not assuming.
Are we knowing?
No one's assuming anything. Yeah.
Okay, so then if we know the Earth is flat, then why do these conflict? Why does this
Because you
conflict?
said
Why can the Polaris be in the
listen.
different at the same time?
You just finished saying trigonometry. Can you do triangles on a curved surface? Yes or no?
Yeah, you actually can do spherical trigonometry.
You can do a triangle, so you can have
spherical
you can have a
trigonometry is a
90.
thing.
No, dude, you see, you're being disingenuous because you know you can't get a 90-degree angle. Yeah, you can't get a 90-degree, dude. Gamma, you can't get a 90. Would you stop talking and let me finish telling you? You can't get a 90-degree angle on a curved surface. You know that. If you know how to do triangles, one of the angles is not going to be 90 degrees, which is going to be the one you need.
Why are you lying? Just because you say something doesn't mean it's true. Look up spherical trigonometry. This is like very well understood.
This isn't spherical trigonometry. You're not already assuming the surface is curving. You're trying to provide evidence that it is.
Okay,
That's why it's not spherical trigonometry.
Why then if the Earth is flat, why can't you do this measurement for me, please? I'll give you money for it.
Because it's not listen, dude. The
I can't
baseline
do
is not
the
curving.
measurement because the Earth is not. See, okay, yes, I'm saying you should assume that it's flat.
It's not an assumption, dude. If
Do you not know what an assumption
that
means?
the baseline, yeah, Gamma, do you want to go ahead and just say what you want so I can talk? Get it out, man. Say what you want. Hurry up so I can say something.
No, I'll let you say something.
My God. All right. So the adjacent of the triangle is the baseline. That's the floor. How are you going to use that if it's curving? You're assuming that the Earth is a globe and then saying that you're getting angles to Polaris.
No, I'm not assuming it's globe. I'm assuming it's a flat.
That the surface is curving using that's what if you don't know the tell me that. How'd you do it?
No, I'm assuming it's flat. I'm assuming it's flat. I'm literally letting you say that it's flat for this experiment.
No. Now you're now you're telling me I want to know how you already, with spherical trigonometry, that the Earth is curving. How did you figure that out? You didn't know that the Earth is curving because that's what you're trying to prove with your star angle. Yet you're using spherical trigonometry already. That means it's already baked in. Your assumption is baked in already, Gamma.
No, it's
So
not.
you're using spherical trigonometry. Yes, it is. It's baked in already. You're Gamma. You're assuming. Listen, dude. You're assuming that the Earth is curving. So you're using spherical trigonometry.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. How did you? Yes, we're asking. We're asking the question: how is it curving? Not already assume that it is, and then use your assumption to say that using spherical trigonometry shows that the angle of Polaris is going to give you the idea that the Earth is a globe. That's dumb.
That's not
we
true.
wanted you to prove.
You said that you can't measure. You can't have a 90-degree angle on a sphere, and I said yes, you can. It's called spherical trigonometry. It's not in this equation at all.
Yeah, but that's not
trigonometry in this scenario.
That's already baked in. You're
No,
trying
it's
to say that the Earth is curving. You're saying that the Earth is curving. Therefore, yes, it. Dude, what is spherical trigonometry? How do you use it? No, you're not. You're using spherical trigonometry to then presuppose. My God, dude, get it out. Hurry up, because I hate you interrupting when I'm talking. Just say it.
All right.
Go.
I am
like listen to me, and then I hear you. Just tell me.
Yep. I'm letting you assume that there is a flat baseline between these two observers. I'm not trying to bake in. I'm not trying to do a gotcha. I'm trying to get you to observe the height to Polaris from two different observers. I just want that. Like, this shouldn't be hard for you to understand.
Optical positions of Polaris will have to match its physical position for all observers for that to work. I told you this yesterday, and you just keep doing a reset.
Yes, optical positions will change. That's a good thing. We want that to happen so we can observe the angle difference.
If you're not observing the same physical position,
God, dude.
it's all moot, you dumbass.
No, and once again, you're using spherical trigonometry. You keep saying that over and over. We can use spherical trigonometry. You clowns always come in here saying that. Well, that's already baked into the question that you're trying to figure out: is the Earth a globe or flat? It's already in there. You're presupposing using spherical trigonometry. My God, dude!
Because you're just saying lies. You're not saying.
You always do this, dude. Yeah. Do I have to mute you so I can finish? Do I have to do that?
It is
because
not baked in.
I let you. Shit, dude. Just go ahead. Go ahead. Fuck it.
It is not baked into the. Do you know how trigonometry works? Like, you need to take the tangent of this angle, right? Like, that is not spherical trig.
Tangent.
Yes, opposite.
What are you a tangent to?
Yeah, you don't get to use that. You don't get to use spherical trig or tangents until you've established that you're actually on a sphere. That's the point these guys are trying to make.
You're making out this point, man. Unfortunately, you made his point in record time. You said tangent, you invoked a curve, the same one he's asking you to prove.
Oh my. This is a flat right triangle. I'm not saying it's a curve.
Don't use a tangent line.
What?
Tangent
is
to
a
what?
No, tangent is a trigonometric function. Do you not know that?
Okay. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Patronizing. It's becoming annoying.
Because these people are implying that that tangent is like has to assume that it's curved, but it's not.
No, what's the
Depends
tangent
in what context
to?
you're using it.
What's
the tangent is opposite adjacent. The opposite would be the height to Polaris, and adjacent is the baseline between the two observers, which is known.
What's the tangent to again? When you're using, say, a nautical sextant, where's your tangent?
In this diagram, I'm not talking about using a sextant.
No, we're not talking about celestial navigation then.
I was not talking about celestial navigation. I was talking about measuring
the
height to Polaris.
To stars regarding Polaris.
I mean, I wasn't saying that you needed to use this. This doesn't have anything to do with celestial navigation. This is just an observation of the height.
Still waiting for you to tell me where the tangent is.
Where the tangent is. Do you know what tangent is?
Yes, I'm asking you where it is.
Okay, so then you don't know where tangent is because
I want to know what your tangent is that you're drawing. I know the one that you should be drawing. I want you to give me the answer. I don't want you to tiptoe and fucking tap dance around it, mate. I just want you to give me the answer. Don't ask me a question. Answer mine.
All right. I'll answer your question. Tangent is not a where; it's a function.
Yes. My goodness me. So there is no tangent line to a tangent point, the intersection of a curved surface?
What do you... Tangent line? No, I'm not talking about tangent line. I'm talking about tangent as the function.
Fair enough. No problem.
You're talking about sine cosine ratio,
Yes,
basically.
yeah, that doesn't.
Yeah, okay. I screwed that up. That was my bad. I sent us down that path.
Yeah, but he still shellacked himself because he said that two observers, there's the adjacent is connecting them. So he's done. Yeah, you're
What?
done. The adjacent is not the adjacent. If you're presupposing using spherical trigonometry that the adjacent between 2 points is
I'm
curving,
using spherical
you're done.
trig. Why are you still going on about that? I never said I
You
was using
said
spherical
that.
trig. No,
You
I
did.
didn't.
Like,
Go back on the tape.
Did I bring it up? I didn't bring up
Go back
spherical
on the tape.
trigonometry. You did.
Go back on the tape. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Well,
Okay,
can you
so
start being a
everybody
little
just
bit more clearer then? Before you can do that.
everybody just heard me say spherical trigonometry because I brought it up. I'm pretty sure that's the way it goes, right? That's how it went down. I brought it up. That's why I'm
No, you didn't. I brought it up by saying that spherical trigonometry exists. Yes, I said it exists. I didn't say we're using it in this scenario.
Yeah, who cares?
Exactly.
Who cares?
So why are we hung up on this? I never said spherical trigonometry.
Brought it up. Dude, you seriously don't know? You're not aware of the conversation you just had or having?
No, you aren't. I never said that we would apply spherical trig in this scenario. I
Then
never
how
said
are you
that.
gonna know? How are you gonna know that you got angles to Polaris then? How? Without it?
Assuming a flat baseline. I already said that.
Okay, so we're using a flat baseline and we're going to measure an angle to Polaris. Okay.
Yes.
What's the problem?
That the apparent height of Polaris will change. Not the apparent height, actually the observed height, measured height will change.
Okay. Will it be
it'll have
closer to
places-
the surface of the Earth when it's, say, 15, 20 degrees above the horizon as opposed to 80 to 70 degrees above the horizon?
Well, it'll be at a different height from different, like, let's say you're at 30 degrees latitude and you measure the distance. The height of Polaris is lower.
Okay.
And then if you measured it at 60 degrees, it would be in a different position. So is Polaris in two different positions of the guy's head?
That's perspective, isn't it?
No, that's not perspective.
Yeah, it is. Something in
That's
the
what I
sky,
told him.
distance from it, it's going to appear to descend downwards towards the horizon the further you get away from it.
We want that. That's what we need for the problem to complete, like, trig, right? I'm saying...
I've really got to point this out. When we're doing celestial navigation and trying to figure out our distance between us, the observer, making the angle observation, to the ground position of the star, we're not interested in the height of the star. We can't solve for that function. Now, we can use basic trigonometry to solve for this function, but that's not what celestial navigation does.
And I never claimed this was celestial navigation.
So what's the problem then?
That Polaris would have to be at different heights at the same time for one observer. For one observer, not both. Because I get
how can one star be at different heights at the same time for one observer? Please explain that clearly.
Yes, please explain that clearly. That's the whole crux of this challenge.
No, I'm asking you to explain that. You said for one observer, Polaris appears at different heights. As the observer moved...
Yeah, same problem with the globe, kid. Are you aware of that?
That's a problem with the globe?
Yeah, it's the same problem. You know, whereas we say that the height might change, you guys have Polaris moving laterally along the other axis. Because you assume Polaris is infinitely far, so the rays are parallel for everybody observing it on the globe Earth. So you have Polaris moving over as somebody moves from the north to the equator.
That's what this is, because it's basically infinitely far away when you're doing, like, trig for this on a globe. But on a flat Earth, this would make no sense. You'd have to have different.
Right. 8 minutes past the hour. You see how Polaris has to move over compared from the guy underneath it to the guy at the equator?
Yeah, can you show an example of it, like a picture?
Yeah, 8 minutes past the hour. I posted it in chat. Check it out. That's your claim.
Yeah, what is wrong with
Polaris
this?
is moving over, right? Why is Polaris moving over on a globe?
What do you mean? Like, why is the angle to Polaris changing?
Yeah, like why is it above me when I'm above the ball, and when I move to the side of the ball, the Polaris moves over?
Because it's like basically locked in a position on top of the globe, right?
Well,
like it appears.
How come it's not forming an angle to one position? How come I've got multiple different angles to different positions of Polaris on a globe?
Because if you were to draw a line straight to Polaris to the globe, it would appear right at 90, like on the North Pole.
Okay. Same with flat?
Yeah.
All right, what's the problem?
Yeah, he's not getting this. Like the fact that you're doing celestial navigation doesn't provide evidence that the ground itself is curving. You have to assume that it is. You're using the model of the
right.
You're using the model of the celestial sphere. So the sky itself is like a dome of perspective. That's what we've been telling you this whole time. It's the dome of perspective. So you're seeing the sky that way. You're not looking at the ground. Listen, the ground is not itself the thing that you're seeing that's curving. It's the sky. So the sky itself has that degrees of angle, just like a protractor. When you see a protractor, the protractor is shaped like the way we see. The ground of the bottom of the protractor is flat. That's the baseline, and the top of the protractor is the curved dome. That's how you see. That's why you're measuring in those angles that the protractor is showing you. Because if you put a protractor on the ground, it's a flat baseline, and the top of the protractor, it's the degrees that at which you see. That the protractor is an evidence of flat Earth. It's not one of a globe. But what we see in perspective. So the observer is looking at the world around him like it's a dome of perspective. So the sky itself, the celestial sphere, is what he's looking at. And you said infinitely far away. That's what the celestial sphere is. It's an infinite radius. So everything that the... Huh?
Nothing. Continue. I'll let you.
So yeah, it's the model of the celestial sphere is what you're basing all of this on. But it's a model. The model is what you're basing reality on. The celestial sphere is not exactly a sphere. It's never been proven to be that. It's a model. It's a concept. It's an abstract. It's useful. The convention of that, how it's been being used, it's useful for us pointing things out. So a protractor is like the perfect choice for someone who's going to actually measure these angles, because you're using a flat baseline just like a protractor is, with a dome of perspective. The dome is the top of the protractor. It's measuring in degrees of angles. It's really simple. Like, I don't know why.
It's intuitive, right? Kids get this stuff, and we've got some great applications that portray this model great, like Stellarium.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a flat earther using. There's nothing wrong with a flat earther using like Stellarium or any other of the other apps. It's perfectly fine, because the ground itself. You could assume that the ground is curving, but you don't have to, because all it is just your perspective, where you're at in your location, how you see things in the sky. That's all it is. It's nothing more. Nothing more.
Hi, gents and ladies. I'm sorry. Could someone bring me up to speed with this Polaris thing, or just send me a link, maybe? Or
no,
if you want to,
you can just listen to the. It's simple. The angles to Polaris provide evidence that the Earth is either a globe or a flat Earth. That's all it is.
I see. Okay, fine.
So that's all it is. There's nothing more. Nothing more.
Oh, so it's kind of like it doesn't help one way or the other, right? Is that?
No, it really doesn't. But it favors flat Earth, though.
Oh, it does.
What it is What it is just people saying that the Earth is a globe via this idea, and there's no way that you can prove that the Earth is a globe.
I
So we
just
walk through
don't know
people
much
the
about this.
process of acquiring the angle. The process of acquiring the angle is what's important to us. It's not just thinking about facts, it's about thinking about how those facts came to be. So when you take an angle measurement to Polaris, you first have to know that you're dealing with angles, which are first straight lines. Secondly, you're using the celestial horizon as a base of reference, which forms one baseline, which is flat. And you've got the angle going up to Polaris from there.
Sorry, I don't understand any of that, dude.
Okay, well, sit back and let the adults talk.
Yeah,
We're
we
all
got this.
having a conversation, dude.
Well, that's a bit rude, but okay.
Well, you jumped in, mate, and the conversation's gone. So
you're the
maybe
one
you
that jumped in,
get back
bro.
to the person that we were talking to, and then you can understand by listening. I'll help you.
Yeah, you want the spotlight on you because you're coming in here because you like a lot of theatrics when you're in here. That's fine.
That's all he is. It's just attention seeking.
Yeah, he's attention seeking. He's like the rest of the Glovers in here who come in here to attention seek. And then when you don't get your way, you cry like a little baby in the chat. I'm getting muted and blah blah blah. But you still keep coming back because we're the #1 channel, so you've got stars in your eyes. You want to get attention on you, on geeks, because you're portraying a character right now and you think it's kind of cool.
Let's go
You
back
do your
to our
little
friend
drama
who's here.
thing.
Quickly ask the Globers a question.
Yeah, but there's only one Glober. Geeks isn't a Glober. He's just a drama queen.
Geeks is just a funny guy, you know.
He is a fun guy. I like him. I know he's an acquired taste. I like you, Geeks. Now, our Glober friend. What is the problem? We've had several people ask you what your issue is right now with the explanations and information that we're providing.
The change in height, like I already said like 1,000 times, like the height would change. Yeah. And also, why can't
Polaris also moves in the globe model, right? It moves over, and then you just say, well, it's infinitely far. But you still have the problem where you've got parallel rays coming at a ball, and so you have to make these assumptions about what Polaris is and where it is. So we don't do that. We don't make those assumptions. We just treat reality as is.
So why can't
using the celestial sphere?
Nobody triangulates Polaris, globe or flat. Nobody is triangulating where Polaris is. So you can start with that.
So why can't
and then compare the two?
Why can't somebody on below the equator observe Polaris? If what suddenly stops them from being able to see?
Didn't we? I think we said this before. I don't know why it seems like you have trouble when we say it. It's perspective. It's what the observer sees at the location that they're in. So you can't justify it. You can't justify it by saying that, well, because he doesn't see it, the Earth is a globe. That's how that works. You can't do that.
Right.
So
first Polaris goes behind mountains, and then it goes behind trees, and then it goes behind little blades of grass because the angular size of reception is so small.
Right.
So Polaris is like really close.
I want him to get this. I want you to get this, Gamma. Do apologise, mate. I've been trying to get him for a couple of minutes. Maybe you can't hear me so well. But you understand that when you look down a corridor, the ceiling appears to descend downwards. You do know that, right? Now, why is that? Is that because the surface that you're standing on is curving, which is making the ceiling curve also? Or is that descent downwards with distance just because of perspective?
This is a false equivalency. I don't think the
No,
object
we're talking about things in the sky that with distance appear to go downwards.
Yeah, how far away is like
it's perspective?
So Polaris is like really close, like airplane altitude,
my friend. If you're out on a street at night looking down a street and the lights are on, you'll notice that with distance, those street lights get lower and lower and lower towards the horizon. Now, their physical, actual altitude above the surface of the road doesn't change. This is just how you view the world. It's akin to looking at a star that's directly above your head. We'll call that Polaris, and let's imagine you're really cold in the Arctic standing underneath it. But as you walk backwards, going south, looking at Polaris, it starts to go downwards towards the horizon. Now, you can try and use trigonometry to figure out the height of the optic, but with the height of the star or the light in question, and as you receded away from that light, it would appear to go downwards. Your trigonometric function is going to start screwing up.
All right, so
did you understand what I said?
No.
If I say yes, does that mean I concede to all the rubbish you just said, or yeah?
No, you can agree to what I said because it's very, very simple. You don't have to try to be a patronising little bitch to win the argument. We're just dealing with perspective at the moment, and your problem of making observations of Polaris.
So for this to happen, like, would Polaris have to be like 20 kilometers up, like above the
Not
north?
interested in the actual height. We're not solving.
You know it won't work.
You might think that you can use trigonometry to solve for this. No, that's absolutely fine. But you seem to have a problem of understanding perspective of why, with distance away from the star, it appears to go downwards towards the horizon. Like you've never looked down a street at night.
But you know it won't work. That's why you're not engaging with this at all.
I know.
Streetlights, therefore Polaris.
I already know it doesn't work.
I don't think you're conceding how the angles change when you walk away from an object 90 degrees above you. You know the angle's going to change, right?
Mm-hmm.
You understand how angles change, when you're viewing at them from a different perspective?
Yes.
Okay, so you can concede at least, Polaris, if it's directly above you 90 degrees, if you walk away, you're going to see that effect of it appearing to move downward, right?
So how high would Polaris have to be for this to be like?
Can you at least
answer the question?
Yeah.
Can you concede to the angle changing when you walk away, even from anything above you, like he's talking about a street light? If you walk away from that, your angle is going to change. That is a physical, that is a reality that you can't escape. And it seems like you're trying to escape it without conceding.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you
Then
are.
why can you at least concede that your angle changes when you walk away from something directly above you?
Yes, I have no problem with that.
Oh, awesome. So that was a concession. That wasn't nonsense that I was saying. As you just pointed out, you tried to say what I was saying was nonsense and you'd only concede to the nonsense. Are you going to be that disingenuous in this conversation? It's quite simple.
Because you're trying to compare something that's like
Hold
20
on,
meters tall.
I haven't finished. Is it because I'm a flat earther that everything that I say has to be wrong? Are you that bigoted?
No, but I just listened to you guys argue about trigonometry and functions because it was a Glober who said it. So seems like it's going on for me today.
Well, at the moment, you're the one who's being disingenuous. It's just been pointed out by somebody else that it's quite easy to understand. 2 minutes ago, when talking to me, no, it's feast of nonsense.
I said no because you're saying it's a false equivalency of like something 10 meters tall disappearing over like 1,000 or like a couple kilometers.
Does it go down? Does it go downwards the further you get away from it? Is that perspective?
Yes, that is perspective. But what height would Polaris have to be to account?
There it is. You conceded. Yeah, we're good. Now that was the whole point that we were making. Yeah, that's the whole point that we're making. You just conceded. Thank you. We're done. The argument is over.
Yeah, you need to establish how perspective really works, how angles work, how things appear to converge to the horizon. You're not doing that.
How high would Polaris have to be to account for this apparent like position change? That's what I'm asking, please. I'm curious.
No one is saying that in this chat. Not a single person except for you wanting to know
because
that.
You know it won't work.
Well, it's high enough that when we move backwards, we're seeing it appear to move downwards. So there's an obvious shift of perspective when it comes to something closer in the sky, not larger. Or farther. I mean, closer, not farther.
Yeah, high enough.
Won't it work though?
Closer, not farther.
Why is that his claim? Why won't it work?
Yeah,
work.
It won't work because what is stopping somebody on a lower latitude from not seeing or
that's a
stopping somebody from seeing?
Why won't it work? You said it won't work. Why?
Yeah, I'm explaining. Because
I just asked you a question, so start over.
Someone on a lower latitude is farther away. Don't you we've been trying to tell you that your angle changes based off your latitude.
Hey, Gruber, let Heretic take the point, please.
Forgive me.
I just want to know why it won't work, because that's what you said. You said you guys know it won't work, and I'm not hearing why that's the case.
Because it would have to be in different heights at the same time to account for this position change.
No, it wouldn't.
The rate of drop.
Not at different actual heights. It could be in the same position, but not the same optical position. You can't seem to figure out the difference. It's really simple.
Golly.
Oh man. You still haven't told me why it wouldn't work, though. Anyway, really.
I just did. I said that. What? So Polaris is 20 kilometers high. Like when I'm 100 kilometers away from it, and then when I go further away, it's suddenly like 10 kilometers away. So it
He's
doesn't.
trying to establish the height. You're trying to establish the height with where Polaris is according to the ground, like what altitude it is, like above the ground. You can't do that. It's not what we're. No one cares
you
about
can't do that because it doesn't make sense. I know it doesn't. It doesn't make sense to you. Therefore, you can't do it.
So what altitude? All right. So at what altitude is the star above the ground? What is it? Tell us. What is it?
That's why I'm asking for you to do this observation. Don't you like doing?
No. You have something in mind. You have something loaded in the hopper. If you know the answer, give it. What is the altitude of Polaris? How much is it far away from the Earth's surface?
Ain't gonna tell you.
What's the answer?
Depending on what latitude.
Just let him answer. Let him answer.
Depending on what latitude.
What is how far away is it?
Hold on.
Yeah.
It's going to be like 200 kilometers above you if you're observing it at a 30 degrees of latitude. And if you go further away
200
to 60,
Wait,
60,
the star is
60 degrees latitude.
The star, I'm asking how far away is the star from the Earth's surface?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
200 kilometers.
Yep. This is using the baseline being flat and the distance to, or the angle elevation from Polaris to
I think you're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding what I'm asking for. If you think that the Earth is a globe, how far away is Polaris?
Oh, hundreds of light years.
Okay, and so using that, did you figure that out using your calculations?
No, I personally have not used satellites.
No, what? I never said satellites.
Yeah, and I just said I've personally not used satellites to calculate the position of Polaris on the globe.
We're not talking about satellites. You just brought something in the conversation nobody even mentioned. You said satellites. I'm not saying that. I'm asking how you figured out the distance that Polaris is to the Earth's surface. How did you figure that out?
On the globe, I've never figured that out myself now because, like I said, I've not used.
Well, then yeah, all right. So the thing is, you want us to figure that distance out, how far away Polaris is, but you haven't figured it out on the globe. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a double standard, isn't it?
That's just a red herring. I'm asking for you to prove it on your.
No. That's the truth. That's a double standard.
But we're not claiming a distance. We're not claiming a distance. You are.
No, but you're claiming a flat Earth. So, can you, if it's flat, then can you provide this?
So wait a minute. No. So if it's flat, nothing. You can't ask us to provide evidence of something you don't have evidence for. That's called a double standard. You don't have evidence to the distance to Polaris, and you don't know how to obtain it. Yet you want us to do that. Why don't you figure it out on your side and then come back and tell us how far away it is with the claim, and then we'll tell you we can match up ours. Why don't you do that? Tell us how you figured it out. Go ahead. Go see how you can do it. Because you're asking us to do something that's impossible, that nobody can do. And you can't do it yourself either on the Earth being a globe, and yet you're putting that impossible standard on us and saying figure it out.
Yeah, I'm putting an impossible standard on you because the Earth is not flat, so it doesn't work.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's because nobody can figure out. Nobody knows how far away the star is. Nobody. Not somebody thinks that they're living on a globe, or somebody knows they're on a flat Earth. The distance to Polaris is unknown. That's just the way it is.
There's no triangulation finding that. I don't know if you're realizing that. It's extremely difficult.
Right. And where this conversation is going to end up is you're going to say that somebody else figured it out and you trust them. And that's enough for you.
Sort of. I mean, I've used radio telescopes before.
I've talked to you about I've talked about Polaris
it's
before.
a double standard.
Didn't I send you links showing that they don't have an answer?
That pesky parallax. There is no.
Yeah, but so Gamma, you can't say I'm gonna bet you $5,000 on something you don't have information on either. You said you just admitted right now you don't know how to
the Earth is flat,
because
then
you
should
don't
be
know
able
how
to
to
get
get
information, man.
No. That's
I'm
wrong.
so sorry.
Nobody
wrong.
in here is claiming. Nobody in here is claiming. Yeah, it's wrong because nobody's claiming the distance to Polaris. That is what you're saying we need. Well, you don't even
Yeah,
have
because
it.
it's not in your
So why are you
in your
giving that to us?
script because you know it's false. Because if it's not in the
What do you mean?
flat Earth script.
Nobody's claiming that.
This guy's been told for a day what the problem is, and he just can't grasp it. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand that the actual physical position of the luminary does not necessarily equate with its optical or perceived position. Doesn't get it. So it would have to, in order to get its height, all observers would have to be looking at its actual physical position, and all their lines of sight would have to be intersecting right at that. But if they're not looking at that same point in the sky and the optical position is shifted, none of it's going to work, and he doesn't get it.
He needs to go through the 3 points. We need to go back to the basics.
Yeah, I told him over again, Gamma, I've been telling you for weeks now that flat Earth does not make claims to sky magic. That's a globe.
Not claims because it will not fit with reality. I know.
Okay, what was wrong with what I just said?
I'm not
Because
even.
now you're just chanting. This is just rhetoric. Yeah, you're not paying attention. So we've been giving you this reputation for I don't know how long now, and you're not even paying attention to it, and you still haven't understood it. So no wonder. So should we continue to waste our time?
That's up to you.
Well, you're not even going to listen to what we say, because at this point it's just chanting. It's just pure rhetoric at this point. You're just going to continue to say it's not going to work, no matter what rebuttal you get. It's just mindlessly chanting at this point.
Yeah,
Gamma, do you see curvature, Gamma?
He puts an impossible burden on us, and then something that he hasn't figured out on the Earth being a globe, and then says we need that to provide evidence that the Earth is flat. So he's reversing the burden onto us, on top of it being a double standard. So he doesn't need an answer to how he figured it out for the Earth being a globe, yet we need to figure it out, and then it's our burden to carry. I don't think so.
Yeah, he trusts other people to give him his worldview.
It sounds like he's willing to take the burden that it's because it's a globe that the stuff in the sky does what it does. Right, Gamma?
Yeah, because the path of planets and the moon follows globe math, which is pretty interesting, I think.
Okay, so you've gone off of Polaris, now you want paths of planets and moon.
Yeah. Are you aware of the kinematic equivalents to other systems like Neo-Tychonian, Copernican?
And
those don't really predict that well.
Just really
do.
Quick.
Some say they do even better. But go ahead, Heretic.
Well, I don't want to derail, but just before you go into that, then you've gone off of Polaris. Your whole thing this whole time was Polaris. We can't explain Polaris. And as soon as I asked you to come back with your globe conception of what Polaris is doing, you moved to planets and moons. So are you folding on your famous globe claim?
You guys do red herrings 30 times, and then when I do one...
Okay, so you're justifying a red herring. Okay, so you're folding on your Polaris globe claim. Okay, so Polaris is out. He can't use that. He gave up on that. Go ahead, guys.
Oh, yeah.
All right, do you see curvature, Gamma? Do you see curvature? Do you see curvature?
No, I don't see curvature, no. I don't see...
So you can rule that out. Anything, so you've never seen anything to prove it's a globe to you?
I've never said that. I've never seen curvature because that's nonsense.
So you don't have that information. You don't have that knowledge of curvature then.
Yeah, you can't see curvature.
Right. So you don't have knowledge of it. How about Earth spinning?
No, I don't.
No.
I haven't observed the Earth spinning.
All right, that's great. So we can start with that.
Yeah. Well, I think we're all good over here. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Or at least stationary Earth.
No, Flat Earth. It doesn't need to be stationary.
It's not curving, so it's not curving.
He admits that he's not curving, so it's not curving. It's flat.
Some people,
There you
it's
go.
easier to go to stationary before flat, though.
Yeah, but the problem is he was asked 2 questions, Bruber, and he answered
I
them
understand.
sufficiently. He doesn't experience, so that's why we would say welcome to flat Earth, because he doesn't have the evidence that he needs. Not from an observational standpoint, nor a measurement one. So yeah, he's pretty much in there already.
You sound an awful lot like Miggy. Are you Miggy?
We don't need to enable him and say, well, just only stationary. No,
Is
he
this
didn't
Miggy?
provide evidence that the Earth is curving in any way.
Is this Miggy?
Yeah. Are you someone who is banned from 24/7?
No, I've never joined the server, but
This is the first time you've been here.
The logic is irrefutable. You can't escape it. So you're going to have to know either you have the answer to support the claim that you're bringing forward, or you don't. And it's very clear that you just want to be headstrong and obstinate when it comes to you thinking that the Earth is a globe. You don't have any of the answers you're asking for us to provide to you. You don't. You're just assuming that it's a globe, and you're coming in with your assumptions, telling us to provide evidence of something that's impossible, that nobody can provide evidence for, and then saying, "Aha! I bet $5,000 on this impossible task. Now go ahead, flat earthers." And it's like you're reversing the burden onto us because you think that's kind of one of your gimmicks that you use. You think it's an actual argument, and it's not. Nobody here is claiming any distances to any of the celestial objects. No, none of us. Nobody's saying anything about that, except for you.
In a way, it's interesting if the Earth is oblate, flattened at the poles. I mean, how flat is it at the poles? And what square? What area of flatness is it that they're referring to? How flat is it at the poles? If that makes sense.
Crazy. They get so excited about the oblate flatness, and then you ask them to provide the details, and they're like, "Yeah, about 14 miles."
Yeah. 14 miles at the equator, the bulge. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah. Bulge is 14 miles at the equator. Yep.
Right. So what kind of roundness would there be at the poles at all? How flat are they saying is it? If it's squashed and protruding outward at the equator, then what's flat at the poles?
Yeah, it's off by like 14 miles at the equator, which is nothing.
Yeah. So before this conversation moves any more farther with that, there's some new people in here. I think we should ask them if they have any questions. There was a guy that said something when Gamma was talking, so I think he needs to ask some questions.
Okay, I gotta go, guys. Take care. Thanks. Bye.
Nice day.
Yeah. So, new person who's in here, did you have any questions about the Earth being flat stationary? I heard you talking when Gamma was, but
what's their name?
you have the floor. I don't know. They said something. I'm on the move, so I couldn't tell. Oh, I guess they're not going to chime in, but when they have the floor.
I wonder if they ever have questions about their own model.
Yeah, I wonder that too. So since no one is, I want to bring up a question for both sides. If we look at the time lapse of an aircraft flying for 300, 400 nautical miles or even further on YouTube, most of the times you will see, I'm talking about a night sky, so you see the stars and so forth. Why is it that if the aircraft is supposedly flying around the Earth, around the supposed curvature, nose dipping down, so to say, right, while it's literally never dipping down, it's actually opposite. But anyways, falling around the curve or whatever, following the curve, supposedly in their model, why is it that then still the stars appear to be at the same position and nothing more is being revealed? Why isn't that the stars are rising, going over the plane, and you're gonna see new stars? Does that make sense? Can someone understand what I'm trying to ask?
No.
Yeah, we already talked about its perspective, what you see in the sky. So
yeah, but it doesn't make sense on their
I
board,
don't
you
know,
know.
planes. I know, but like adding extra layers of complexity only make it difficult for the argument. So that's what I've said before, Clay. I know you like using the airplane arguments, but they add an extra layer of complexity for people just trying to get to the simplicity of either if the Earth is curving or not. Like we would have to say, let's eliminate one factor in the argument, which is you're on a plane, because everybody that gets on there, you're now on something that's moving, right? You're adding an extra layer of like uh, something that you're gonna have to talk through, because eventually you're gonna be like, okay, let's take everybody's position on a stationary Earth, like not moving, right? Because when you're on something that's moving, you're adding parallax into the equation. So you're now on something that's moving, witnessing something else that's moving on a moving Earth that, if in their eyes, is moving, right? So you're adding that extra layer of putting something else moving. So that's why I always said, and I know you like planes argument because you got a flight simulator and you're using that, but it makes it more difficult, Clay, for somebody to talk to these globers about whether or not the Earth is actually in motion. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So and that's all I'm saying, bro. Like I get where you're coming from. It doesn't make sense, but to them it's gonna sound like it does because they want to use airplanes to provide evidence that the Earth is in motion, and they'll start using Coriolis, and it'll introduce a lot of other factors where your argument wasn't already going there because of how you phrased it. But they'll veer off into the weeds because you leave the door open for them to do that with your argument. Just what I'm saying, bro. I mean, it's just the way I've been around these arguments, Clay. I know your intentions for them to look at what you're saying, but they're going to divert. It's going to happen because they can't refute you, so they're going to start to use their globe nonsense.
Yeah, but that's what they do for everything, right?
Yeah, that's true, but you don't have to add the extra layer of complexity to the argument.
Yeah.
To navigate through.
I understand.
That's all I'm saying. Because it makes it harder for you to, like, at some point you're going to get frustrated because they're not listening. Yeah, they're doing that already. So we have to just point out the fact that an observer standing on the Earth that's motionless, now we're actually working with the premise that takes any layers of movement away, so that it gets everybody on an even keel to say, like, okay, we're all standing on the Earth right now without any motion. How can we detect this motion of the Earth? You know, that's what we're saying. That would be something where they can't escape. They have to provide evidence of the Earth actually moving.
Yeah, but they will always find a way to, get an
Yeah,
exclusive
but they're not going to be able to. Yeah, that's great, but they're not going to use the example of being on a plane moving. They're going to be like, well, I'm not moving because I'm standing on the ground. I'm not going anywhere.
I understand what you mean, man. I also only bring this up when there's just airtime, because there's no global bringing anything forward.
I mean, I get what you're saying. Like I said, for the flat Earth, like, it makes perfect sense. There's really, I mean, honestly, bringing that point up is just, for us, you're just preaching to the choir, dude. We understand that it only can work on the flat stationary Earth that we live on. Like, there's no way, you know what I mean? Any argument that someone brings up that's like one of those arguments, I guess you could say, back in 2017 were really popular. Like, for us, they make sense, right? We don't have to think about, like, how it would be that they think that the Earth is spinning, because we don't need that. None of that's necessary. Navigation on the Earth has always been done on a flat and stationary Earth, practically. Like, the people that are trained to do their jobs on the Earth, they're taught how to do something on a practical basis. They're not taught how to think about the Earth as a globe. That's only the superimposed idea that they live on one. That's not an actual observation or a standard by which they go by if they're going to navigate. They don't do that.
For sure, man.
That's
I mean,
when
you
the
know me.
theoretical physicists step in, right?
If there's a
That's when
glober coming in here, I wouldn't say the Earth is a topographical stationary plane because aircrafts. That's not what I do. And if so, somebody please point it out, because I actually don't do that.
Yeah, I will. I will. It's simple. The argument in 2017 was flight paths work a specific way on a flat Earth because we have an AE map or a Gleason's. So when we talk about flight paths, that only can happen on a flat stationary Earth, because when you go from point A to point B, from airport to airport, we're going to see that the only way that it could work is if the pilot was flying in a direct path to their location, right? But see, that argument falls on its face because it's not a straight path; it's a heading. They're in corridors. They're flight corridors that the pilot has to navigate through. So it's not the fact or the case that he's flying straight as an arrow. You know what I mean? Like, that's never going to be the fact.
Yeah,
So that
I know.
argument,
I know, man.
yeah. Yeah.
That's why, but I don't use that at all. I mostly just refer to what Earth represents itself to be. And it's very simple because it's not deniable, you know. Either you deny what you observe, which automatically, if someone denies commonly observed things through the senses which are given, the eyes, the ears, and so forth, sensory senses, then it's their burden because they're going against what what everybody observes equally. So if you want to then introduce the opposite of what we observe, which is a stationary topographical plane, then you automatically putting the burden on your shoulders, and therefore you have the requirement on your shoulders to prove that it is actually opposite. That's where I put these globals at.
Here's one thing I would mention, and I've been saying this for a little bit now, is that if we're going to talk about like flat Earth in a way that could be very specific to the word flat, I would always say that the horizontal plane of reference is indeed flat. I mean, that is flat as can be, as flat can be. Because when we observe nature, it tries to balance itself out in an equilibrium state to find that horizontal plane that we're referencing. We're referencing a horizontal plane. That in and of itself is flat as can be. And so all things are trying to equalize to that horizontal plane that we are referencing. And that is flat across the plane of existence. So you and I are living in this realm that the horizontal plane is always, so water at rest, right, is always finding that equilibrium state. So we're always seeing that happen. Large bodies of water do not display any convexity whatsoever because that surface tension is showing that the water is being flattened out. So the horizontal plane that we are referencing, like from, let's say, from mean sea level to a specific place of elevation on land, would always be referencing that horizontal plane. So let's just say you draw an imaginary line from mean sea level to the bottom of your feet, wherever you are on land. And I was saying this before, how do you know what elevation you are? You know what I mean? That's how we would know, because mean sea level, the rise and fall of tides, right? The average of that is what we're going to draw a line from that to our feet. From our feet all the way down to the, like, underneath us, where it connects to the horizontal plane that we're referencing, would be the elevation point that we are at. You know, whatever it is, whatever land you're in right now, the mean sea level to your feet would tell you if you're above or below sea level.
Yeah, we see drop in elevation, not curvature. That's the only thing we see of drop is elevation.
Yes, elevation drop, of course.
Yeah, no curvature, drop, elevation.
When we talk about the flat Earth, this is what we are referencing, and that's flat as can be. The horizontal plane that we're referencing is the equilibrium state that everything, all nature, balances itself out to. It doesn't balance itself out to nothing. It has a reference, and that is like, okay, so the vestibular system that all humans have, it balances itself out to the equilibrium state of the horizontal plane. So you're trying to figure out, like, when you're tilting your head, how you know that your head's tilting. That's because the liquid in your inner ear is trying to find that equilibrium state of the horizontal plane.
Exactly.
That we're referencing. So we are referencing this horizontal plane always with water. So if you get a cup of water, right, and you pick it up out of whatever, and you're holding it above ground, it's holding that rigidity But the reference that it's holding the rigidity to is the horizontal plane that we reference in this realm. That's what we say is flat. When we say flat Earth, that's what we're referencing, and that's flat as can be. That's flat. The Earth itself has, distinguishing features that make it, where it's, we got elevation and that. But even sea level, it rises and falls. So we have an average of that, and so we're basing the horizontal plane of reference on everything in nature. Is based on that. Does that make any sense? Because people say, well, how do you get the Earth is flat if you're at the sea level and you got tides that rise and fall? Then you still wouldn't say that's flat, but they're missing the point that nature itself always is trying to balance itself out. And I use the word balance because that's exactly what things do when they're not in a state of equilibrium, which is level, flat, and according to the horizontal plane. Can you guys see now that we've been using the arguments this whole time, but when we say flat Earth, we do actually mean flat Earth. The flat horizontal plane that we're referencing, that all of nature is trying to balance itself out to, is that horizontal plane. I make the argument for that because we've been saying it this whole time. It's just now the Earth itself will display that horizontal plane because we are on one. So, I mean, yeah, that's the rigidity. Everything, like the reference that we're saying everything holds rigidity to, is the horizontal plane that we're on. Everything, all of nature. Your vestibular system is kind of tuned into that, and when it gets thrown off, that balance gets thrown off. What happens? You fall down, don't you? You lose your balance. But if you're completely balanced out, you know exactly what straight is or up is, because we're always referencing. Otherwise, if we didn't have that, what would we reference, right? What would we point to and say that we're balancing ourselves out to? What are we balancing out to? What are the bubble sextants like referencing? Yeah, they're level. They don't need anything to, like, in their immediate case to reference anything. But obviously they're holding some type of rigidity to what? What are they holding rigidity to? And that's what we're saying we're referencing, is that horizontal plane. Anyway.
Gravity.
That's the case that I'm making for. Yeah,
the downward vector.
That's just a bunk argument.
I know. Yeah, I mean, us referencing all our lands to sea level, I mean, that clues you in. The ocean is the biggest level we can compare to.
Exactly. And people they'll say, okay, you flat earther, but if you're saying you're basing everything on sea level, tides rise and fall. Now what, flat earth? Like, because now we got things that are not holding that level that you say that you're using, but see, that's the rub. If they're trying to make that an argument, they're going to fail, because they're going to say that that's not a way for us to measure flatness. How do you measure flatness? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would still say that water can experience elevation changes just like land can. And so when you say flat, you still have to find a foundation line. But yes, the surface can rise above and below sea level, but there's still a foundation of level.
That's my point. Yeah, that's the horizontal plane that we reference, that all of nature is balancing itself out too.
Oh yeah, I'm with you all the way.
Because birds don't fly upside down; they fly right side up. How do you know that?
Yeah.
So there's all of nature is like trees and everything's holding a balance. Nothing grows sideways. It's all, you know what I mean? Like, everything's growing like the way it's supposed to. All of nature is displaying this balance. And the ecosystems at work, the flow of water, from high to low, flow happens because we have elevation. But all of these things are ways that everything's trying to seek its balance. And the balance
it's just higher levels
in the chat.
Higher levels to lower levels. I mean, a lake, a higher level, and you're right, seeking another level. It's just seeking lower level.
Yeah, look what I posted in chat there to do with waves, right? That's what Alpha's talking about.
See.
Yeah, water
Oh, yeah.
in motion and disturbed cannot display what we see, but all of nature is always trying to find that level, always. So when in motion, water is not displaying it at the moment. But when not moving, right? When we got hydrostatic equilibrium, we understand the simple fact that all of nature is heading towards that equilibrium state. All of it, everything. So there's a balance, right? And I like to use a word because it's a play on words, but it's also a pun. But I'm saying it so that everybody can understand. When we say flat Earth, it's in reference to the horizontal plane that we always say we live on. So people say, "Go ahead, flat Earth." What's flat then? Because you got rise and fall of tides, you got elevation changes on land. Earth's not flat. How are you measuring this flatness? Right? That was one of the Bev arguments, isn't it?
Yes, it does. When I do bring up salt flats to people, some of them do actually question that, and they go, wait, what is a salt flat? And when you say that there's no derivation of terrain, 1/4 of an inch from 40 square miles, you get a little bit of turning. When they start thinking of salt flat, they do have to result to, okay, well the Earth is so big, so then they'll figure out that's the only explanation is okay, it's just size then. Yeah, salt flats make me think about it, but I still know the programming of, well, you don't understand size.
Yeah, I would say this though, even with scale, I would say there's a bit of variance, okay, even with salt flats, with using solid ground, because we know land topography is a thing, right? So
yes,
even if that's the case, when it rains on those salt flats, water that remains flat level on the surface of the ground will always display no convexity. So
that's
we
true.
will understand that elevation change can occur even with the smallest amounts, right? So let's just say you had the argument of the salt flats, right? Just dry land. Well, you might lose ground. I'm always using puns, but you might lose some ground on the fact that you can have a derivation from flatness because of the fact that you're going to use this idea that you're on land, right? So you're on land. That's going to be a bit of variance of whatever, minute as it might be, but it still will be a variance. So therefore, your argument won't stand that it is the ground itself is all like it's referenced as zero curvature, because you'll have some sort of slight elevation change even with the soft flats.
Yeah, and you will imagine, have. No, go ahead.
Right. So we have to be forthcoming with saying, yeah, of course, on land, right, when we have topography, there's going to be slight variances in elevation change, even at the salt flats. But that's not the argument. The argument is the horizontal plane that we are referencing. So all of nature is trying to find that balance, even land. So when we say the salt flats, we're going to also introduce another factor. Let's put some water on these salt flats, like when it rains. Now we got something to say that is flat. So the water sitting on that, even the elevation change, salt flats will display no convexity, no elevation change, because the water is always going to sit on top of whatever it is the earth is that's containing it. It doesn't matter if there's a bit of elevation change underneath, the water itself will remain flat to the horizontal plane that we're referencing.
Right. So and that's where you can take scale and say, now just take that small salt flat and extend that to a larger scale. And that's what we're viewing as a flat Earth.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct. That's where you take the scale up from that point, but not from
reverse
the
scale on them.
Itself.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to take it from where the water is contained within the small local ground of what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's and that makes the argument. That makes the argument right there. But before, it was still insufficient to completion, because we had to. That's redundant. But I would say that you'd have to make it to where there is no way out. Like the only way out is understanding that the natural state of things, when they're trying to find equilibrium, is the horizontal plane that we reference, which is flat Earth. So yes, the Earth is indeed flat. To say that we're referencing a flat plane of reference. So
yeah, and all those instruments. And all those instruments reference the azimuth, which reference the horizontal planes, the theodolites, the sextants.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, Rascal in the chat.
What Rascal say?
Rascal in the chat, right? And I'm going to strawman him just a little bit, right? He's saying we need gravity for that.
Oh man, that's a. How come Rascal doesn't want to come in and speak?
I don't know. Yeah, he needs to come in here and tell us. Make your argument, Rascal.
I was hoping to ruffle his feathers a little bit and see if he can talk.
He's just too interested.
What he actually said was you need gravity for levels to work.
Well, actually, you need a container.
Yeah, so what's
he's
gravity?
Talking about gravity. He's talking about gravity in a colloquial sense. Has he parsed out whether he's talking about little g or big G? Little g being the effect of gravity and big G being the causation of it. So in the globe earth paradigm, they're married to each other. You can't have one without the other, right? And that's the issue. The problem is, how are you going to have something that's married when you don't understand the cause of an effect? So you need to understand, did you provide evidence that the earth as a globe has a cause and effect relationship, and that you can understand both? Because we can all talk about the effect all day long. We can quantify it. We can say that is what we see when we drop a pen in the medium of air. All of that is kind of understood and established. Industries use this information. The equation is used. It's got great utility. That's awesome. But now the causation of it is what we're talking about in this instance. How do you know the cause of gravity is what they're claiming it is? The bending and warping of the fabric of space-time. You have an issue, right, that you can't resolve. So you're in the same boat with us, saying that the gravity, or the specific gravity, relative density, is such that we can quantify the object and medium relationship. That's all good and well, but the fact that you're saying that there's a cause to that, that's the problem that we say that you can't provide evidence for.
That's the most gibberish I've ever heard in my entire life. What does that have? Like, are you asking me to demonstrate causality?
Yeah.
Claim.
Yeah, that's impossible, right? Nobody can demonstrate causality. It's something that we assume to be the case through various observations. So it's impossible for me to demonstrate. It's impossible for anybody to demonstrate causality. So that question is just like beyond ridiculous.
What did you mean? Levels need gravity, or levels don't work without gravity?
So levels operate by gravity, right? So when the level is placed on the surface, the bubble will move according to the highest point of the tube, indicating the direction of gravity. That's how bubbles work. Levels work.
Yeah, but how can we whittle past that concession?
What?
Yeah. Yes. Oh, no, sorry, real quick, but it's impossible to prove causality, but then you went straight from that to a cause claim.
Yeah, it's impossible to prove causality. We infer causality from observations that we make of the world. But like, I'm not saying something that's controversial or that's like not understood in like the philosophy of science and philosophy in general. Like, it's silly to ask that question, right? It's like asking me to defend It's like asking me to defend a metaphysical position, which everybody knows is impossible.
I agree. Listen, I can agree with your assessment of that, but that's not what the average baller that comes in here would come in and actually say. They don't say what you're saying now. You're actually, but that's the problem.
What does that have to do with the conversation, though?
That's the issue, because the conversation entails. All right, so the conversation. All right, so can I get to the point? The conversation entails the fact that you're going to have to provide the evidence of gravity being established as the cause and effect relationship of how we understand the physical and natural world to be. So if you're going to say gravity,
I can demonstrate that by holding up an object.
Hold on. If you're going to say gravity, you're going to have to explain how gravity, being the effect that we see, has a causation married to it in order for you to claim that it's doing something that you see happening on Earth.
Demonstrate causality again, which can't be done, right? It's something we infer from like observations, but it cannot be demonstrated in any sense, right? Because it is in fact It's because causality, right, might not even actually exist, right? It might be a sort of phenomenological issue, right, where human beings experience reality in a particular way, and it's a factor of our observation, right? So like it's impossible for me to demonstrate.
It's a real shame for your cause claim.
It's
Thank you.
impossible for anyone to demonstrate causality. It's just something that we infer, right, from observing reality. I can't demonstrate causality. You're asking me an
You won't be the
impossible
one
question.
demonstrating your you won't be the one demonstrating your cause claim then, because it's impossible. Okay, thanks.
Wait, are you saying that that it's impossible to demonstrate causality of anything?
Yeah, it's impossible to demonstrate causality. There's no known method by which you can demonstrate it. We can only You can only observe it to be the case, right? It's a phenomenological distinction.
Yeah, he's my favorite baller. He's my favorite baller, this one.
No one could do that. It's impossible. We infer it.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back.
Yeah, I don't think that means flat.
I think P-Dub's making barbecue, man. I don't know what are you in the mood for, but
So how does the sun and the moon work on the flat Earth?
Well, it's impossible to demonstrate causality.
I didn't ask you to demonstrate causality. I asked you how the sun and the moon work.
You have to cause them to work the way that they do. It's impossible to demonstrate, so I guess I can't show you, just like you can't show me.
You what the cause is, right? Or what? I'm not asking you to demonstrate that.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
I'm not asking you to demonstrate that causes have effects. I'm asking you what your model is.
No, dude, you just asked him for what causes the moons to, like, how do they work? You're asking how does something work?
I'm not asking you what like whether or not cause effect is a reality, right? What I'm asking you is what is your model of the moon and the sun? Why is it like you can't tell me what it is? Like you don't have a model?
Yeah, I'll tell you. No, I'll tell you. It's simple. The celestial sphere is the model that all the things that we see in the sky are mapped to. Celestial sphere. You can look it up.
What is that?
Yeah, just look it up. I gave you a word, two words.
It's not my job to do your homework for you when I ask you a question about what your model is, right?
Really, dude?
Like imagine if I was like, no, just look that up, like for any kind of position that I hold to you. Like that'd be silly, right? Why would you engage with somebody who does that?
Well, here's the thing, though. I don't know how much you know about the world around you, but and how perspective works. But that's how everything. Because I'm going to tell you.
I'm asking you about your position, not mine. So I
know that, dude. But if you don't let people talk, how are you able to hear the answer? You have to stop talking and let somebody else talk, and then they'll tell you the answer instead of you being excited and anxious. All right. So basically, all of reality is being the way we observe it, right? Our perspective, it can be modeled in the way that we see the sky. The model is the celestial sphere. So our eyes see in the perspective. Do you want to keep saying? You know what? You have the floor. You got it.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
But he was in the middle of it, and then you kind of jumped in when you didn't need to. So you understand what you understand what you. You're right. You understand what you did. He was in the middle of it.
When he said it a few times, I asked, "What's the celestial sphere?" It's a clarifying question. I don't see what the problem is.
Well, because all three
overly sensitive.
But all three times, you come in and you interrupt right in the middle of it, and he's so close to being finished, and then for some reason you can't contain yourself.
In the meta, I don't care about the meta. Let's finish it then. I'll shut up and he can finish.
All right, well, try to contain yourself, buddy. We're all just discussing. We're not arguing here.
Okay,
don't come in with hostility or anything. It's all pleasantries.
Okay, what's the celestial sphere?
I wish that were the case, Bruber.
Oh man, you can't absorb anything that's coming in like this. I mean, there's too much, emotional hostility for some reason.
I'm not he's got a lot of talking about. You're just gaslighting me now. So can we get to the?
No, I'm just observant.
Meta anymore? Can we just answer?
All right,
yeah,
let him finish.
On the meta. You focus.
It was just a lighthearted. It was a lighthearted observation. That's all. Come on.
Actually, I was insulted several times, so it's kind of weird that I'm being.
Let's just move the conversation forward. All right, so if we're talking about a celestial sphere, then everything works off of angles of degrees in the sky. So imagine, if you will, a protractor. I don't want to speak too far into it if you don't know any of the things that I'm saying. Do you know what a protractor is, sir?
Yeah, I'm an artist. I use protractors all the time.
All right, so you know that it has a flat baseline and it's got like degrees of angle that you could use, like if you wanted to, draw something out or whatever. You do understand that, right? The flat baseline on the bottom of that protractor, right?
It's used to scale.
You get what I'm saying?
It's used to scale things.
Yeah. So basically,
flat.
yeah, the base of the protractor is flat.
Circular tool.
Huh?
I have several of them. They're circles with dials on them, and you move one in the other direction for scaling. They're all circles. I don't know the flat.
Yeah, that's fine. But your basic protractor is going to have a flat baseline as to which these angles that you could see in degrees, right? You could see that on a protractor, right?
Some of them, not all protractors have that. A lot of protractors are just for scaling purposes.
That's fine, but the basic one that I'm speaking of, right?
Yeah, that's the most common protractor.
That's a good one. The one he's talking about works wonderfully.
Sorry, guys. This is
all right,
becoming
Jedi, can you take this argument, please?
No, I want to tell this gentleman to again stop interrupting. And the point of, I've got a spherical protractor is not the point, sunshine. It sounds like you've got to jump in, put your 2 pence worth, and honestly, it's just deflecting.
And I responded to the question. Are you like that?
Dude, if you're going to talk through me, I'm just going to mute you. And that's what's going to happen for the rest of the conversation. Every time you interrupt with a non-point, a red herring, something like that, I'm just going to mute you. So I'm going to take you off mute right now, treat you like an adult. It's up to you whether I continue to treat you like an adult. Alpha, you got to take this, mate, or somebody else.
Yeah, so he asked me a question, and I responded to the question. Okay. I don't understand how I'm interrupting when I respond to a question. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, so basically I was just telling you what a simple protractor is, and you go off and obfuscate to, all protractors aren't that way. I'm not talking about all protractors, but you do understand the one that I'm speaking to you about, right? Yes or no?
Yeah. What's the? I don't get how this is going to tell me about the sun and the moon under the Earth model.
So I know that, but you have to let me tell you.
I'm waiting.
Wow, dude. No, you're not. You're anxious to speak. At the moment, you think you can interrupt.
I've said like 5 words.
Somebody mute the clown. Dude,
you're going to have to be one mouth and 2 ears, buddy. One mouth, 2 ears. Use the ears.
You don't really know how to stop. That's the problem with you.
It's all right. I've put him on mute. You finish your point. When you finish the point, I'll take him off mute. Looks like I've got to treat him like a 5-year-old.
Thank you, Jedi. All right, so basically what it is all you're observing the sky is with the celestial sphere is basically standing like you would on the ground with a flat baseline. So the flat baseline is the bottom of the protractor. The model of the celestial sphere is kind of like what we would consider a dome of perspective. That's how an observer would view the world. So they view the world in degrees of angles to everything in the sky, and it works just fine. Everything in the sky would appear to be at a specific degree, like certain stars, right? Constellations and so on. So
Hello?
Did you get cut off?
Hello?
What happened to him? Did you get cut off?
Testing one, two.
Oh,
am I back?
You're back. Welcome back.
Yeah, no, I had a phone call interrupted me. So basically, the celestial sphere is modeled in the way that a protractor is kind of the way an observer would see the world, the physical natural world around him. So everything that you see is in degrees of angles. The celestial sphere works just fine. It is just that, though. It's just a model. Okay, so it's based off of how we observe the world with perspective. And that works exceedingly well because that's how we see, right? And of course, different times of day or atmospheric conditions can kind of enforce a bit of different perspective changes, right? And so it depends where you live. You'll see a different night sky, different constellations, and all of that because you can only see so far in the sky, and it looks like everything converges to the eye line. So this celestial sphere, for all intents and purposes, works just fine. I mean, we can use it on programs and map things out in the sky, and it operates just well, right? But the sky itself may or may not be curving, right? But the model itself helps us identify how we see. So the celestial sphere, when you go look at it, right, you can look it up and investigate more on the topic, but it in and of itself is how we see things in the sky, and it works just fine. So we don't need to think about the Earth curving because that's not what we see. We see the Earth just as it is, right? So when we are trying to yes
Oh, forgive me. No, that was I should have been on mute. Forgive me.
So basically, this is what happens when people are talking about the Earth as a globe. They're saying, I'm looking at things in the sky, and because I see things in perspective with the celestial sphere, the model, right? Then I can say the ground is the same way as I see in perspective of the sky. So they're trying to superimpose the sky being something that's how you can see the ground being. And that's just not the case. Because first of all, if we're going to stand on the model of the celestial sphere and say, yeah, well, it works for our perspective, but at the same time, if we're going to use it for the ground, well, in that case, the ground is something tangible. We can work with the ground. We have to establish how we know what elevation changes are, how we know over distance, how much predictable amount of curvature there should be, and so on. The conversation shifts from us using a model with perspective to now understanding how we know specific elevation changes happen on the surface. So what we have here is either we can measure curvature over vast distances, or we can establish a horizontal plane, which is the bottom of the protractor, which I discussed. So if we have a horizontal plane, then the bottom of the protractor works just fine. So we can say the Earth is as a flat plane, everywhere we go. With elevation changes, if you're on land and over waters, you might have the rise and fall of tides, but you're always going to establish a horizontal plane of reference. So that bottom of the protractor will stand to reason as how we would say the realm of the Earth we live in is flat and stationary. It's not moving. So the stars above us are moving and can be modeled after the celestial sphere, and the Earth itself is a flat baseline like the bottom of the protractor. And that's really what I wanted to say, because when we get right down to it, that's what we can tell you can use as well. And it works just fine. Everything works exactly the way it should, degrees of angles to celestial objects and such. So there's nothing out of balance or out of place with me telling you this. So go ahead. I'm done now.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about how the Earth and the Sun and the Moon work according to the flat Earth model and that, because that's the question that I asked. I don't know what you told all that stuff for. It was irrelevant to the question that I asked you.
No, it's poignant because I said that the whole celestial sphere, all the objects in the sky are modeled after that celestial sphere. Sun,
okay,
moon,
great. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. You're still not telling me.
Yeah.
So how big is the sun? How far away is it? What's it made of? How big is the moon? How far away is it? What's it made of?
All right. So the rigor that you're trying to apply to this conversation hasn't been done for the Earth as a globe for your position, because they tell you.
I don't know why that's relevant to the question that I just asked you, though. Right? I'm not asking you about my position. I'm asking you about your position.
The Earth is flat.
It's relevant. It's relevant because it's relevant. Hold on. I know it's relevant because every time you start talking about these things as knowns, you say, well, I might have the information to substantiate what the sun is, the moon is, and all of that stuff. But then when we're talking to flat earthers, flat earthers now explain to me what those things are. So you're wanting to, So
I want to know what it is according to the flat Earth position. I'm not asking. I know what my position is. I'm asking what yours is. It's irrelevant.
I know that, but
in relationship to yours, you're doing a lot of work to not tell me not to answer this question.
No, listen, dude. Listen. Nobody. I'll say it this way. Nobody knows what they are. Hey, can I finish? Nobody knows what those things are. All right, where are you at? Because I'm done with you interrupting me. Who are you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait.
Go and have your soy latte and shut the fuck up, you little bitch. Just listen.
Jeez.
Right? Fuck you.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's hard.
Can you shut the fuck up? You have an amazing mic tempo. You have an amazing mic tempo.
If the Earth is flat, can
right.
someone explain solar eclipses?
We're not yet, balls.
They're not going to explain it. They're too fucking stupid to explain.
No, we're not. We're giving you explanations, but you guys are hotter than the caller.
You're not giving me any.
You're coming in hot. I mean, you're four at a time.
Hold on. So everybody in here right now, just chill out, right? So I'm giving you explanations, but the thing is, you want to know what those things are. You've been told a story that you don't understand if it's true or not. So that story is what you're coming in here and saying, I have a story about the universe, right? The star, the sun, the moon. So when you have a story, and if I was to ask you, how do you know that story is true? What would you tell me right now? You right now, the speaking lady that you just finished saying something.
Yeah. I can
How do
explain.
you know? Okay, so how do you know how do you know
I
what the
look
sun is
around me.
by the information?
I look around me.
Really?
Yeah.
I look around me as
And
the
I
answer.
I look at evidence for it.
What's the evidence for the sun being what it is on the earth as a globe?
When I
What is
look
the
up,
evidence?
right. Wait, hold on. I'm not saying I'm not coming. I was just wondering why you guys believe this because I was saying if the Earth is flat, why is there solar eclipses? Now that's
Okay,
my
so
question,
now let's.
right? Now
Okay, so
I
check
didn't
this
say
out.
the Earth was a complete
Check this out.
globe yet, right? I didn't
Check
say
this
that
out.
yet.
Yeah, check this out. Hold on.
But
Check
what
this out.
the evidence that I've been
So
given.
you've been.
Hold on, you
I
asked me
know.
to
I heard
explain
you.
my.
I heard you.
Look.
I heard you. I heard you. I heard
Oh
you.
my
I
god!
got you. I got you.
I didn't even
I
get to
got
it.
you.
You
So
asked the
I
question.
got
He's
you.
going to answer.
I got you. I know. I got you. You don't have to go any farther and kind of detail. So basically, you're just asking us how's the Earth flat and stationary. You're brand new to this whole thing. I get it. So what we're talking about is the Earth itself being referenced as a flat and stationary plane. The plane of existence, the realm that we live in right now, is flat for all intents and purposes. Now, everything is trying to find that equilibrium state to the horizontal plane, right? So if we're saying that water lies flat and level, at rest when it's not moving, right? You could find that all water seeks its level, and once it finds its level, it's actually level and flat on its surface. Now, if you were to scale up, let's say you were to take it to like a lake or an ocean or something like this, you would have a flat horizontal plane over the surface of that water. Well, so the all of Earth, right? Even your vestibular system. I was talking about this earlier before you entered. Everything is trying to find its equilibrium state to the horizontal plane that we are referencing here on Earth. So that's all it is. Basically, the Earth itself is flat and stationary, not because we're saying the Earth is paper thin, like a flat piece of paper. We're saying that the horizontal plane that we're referencing is flat all across the plane. So like if you're pointing to a cardinal direction like north, south, east, or west, you're actually pointing horizontally to a specific area. Like if whatever country you're gonna go to or fly to, or take a boat or whatever, that's gonna be straight across. That's not gonna be like around a curve. Like let's say for instance,
And can I ask what's
I
the
just want to
evidence
use
for this?
yes. The evidence is that there's no measured curvature anywhere on Earth, like as if it were a globe. So the globe itself, it still hasn't been like there's no rigor applied to like what the drop over distance would be on the Earth curving with the radius of 3959, a diameter and a circumference. Like so, all these metrics that they give you how big the Earth is, it would stand to reason that we could, if it was possible, measure the curvature of the Earth because we have the metrics of how big it is.
Okay,
So
I just did a little Google search just to see if
yeah.
you were very right. Now I may be wrong about this search. Go ahead and prove me wrong if I'm wrong. It says the polar equatorial radius of the curvature is I can't read that. The Earth's prime vertical. Yeah, it says like there is a curvature. So now I'm confused. So
Yeah. So listen, them saying that there's a curvature and them actually telling you how they ascertained that information are two very different things. So I could
so
tell
you're
you,
saying they're wrong?
I could no. What I'm telling you is they haven't provided evidence to you how they ascertained that information. Like how did they get that? So if that
Okay,
would be incumbent on
here's a
that
Princeton
would be
University study. Here, I'll send it to you.
that would be incumbent on you presenting that information of how
Yeah,
they
here.
ascertained that
I'm gonna
information.
send it to you right now. So this is a Princeton University study explaining how they measured the curvature of the Earth. But if that's wrong, go ahead to prove me wrong. Go ahead and prove it
Yeah,
wrong.
so that Princeton EDU that you're going to bring up is telling you how to look at sunsets. And listen, I want you not to just for a second here, just indulge me for a
Okay.
second. You're
All right.
putting information, right, that you haven't looked at yourself. You're just chucking information at us without actually knowing what the information says. And I
Well, no,
think
I'm
that's
reading what it
detrimental.
says. It says go to a
Hold
place
on
where
a
you can
second.
easily view.
Just hold
Okay.
on one second. Just
All
hold on
right.
one second. So the reason why people get hot and bothered
It's
is the
bloviating.
fact that
And you're
when
such
they
a
think
bloviator.
when
Like nobody can even
they
talk. You
think
just bloviate. Bye.
dude, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you, guy. Not
Just
talking to
go
you.
ahead, dude.
So
Just go ahead,
basically,
man.
when they come in here, they want to present information, and I get it, right? Because you like, dude, provide to me evidence how the Earth is flat and stationary. If this evidence is showing me that the Earth is curving, and the problem that I'm having
Right.
is that people that do that, they're giving me information that they haven't even understood themselves. So
Right.
it becomes an
Wait, can I
issue
just
because
can I sorry, can I just say something real quick? So we came into this conversation, right? And you said, well, this is the reason why the earth is flat, right? And I said, well, okay, well, I have evidence here that suggests that it's true. And I've been provided with more evidence that the earth is a curve. You haven't provided me with enough evidence to present that it is flat, right? So now I'm asking you for evidence. I've
we
looked at the
haven't got
evidence.
there.
Wait,
Providing
We haven't got there.
you're providing
We haven't
concepts,
got
not
there
evidence.
yet.
hold on.
We
So
haven't got there
These,
yet.
these are
I
concepts, miss.
I
These are
understand. So now what you're saying is that I'm not going out. I don't understand how they're making the measurements. I don't understand how
No,
these
no, no, that's
measurements
not what
are.
I'm saying. Hold on. I gotta
Okay.
stop you.
All
I
right.
gotta
Go
stop
ahead.
you.
Go ahead.
We're not saying that. What we're saying is just bear with me for a moment. It's gonna
All
be
right.
hard because I know there's a lot of energy.
All
So
right.
when you present something like you say, okay, you tell me how the earth is flat, I'm telling you, okay, I'll go through it with you, but you're gonna feel like I'm wrong, and you're gonna want to search out on the internet how I'm wrong. So you're gonna chuck information at me that you haven't looked at, and you're gonna think you're right by doing
Right.
that. And I told you it's detrimental to your position in this argument because
Okay.
you think you're right and you don't know that you are. So we're gonna get into
Right.
this whole fallacy of
Mm-hmm.
begging the question. So we need to
Mm-hmm.
first establish how what I'm saying is correct. Not
Okay.
for okay, so for okay, I just gotta say it will sound like a debate on the onset. And you're gonna be
Mm-hmm.
feisty, like I need to prove you wrong. You just wait. You have to wait till it
Okay.
unfolds and then you can understand. So hopefully, listen, I hate to do this, but I'm gonna have to pass the buck to somebody in here. Hopefully somebody can carry the point with you and continue because I gotta put gas in my car. So
Oh.
does anybody in here
Okay.
able to take this conversation forward? Because I
Well, I
can.
mean, the diagram you presented shows a clear establishment of what perspective is. And have you actually looked into perspective at all yet?
I do know that the perspective of like the way that we see the sun and the way that we see the moon and things like that is a lot different from what's actually being like what's actually presented in the universe. So I know that perspective plays a big role in how we see the moon, the sun, the earth, and
Well,
the axis and
everything.
the curvature of everything, right? So I do know
Well,
that,
no,
right?
wait a minute. I'm talking about the perspective of anything you see that goes in the
Mm-hmm.
distance. Uh, there's an angular size change. Do you know what that means? Do you know how things get smaller in the
Smaller,
distance?
yeah, yeah.
Okay,
It's
and
like
you
the
know
solar
that there.
eclipse, right? The sun looks smaller, but the moon isn't actually completely covering the moon. It's simply just looks like that because of our perspective. Yeah.
Well, I mean, from what they say,
Right. Are you
from the model
talking?
of the,
Are you
from the,
talking? Are we supposed?
excuse me,
Are we talking
excuse
about
me,
five?
excuse me,
Are we
from the
talking?
heliocentric model, they
About,
say that.
All
Are
right,
you
one
are you?
second. Let me check who's interrupting. So you guys
yeah,
can
it's me.
converse. Who's interrupting the
It's me, Timbo.
May?
He's gone
Timbo,
from.
your mic is like barely audible.
Okay, I'm just letting him know that she's talking. We're supposed to be talking about the. Now they're talking about the sun and the moon.
Okay, well, just let him talk then.
No, because Miggy was discussing the celestial sphere, but as a perspective celestial sphere because there's multiple. It's not just that one, but who was it? The lady ball.
Mm-hmm.
Joy? Was it Joy? And who was
Yeah.
the other guy? Brober. Was it Brober?
What's up? Yeah, we were discussing. We were talking about eclipses.
Don't worry. Let's see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, because you were referencing that you see an eclipse, you see an object in the sky move across another object in the sky,
Right.
and you were equating that to being on a curved surface. Is that right? Because I'm trying to.
Not necessarily. I was just saying that when you are looking, that's a perspective, right? I was equating that to be that being a perspective, right?
But yeah, that's why I'm trying to figure out why you were saying like by looking at eclipses you can figure out you're on a curved surface.
No, I was just saying if the Earth is flat, how does an eclipse happen? Like, is it just the fact that we look up
I
on a
see.
flat surface and we're
Well,
saying like, because I think that when you're like on a ball, right? If we're on a ball, we're looking at the sun and the moon. It'd make more sense. But if we're on a flat surface, I feel like it would be higher up in the sky. That's why I kind of I have a mental image in my brain, and I'm trying to understand it pretty much. But we
well, I
don't
mean,
have to, we don't have to talk about that. We can just talk about like why you guys believe the Earth is flat. That's what I'm trying to understand.
I mean, he was mentioning that observably we don't measure any curvature. The only drop that we would measure, because if you were on a ball distances away from you, you would have a measurable drop of curvature, right?
Mhm.
It's a forced drop. The only thing we do measure is drop of elevation. You understand that, right? So from one elevation to the next, you'll have a drop because the terrain will change.
Mhm.
You know, so what he's saying is, you know, we're not measuring any curvature. So that's a big reason why people believe that the Earth is not curved, is because at any elevation you don't see it, and that we're comparing it to water. When you look at water at any scale, you know, when it's at its equilibrium, it's level. You know, you understand that too, right? Like you see
Right.
how water is level. So people are making the connections, saying, "Wait, if this is this way, and if we're seeing this representation of reality, how is this working on a sphere now?"
But I
You
also,
know, so
yeah. But I also
how
heard
is
that it's not
water?
necessarily a sphere. It's more like an egg shape kind of. I heard like Earth is more of like
Well,
a.
I've heard that too. I've heard everything from oblate spheroid, which is chubby at the equator and flat at the poles. I've heard what you just mentioned. I've heard hollow Earth theory. I've heard Pac-Man. I mean, there's so many models, and you know, it just shows people are questioning. But you need to take this question this passion and drive. I hope you're applying it to the heliocentric model as well, like learning your own. Okay, because sometimes people come in here and they want to just pounce and dogpile when they
Well,
can't
no,
represent
I
their
wanna
own beliefs.
gain an understanding on as to why people believe this. I mean,
Well, I
maybe
did
that
tell
I've
you a
just
few
grown up.
reasons, right?
I've heard that I've grown up and that it's just been, I guess, brainwashing. Or I've heard that they want us to believe this so we don't travel places or stuff like that. I've heard a lot of theories from flat earthers. But when I come and I do the looking myself, I see horizon distance, the visible horizon. You know, the curvature of the sphere. I see. I guess it's just
Where have you seen the curvature of Earth, though?
I've
Because
just saying, yeah.
everyone's
So
trying to
like
find it.
for example, if I go up on I guess a mountaintop, right? You can look and you
You're
can see, right? Continue.
unfortunately, I don't mean to interrupt, but unfortunately, even on your model,
Mhm.
your planet is too big to see the curvature from
Mhm.
that elevation. You can't see it. It's too big on that model.
So
So
are you saying that since we can't see it, it's not there? Is that what you're
no,
saying?
what's happening is you're witnessing perspective on a plane that has massive amounts of topography changes, a density gradient with the air. You're seeing optical phenomena. What you're seeing as a horizon, is probably an apparent horizon even.
I
You
mean,
know,
also, like, I've seen, like, when I've gotten on a plane before, I would look out into the window and I could see curvature. So I would
well,
be,
Yeah, think about this. Think about. Let me just interrupt, but think about this
go
for the
ahead.
young lady who's speaking. So if you're talking about seeing curvature, and if you did you see the curvature yourself, or are you saying other people have seen
no.
curvature?
I was
Well,
on a plane. I was on a plane before oh, okay. So I went across like an ocean and I went across like some mountains, right? And when
Can
I
I make
look
a
out,
point?
when I've looked out into like the airplane window, I would see curvature. Ever since then,
Okay.
I just kind of haven't been able to
No,
All right.
understand
Can I
Now,
make a
I was.
point?
I'm.
Can
I'm.
I
I'm
can I
only.
say
I'm only.
something?
Mhm.
Yeah, hold on. I just want to say the only thing that I was saying that is because I had to identify whether it was you seeing the curvature or somebody else by proxy, someone else. So for me, I think I just want to establish the point that if you did see curvature yourself, that's
Mhm.
something to be said, right? So
Yeah,
then,
yeah.
if you did, like, let's say you saw something, right, and it was curvature, do you think it at all possible that if you saw that curvature from an airplane, that we could measure that curvature? I just want to make that
Yeah,
statement to you.
yeah,
Do you think it's
I
possible?
yeah, I think so.
Okay,
It
so
has to. I mean,
now
yeah, that's
the
what I
next,
think in my brain. It has to be. Good, continue.
okay, right. So the next logical step is who has measured that curvature that you saw out of your airplane window? Who was that person or people? Who's done that?
Well, you asked me, do you think it's possible for us to measure it? Not
Yeah.
if someone has measured it.
Well, that's
Can I
the
make a
problem
point
though.
here?
So if somebody was to do that, who would that person be? So like now, either something looks like it's curving or it actually is curving because we measured it. Measurement is a standard by which you can know something has sphericity to it. The consequent of a geometric shape is such that the surface would be doing what you say it is because you saw it that way. And if you saw it that way, then you could measure it that way, is what I'm saying. That's the only thing I'm saying. So now we can't bypass that. We're going to have to look to see who's measured that curvature that you saw from an airplane window. So that's the next logical step. So who has done that?
Well, you could also find the makeup of the window to realize the acrylic inside has layers that produces a fisheye lens that produces a distortion of the horizon.
I know. Hold on. Wait. That's a different topic. No. Don't go away. Don't go away. Stop.
I know the measurement. I know the measurement thing.
Wait.
I know
Hold
what
on,
you're doing.
Ruber, wait.
I get it.
So just wait. All right. So I don't want no diversions from what I'm saying, because then she's gonna get confused. Don't do that. So here's what we're saying. Who's measured that curvature? Let's stay on point. We can't lose the point.
There was so I looked up who's measured the curvature. There was Eratosthenes erected a pole in Alexandria on the summer of the solstice. So yeah, I think there's been a person who has measured the curvature, but that's
Okay, but think about this. Think about this, right? When I asked for the question, you didn't know the answer until you looked it up.
Yeah,
So
because you
currently,
didn't you asked me if I saw that
I
the
know.
Earth
I
is
know I did.
curvature, right? And you
I
said,
know I did.
do you know someone who has? And I haven't measured it.
Right.
I don't know anyone who
Right.
has measured it, right?
So
But I
here's the
know
thing.
if you look it up, you'll see that someone has. So
I know, but
what is
here's
your
the
point?
thing, though. Here's the
Yeah.
thing. What I'm trying to point out is the fact that you only believe that it's been measured up until this point in your life. So the only time you really the only time you really started to look into it was right now. So I'm making the point that you didn't know that information prior, and I would reckon to say that you don't know that information now, but you think you know it because you just read 5 seconds of what you saw on something, but you don't know. This, and I know this is what the point that I'm making is that everybody comes into it this way, and our position is people should already be established, like at least with some kind of knowledge of how they know the Earth is curving. Well, you said you
Did you
saw it,
know the Earth
but
was curving? Did you know the Earth was flat when you were like
Just a
eight?
No, we all come from the same position. We all we've been told a story, right? All of us have been told a story that the Earth is a ball, and we all think that it's curving. We're thinking that, right? We don't look into it. We think it's a foregone conclusion. In our minds, we establish the Earth as a globe because we've been told that it's one, not because we know that it's one. Right. And so and you're honest. You're honest. Like, I appreciate your honesty. That's one thing I got to tell you. Right. But this argument that we're in right now is established by facts. It's established by things that are known. So if we don't know something, right, then we have to investigate how we know what we don't know. That's called critical thinking. And
So
that's what
has
I wanted you to
anyone?
engage with.
Yeah. So now I'm trying to understand. Has anyone provided anything that explains there is no curvature?
Yes.
Yeah. We
Okay.
measure that all the
I
time.
jump in on this
Okay.
alpha, please.
Now,
Mine.
can someone show that to me?
Yes.
Yeah, hold on.
most
Jedi wants to get in here. Oh, hold on. Just
So
hold on.
it's the kind of the
Go ahead.
crux of the issue, and we don't mind showing you the evidence that the waters of the Earth that are observed, and they are measured with laser transits to lay horizontally, which is a huge problem if the surface of the Earth, which is 72% water, is said to be curving. We should be able to observe and measure over distance that water curving. I can provide you with over 20, 30 laser tests done by flat earthers, non-flat earthers, and militaries and universities that demonstrate over distances of water that water is not curving at all. The water lays horizontally. If you would like that information, I can most definitely give it to you.
Yeah,
But
go
we
ahead. Give
yeah,
that.
sure. I'll post a couple in the live stream, or would you like me to DM them to you? I don't mind,
You
Mitch.
can DM them to me. So but the thing is, I'd understand, right? If you have a massive ball, right? What I see in my brain, if you have a massive ball that has water on it, I don't think it would be possible to measure the curvature of the water. I would like to find
Yeah.
something that measures the curvature of the land.
Yeah,
In
I get.
that sense
Listen,
too.
I get what you're saying. But the problem with that is, then how did they figure it out in the first place, Ball? They
Yeah,
have to have figured it
they
out.
put it on the
Well,
ground.
so no,
Yeah, but
right.
Go ahead, Jedi. Go ahead.
Let me just elbow my way in here. I do apologise. So according to the math, we should be able to observe and measure curvature. The radius of the Earth is only 3,959 miles, which means a couple of things about that surface. That surface would deviate from horizontal from point A to point B at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So that means after 1 mile between point A and point B would have descended from point A's horizontal by 8 inches. Over 10 miles, because it's a curve, it gets exponential, that's 66 foot. Over 100 miles, that's 1 mile of curvature.
Right.
So that is something that we should most definitely be able to measure. Say over a distance of 10, 20, 30 miles with a laser transit, we should most definitely be able to measure the descent of that water, or that curved water interrupting the laser hitting the target at distance. It's quite simple to understand.
And we can do that on large distances when it comes to slope. So we can measure the Earth sloping, which is causing water to move. When you're saying, yeah, I can't measure curve on the large distance, well, we can definitely measure slope on a large distance. So I think we're seeing a lot more. If anything, we're seeing slope, not curve.
Yeah.
You think the large
the
river?
most important thing. Yeah, the most important thing that we talk about in here is about critical thinking, Vol. Well, the only thing that we do in here is challenge people to the notion that at the end of the day, we don't care if you still think that the Earth is a globe. That's not relevant. What we're doing right now is challenging your critical thinking as to how you know that the Earth is a globe. So when it's challenged, you start to think about, like, wait a minute, I've only thought I saw something, but then I don't know who's measured it. And so we're
But I
drilling down
do
to the point
know
that people.
who's measured it, though.
Okay,
No,
so
you just
let me ask you.
No, you don't.
Let me just ask you that the fact that you just brought up an article, like not only 10 minutes ago, with something you didn't know, is evidence of what I'm saying that you didn't know.
Right.
And so you're
But if
now
I look it up,
walking back. Hold on,
But you
hold
don't
on, Paul.
understand. You don't
well,
understand what you're
wait.
saying,
My
though.
question is, Mike. Okay, so you're saying that I don't know because of the fact that
No.
when I came in here, because when I came in here, I only looked it up because you guys asked me. But now that I did look it up, I do have.
Do you
I do
understand it?
know.
You
Right.
know a
I
story.
do.
You
I
know a
do know
story,
in
but
some sense that no. My point is, I do know someone has measured it. Do I know how they measured it? No. Is my point? I understand that. I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But do I know if someone's
That's
measured
what
it?
we're saying.
Yes.
But if you don't know
No.
how could you
Gentlemen,
speak with
please.
conviction that someone did?
Sorry,
Well, do
gentlemen.
you guys know if someone
Hold
measured
on.
the
Let
curvature?
Jedi come in. Go ahead, Jedi.
Right. Sorry, I do apologise. Try to slow this down a little bit so you understand. So excuse
Okay.
me, gentlemen, from elbowing my way in. So being as you've just Googled Aristosthenes, do you
Right.
understand the premise of what he's doing?
Yeah. So what I think I understand here is that they're measuring the radius of the curvature
Circumference. It's not
of the.
curvature, it's the circumference that he's getting.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
So pretty much, I get your point. I don't understand how they measured it. So how am I supposed to know if
That's
they did?
absolutely fine. No, that's absolutely fine.
That's correct. That's
There's
fine.
there's a few things about Aristosthenes. He's not measuring the rate of curvature over distance. He's measuring the circumference of a circle. Now, a circle's two-dimensional object, right? It's a planar object. It's not a sphere. He's invoked a sphere because he's measured the circumference and radius, I'll give you that, of a circle. Now, he's measured this by using shadow lengths and angles to the sun. Now, this can be done on a flat Earth. In fact, if you maybe had a little bit more time or we pushed in the right direction, you could find other Aristosthenes-like experiments, quote unquote, that were done by the Chinese at about the same time. Understanding that the Earth is flat and just getting the circular path of the sun above the surface of the Earth. What Aristosthenes has done, and I'll try to be really quick, please, I do apologise for speaking so much, but bear with me.
It's okay.
What Aristosthenes has done, he's got a well, or he's standing under the light at a known time of year. It's 90 degrees above his head. 500 stades or 500 miles away in Alexandria, there's a pole, and it is casting a shadow. Now, this can be done on a flat Earth. You can literally do it in your living room, and you probably experience this all of the time anyway, where you stand underneath a light source, it's directly above you, and you cast no shadow until you lift your feet up, the shadow's directly underneath you. And then you walk away from being underneath that light source. And as you walk away, you can literally watch your shadow increase in front of you. That's akin to being underneath the light source and moving 500 stages away and noticing that you've got a shadow. You can do the
Right.
same thing in your living room, and you can do the same thing walking down the street. Doesn't mean that the surface of the earth that you're standing on is curving. You can do exactly the same thing on a flat earth. Now,
Right.
I'm not the only person to say this. We can reference people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who says the Aristotelian experiment, yeah, that can be done on the flat earth.
Right. So pretty much it both experiments that he's done can be done on a flat earth, either curved or globed or whatever.
You're going to get
I
the
mean
same
curved or flat, excuse me.
Yeah, yeah, you're gonna get the same effects. Aristotle makes a couple more assumptions with this. One of those would be the distance and the size of the sun and the light rays being parallel. The other way to explain this is a local light source, and the light source is light rays being divergent. He's going to have no understanding of the distance of the sun 2,000 years ago. He can only make an assumption. Remember, he thinks that the Earth is a ball, and he thinks that if he uses this particular math, that he can prove the Earth is a ball. But all he is measuring is the circumference of a circle. A circle is two-dimensional. A sphere is three-dimensional. He just invokes the circumference to a sphere.
Okay, I think I get what you're saying. All right. So with all this being said, let's say like since I don't really know anything at the end of the day, I really don't, right? Because I don't know any math and I'm pretty done with math. So even if someone did come to me, even if a flat earther or a globe person came up to me with two different sets of evidence, I wouldn't be able to decipher which one was more probable because I'm not good at math. So let me just say, like,
Paul,
if
you're
yeah,
smarter than you think you are. I just want to say that. Don't ever feel like you're not smart enough. You're smarter than you think you are. We're
yeah,
not in
but
this chat to make people. We're not in this chat to demean people. We want to uplift them and show them that they're smarter than what the rhetoric is telling you is a story. And once you realize that you are smart enough, you're gonna figure it out, and you're gonna know that you've been lied to this whole time.
yeah, but
Anyway, go continue.
they were with that lie, right? Let's because I've heard like why would the government lie about the earth being flat? Like why?
Oof.
Like
There's probably a good few answers to this question. But every answer that we give you is going to be a speculation. Like, we haven't gone up to these people and asked them directly why they are lying. Obviously, we can only speculate on this issue. Obviously, there's possible things like, do you know what? Maybe if the Earth is flat, maybe there's more land and maybe they're hiding extra resources. I tell you what, these space agencies, they're a good way of making money and filtering that money into private funded research into, I don't know, other military ideas. There's a good few reasons. Maybe one of the reasons is because the Earth is a spinning ball orbiting around the sun in the universe, and that universe came from somewhere and it was created by the Big Bang. Now, you're going to be left with two choices when you're asking the question how something was created. You can, of course, invoke God at this nature and say, do you know what? Maybe God created the Earth. Or within the heliocentric Big Bang idea, nature created itself and then evolution took place. So maybe they're trying to give you a narrative about creation, how you got here, why you're here, where you are, and what your purpose is. Maybe that would be a reason as to why they would lie, because you can understand that that's a really good way to control people.
why would the sun and the moon be a circle? Sorry, these may be simple questions that you guys have heard
They are.
before, but
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just yeah.
Yeah, they are. They're simple questions, but it's fine. They're the shape that they are because they're the shape that they are. But because they appear to be spherical objects that are moving, it doesn't mean that the thing that you are standing on is a spherical object that is moving. In actual fact, there is no measurement of Earth curvature. I've posted you in DMs some of the laser measurements. So the Earth isn't measured to curve, and there is no direct
This
measurement.
was kind of only a YouTube. Hold on, I might have to watch this.
Yes. See, the reason why it's in a YouTube format with people just like you, me, and everybody else that have gone at it with lasers is because this is something that you can easily absorb yourself or even do yourself if you had the ability to do so. This is what I mean by repeating and verifiability. You can do this yourself. So that's what I mean by sending you the laser test. But I'll get back to the point about the objects in the sky. Just because that's spherical and move doesn't mean the thing you're standing on is moving. And like I said, There is no measured Earth curve. There is no measurement of the Earth moving in any direction. The only way that we get any idea that there is some kind of movement is when we look up to the sun, moon, and stars and watch them move. But we have no direct measurement of the thing that we're standing on, orbiting, moving in a direction, or rotating on its axis. There is no measured movement. It's just inferred.
Okay. All right. So then I'd ask, like, with the clouds, if we were in a flat Earth, would the clouds just be moving back and forth, or like, how are they moving? Are they moving like
Wind? That's wind patterns. That's seasonal cycles. That's heat from the sun that goes every day and throughout the seasons because the sun moves to different locations. The reason was why we have weather systems is because of heat, moisture, high pressure, and low pressures. High pressures move into low pressures, causing wind.
Okay. So, in gravitational force, like within, or like, the, what is it called? Like the blanket theory of the universe, like how balls would move on a blanket. That's
I
kind
get
of
you.
what I'm trying to understand. Yeah. How would that work with a flat Earth?
It
Would that be a
doesn't.
thing?
It doesn't. Einstein's idea of general relativity, where you have a ball of mass sitting on the fabric of space-time and bending and distorting it, is a reification fallacy. What I mean by reification is taking non-physical things and giving them physicality. So we understand that space, height, width, length, 3 dimensions, isn't physical in itself. That's what he means by space and time. Well, that's not a physical entity. You can't give it energy, paint it red, and set fire to it. It's not physical. So he's taken these non-physical things, put them together, and then mathematically, because you can demonstrate a ball on a sheet, for example, says that's the bending of space-time. It's conceptual. It's mathematic. It isn't physical.
Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, shit, maybe the Earth is flat, man. The thing is, like, no matter if I do hear any of this, I just feel like I won't be able to, unless I do it myself, like you said, and measure it myself. But then the thing is,
Yeah, it's
like,
never.
yeah,
Paul, it's never been done. And don't
yeah,
let somebody tell you that it has, because the same questions we've been asking for 10 years in thousands of conversations with people such as astrophysicists, cosmologists, PhDs. They don't have the answers, Paul. They do not have
yeah,
the answers. These intellects, they don't have the answers. They say, well, this is our best guess. That's exactly the rhetoric they say when we speak to them. So the appeal to the scientists, like somebody says, well, I'm not smart enough, I'm not a scientist. We're like, yeah, but we've spoken to them. Those guys you appeal to, and they don't know either. That
yeah,
means nobody knows. These are all assumptions that they've made. And they're
yeah,
making that sound like it's true. And therefore, the regular person comes in here and thinks that the earth is a globe based on no evidence. It's
yeah.
astonishing how nobody comes to that realization. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to enlighten people to the fact that nobody's ever measured it, nobody ever will, because it can't be done. It's like saying, can you measure how big Middle Earth is, or Narnia, like any one of those imaginary places? It's not possible because there doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But
Either
people don't know
way,
that.
if we
Yeah,
do
go ahead.
figure out that the Earth is flat, say the whole world figures out the Earth is flat, um, there's not, it's not like anything, well, as far as I know, I don't think anything might really change. Maybe some people might try to go find out more about the Earth. We're still under control. We will always, in this sense, be under control if they have the
Yeah.
power, right?
Yeah,
Not
they can, but
yeah,
they're not gonna. They can't control your mind if you don't let them. That's
yeah,
that's the point we're
They
making here in this conversation. Is your mind belongs to you, not
they
them.
they censored in the last 4 or 5 years a lot of YouTube videos. They censored this topic in the U.S. Congress. They were speaking about this.
So
yeah,
so let me just say one thing, because I'm gonna have to leave here in a moment. Ball, take the power back. Your mind it belongs to you. It doesn't belong to them. So they can tell you a story, but ask them questions how they know that it's the case. Because
yeah,
it doesn't matter if you're intellectual like those guys are, their answer will always be the same. it's our best guess. And then you're going to look at the world differently because you're going to be like, man, there's people basing whole philosophies, whole studies on you guys saying it's your best guess. And all the people that I know think that the earth is a globe based on your best guess. And you're supposed to
So
be the expert.
are you saying like all the pictures? What about all the pictures? Like, just this another question. Just like all the pictures that people have, or I've seen of like astronauts or people in space, right? Are those like
Yes,
projections or something like that? Just like,
they're not true.
are they
And I'll
fisheye
explain.
lenses
I'll,
or?
I'll, if you're talking about fisheye lenses, then we understand that any lens causes barrel distortion. And what that's going to do to a horizontal line is make it curve anyway. So if we're talking about high altitude balloon footage and the use of a GoPro camera, then we're already going to have distortion before we even leave the floor. So yes, these images are not quote unquote fake. It's just an optical distortion. Whether these optical distortions are propagated to the public as the truth, then I would suggest that they are, because there's no measured curvature. We can also show you high altitude balloon footage where there doesn't appear to be any curvature from, say, like 120,000 feet.
Okay.
If you're asking a different question about, say, the vacuum of space and, say, people going up in rockets, going to the moon landings, turning around and taking a picture of the Earth, I put it to you that that can't even actually happen in the first place. This is one of the three primary claims that they make about the Earth. The first one, that it is a ball. The second one, that it moves. The third one being the ball that moves does this through the vacuum of space. It orbits around the sun. The moon is orbiting around the Earth, and we can go to the moon. That's a huge problem. We've got gas pressure here and we're breathing it. That's one of the reasons why we're alive. The thing is that we've got gas pressure and the Earth is declared to be an open system, which leaves us with two problems. One, we understand that the definition, both verbally and experimentally, of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. If the Earth is an open system, then there is no physical boundary to contain the gas to achieve pressure. Problem number two, if there is no physical boundary separating our gas pressure from the expanding volume of space, then, to put it politely, the gas is going to continue expanding. Unpolitely, the gas will fuck off. The gas will keep increasing in entropy into that space. It will not achieve pressure. We would not be breathing. The very idea that, say, Jupiter is an uncontained ball of gas violates the second law of thermodynamics, because entropy is not increasing, violates the Gay-Lussac's law, Bolton's law, Avogadro's law, basically every single law that we attribute to the ideal gas constant, which is PV equals nRT. P, which is pressure, is solved by force over area, and area is a physical boundary given in feet and meters, a physical boundary for the gas to press against. If there is no physical boundary for the gas to press against, you will not achieve pressure and the gas will keep expanding into space.
I mean, that's Dalton's law is like that too. That's the law of gas. It just naturally wants to expand. You know,
Well, I've always been curious how wide the Earth is.
That's a good question.
We'll get to you in a minute, Sunshine. I just want to make sure that our young lady here understands what I said.
I will definitely, let me just say, I will definitely look deeper into the conversations between the flat and globe Earth. Because it is interesting seeing and, understanding and discussing what the fuck we even live on. Like, because that's the main thing that we should be knowing, is understanding what we live on. But definitely at the end of the day, I'm still going to be paying taxes, which is pretty sad. So I probably won't care either way. If I do find out if it's flat or a globe, it really won't affect me, to be honest.
It depends on the model. It depends on the model. If you did find out you're on an infinite plane or inside of a dome or inside of a structure, I don't think you can just gloss over that.
I mean,
you're saying that because it's not present in the moment now. But if it's present, then it's
when you
it's
found
too
out when you guys
big of
found
an
out the Earth,
idea.
you guys found out the Earth was flat. What did it do for you guys?
Oh, I got more connected to source. I mean, knowing that, okay, the celestial lights are for us and it's almost like a timekeeper above us. And it's, we come to this Earth, we keep waking up to this place. It makes me feel like I have more of a presence here rather than, you're just another speck in the cosmic background.
I have heard the
radiation.
argument. I have heard the argument that we are entrapped on this earth. We keep reincarnating. I think that's interesting.
Yeah, the
That we
Hindus
are.
love it.
Yeah, I've heard that we are the reason why is we are in this dome where we are entrapped in, and that we keep our souls are being trapped here. That's an interesting conspiracy, I guess, that I've heard.
Mhm.
There are, but yeah, it is very. I do want to know, and I do want to figure it out for myself. Either way,
Any
but
model
yeah,
different than what we're told would be a drastic change. And yeah, even the
yeah,
heliocentric model is an insane, incredible model for it to work with a Goldilocks zone. And you're talking about eclipses, the astronomical coincidence of those two objects being the exact same size, and you're saying one is one distance and a different size, and nothing's changed for thousands of years. That shows so much order. That you can't just say, "Oh, that's just random cosmic big bangery."
yeah, yeah,
You know,
definitely. Yeah,
you got,
it's a lot. It's a lot, definitely. But yeah,
yeah. Look
I
at,
think you guys for talking to me. I appreciate it. It's really cool seeing different views on stuff and
yeah,
stuff.
be a healthy skeptic. It's
Yeah,
really it's good for you.
yeah. But you guys can go ahead and with the next guy. Next guy, I'll go look it up. I'll go look at this video he sent me.
Appreciate it, Balls. You take care.
You're one of the rare persons that sound like a intellectually honest person, by the way. Just
Yeah,
so
I
you
try
know.
to.
Like this happens out of 30 or 40, 50 persons. It's
Yeah,
just once in a while someone like you that's just like, oh
yeah,
wow, yeah, that's actually interesting. Oh, I've never heard this. Yeah, I'm gonna look this up. Yeah,
yeah.
that does make sense. It sounds
I
logical.
I think it's because of the fact that we are scared of our sense of stability is based on our beliefs, and when those beliefs are challenged, we get very fearful, and we fight. We go into this fight or flight, and we want to fight back against our core central beliefs being challenged. That's scary to us. But when you open up to these things, open up to these ideas, you find yourself being more open to learning. You can learn more when you are open to challenging your beliefs. Street epistemology, look at that. But yeah, definitely.
You summed up what this whole place and purpose is about of us
Yeah.
being here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's really
yeah.
cool.
The ironic thing is you learn more about heliocentrism when you look into flat Earth.
Yeah, I definitely need to learn. But the thing is, I get also kind of scared because numbers are very scary to me, and I just bad at math.
Maybe,
But I will try my
maybe,
best.
maybe people who believe in globe should listen what you said now.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Pleasant day to all of you.
Yeah, yeah. How wide is the Earth?
Very, very refreshing. Let's listen to Vince now as the stark contrast.
Yeah, how wide is it?
Hi, Vince.
How
Wide is it?
No.
No
What
one
do you
knows.
mean, Vince? What do you mean, Vince?
Come up with new material, Vince. You're boring. Your show's canceled. You suck.
What a contrast, eh?
What a contrast. Yep, absolutely right.
Jeez, Globus, man. But man, that was refreshing to listen to, really. It really was. I don't know what you guys think, but I very much enjoyed
I
it.
appreciate you guys letting me muscle in for a bit. I think the energy in the room was really, really hyper. I think it needed to be calmed down a bit, and we needed to kind of meet her on her level and just answer some of the questions. So, for my part, I appreciate you guys letting me muscle in for a bit. Thank you.
Yeah, man, you're always very clear and concise, which I can't due to me speaking. I don't know, man. I wish I could say the things in German that I sometimes want to say, but you know, it's just what it is.
You can say whatever you want to in German, mate. We just won't understand the bloody word you're talking about. But please feel
Exactly.
free.
But imagine the words which in German sometimes are way longer and the sentences are way longer. You think them in your mind, but then you need to compress them into English. That's sometimes going on if I try to explain something. Like if I'm thinking it in German, like I would want it to say German-like, but English is just completely different. It's more precise and comprise. I don't know how to explain. I can't see even now. It's the very thing I'm talking about.
Bless you, man. No, you're good. You're good.
Thank you. Bless you too, man.
Sprech Deutsch, Bruder.
Unfortunately, I can't do that, so I don't want to confuse the room.
Aber warum, mein Schatz?
Did everyone see the eclipse the other day?
I know a few people in here that did. I'm in the UK, so I could only watch it on the TV, but there's lots of Americans here that did for sure.
Oh, okay. Cool. How's everyone doing today?
Yeah, not bad, man. Not bad. Well, I can only speak for myself. How about you? Good?
Oh, I'm well, thank you. I can't complain about anything.
Same here.
I've got a quick question. I was wondering if you guys could help me. Are there any scientific papers that state the Earth was flat in any journals anywhere? Does anyone know?
Yes,
There are books.
there's NASA documents that talk about the Earth being flat, stationary.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you'd classify that as scientific, but that's something. I'm sure somebody has them in here.
Yeah, it
There
doesn't
is a book.
necessarily have to be NASA, but that'd be a great place to start. Any aviation authority speaks about treating the Earth as a horizontal stationary plane when flying across it. And so,
Right.
yeah, we can start there.
I don't know if that qualifies as like what he said for scientific papers, but there's like
No.
official documents that state such stuff.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I tried Googling it, and I can't find any scientist anywhere that would state that the Earth is flat in any sort of peer-reviewed paper anywhere.
What's your
Well, that's-
criteria for scientist?
See, hold on. Let's see, like that's the issue. Part of the issue with the peer review process, like any scientist who did do a study and tried to do a thing, that journal wouldn't be published because of the peer review process. Like the body of peers would say no, like we can't publish this. Like when the weatherman was in here the other day, he was kind of explaining the same thing, like how it's very political, and like if you want funding for your study or if you want anything published or anything like that, like it has to go along with kind of like a political agenda that they're like working on. He was saying like for right now, the only things really getting published are things having to do with like AI and freaking what I forget his other examples, but yeah, the whole peer review process is just kind of fucked up.
I understand. It's kind of like the publish or die kind of thing. But well, do any of you guys know of any scientists, like any physicists or astronomers who would go public stating that the Earth is flat and provide any math and science to support it? Do you guys know of anyone?
Well, I mean, we know of a good handful of people, at least like with PhDs, that definitely have come forward saying that the Earth is flat. Dr. John Dee is one example. I don't know. I can't think of too many off of the top of my head, but there's plenty of there has been a number of people who have come forward with PhDs and stuff that have talked about it and said that it's flat, changed their views from a globe Earth to a flat Earth.
So I'm guessing you guys don't trust satellite images, correct?
I'm wondering why you're not asking, like, who we're talking about. You just went to the next question.
Well, I mean, he answered it. I don't even know names. Well, he had a few names anyway, but
You're not gonna
he
look it
answered my.
up or anything. You're just gonna go to the next question.
Well, I can look it up when I'm done talking to you guys.
Okay, sure.
Oh, you want me to look it up now?
No. I'm just curious.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if you were truly curious, though, like a PhD could be in what? PhD in what? Like I would have had follow-up questions if I was you, but
Well,
if you want to move on to the
earlier
next thing, that's fine.
I said like physicists or astronomers. I just gave like two examples of scientists. Yeah. Whoever in the related field, doesn't have to be one or the other.
I mean, you can even look at it in other areas too, like the thing we're not supposed to talk about, like any doctor who came forward saying anything that went against the official script and all of that stuff, even if they were going with the science, but if they went against the media, they got painted as kooks. They got look what happens to their careers.
Sure. Well, the opposite is true. I know what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
For example, a scientist who maintains that the Earth is a sphere, if their colleagues found out they thought the Earth was flat, their careers will probably be over as well.
Right. Even whether it's true or not, even if he's the one who's actually following the science, because it goes against the consensus and the peers, that they'll destroy him.
It doesn't have to go that far out. It doesn't have to say Earth is flat. There's even smaller things they're done.
Yeah, science is
like just try to say that. One of those scientists came out and said, "Hey, advanced interrogation techniques is torture." They could be done just for that.
There's a lot of politics involved with science. I get it. Like I said, especially when it comes to competing for grants, it can really get ugly.
Samuel Burley Rowbottom from
Samuel Rowbotham.
Yeah, Zetetic Astronomy. Earth, not a globe. 1816. Before 200 years ago.
Famous quote from General Patton said, "So does everybody agree? Everyone's saying exactly the same thing?" And they're like, "Yeah." All his yes men officers afraid to speak up that something was wrong. He said, "Well, I can guarantee at least one person in this group is wrong. And you're all saying exactly the same thing, so
Yeah, that's like the peer review thing. Lunatic talking about.
Yeah, so they're all saying exactly the same thing. And at least one person's wrong. Not everyone's right.
Well, that's actually what's really funny with historically, if you look at science, like at all ages, at all time periods, the accepted science of the time has all been disproven.
Yeah, that says a lot about the science, right?
Just think of all the stuff in the days of yore that was called settled science, no debate.
Yeah, they say they say that science is provisional. It's ever changing, right?
Yeah, no, that's because it's politically biased, and especially today. So people get arrogant and start to think that, we are lucky enough to live in a time where science has like finally found all of our answers, like determined what is true and what is false. And, like, we're now, the epitome of society and learning and science and all of this. And like, that like I said, I already used the word arrogance, but I'm going to do it again. It's just so arrogant to think that if you don't think that in 20 years that most of the shit that you think now is going to have changed, I mean, you're ignorant.
What I think is interesting too is like this mentality they have. I saw this meme, just hilarious meme says, "Born too late to explore the Earth, born too soon to explore the universe." So what's their so their method then is to spiral on social media over flat Earth. Like, holy fuck, dude, there's a lot of Earth left to explore. People get lost in national park systems all the time, dude. There's like, you think like every square inch of the Earth has been explored and documented and recorded? There's unmapped areas. There's all kinds of shit going on. There's like this dude on YouTube. Apparently, he found like this W or M-shaped cave, and then he went to go. I'm going to go out there and explore it. Then he disappeared, and then people went looking for this cave. Like, he had a picture of it. He took a picture of the entrance, but like, no one could find where this cave was. And finally, when they found it, it was caved in. And it was like near Area 51, and that, like, they thought, wow, this seems kind of crazy. Like, he went to explore this cave, and did it cave in after he went in? I mean, what's going on here? What's the story? And people thought like they can't do that. They're unable to do that because they were born too late. That's happening right fucking now. Like, literally right now, there's cave systems that people are exploring that had never been seen by human eyes.
That's interesting, yeah.
And
like in a desert area, right?
Yeah, it's near Area 50 Area 51.
Right.
I mean, shit, like in the Nicolay National Forest in the northern woods of Wisconsin, it's a huge forest. Like, they claim that there's plenty of parts in there that like no man has ever walked yet. Like, we think we got this Earth all figured out.
Like, it's all mapped, documented, photographed. Yeah, not even close, dude. If you want to explore the Earth, you can do that right now. It hasn't been fully explored yet. And even better, it's like, oh, you're too soon to explore the universe? Use your imagination. Like, think about it. Try to dream up what you could find if you were to explore.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but was that person documenting his process, like with the M cave? I remember seeing something.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I don't remember all the details, so I'd be kind of shooting from the hip. But yeah, it was like he was looking for things that no one had found yet. It was like M or W. I'm pretty sure it's M though.
Hey, so if you guys don't mind me asking, I do have a question with the flat Earth, and it's what do you think the space is, right? Because like I'm on board with a lot of the flat Earth stuff, but what I can't seem to figure out is what is the agreed upon, or maybe not even agreed upon is the right word, but the census of what space is then.
It's unknown.
There is more of that. What is that? What is this? Not only that.
Well, this is something. Go ahead. This is something I want to kind of address with them too.
Okay, so like in my eyes, right? Like when I'm looking at Hebrew cosmology, right, and I'm thinking, okay, Sheol, the abyss, like I'm in the mother's womb, like Mother Earth's womb, right? I almost view space as an astral realm. And I think that that's the most productive way for me to view it, is like a tracing my soul. And I'm wondering if you guys have come to the same conclusion
Not as a whole. There may be some people who kind of go that way with it, but let me point out a few things. So, like, space is like just three-dimensional space, like height, length, and width. Like the space between you and the door or your TV or your tablet or whatever you're on, your computer. There's space between your ears. And I don't mean that as an insult to you, but like it's a kind of a funny way to put it. Like what you're probably talking about is like what they refer to as outer space, but that's the ridiculousness of it. Like think about it. Like there's just space, like and it's not a physical thing. Like space is the absence of things. It's it's just a way for us to kind of picture like a volume or something like that, right?
Right, but I guess I'm
outward
kind of lost
space,
with that.
hold on. I just want to continue just for a minute. Give me. So like this outer space thing though that people are thinking of, it doesn't exist. Not the way it's described anyway. Like it would take some kind of a barrier to have the space that we know it here and some other space over there where things behave differently than what we're than what we know. Like there would have to be some kind of a barrier and all of that. It's you get into what they call outer space and all of a sudden it's all this fantasy shit that you can never prove nor disprove. It's just and we know that gases require a containment, but only if there's a vacuum out there. I would argue that there is no vacuum out there creating this outer space.
No. I'm sold on flat Earth. I believe in the flat Earth, right? I'm asking from the perspective of the waters above having lights in them, sonoluminescence, if you will, whatever it is, right? However, we're going to explain it on a flat Earth, right?
Yeah,
what do you think that is the out of the firmament? What like I get that it's water.
We don't know that the stars are outside of any firmament either. Like
it raises topic on Sunday for Speculation Sunday.
Okay, because like the only way that I've been able to explain it, right, is that somehow I'm within a womb and the amniotic sac is the firmament.
Dude, holy shit. Listen, okay? That would be a speculation. Okay? Speculations are done on Sunday.
Yeah,
See,
I mean,
Monday through
roll with that on Sundays is made for that. I mean, I don't. We touch on that stuff a little bit from here to there throughout the week as well. But and I mean, my speculation, if my view of things is not of like of a dome, a firmament, waters above, waters below, and all that stuff. That's like a biblical cosmology, which you clearly stated. You're looking at Hebrew cosmology and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and then like using that as some kind of like evidence or proof towards the reality that we live in. And I don't do that. Like I don't throw it out, but it's not reason to accept it as like any kind of a truth or anything like that. Like,
well, if I could,
isn't that the basis of the flat Earth belief, though? Is that
hold on. If I can just very quickly before we move it on from this, if you're going on the speculation of like you're a womb, I don't think that's necessarily a bad analogy or way to think about it. And if you're going to couple that with the Hebrew cosmology, then what they're telling you about in terms of space, what's out with the Earth, you would more appropriately think of probably as some kind of liquid medium,
right? Amniotic fluid,
right? So,
yeah.
So they describe in the Hebrew cosmology waters above. So they're basically saying that in this container that we're in, we're surrounded by water above us.
Right.
So now, whether or not that's true, we can't verify that. That's what it says in the scriptures. And
when it comes to that as well, I would actually argue that it's quite possible that it's sort of like a translation error, that waters above and waters below might mean more like fluid above and fluid below, like gases are fluids as well.
Well, I think we know how this works, actually. I think if you look inside the body, you'll actually start to be enlightened on what we're in, And I think it's a very interesting concept, as above, so below. Heavenly bodies,
and I think
the Big Bang conception, right?
and nature for looking at micro and macro comparisons isn't necessarily a bad way to think about it, but like we've said, it's speculation, so we don't really go into that too much.
Okay. All right, that's all I was
I mean,
wondering, because I
just
think
sort of
if you could actually give a platform for people who still believe in space, yeah, and you could like actually show them, because a lot of these globe earthers and stuff, yeah, they're really into astrology and things like that, and it's like I'm not willing to technically say that that's not right, because if the stars are on a track and they're running like a clock, right, then there must be some significance to those luminaries. Whether or not it's a projection, whether it is, I don't really care at that point, right? It's we're told that these were for the timings, the seasons, whatever. And so like looking at it as if it's a clock, and then you break it down into the 13 gates, you go in the darkness, right? The abyss, and what breeds life, right? It seems to be like a womb scenario. And they've even told us it's the Big Bang. So they're explaining something to us. To discredit it completely, I think is well, it's not very humble, right? And we got to this place
no
by
one here
being
would be
humble.
discrediting or dismissing the motions of the luminaries. I mean, we all agree that there is significance to them, but again, how to quantify their effects and all that is not very scientifically rigorous, so we generally don't dwell on that too much.
You're saying that even
But yeah,
within the globe model, heliocentric model, there could be some underlying so-called half-truths that are
Yes.
related to our actual reality, yeah?
Yes, and I imagine that that's the only way that they could do this, right? Is by giving us the truth,
That makes
just shrouding it
sense
in
to me. I
darkness.
mean, that part makes sense to me. I mean, like every lie, in order to sell a good lie, it has to be mostly truth. You know, you disguise.
Partly,
you use truth to disguise. You use some truth to disguise the lie, right? Like otherwise, it's an unbelievable lie.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's why. Yeah,
Things
that's how they sell the
intertwined in there that are truthful, but it's skewed a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
I guess.
If
Yeah.
you to deceive,
Yeah,
you
it's like
can.
they tell you.
Oh, go on.
Well, I was just going to say, it's like they tell you, you experience the Earth to be flat, but just because it's such a big ball. So telling you the truth, you experience, that the Earth is flat, but it's actually a much bigger ball, so it just seems flat. So they add a little bit on at the end. But yeah, they're not totally, I mean, like you said, there's some subtle truths and maybe indications of a deeper story in what they tell us with the cosmology.
But I think that thinking of it in a certain way kind of opens up different books to you, right? Like the Necronomicon, different things to do with some black magic stuff starts to make sense. You know, it's an interesting concept to be within a womb. That's all I'm saying.
It sounds like you're really into some of the more mystical and esoteric, like kind of areas that we typically don't really talk much about that stuff in here.
But isn't that where it
You're right,
leads
though.
after a
The
certain
occult-
point, right?
the
After
occult-
you believe that the Earth is flat, like what do you do with that?
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I've looked deeply into the esoteric and the occult because this is the realm that all of that stuff kind of makes sense in.
Right.
So it will force you to start looking in those directions because this is what a number of people are getting
Right,
into.
because once the
And,
worldview's set, then you can use what's given to you, right? And it's like you can't do it without having the worldview first. And so that's what we're
they
doing
talk
is
about-
we're building the worldview. It's just we're not like extrapolating upon it any further, which I find interesting because it's like the flat Earth conversations seem to stop at the flat Earth.
Well, no, this is just because what's going on in this channel is that we're trying to cast a wide net, right? We're trying to speak to the average person.
Okay,
you sound like somebody who's already looked into this, and so you can kind of get into some of these deeper concepts. But we're speaking to the average person who's never heard about flat Earth, and they can't just be going in hearing about deep
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
esotericism. They need to be hearing the empirical observations, the measurements, the science before they can start to entertain the bloody Wiccan magic going on.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. Well said. Yeah, I mean,
The
and keep
bloody
in
wicked
mind
magic.
also, like, just look at the average audience in this server too, or just play forums online in Discord. Like, most of these people really don't know anything about science, but they've been sold this idea that, science, like this idea of scientism, and most of them don't even really know what they are, but they think they're atheists. They hear the word God or creator or anything that sounds mystical or magical to them, and they immediately shut their ears and stop listening. They want to ridicule and mock you. Like, so we try to avoid that stuff, and appeal to the things that they are a little bit more interested in.
Okay.
Yeah, don't mistake us. A lot of us have looked into a whole heap of branching side topics related to this.
My girlfriend, I'm trying to like talk to her about it a little bit, and she gets mad because she thinks that it's something that I'm clinging on to because it makes me comfortable. And I'm like, you realize like coming to this knowledge was some of the most uncomfortable times I've ever been through in my life.
Yeah, that's the hilarious thing. People are like, "Oh, you just want to seem special and get comfortable." It's like, bro, you couldn't have a more controversial subject than this. Like, this is not something you say to have a good time. This is not an easy thing to persevere with.
I
like,
agree.
you have to be wanting truth above anything else, to go where the evidence goes, no matter how painful. And unfortunately, it just sounds like she's somebody who doesn't understand you. Because if she doesn't understand that, then like she's got it totally twisted. Like, if she doesn't understand that this is not a subject that's comfortable in any way, then I don't know, bro. It's not a good sign.
Yeah,
I mean, if she's not, she doesn't have to agree with you, but if she's kind of triggered by your looking into it or believing in it or any of that, like, that's really not a good sign. That's something that probably isn't gonna work in the long run. She needs to be, a little bit more accepting of you.
Yeah, and the converse is true. You've really found a good woman and a woman who trusts you. If you can almost tell her this, and without really even looking into it herself, because she trusts you so much, she'll be like, "Okay, if you're saying that, that's interesting. I'll either look into it or I'll just accept it because you are someone I trust."
Well, that's
So
the
that's what you
thing.
need to look for.
The earlier when that lady brought up Cleopatra's whatever, I forget. It was in that era where he measured the sun or the shadow that was projected from the sun, right? She brought that up to me as someone who had measured the curvature of the earth, right? Because when he went to the next city, now he saw a shadow. And my argument with her is I was like, okay, but what you're doing is you're still in a spherical earth. You're still in heliocentrism when you're trying to explain away the flat earth. And you can't do that. You can't mix the models. Like when you're on one model, you have to be on that model. And then when you're on a spherical model, you have to stay on that model. You can't blend the two in order to like try to discredit one of them, right? So like on the flat earth, like it has already been explained, moving 500 miles, right, when the sun's overhead, you're going to see a shadow, right? Because there's a central light source there. And it's the same on spherical earth. And when I tried to explain to her that like realistically, we honestly don't know, because the things that they're explaining on spherical earth, if you extrapolate it and unfold the ball, a lot of times it does still play out the same way on a flat earth as well. And she like can't wrap her mind around that. And I'm like,
Actually, that's something that it's really funny, and just how often even some of the Glovers who have been in here for years and years and years, like they don't see it either. Some
people don't want to see it.
There's a lot of the topics are overlapping in that way, where it's like what they say, well, how does this work on flat earth? And the answer is the same as it works on your globe.
Right. Exactly. But when you say that to them, they get mad because they're expecting like a different explanation of it. And it's like, well, no, because when you unwrap this, right, you also have to like unwrap the orbits, the flight paths, the whatever, and then so they make sense on both of them. Typically,
Well,
is what I'm
you need
finding
to be able
out.
to have a pretty nuanced way of thinking. You need to be able to like entertain a number of ideas at once and without emotion
Right.
to be able to get through some of this. And
Right.
it takes what I would say is a mature mind. And some
And when
people
I
just
try
gonna
to
struggle with.
explain to her, I'm like, I'm not just believing flat Earth. I'm not just believing heliocentrism, right? I've looked into cellular cosmology. I've looked into Hollow Earth. I've looked into like all these different things, right? And when I'm doing my mental gymnastics or whatever you want to call it, right, theorizing, I am like able to flip between models. And so to her eyes, she's like, whoa, that's crazy, right? But to me, I'm like, wouldn't it be a disadvantage to only see from one model? Like the only thing, yeah, the only thing that I could get from this is an advantage because I'm able to view it from so many different models. Whereas, like,
Right.
if you're only viewing it from one, that's limited. But I'm closed minded because I believe what
Well,
I'm told on the internet.
unfortunately, it sounds like you're with someone who doesn't trust you enough. You should try and be with a woman who trusts you more than the government, the bare minimum.
Or
'Cause that's
even if
basically what
she's
it is.
like I said, she can still have her own beliefs that go against like in this topic, you don't have to believe the same thing, but it shouldn't be an issue to her. You know, like,
Yeah,
oh,
but you can't marry a globehead, Luke. If
huh?
you're a flat earther. I'm saying, yeah, but you can't marry a globehead if you're a flat earther.
I mean,
Well, sometimes
plenty of people have, you know, like
Yeah, and
especially
how does it go?
I want her to be on the same page, though.
people out here that I mean, but usually it's the other way around where they were married, then somebody came to the realization of flat
Exactly,
Earth.
exactly. This
But
is why I'm, even though it's not necessarily pleasant or comfortable. I try and say if you're like getting into flat Earth and you're pretty convinced of it, you're gonna have a tough time if you're with someone who's a glober. Like, and I'm not just saying like a normie who doesn't really know. I'm saying like someone who's gonna bring up Eratosthenes every day for breakfast.
Well,
yeah,
That's
and
gonna be
then
yeah,
too much.
when you get into the deeper like esoteric aspects and occultic aspects of it, right? I feel like I almost need a partner who's on the same level as me so we can actually do something with it. Whereas like uh when I'm trying to do something with it, I feel like her being blocked off to the etheric part of it is like limiting what can and can't be done within a relationship power wise. Like, and I'm not talking like
Yeah, you sound like
me
you need to
being,
find yourself a witch, bro.
yeah, well, yeah, that's basically what I want, but it's like, yeah, I don't know because she like likes astrology and she likes all this stuff, right? But she's not willing to like actually believe it. And I'm like, okay, you have the affliction that priests have, right? You're reading the book, but you don't believe it. And it's like you can't do that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to give you relationship advice, but I would say flat earthers and globers generally great bedfellows do not make. So keep an eye on that. Anyway,
All right, I'm done. Thanks for entertaining
I mean,
the ideas.
there are a lot of
good to
women
speak to
who
you.
just it's a non-issue to them. You know what I
Mm,
mean? Like, there's a lot of women who don't
yeah,
care about.
the majority, I would say.
Yeah, yeah, right, exactly. Probably the majority. And that being said, you know, like again, not gonna tell you what to do or give you the advice, but like in the long run, if it's something that seems to bother her, she's either gonna have to come around or it's not likely to work out. Like, and there's plenty of other women out there who yeah, like even whether they agree with you or not, agree with you, great. Don't agree with you, fine, but it shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, they need to love you more than they disagree with you. Right. So if they don't care, fine, that can work. If they agree with you, that's great. But if they strongly disagree with you and you strongly disagree with them, that's not a good foundation for, let's say, a marriage.
Yeah, I feel that.
Think about that. But yeah.
She's got all the precursors, though. Her dad's a priest, a Lutheran priest, right? She's beautiful. Her mom's awesome, right? Like she's got the precursors. It's just like, you know.
So yeah, it's worth the work. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Term, you need to be sure.
I feel that,
Like,
but I'm also like, I didn't
don't
just
let this
come
one.
into the knowledge. Like I
Oh no, of
did
course,
have
no one
to
does.
sit there and think about
Yeah,
it. You
just
know?
tell her either you're a flat earther or we're done.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? You know what? Actually, better yet, like, it's most likely that you haven't found a way to reach her. That like she's not really listening to you yet. You got to find the thing that kind of catches her attention and makes her interested in it. And I'm fairly confident that anybody who is interested in learning about flat Earth eventually comes around. It's just that she is, turned off by it at this point.
Yeah, all I'm saying is don't wait till after you're married before you start hashing this out. At least figure out if this is going to be a tolerable situation or if you're going to be marrying Scott Mackey in a wig.
Dude.
Bro, it does concern me a little bit because like even little things that I'll like hear in music or whatever. Because I deal blackjack, right? That's my job. I work at a casino, and so like I'll be listening to music, and there'll be like a AK on my nightstand right next to that Bible, and I'm like, oh, like Lil Wayne and doubling down on 11, AK-47, like Ace King, and she's like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, bruh, like, come on, these guys. Right after that, he says you can shoot the crap out, but that's just how the dice roll. Like you really think he's not using double entendres for gambling? And it's like my brain works differently, and I wish it didn't sometimes.
Honestly, dude, I know this is really not what this place is for, but it sounds like she's dragging you down, dude. Like, just because she's beautiful and she comes from good roots doesn't mean anything. Like, she, like, either fix it quick or ditch it quick, one or the other.
I feel that.
Only one life in this game, bro.
Flat Earth relationship advice.
24/7. All right, come on. Who's got an actual question about the Earth or something?
Where's this black hole sun?
In the middle of a hollow Earth. I mean, the concave Earth, isn't it? No, I don't know. The black hole sun. It's a Soundgarden song. I have never heard of it outside of a Soundgarden song.
Isn't that what Freemasons believe, that the Earth is flat and there's two luminaries above and one below? That's like a black hole sun.
That comes from the occult, and primarily what he just said. Yeah,
that's kind of what I thought.
And Lou was right as well. It's hollow Earth, concave Earth, conceptual. The black hole sun is in the middle of the solar system, within the middle of space, which is in the middle of the hollow Earth. That is the black sun.
Okay, let's say that Admiral Byrd wasn't lying about what he saw, right? Like he made it to inner Earth, he met these beings, he met whatever, right? How do you unite the two? Because this is how I thought about space in order to unite flat Earth with space, and I got to the womb concept, right? And things started to make more sense to me. But how do you unite a hollow Earth theory with a flat Earth theory? How do you do that?
Well, actually, that's not an issue. I mean, the hollow Earth isn't the concave Earth. Like the hollow Earth, most people come from a globe background and think of the hollow Earth as like being basically a hollowed out globe. But
right,
you could have like subterranean layers to a flat Earth if you wanted to. Like, there's no issue with that.
See, I like to view it more as like etherically, these things are spheres, whereas like physically these things are planes. And so when I'm like in an etheric sphere, it's easier for me to think about it like that. And I don't know why.
You can think of it like the was it is that Descartes or no who wrote the thing with the 7 layers of hell and all that? Like You could like it could be a flat Earth, like literally like layered one on top of the other, with like going down. But that's all kind of. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna say that that's at all what it is, but it's when it comes to that shit. Hey, it's
I
your
just
fucking fantasy, man.
no,
You
I
think of it
feel
the way
that.
you want to.
Well, because I feel like if I can come up with a way to justify the realms, then I can access them. And it's like I haven't found a way to actually justify them being there yet. But once my mind does that, it makes me think then I'll be able to access them, right?
Dante, yeah, it's a Descartes Dante's Inferno with all that shit. But
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, you would love Speculation Sunday. You'd have like free roam all day long, free reign to just like keep going with this. But we got to put a stop to this eventually, like today.
All right, I got you.
Yeah. So, anybody actually want to talk about anything real, like, or not that it's
Well,
unreal what he was saying, but anything that based in reality that we know.
Manufactotum is trying to prove to me that the Eratosthenes experiment is different, works differently on a planar surface or compared to a spherical surface. Saying that the length would not be the same, I guess, of the shadow or whatever. But
That he's been around long enough to know that that's all dependent on the distance that you presume the sun to be.
Yes, it is. But they're still not going to match one to the other. Hold on a second. 2 seconds. Sorry. So yeah, it does depend on how high the sun is, and that's just going to give you a different curve.
Going to give you a different curve?
Yeah, but you won't get flat.
Go figure. Okay, how?
So if we take all of those measurements, so all of the measurements are, I don't think those are in dispute. But if you graph them, if you assume, for example, a sun height of, I think this one's 2,000 meters, so 2 kilometers, you get actually a concave Earth. If you
Hold on. Are you talking the two locations like Cyrene or whatever it was, and freaking
no, more locations.
Okay, so you're trying to add in locations, so not Eratosthenes then.
No. His methodology, with 2 locations, you can get any shape you want. You can get curved, flat, concave, square, triangular. 2 locations doesn't tell you anything. He wasn't trying to yield the curve. He was just trying to measure it.
So then,
yeah.
Then what? So what you just said basically could be rephrased like that. What the claim is about Eratosthenes with these 2 locations, Alexandria and was it? Did I say it right? Cyrene or whatever it is.
I think. Yeah.
Huh?
I think it's Syene.
Syene, yeah. With 2 locations, it could be one or the other, depending on the distance that you say the sun is. Is that right?
Yeah.
So then your argument is to add more locations and then say, which is what Neil deGrasse Tyson was actually saying in that clip. He said something about if you add a 3rd location and da 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 da.
Yeah. Most people say that. Yeah. I mean, it's true.
I mean, I don't know. I've never tested it actually myself. You know, especially not with 3 locations. But as far as addressing Eratosthenes, we have your guy literally saying that he did not prove anything with that so-called experiment, which it's not.
Well, when he did it, no, he was.
I don't know. Can you give an example of somebody actually doing it with more than 2 locations?
I did it. Yeah, this is all. These are measurements that I have. I didn't go physically to each of these locations, of course, but
Well, you would have had to have 3 observers at the exact same time on the same longitude.
on the same longitude. By observer, you mean like physical people?
Well, you would have had to taken 3 observations, measured 3 shadows simultaneously. So yeah.
Yes, measured 3 shadows. I agree with.
You would need 3 people doing that at 3 different latitudes along the same longitude.
Well, with the miracle of technology, we don't have to physically go there, right?
Somebody does have to physically be there.
So I chose this particular longitude because there's as much land as I could cover with one longitude. So this data is verifiable or falsifiable. So someone could go there and prove this data wrong if they wanted to.
So you're going to make it a claim when nobody's gone there?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
It's not. We do it all the time.
Well, I know you guys freaking make
No.
claims without backing them up, like with real evidence all the time.
We humans trust that if something is consistent, we don't have to be there every single instant of the day to know
If
how.
you're going to make a claim that you've done this,
particular
then you have to have actually done this. All you need is 2 friends.
No. I'm not saying 3 is not enough. I don't care to show that there 3 is. You're still going to find ways around 3. I want it as much as possible. Ideally, I would have liked twice as much data as I already have. But it doesn't matter that I haven't been there. This is easy to falsify. So the way I got this data is
nobody
through
measured it.
uncounts. I didn't say nobody measured it.
We need simultaneous measurements of shadows along the same longitude in order for your claim to be taken into consideration.
Right. So these were taken from SumCalc, which if you
SumCalc doesn't measure shadows?
It does. Doesn't. I don't know about measure, calculates, you could say. But if those shadows are in contention, they're easy to disprove. Just show that the program is full of shit and this one gets lost in the trash.
Some people would love to ridicule you. I'm just not going to listen to you. I'm done with this.
That's fine. It's a 5-minute thing. Like, I don't know what time it is there, or just wait till the morning or whatever. Go outside, see if the program is accurate. That's all you got to do.
You do it. It's your claim.
I did do it.
No, you didn't. You told me you did.
I didn't go to these locations. I tested the program. I checked here at my house 3 times. The program works. It gives valid numbers as far as I could tell.
Does it give you shadow lengths of sticks?
It does, yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. You can even insert how high you want the post to be. I just kept it at 1 meter for all of them.
So do it and then report back.
I did.
Just get 2 friends. Get 2 friends.
Yeah, I'm not going to take the time to do that. I don't need to do that.
You're not going to take it. 2 friends is all I'm
validated
saying. You're saying you want more than 2 friends. Like get 3, get 4, get 5.
Yeah, I validated the program. That's as far as I need to verify.
Get your measurements at the same time. Document it.
Yeah, they're all taken at the same time.
In a simulation on a fucking computer through a program.
Invalidate it. That's all you have to do, and all of this goes in the trash.
What, you validated one location, and now that's it.
I
You
validated
don't know any of the rest of it.
I validated the program.
No, you didn't. You tested
Program
to see
seems to
if
give
your
me
location was good,
yeah.
and you
Yeah.
say it was.
It works at my location.
All
If
right.
it doesn't work at your
More
location,
people doing the same thing at the same time.
I missed that last part. What?
Test it with 2 more people doing the same thing at the same time on the same longitude.
Sure. You want to be one of those people?
We're probably
It'll
not on the
run-
same longitude.
It doesn't matter. It's just
Yeah, it
validating the
does.
program.
Yeah, it
No, it
does.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. The data comes from the program. If you're trying to invalidate the program, anyone at any
I'm
location,
not trying to
look
argue
at the
against
shadow
the
length. That's
program.
the program. Then what are you arguing against? If the program works, the data is valid. That's it. End of story.
It's a classic like begging the question or reification fallacy. Like the
That's not what a reification fallacy is.
it's another model. You say like we built a model that would show this now, or we built a model based off of the model is not reality. You have a model that gives you a conclusion, even though you built your model off of your conclusions, and now your model works. Therefore, the model is reality.
No, there's several steps in between. The model works, therefore it's reality. Actually, it's before the model works. The model is just modeling how the sun moves and the shadows we should get. Those were, to my mind, verified.
We're not arguing against the software, dude. We're arguing about reality itself. So you have to therefore go out and test reality itself, not the program.
Well, no. If you're not going to argue against the program, then this data
I'm not
still
arguing
stands.
against your stupid program.
Then the data
I'm barely
stands.
arguing against you. I'm trying to convince you, like, if you say this is true, you need to go out and do it.
I did.
And document it.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I
You only
verified
did
that the program gives.
one portion of it, supposedly.
Yeah, that it gives results in concordance with reality. Now you want me to do that more. Now
Look,
that there's an argument
you
there.
and 2 other people to get along in the same longitude at the same time and in the same length of stick and measure the shadows at the exact same time. And then we can have this discussion. But until
Okay,
then,
so what you're saying is you don't trust the program at all. You want the program out of this whole thing.
I don't trust the program to be accurate to reality. No, not just because you say it is.
No. It's not just because I say. It's because it's verifiable and falsifiable. Easily falsifiable.
I wanted to ask something real quick.
Go do it.
I did do it. If you don't trust my results, you can replicate it. And if you get different results,
I gotta ask something real quick. GF.
Yeah.
All right. So basically, do you realize that what you're proposing is like me getting a pair of virtual reality goggles, and I can jump off a building, and I come to you and I'm like, hey, I can jump off a building. And then you say to me, why don't you go do that in reality and test it? And I'm like, no, I don't need to do that. My program says I can jump off a building. My virtual reality goggles. They told me that. Like they showed me that.
That's a decent analogy.
Is it?
It's that stupid.
So, sorry, when you say your program says you can jump off a building, to my mind, you can jump off a building. What do you mean by that?
I think we found the flaw in the logic here, boys.
Well, like when I say jump off a building, I was hoping that you would realize I was implying a 100-story building. You know?
Yeah, you can still do that.
Do you mean
building
and
live?
survive
You can
without
do that.
any parachute.
Okay, you understand that's a very important part of that, right? And survive. So does your virtual reality thing say that you can survive?
Yeah, in it says I survived from this super high jump. Like I'm parachuting and my parachute breaks, but I just fall in and I'm okay. And
Okay, yeah,
so let's go test that in reality. No, I don't have to. My program says I'll be okay if I parachute, and my parachute doesn't work. I'll be fine.
Sure,
Because my
I would
program.
contest that, and I think I could easily prove that your program is wrong.
So go out and check it in reality, bro.
Yeah, we do that all the time. You take like a ballistics dummy and toss it off a building.
Past reality.
Whole bunch of sensors in it. It'll tell you exactly how strong the impact was, and you know how much a body can resist. Easy peasy.
There have been, look, there's always some kind of freak variables and shit. There's been real cases of people where their parachute didn't open and they fell from thousands of feet and bounced off the ground and walked away from it.
Okay, is this something saying that you will survive every time you jump off a 100-story building, or this one case, like in 100 jumps, once you actually survived? Because that's a fluke I'm just willing to accept. Like, I'm not going to go out and test that.
It was an analogy, honestly. It was just to show you that you're saying my program says it's true, so it's true. When
Yeah, it's a fine analogy.
And
Yeah,
tested it.
I agree with the analogy. I'm just saying there's nothing wrong with what you just proposed. I would then take it on myself to say whether I trust that or not. And if I don't agree with what you're telling me it says, then I would go out and show you why it's wrong.
You're making a claim based off of a program that you looked at.
Yeah, that's fine, but I toiled to make this as falsifiable or as verifiable as possible.
By somebody else. So you just get to make a claim with no substantiation, and now the burden of proof is on somebody else to falsify your claim.
Okay, let's do it this way. So there are shadow measurements in the data, but it also just gives you the elevation angle to the sun, right? That one is, I think, pretty standard. I don't think anybody agrees. The reason that we get latitudes is because of angle measurements to Polaris, right? Nobody even contests that. Correct?
Yeah, the way our coordinate system, latitudes are taken to Polaris and longitudes are the path of the sun to the sky at solar noon.
Yeah, okay. Those are going to correlate with shadow distances, shadow length. Like, I don't see why this data is even being contested.
You haven't given us any, honestly, you haven't given us anything to refute yet. You have to go out there and actually do it, document it, and it has to be 3 simultaneous or more observations of shadow lengths along the same exact longitude.
Yeah, but you're looking for refutations that you otherwise accept. These are the same as like angle measurements to Polaris. It's the same thing.
Look, I can model something that isn't true and make it work in a program and make it so that you could believe it to be true.
Okay, then that shouldn't be the argument then. Let's move on to that. We agree that those are the angle measurements you would get. Clearly, that's not in contention. There must be some other reason not to accept this then.
Look, I don't know the ins and outs of how your program that you're talking about gets its data and its information and models its shit. Like, you're just claiming that it's accurate and that it's true and that you can determine, like, without ever going there and doing it, like, that you can just trust this computer, this software into being the exact same thing as reality. And I'm telling you, there is no chance that it's that accurate. It needs to actually be tested in real life.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's not.
Do you expect us to just read the data and be like, yep, that's fine. Case closed. No visual demonstration or anything.
So, okay, as far as visual demonstrations, Tard Force just posted something. That comes from a YouTube video that actually has photos of the specific people doing the experiment. Those are all the same data. Like, you get the same results every time. It's pretty consistent, the kinds of results you get from this kind of experiment. This methodology always yields that relationship between the data. And it's the same as the angle measurements to Polaris, which nobody contests. I don't understand why this is the point of contention. Like, nobody denies this with latitudes. We know that that's how we get latitudes.
Yeah, but even when we're doing that, we're not figuring an actual height, an elevation to anything, like to the sun or to Polaris. You're just taking an angle.
Right.
You don't know an actual position of anything.
Well, you don't know how far it is, but we have the elevation angle.
Yeah, but that's also with a single observer. What's funny is when you're looking at lights in the sky and multiple observers take multiple elevation angles, they don't actually add up like properly either. It's an apparent position that for some reason, we aren't seeing the physical location of a physical object necessarily anyway.
Not necessarily, but for several reasons. And I think most of those reasons aren't going to be very important to this particular issue.
No, it's extremely important to it. Like, we
So which of those reasons
what you're talking about, not only what's already been discussed, but what you're talking about it is trying to make us you're basically trying to get us to say that the sun is a physical object and that it is in a physical location and that we can measure that exact physical location. And we don't know that either. I don't
need. Yeah, I don't need to say that. No, it doesn't have to be physical. It doesn't have to be in at exactly the location that we're seeing it.
I mean, there's going to be plenty of people in here who will tell you that, that they don't even know if the sun is a physical object at all. It could just be just light. Again, I mean, just the way that I don't even know how to describe it really, but it could be reflection or freaking, off of something. It could be a hologram. It could be a freaking, who knows what it could be. But
yeah. So the issue with that, though, is that it does cast a shadow, right? So the light is coming from a source, whatever that source may be, whatever else.
The sun doesn't cast a shadow. The sun doesn't cast a shadow.
What do you mean?
The sun is the light.
Right.
It's got to be something that blocks light that casts a shadow.
Right, sure. All I'm saying is it doesn't have to be a physical object for the relationship to that thing, whatever it is, to give us some idea of the surface that we're standing on. Like, whatever it is out there, passing the light doesn't matter. And the fact that it's not where we observe it to be also doesn't entirely matter. Like, even according to our model, light takes time to travel to us. So it's going to have shifted from where we think we see it, right? But that doesn't matter. It just matters that at the same time, we're all looking in different directions to see it.
Yeah, but if you draw the lines from the people to it, like those angles like you're talking about, the thing is like, I'm pretty sure it has been. I'm just kind of throwing it out there because it's all hearsay, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't actually work out the way that you think it does either. Like,
well, according to the data, it seems to.
Well, that's why I'm saying go out and actually test it in reality.
Right. So, okay, I showed you the concave looking one, right? This is with, so Eratosthenes measured, what was it, 7.2, which most people say gives you about a 6.5 kilometer sun. Sorry, 6.5 kilometers away, right? So this at 500 stadia, Syene is directly underneath it. It's the EQ point.
6.5 kilometers? Why are you doing this?
That's the distance you get from Eratosthenes' measurement. Eratosthenes, when he actually did the Alexandria Syene thing. So I say on a flat Earth, that's if you bring the sun down to 6.5 kilometers, you can draw a flat line between those 2 points.
That's an extremely low sun. Like that's way lower than any flat earther I've ever heard.
Well, that's the rebuttal they usually give, is that you can get a flat Earth from that. But if you do that,
from a smaller and more local sun, yeah,
6.5 kilometers.
but
They get the measurements he got.
that's really small and really local. Like that's pretty crazy too.
I mean, I agree with you, but if that's going to be the argument, then that's either that or just mathematics doesn't work.
I mean, what I think a lot of the old school flat earthers, like in the late 1800s or whatever, like the Robotham stuff and all that, like I think they were saying 3,000, like 800, something like that, like 3,800 miles, if I recall.
3,800 miles.
Yeah, miles. I think that's what they were saying, somewhere in that range. And that had to do with trying to basically, triangulate, like using math and those types of observations, like you're talking about, trying to find like a distance to the sun. Yeah, they came up with. I can't say for sure. I know it was in the 3,000 range. I want to say it was high 3,000s.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, I think this was the. Oh, goddamn. What is this one? That's 20 kilometers. 3,800 miles would be. Oh, that's too much. Hold on. 6,000 kilometers. Kilometers. Oh, I guess
I
it
mean,
would
like
be.
what you were just talking about. That's like you could literally fly over the fucking sun if you really wanted to. That was that close.
Hold on. Commercial flights in kilometers. Oh yeah. Yeah. 20 kilometers. No, wait, that's distance. Commercial flights height in kilometers. Oh no, 9 to 12 kilometers. Yeah, you could. So this one is 20 kilometers. I don't see this being.
No, look, nobody's saying it's that close.
Sure.
Nobody is.
So I don't know.
Like, put it at 4,000 miles.
God damn it. Can we at least, despite our differences, can we agree that imperial measures need to die?
No.
Yes, agreed.
Sorry, 4,000 miles, you said?
Sure. Yeah, just put it up there because that's a little bit closer to like what. Like I said, it's not that I agree with any distance or anything like that, but that's closer to what, like, I believe like Samuel Robotham and all that stuff freaking was talking about.
All right, well, I posted 20 kilometers. 4,000 kilometers would be 6,000 kilometers. Here's the highest I had. And this was, 5,000 kilometers. So at 5,000 kilometers, we already get pretty parallel line. Yeah, I don't think I don't think anyone's mistaking that for flat.
What you just said doesn't really have any meaning. Pretty parallel lines, and I don't think in all
Sorry,
the
yeah, the yellow lines are the basically from that point. That would be where you're looking at the sun. So in the first image, they converge right there at 6.5 kilometers. That would be where everybody in aggregate resolves the sun to be. And the second one, it's already off the screen. And then the third one, they all just sort of shoot straight up. They're not exactly parallel, but they look parallel at this thing.
Okay, so what's the issue though? Like, why?
Well, my issue is simply that if you take more measurements, even from Eratosthenes, even assuming that the sun is calculated sort of trigonometrically from Eratosthenes measurements, you would still get curvature. It wouldn't be a sphere. It would be like that squashed hill, but you would still get curvature. Basically, you couldn't
Well, what's funny here though is like you tried to compare it to like a sun that I could jump over, and said that flat Earth can't be true because I can't jump over the sun. Is basically what you were saying. Like,
no, not that it can't be true.
In this case, I understand that was a straw man.
No, look, yeah. All I'm saying is that the Eratosthenes.
In this case, if you're talking about how even with a 4,000 or would you say 5,000 kilometer sun, with a 5,000 kilometer sun, that they are relatively parallel, closer to parallel, you would get similar results to what Eratosthenes freaking thought he got, assuming an infinitely distant sun. Now that makes your argument harder to falsify, does it not? Like, because you can't prove an infinite sun versus a 5,000 kilometer sun. You'll get the same results practically.
I'm not sure about that. I know that if you do it with the 6.5 kilometer one, you're going to get wildly different results.
That's absolutely crazy. Nobody says it's that fucking close.
Well, the people who rebut Eratosthenes by saying you could get a flat Earth from that, I mean, that's how far the sun would have to be.
Well, instead of trying to simulate it, maybe you should go out and fucking measure it.
I mean, sure, but that doesn't deny what I just said about how high the sun would have to be in Eratosthenes' example. This is really just against the point that, Eratosthenes can work on both. And it was actually what was saying, which I've seen before with the 3 sticks on a piece of paper. The point of all of this is that on a flat Earth or on a curve, those angle measurements aren't going to be the same.
I mean, that may or may not be true. I have not tested it. You're saying that you did, but you didn't. So go out and test it.
I mean, that's fine, but if these numbers are wrong, it's a very easy thing to demonstrate. If the numbers are right, then what
If it's
follows?
that easy, then do it. We don't need to keep talking about it. Just do it.
Yeah, I'm not going to take the time to do that. I've put a good amount of work into this already, and I think I verified it as much as needs to be verified.
No, you didn't do it sitting at your fucking desk. You got to get out there and actually measure a shadow along with 2 friends on the same longitude.
Why?
That's what I was saying. I wanted some visual demonstration. Like for me, the
Why?
numbers, I don't know. It doesn't work. I can't.
Sly
make
Sparkane
sense of
already did that. Like, why do I have to do it too? People have done this before. They do it in schools every year. Like, I'm not going to do it again. I think this is plenty accurate enough.
Show,
And
show those examples if people have actually done it. Then cite those.
all right, give me a second.
That's actually how we got here. I asked you, like, who actually did it, and you said you did it. And we've been talking back and forth about this nonsense for 20 minutes now.
Yeah, so this is a video from
Now
Sly
you're saying
Sparkane.
other people did it and you've got the data. Why didn't you just
Lots
give
of
this?
people have done it.
Why didn't you give that data when I first asked for it?
Because their data isn't organized the way I wanted it organized. I wanted one longitude that covers as much land as possible. That gives a comprehensive. Actually, what I did was I wanted 4, because even with that first image that I posted, the second one technically, where it kind of it squished at the top. The problem with that is if you wait 6 hours and go 90 degrees latitude, you're going to get 90 degrees longitude. You're going to get the same curve, which is going to contradict itself. So the only way to resolve all of these issues is you get, basically, if you model this in like Python or something, what you're going to get is 2 bodies orbiting each other. Which one is moving and which one is stationary, that's arguable, but you're basically going to resolve a sphere, essentially. A sphere with a light source moving around it. That's just what the data shows.
That's just dependent on the way that it was modeled.
No. It's dependent on the data. Now you're contesting the data because it comes from like a program, but no one has actually contested it on its validity yet.
Yeah, you have. Look, and you can model anything you fucking want. It's only a usable model. It's only a useful model if it comports to reality itself. You can't
I
just build a
agree.
model and say,
Yeah, and this seems to. If you don't think it does,
"Seems to."
I'm
You don't know.
all
You
eyes.
haven't tested it. You're
I
just
did test the
trusting it.
model. I did test the model. Now you want to test it further, that's fine, but I'm not going to take the time to do that. I did it to my satisfaction. If it's not to your satisfaction, that's fine, but I'm not going to do that for you.
When
I
he says
tested it at my
testing,
location.
he means not sitting on a computer. He means actually going out into real world.
Yes,
right?
I tested the shadow lengths that it told me I should find here at my house at a specific time. I did it 3 times.
How? What'd you do?
I took a post and I measured its shadow.
How tall was the post?
1 meter.
I took a 1 meter post and measured its shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Do that 2 more times at the same time along the same longitude.
Why?
Because that's your claim.
Yeah, I have the data for that. Even if I had like a friend of mine do it, should I just trust my friend? Like, I can't be in 3 places at once,
Yeah,
right?
no. You
I'm gonna
tell
have to
him
trust someone at some point.
you get a friend that you trust that knows how to measure 1 meter. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like, make sure you have the same tape measure. Everybody buy a Stanley.
Right? How do I know that he's keeping his post straight?
Dude, that's. Make sure he buys a level too. A post level. Give him a good post level.
So
Don't say
if
the
I
word
do
level a
that,
third time, you'll summon Bev.
if I do that and I get exactly the same data, what would then be the issue?
Look, I haven't looked into your data. All I'm saying is you haven't presented anything if you haven't actually done what you're claiming. Like, if you haven't tested it in reality, then your claim is just an empty claim.
But we know the angles of elevations at different latitudes, right? That's how we get latitudes. I don't know
So
why.
let's work it out after you've actually done it.
But we've known this for like, what, millennia at this point? When were latitudes derived? At least centuries.
Latitudes and longitudes don't prove a globe.
Okay, that should be the argument then. Don't tell me that Eratosthenes gives you a flat Earth anyway. That's not the argument. That should be the argument, what you just said. We can skip all of this other stuff. That's my point.
All you're really mapping when you're making the coordinate system of lat and long, you're not mapping the Earth at all. You're mapping the sky above it.
How's that?
You're taking the GPs of stars and the sun and Polaris and shit like that. You're taking the sky and mathematically giving it a location on the Earth.
When you say GPs, the GPs are on the ground, right?
The ground position, yeah. But you don't know the star's actual location or anything like that. You're just taking an angle, a zenith angle, so the zenith of the star and down to the Earth. But it's not a measurement of the Earth, it's a measurement of the sky. It's a mapping of the sky is what it is.
Sure, it's a measurement of the sky. I think the GP isn't part of this. But
it's not an actual measurement either, though. It's just like the celestial sphere, as they call it.
What is
when
an angle?
When you do that, you're presuming that all of those lights in the sky are at the same distance away, and it doesn't really matter what distance away. You just presume that they're all the same distance away.
Well, I don't think you need to presume that one way or the other.
That's how it's done.
Well, no, you're mapping them. You're taking an angle measurement. Right? If you move that closer or further from that one location, nothing changes. Like, you don't have to presume it's at any distance at all. Or that they're all...
because they move together through the sky. So
that doesn't require them to be at the same distance, though.
If they were all different distances, you would have to presume, or then one would be lapping past another at another different time. But because they move together, you presume they're the same distance away.
Or you presume that you're the one moving.
Sure, it's a great question, but that's the presumption.
Well, they're both presumptions.
Yeah,
I think one presumption is a little more reasonable.
One presumption is like, I would say
more reasonable.
More reasonable because it's what we actually experience here on Earth.
I'm guessing you and I think the different ones are more reasonable.
Oh yeah, no, guaranteed. It's why you're a glober and I'm a flat earther.
Fair enough.
But it's all based off of presuppositions. Like, so you have to suppose things to come up with your model, and like
well, some things, but I think not the things that make it fallacious necessarily. So for like the Eratosthenes thing, I don't think we're making any...
I mean, to me, it sounds pretty fallacious. If you can't really determine a distance, like okay, so you're willing to go as far as saying that the sun could be assumed infinitely distant, or the stars to be infinitely distant, but you think flat Earth is ridiculous for saying that it's a more local sun, when you'd get practically the same results if it was only 5,000 kilometers away. Like, you are now owning the entire fucking space between 5,000 kilometers and infinity and saying globe.
Well, I allow that they can be practically the same, but not that they are functionally the same. Like, because we can't resolve below a certain angle doesn't mean that it is actually infinitely away. There's just a certain point after which the returns just diminish, right? I don't know where that is exactly, but I don't presume to say that it is actually infinitely far, obviously.
Well, that's what Eratosthenes assumed.
Well, he just assumed that it was far enough that the light would
Yeah,
come in.
yeah. He assumed parallel light, which would take just keep pushing it out farther and farther and farther. Like it's infinite. Yeah, because even if it was 100 million miles away, that light still wouldn't be parallel. It would just be parallel enough for his shit to work.
Right. Yeah. Which is, but there's other complications with having it that far, of course, with knowing what we know now, with how big it would have
Well,
to
it's
be.
not. It's not that. It's only 7 million off from what you guys claim. When I said 100 million,
Sure.
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's really the issue. I don't know. I'm fine with that being kind of hazy, whatever that number is.
As long as it's far enough where your claim is unfalsifiable.
No, as long as it's far enough to where the light arrives functionally parallel.
What about if it's close enough where we get similar shadows to what you're presuming?
Well, again, then if we wait 6 hours and go 90 degrees, then the data no longer makes sense. Right? If it's a close sun, then the Earth's shape underneath the sun is like basically a wave. It bulges whenever the sun passes over it.
That would actually, oddly enough, that would actually kind of make sense. Just like if you put like a piece of plastic down on the ground and you heat it up in the middle, it expands and contracts and bows. Well, hey, yeah, that would actually kind of make sense, as crazy as that sounds.
Oh, could be the birth of a new model. I'm just telling you what the data shows.
I'm just telling you for the 100th time. Test it. Don't just trust your software.
I mean, I tested the software, but
No, you didn't.
I tested it to my
You
satisfaction.
literally started off telling me that you didn't.
No, I tested the
Maybe you guys
software.
are misunderstanding your definitions of testing. Maybe you should clarify that.
Validated, I suppose.
What do you mean when you say that, lunatic? Testing.
Going out for the third time. I'm not going to keep going in circles with him. Yeah, go out in the real world and actually test your claim with real physical people and real physical tape measures and real shadows. Like, not just trusting that the algorithm works, and because you thought it was accurate enough in your area the time that you claimed that you went out and tested. And I highly doubt that you actually did that too. You sound like the kind of guy who just seriously just fucking worked it out on a computer screen.
What does that kind of guy sound like exactly?
You, the kind of guy who just tells me over and over again that the program is right because he looked at the data.
All right. I mean, I don't know what to
That's
do
what
with
you
that.
are.
But
You have been psychoanalyzed, Manufactotum.
that's fine. That's his right, I suppose.
Yeah. So anyway, as far as this conversation's gone on long enough. We've really gotten nowhere, and I'm not going to go in another circle about it. So I'm just going to have to go on mute for a minute, whatever.
That's fine. I'll just throw. I did a whole like presentation on this, but it's mostly the same stuff. I'll just throw the Cliff Notes in the chat if anyone cares. Basically consolidated the presentation into a PDF. It's a bit of a dry read, but
What's the software?
the data was gotten through SunCalc. I posted a Slice Arcane video. They all did it actually, like physically. They have pictures and everything as well. So what I did with SunCalc, they have the elevation angles to the sun, and I also took the shadow lengths at those locations and did my own elevation angle calculation. So there's a plus minus in one of the columns, but SunCalc is the program. The graphs I did in GeoGebra, so they're kind of shit graphs because I'm kind of shit at GeoGebra. So yeah, those are the programs I used. Well, I would love to do something with Manim. Apparently that's the program or software that one blue, three brown, one brown, three blue, whatever they are. That's what they use. They have like some really nice animations, but that all looks like more time that I'm willing to spend on it.
Where's Captain Crypto?
What's going on, bro?
Did you see in the side chat? Did you?
No. Work it out.
Another geek's thought experiment.
Ooh.
We've never seen one of those.
Oh, right. Okay. Thought experiment. Yeah. Imagine if the Earth's a globe.
Sure, we can do that one if you want.
If you imagine the Earth as a globe, is the Earth a globe?
Yes.
No. Just because you imagine it. It's like saying if you imagine the Earth is flat, does it make it flat? I mean, that doesn't work either. But yeah, Crypto,
but if the Earth is a globe and you imagine it to be a globe, then is it a globe?
Yes.
Yeah, based on what
you guys are freaking good today. You're on fire. You're freaking sharp.
Oh, thanks. But yeah, Crypto, if you're just chilling, like I don't wanna ruin your vibe, but
Yeah, I was chilling, but if it's, I don't really want to have like a massive debate.
No. It's mate. I never come in here with debate stuff anymore. But...
Yeah, go on then.
It's all packaged up as thought experiment. Right. Okay. It's to be fair, it's pretty chill. I've got a couple. Let's start with one you'll be able to dispose of easily, hopefully. I'm sure you're aware of the whole claim about, like, if you're looking at a globe from pictures, like, say, from space, and then someone would say, if you turn around 180 degrees, what do I see? Do I see the same thing? Do I see, like, a hump? Are you aware of that? Hello?
I think you got that. I might know what you're talking about, but I think you got the question kind of screwed up.
Oh yeah, Lou. If you got a picture of what it is,
it's not from space, brother. It's not like it's
hypothetical.
Yeah, no, it's the question is like when you look out towards the horizon, Like, is the horizon curving? This is something that I've heard mostly directed towards Scott Mackey, where he claims that he sees like a left to right curvature in the horizon. You know, well, if you do that and you turn around and you see the same thing, now what's at your left and your right? Is that a valley?
The horizon is not straight. You go out to the ocean, it will curve around you.
Right, sorry, Crypto. I guess this is turning into something else, some other discussion. Sorry, brother. Let me try a different one.
No, you're good. Go on in.
Oh, this is a silly one, but again, not trying to debate. I just want your thoughts on it. Thought experiment. Crypto, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you that.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to tell you.
Fair enough. Let's say I'm 39, right? Do you believe me?
Yeah, I do believe you, actually.
Thank you.
I believe him too, because he gave me the same answer a few days ago.
Fair enough. Again, just a thought experiment, not arguing or anything. What does that mean to you, 39? Like, how do we count that exactly? Just what does it mean to you? Might be a simple one, but I'd like to know.
I mean, there's about 5 different levels I can attack this, but at the very basic level, it means you've lived for 39 years. Well, nearly 40.
Cool. What does that mean exactly? What's a year exactly?
Well, it's just an arbitrary length of time, isn't it? I mean, sure, we can say that it's based on like a season, like a cycle of the seasons or whatever, and it is as well. But fundamentally, it's just we've decided that this is a year. We're going to call this a year, and it's like time zones. It's like hours. It's like minutes. They're all just arbitrary. We might have a reason for having come up with those units of measurement in the first place, but they are fundamentally arbitrary.
Yeah. I mean, they, in a way, like I do agree with you. There is an arbitrary nature to it, absolutely. But why do we? How do we even come up with that? Like that very first arbitrary thing. I mean, it's not like people used different measurements for year. Like, why a year? You're right about the seasons.
Yeah,
like, it's how seasons progress. I agree with you, but just like your thoughts. Again,
necessity
not
is
trying
the
to
mother
argue.
of...
Sorry, go on.
No, you're good. I mean, necessity is the mother of invention, right? So the reason these things would have been invented was because they were like, shit, we need a measurement of time.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we've noticed that it gets colder and then it gets warmer. What do we call that? Okay, we're going to call that summer. We're going to call that winter. There's a bit in between. We're going to call that autumn and spring. Okay, cool. And that keeps happening. So we need a name for all of that collectively. So that's going to be a year, right? I mean, I don't have to go on, do I?
Yeah, cool. What do you think about what other people say what a year is then? How they define a year. So
I think it's a trip round the sun or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess I could say I believe in that, I suppose. But what do you think? What do you think about those methods of determining what a year is?
It's the same. No, it's the same determination. Fundamentally, we're looking at the same thing in the sky. We're experiencing the same time pass. We just have a different explanation as to what's going on.
This is the same conversation that this same guy had with me a few days ago, and it's happening the same way.
Well, I'm having a discussion
surprise me.
with Captain Crypto. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, go ahead, continue, and just say like you already got these answers. Like,
I want his answers.
Go and get some uniform.
I want his answers, though. I want to.
You haven't come to grips yet with the fact that it's the same thing, that it's determined by our observations of the sun.
Well, he didn't say the sun. I'd like to ask him those questions.
Okay.
He mentioned the seasons, which I agree with. But crypto, yeah, you on your in your way of explaining things, does it even involve the sun? Does it?
What? Are you asking me if the seasons are affected by the sun?
If the year factors in the sun.
I mean, I'd say yes, because the sun appears at a different point in the sky depending on the year, the time of year. Sorry.
So where, like, how does that? Where does it go then? Like, what are we using the sun as? Like, in
Where do
terms of a
you
year?
go?
I understand if you want to, like, you
Yeah.
don't want to talk about this. Like, I can jump out, but
I don't really understand the question, bro. Like, so you're saying, so where does the sun go? Well, surely you've been given that answer before, right? I don't need to give you that again.
well, no, I'd like
And
your
in the
answer.
context
Again,
of
I
season,
don't mind jumping out, but
no, you're all good, man. It's just I don't really know where this conversation's going. That's like different from, or I feel like it might be kind of not that interesting for the room to listen to. Is really my worry.
okay, cool. Well, we'll end it there. I no, I understand. It's like it's. I got you, man. I like it was just again, I'm not here to cause
Geeks,
trouble or cause arguments, but
geeks, man.
No, you're good.
It's like
I
you
like you,
think
man.
that there's some kind of difference, like on a globe we would count time differently. Like why? You know, you think either in either case you're following the cycle of the sun throughout the seasons, right? Like when it comes full circle.
full circle from what? What do you mean full circle?
It
I don't
doesn't
know what that
matter
means.
from what. It's when it resets itself on the horizon, like where it rises and where it sets. We base
Well,
it
that's a
off of
day,
like
though.
the equinox. Well, like the
believe
equinox
we're having this
is a good way of
conversation.
looking at it. But all calendars have all been based on, well, I can't say all because some are lunar calendars and stuff, but like, yeah, the calendar is based off
What's
of
the cycle, though? What do you mean the cycle?
observations of the sun because it resets annually.
Based on the cycle, right?
Yes, it resets annually. Time immemorial.
What's the cycle? Where, like, so it goes around something, or where it changes, or
It moves between Capricorn and Cancer.
I don't know what that means. I don't.
Well, if you don't know what it means,
No, I promise.
well, that's the globe claim, and
Just
it's exactly the same. I don't understand what you mean. We had this conversation 2 weeks ago or last week. Like where the sun
to let you know,
rises on the
guys,
horizon. Go ahead.
Never mind.
In either case, it's assumed that it's making a circuit. Okay, it's either going in. It's either going in a circle or we're going in a circle around it. But our observation of it on either model is of it moving through our sky and returning to its place of origin.
No, that's a day. I'm talking about a year.
No, it's also for a year. In a day, if you were to watch it daily, actually, the sun will move over slightly every single morning. It just moves over just a little bit. But as you go, once you've gone through a full year, then it comes back to its original place that you started looking.
Why would it do that?
Because it moves between the tropics, as was just being described to you.
So the sun moves.
According to your model, it's because of the axis, the tilt on the axis. So as you're orbiting in a circle around the sun, and the Earth is tilted, it makes your observation of the sun rise come up in a slightly different location every single day than as it moves through around the sun. But according to us, we would say that it is moving and we're not. But it's the same thing. Once a year, it returns to that place of origin.
Uh-huh. Cool. So, according to the globe, it's based on a tilt. The axis is tilted, and also a rotation around the sun as well, I would imagine. But
Yeah, you don't have to admit, I already told you that, but yes, that was part of it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just replaying it just so I can understand it. And then on yours, it's what was it again? Just remind me.
Well, that the sun is. We don't have an actual model, but that it's the sun that's actually moving instead of over the top of us. Whether
Someone help him out. Someone help him out, please. Someone help him out, please.
No, shut up. Whether the sun, if you're going to presume like an AE model or something like that, then yeah, you would have to say that the sun is making a wider circle during the northern winter. But again, we don't necessarily accept that. There could also be something at play about like altitude of it, which your model also has. You guys claim that it's closer during the winter and farther during the summer. I don't know. There's all kinds of motions going on, and you can try to model it different ways.
You know I love you, Lou. So you know I love you. We've had some good chatter.
Why do I have to help Lou out? What's going on? I don't know if you guys know, but Scott Mackey is starring in a new film.
What's the film?
Called Trollentless.
Pretty good, actually. Oof. Okay. Cool. Thanks for the explanation, Lou.
So you figured out that the sun.
You're asking me to help him out. So what happened?
Oh no, we're fine. I just thought someone would have jumped in as soon as he said we don't have a model.
We don't. Like, why would anybody jump in? You've heard from everybody here that we don't have a model.
I mean, I've got a model, but it's got nothing to do with the Earth.
I'm a model.
We don't like to claim a model because a model is a reification fallacy just on its face. You don't live on a model. You live in reality.
What's a reification fallacy? What? I've never heard of that. What's that?
You never heard of that?
No.
You know what? To reify something, like, so you presume something is true. You see that something that fits your presumption, and then therefore your assumption is true.
What? Wait, say that again. Sorry.
You assume something, then you see something that fits your assumption, and that's how you know your assumption is true.
Right. What's up? I'll look it up. It's a good word though, reification.
I mean, if you see your mom at a corner and you think maybe she's a prostitute, but no, she's just waiting for an Uber.
Bless you guys, it's begging the question, not a reification fallacy. Reification fallacy is when something's in a mathematical model, and so you say that mathematical thing must necessarily be real in reality. So if like Snell's law has a demarcation line between two different bodies, like two different densities of a medium, then that mathematical demarcation line, to claim it's a real demarcation line, is a reification fallacy. When in reality we don't have a demarcation line, we have a spectrum where it goes from density A to density B across a full spectrum of in-between values.
It looks like it says when you treat something abstract as a physical thing, dogs. Would you say that that's true?
That was going to be my point. Is this
That's
Dogs
what I
and Gods
just said,
does it
yeah.
like he's misdefined it. No, because you said it was mathematical and it's not. It's to do with abstractions.
Yeah, so mathematics is an abstraction of reality. It's a set of values.
Yes, but there are abstractions that aren't. There are abstractions that aren't maths. So it's an important distinction.
Not really. So I was giving an example. So if I give an example with an abstraction through maths, then yeah, that's a good example.
Okay.
Well, you misdefined it, so.
Yeah.
Not really. A good example.
Well,
even
did,
like I'd say you.
Well, he did though, didn't he? Geeks? Just because he's a baller, don't just give it to him because he's a baller.
No.
Misdefined
I'm on your side. I'm on your side. I'm saying it was misdefined. Absolutely.
Do you mind reading out the definition?
Yeah, sure.
To see if it fits dogs.
Reification. Where should I read it from? Just from Google, yeah.
No, take it
Reification
from
is
educational source.
Scott's got the definition. Scott's got the correct definition in the chat. If you want to just read that.
To consider, represent as a material, concrete thing. I mean, that's a really
pretty simple.
Badly. That's
Right.
That's a badly.
So I actually defined it improperly, but it's still correct for models. So yeah, a model is something abstract, and to give it concreteness would be a fallacy.
Right.
A model is something abstract. Is it really?
Yes.
Is it?
It's an abstraction because
Yeah,
modeling reality.
Models.
So you're abstracting.
Okay, interesting. Because I would have thought that models are.
It's actually their purpose. Their purpose is to be an abstraction that's trying to get as close to reality as possible. That's literally what they are.
Well, it's a representation, I would say, of reality, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's an abstraction.
No, well, I mean, it in a way, yes. So like any model, again, it's like it's made to be like a tool. Like it's got to have a use, have a usefulness. It doesn't have to be 100% accurate to reality. It's just got to serve its purpose.
Yeah.
But then how else would we understand reality if it were not for these? Well, model is an example, but these abstractions.
By observing it.
Yeah, but then we put that information into models which aren't necessarily like the point. The point is that you can't perfectly model reality. That's impossible.
That's correct. I'd agree with you there, certainly. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't create models. I think you'd agree with that, right?
Never said that.
No.
Models
I'm not
are very
trying to trap
useful,
you.
but
I'm not trying to trap you. Sorry, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean the point of the reification. I think a lot of the time, like people, they'll kind of you get the bare bones of what a fallacy actually is, and then they don't actually realize why it's relevant or necessary, right? So there's the letter of the law and the spirit of the law, and when it comes to a reification fallacy, what it's specifically saying is that you shouldn't treat an idea as if it's concrete reality, right? So that's obvious. That's what it says in the definition as well. But I think it's perfectly applied to a model. It's not saying that it's not useful or that you shouldn't do it. It's just that you need to recognize that it's limited, right? It's that simple. Just it has limitations. Don't put all of your eggs in the model basket. That's a bad idea. That's all it's saying.
But what is the alternative? I guess I would ask. Like, what is an alternative
You need an alternative. Why do you need an alternative?
I mean, if you want to describe how something works to someone, right? You would use a model, would you say, or not?
Sure, but it's like, let me give you an example, right? So
Exactly.
let's say there's a piece of music that's 4 minutes long, right? Is that piece of music exactly 4 minutes long, or is it 4 minutes and 3 picoseconds long?
I don't know. I would say it doesn't matter. I would say it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. That's my point. It doesn't fucking matter because it's close enough for you to say that piece of music is 4 minutes long. It's not 3 minutes long. We've
It's good
decided that
enough.
3 minutes and 4 minutes is kind of it's close enough, right? 4 minutes. It's not 3 minutes 20. It's 4 minutes. But you don't know that it's not 4 minutes exactly, or 4 minutes and a tenth, or 3 minutes 59 and 7/8. Or it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, sure.
So this is why, like, so it's close enough. When we talk about, but this is a different argument, right? Knowing
No, it is,
exactly what
yeah,
something is versus something that's good enough for everyday practical use. Very different things.
Yep, agreed. But so when it comes to model, because you took issue with my statement that what else would you use? A model.
Yeah, I just don't think there's anything else.
Sorry.
So, like, if I say that, the piece of music is 4 minutes long, you go, oh, actually, no, it's got to be a different time. It's got to be 4 minutes and 3. But like, it doesn't matter. 4 minutes is good enough, right? So you don't need something else, even if it's not specifically 4 minutes. There is no need for another thing.
No, that's an argument about measurement. I'm talking about an argument about how to describe how something works, not how
4 minutes is the description of a property of a piece of music. It's the same thing.
Is that a model? Is that how you describe what a model is?
It's not an analogy.
No, it's a description of a property of a piece of information, right?
Yeah.
So surely you can see these parallels.
No, actually, I disagree with you, sir. I don't think that constitutes a model. I could be wrong, but I don't
Say it does constitute a model. I'm talking about the description.
The model is a tool.
I'm talking about the description.
Sorry.
I'm talking about the description of a piece of information. Lou, let me finish, please.
Yeah, I know. We
I'm
keep
talking
pausing
about the
each other and
description.
then starting it. Okay.
Yeah, but I was talking first. So just let me finish. Okay, so we're talking about describing a piece of information. I never said model. You keep trying to get me to say model about music. I never said that music was a model. I'm just talking about describing a piece of information. Okay? And so the accuracy just has to be good enough for practical purposes, for everyday use.
I don't think. Okay, understood.
So another slightly different example, aside from the music and accuracy of length of it. Like I described, the model has a usefulness as like a tool, right? So, like I could use a screwdriver as a pry bar, right? But it's designed to drive screws. The screwdriver is not a pry bar. You know, like
what on earth is that got to do with it? What are you talking about, sir? What screwdrivers?
You, like if you've got a model, you know that's designed to serve a certain purpose, like
I don't think we're agreed on what the definition of a model is. This is interesting. I don't think we agree on what a model is.
That's what it is. I mean, when it comes to mathematical models and things like that, like yeah, it's only to suit like to break things down into a formula mathematically in a way that's useful to crunching the numbers.
No, I would describe a model as a mechanism to describe how something works. That's all. Nothing to do with like how long a piece of music is, or what a tool is called or used for. That's what I think a model is defined as. I could be wrong.
If I buy a kit like up from the toy section for a model Ferrari and I build it, is that a Ferrari?
No, it's not.
Why not?
Because it's a Ferrari is something that is a car, and that is just a model but it's not the same model type as what we're talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
It's a
you brought it
model.
up.
It's not the real thing, is it?
You kind of using the two words to try and conflate them into one there, buddy. Sorry. And I think you know you're doing that, but I'll give that one to you.
What have I done?
You said that a Ferrari is a real car and a model is not a real car.
That's right. What's wrong with that? How is that
That's
conflation?
really shady.
It's a bit messed up. It is a bit messed up. It is a bit messed up, Blue. Come on.
You know what you're doing, don't you?
Yeah. No. Well, I hope you know what you're doing, and that you're just not on the, you're not below the 80 IQ spectrum sort of thing. I hope you know what you're doing, sort of thing. You're not going to pull the wool over my eyes, though. So tell you that much. You and your sneaky little tactics.
So, is a model Ferrari a Ferrari?
Yeah, you asked me that already. Here we go again. What's that got to do with anything? It's silly. It's so silly.
But how can you disagree with that, Geeks, though? I don't understand.
Disagree with it? No, I don't disagree with it at all.
Oh, it just seemed like you were a little bit hesitant there.
Oh, no. Oh, if you like, I'll answer it. No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's like saying, what's a fork, Lou?
A fork?
Yeah.
It's a utensil, pronged utensil with at least two prongs. They can
I'm talking
stand
about.
the food.
I'm talking about in the road. I'm talking about the road.
Well, that's a place where the road splits into at least two more roads.
So can you use that road that splits into two roads to eat a steak?
Bro. No.
Oh, why not?
Because it's a road.
Because one word could be used to
That's the
describe
dumbest
two
shit
different
I've ever
things.
heard. It's like it's two different things. It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
You're absolutely right. It is two different things. Hear that, Lou?
Yes.
Hear that, Lou? Two
You're
different things.
arguing
No, that was
the point of bringing up the model Ferrari versus a real Ferrari is because you were just claiming that models explain reality itself. Like it is.
They're two different things.
Basically the
They're two
same
different
thing
things.
as reality.
No, they're two different things. As Timbo kindly explained, they're two different things. What you're talking about. Gotcha.
No.
Oh, okay. Just
yeah, but yes, that was directed at you. It's just because something has the same name doesn't mean you're talking about the same thing. So you got to use a different analogy.
Did you hear that, Lou?
Yeah.
Did you hear
Why
that,
are
Lou?
you saying? Did you hear that,
Directed
Lou?
it.
You're ruining his argument, Timbo.
No, I'm not. No.
You are.
You're being facetious.
Geeks, you're just a used car salesman there.
Maybe
He's a model Ferrari salesman.
Oh yeah.
Timbo really messed up your argument there, didn't you, Lou? How impolite. Saying that, just because a word sounds the same, it could mean two different things. What's wrong with him? Anyway, you did well, brother.
No, that's the whole idea of modeling anything. Like an architectural model. Like when working on a project, they tend to model it out of like balsa wood and all kinds of stuff. It's not the real thing. It's just to be what's the right word that we were using? Abstract. It's an abstraction of the actual building that is proposed to be built. The real thing will not be like the model. I mean, it'll be similar but different.
Cool. I got you, man. Don't worry. Well done. Good sparring there, gentlemen.
I mean, it's a little bit different when you're talking about scientific models.
Oh, don't say that.
But scientific models have to be backed up by experimentation.
Yeah, they do. He's right.
And even once that experimentation is done, the reason why it's still called a model is because it's not complete. It's not the real thing. It's still just an abstraction.
Yeah, it's a representation. You're absolutely right. With assumptions. Well, that's a good explanation, dude. Good explanation, I'd say.
You've got a great way of agreeing with people and pretending like you disagree, or disagreeing with people and pretending like you agree. I'm not even really sure. It depends on how you're feeling at the moment. But you do both.
Thanks, man. I'll take that as a compliment, I suppose. Yeah, you do have to be careful around me. Like, you know, I'm a bit slippery sometimes. So, which is why I don't blame you guys for, you know, muting me so much. Because yeah, I am a bit of a trickster. I do get people into.
You constantly say something. You like say something in refutation to something and say, well, that can't be true, or I disagree, or blah, 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 blah. Then we give you the response back to it and you go, I completely agree with you. But.
Did I say that? No, dude, to be fair, Lou, like I say, it's regardless of what it is that I'm saying, the whole thing, and I'm surprised if, like, you know, people haven't picked up on this already. It's to, you know, it's to manipulate people, not just you guys, just to be clear. I'm not just doing it to you guys. I do it to loads of people, loads of different people, but it's to manipulate people into sort of talking themselves in circles. You know, that's my ultimate goal, to kind of have people, you know,
try to make everything sound ridiculous, no matter what it is.
What the other person's saying ridiculous, so that it, you know, it yeah, pretty much that's everything I'm saying, regardless of whether it makes sense or not from a, you know, A to B to C perspective, is purely to get someone to slip up and say something they shouldn't have. Like with Linktree the other day, for example. I don't know if anyone was in the room with me and Linktree, but I almost got him. I was so close to getting him to slip up and talk about one of the no-go topics, which was, you know, speed of light, and to be, you know, this is what it is. So close, but he recognized it just at the last second, and
why would you get someone to try and talk about something that the channel doesn't approve of in case we get banned? Why would you do that?
Why would I try and get him to talk about what? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, what was the subject?
Oh, he was telling me about his time at, what was it, Canada Bell or whatever it was. I can't remember, but the telephone.
What was the banned subject that you were talking about?
Oh, you guys have to be careful around speed of light, like giving it a specific.
Why?
Can I say something?
Don't you? I thought that was
Kill yourself.
Well, don't say that. That's just rude.
Brilliant. Who was that guy?
Speed of light is one of the.
Hold on, wait. Who
Sorry,
was
Timber.
that?
Sorry, Timber.
No, I just want to know who that was because I want to ban him.
He's called Smuggy, but I think he's gone now. He's left now.
Nobody's
Sorry,
got to be
Timbo.
careful regarding speed of light. The thing is that like speed of light was for a period of time in physics like it's still considered to be a constant, even though they themselves have like disproven that it is not a constant according to.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that, yeah, that you have to be careful at calling it a constant and talking about this is what the speed is. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but it's not like something that we have to tiptoe around or anything.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about something that happened in the last.
Timbo, I can't hear you. Your mic's all over the place, dude.
Yeah, I know. I've got some shitty headphones in. I'll mute up.
Oh, he's back. The rude person's back. The smuggy chap is back. Very rude. Okay, yeah, Timbo. Sorry, brother. I was trying to hear you, but it sounded like you were outside, and it was just really difficult to hear you, man.
Yeah, I am outside, but I've got my other headphones are in for repair, so I'm limiting my talking because everyone's saying they can't hear me. So.
That's better.
Yeah, you do
Whatever
sound
you've
pretty
done just now, whatever you've done there, that's a little bit better. I can actually make out like what you're saying at least. If you can keep going with whatever that was. Cool. Well, when you get inside, hopefully. Wait, where were we? What were we talking about? Oh, me being a manipulative bastard. Yeah. Yeah. So, but like, I don't just do it to you guys. I do it to everyone. So
We had this discussion a couple of days ago too, where you were explaining how you get muted and kicked out of pretty much every room in the server, and this room for some reason actually puts up with it more than any other.
Less now, actually, Lou. Less and less now. And do you know why? Video chat. Video chat.
And why do you get disconnected when you go on about video chat? What does you being on video chat do to the room?
It makes him realize that he's human.
No, it limits the room to 25, so selfishly nobody else can join just because you're on video call.
No,
Now,
I'm
you've
not
been told
saying
3 or 4 times. I don't get why you have to keep bringing it up.
I wasn't saying I should be allowed to video chat in here. I understand that, Jedi, and I won't do it in here because I've heard you. I'm just I'm explaining that's a factor in other rooms. So
Good.
So I hear you, brother.
Good.
Yeah. Everything's good. Yeah, I get kicked less. I'll tell you one thing if you want to hear about this guy. Oh, actually, this has nothing to do with the room's topic, so I won't bother you with it. But yeah, I got racially abused the other day.
Aren't you white?
You're correct. I am white.
Oh. Did you get racially abused by the local Somalis?
No. Obviously, I want to keep people's identity secure, shall we say? But Modmel took it very seriously because I had it recorded, and guy's got a warning. One more, and he's banned from politics.
Oh, okay.
Crazy, huh?
Yeah, you do get
That's
some
why.
very weird people that they think that they, for some reason, they get to go around like being nasty to other people because they come from a different race, but because they're not white, that's fine. It's a really, really strange like mentality that some people have.
Yeah, well, max respect to the mods in this case because they took it seriously and didn't do what I think a lot of people would have thought they would have done. So,
I mean, the
anyway,
mods are a bit cucked in here, hence my Joseph Stalin PFP. But good to hear that they're not fully cucked.
I mean, yeah, but crazy, crazy. I mean, obviously it's because I had it recorded, and it was, and you know. But yeah. Anyway, I'll shut up talking about stuff that's not related to topic stuff. Doop.
I'll back in a bit.
Well, while it's quiet, I don't know if you chaps remember a few days ago, I asked if anybody had any ideas, kind of little nuggets of.
Oh, sorry, lost my headphone. Any nuggets of things that they'd like to see improved functionality-wise on the politics server? Got some good feedback from the chaps and the ladies in here, but yeah, while it's quiet, if anybody has any kind of suggestions as to functionality that they'd like to, that they wish existed, I'm all ears. I'm writing. I'm just to be clear. I'm like getting involved in the code for the politics server. So just gathering ideas, things that could improve the experience. Lou, must have something. Right. Asking about feedback. Feedback for. It's when you're on the server, on the politics server, anything that you're like, I wish I could do this, or I wish this would work this way, or wouldn't it be great if there was a room or a way to do this? Like literally anything. No, it's not anything big, small, impossible, simple, whatever. Just ideas that you wish existed to improve your experience. I'm just gathering that because, like I said, I'm working with the tech guys to develop functionality in politics. If that makes sense.
My complaints aren't really with anything in the server. It's with Discord and their stupid their mobile app is just still trash. You need to work with them.
Why is it trash?
Just the way that you have to. It could be better, like the interface of it, like the UI, like pretty much every update that they do makes it broken in some other way.
What would you like to see? Like, well, what would you like to see?
More of a seamlessness of being able to see what's going on in a side chat, and also being able to like mute and unmute, like see the voice and text chat at the same time, whether it be with some kind of an overlay or something like that.
Okay.
But the mobile app is always glitchy in some way, shape, or form with every update. But that's
Cool.
a Discord. That's a Discord thing, not a server thing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, anything that you like, you have gripes with functionality-wise, like, that can still generate a feature, a product feature that can be used in a server that can solve problems. So definitely can't do that on mobile. Or you can't deafen on mobile. Interesting. Didn't know that.
Did you just say you cannot deafen on mobile?
No. Going to jail said apparently you can't do it on mobile.
Oh, jail. Okay, I heard deafen.
No. Look at the side chat, dude.
Well, he's right. Like on mobile, the deafen button is gone. Like,
yeah, but you can.
If you swipe up. You have to swipe up, and then you can hit it. But like, it's not there to quickly do if you want to.
But that's the thing. Like, you know, a command, right, could do that for you. So
Well,
if
commands aren't very like user friendly on mobile either. Like, say you. Like, okay, for example, if I get a phone call right now, it's kind of weird that it will mute me, which thank God it does that. But I'll answer my phone call and still hear you assholes chatting in the background, and I can't hear my phone call. I want to deafen the chat when that happens, so that I can take my phone call.
I mean, that's a really good point, guys, because like that is, you know, that is something that can be achieved as a workaround. But this is my point. Like, it'd be great to hear more of the things that you wish were possible functionality-wise in order to improve the experience. Anything, literally anything. And that's a really, really good one, Jel. Thank you.
This is a first world problem. Some people don't even have internet.
Cool. I can't fix that, unfortunately. But yeah.
As a temporary workaround, keep in mind that, at least for me, if you press and hold the mute button, it deafens. So it takes a second there. If you get a call, just press and hold the mute button, it deafens, and you take your call.
Is that how you do it?
Yeah, press and hold.
Ooh, nice. Mick, is it? What's his name? Mick?
Yes, sir, Mick.
Are you a software guy? Are you a coder guy, or just?
I am.
Interesting. Are you really?
Yes, sir.
May I ask your languages?
Mostly back-end stuff. I've got proficiency in Golang, C#, ASP.NET, which is basically C#. I have a little bit of Node.js under my belt. I don't really like it. I was trained in Java, hate it. So that's back-end stuff. I've got some infra stuff, Docker, Kubernetes, Terraform, blah, 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 right?
Yeah, no, I got you on the infra stuff and like the implementation and server stuff. Yeah, I mean,
So yeah, database management.
But impressive. ASP, C sharp, you say?
Yes, sir. Mostly Golang these days.
I have zero Golang. I'm mainly Node.
Great.
I'm mainly Node.js. I wouldn't call myself full stack necessarily because I'm exactly
Okay.
like. But yeah, I don't just do the Node.js stuff, but also React Native, Python,
Yeah.
of course. But
Yeah. I hate Python. I have experience with it. Will never use it again if I don't have to.
But so the thing is, like a lot of the actually, is it?
It's terrible. It's like
I'm
4
just
times
trying to think
slower
in
than
terms of how the server stack is. But impressive. Okay, I'm going to add you as a friend, sir.
Thank you.
I might call on you for some. If you're interested in
Sure.
helping
I
out.
do private consulting on the side there. Not that I'm
No,
pitching it, but I think you asked.
I mean for the politics server. So it's like it's giving you a lot of benefits. So it's time to pay it back, sort of thing.
Sure. If you got questions or whatever.
Cool beans. Well, that's very kind of you. Wait, are you part of the FE community?
Yes, sir.
And
Been
you
here for.
write code?
Yes, sir.
We all did stuff before we discovered the Earth was flat, right?
That's right.
We all keep doing stuff afterwards. Like he thinks we're aliens or something. Like,
No, sure.
Or somehow unintelligent of some sort.
No, it's got nothing to do with lack of intelligence. It's just the.
Hey, Geeks. Hey, Geeks, buddy. How you doing? You know what's coming right now, Geeks, right?
Here we go.
Here we go.
There we go.
What's coming?
Geeks, what's coming?
What's coming?
No. Did you do what you're supposed to do when you came into this channel, Geeks?
I wrote it down. What was I supposed to do again? I completely forgot.
Right. You wrote it down.
I wrote it down. It's around here somewhere. Remind me though. I'll write it down.
Wait, hold on. See, everybody, this is a Glober for you. He cannot remember what he's supposed to do, right? Every day, I've been reminding him, or every time he comes in here, I remind him, right? And just like a real Glober, the next day he'll forget. So there's no point in even having a conversation with people like this, just saying.
Oh.
You're dismissed, Geeks.
I'm dismissed.
I'll go on mute. Yeah.
Dismissed.
Well, you're supposed to do something, and you said you were going to do it, but you still don't do it. So,
I can't remember what it was. I would do it if I could remember. Sorry.
Well, it's something to do with that squared mile you've been so adamant about, you know?
Oh, yeah, that was it.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Almost as bad as Scott Mackey. He still hasn't gotten those theodolite models and specs.
Oh, I haven't got them. I don't know what a theatolite is, but what is it? What is that? Can't just make up words.
That Globers use
Making up
to
words.
trick people into making them think there's curvature, when really things shrink in the distance.
What the hell is a theatolite? What does that mean?
Theodolite.
It's a glorified protractor, but at large scales or something.
What? Oh. Okay. Well, why didn't you just say protractor then?
Kind of, but I mean, of course, you have to peer through it. There's all sorts of leveling utility to it, et cetera, right? But basically, the claim is something to the effect of, okay, Scott Mackey's got this guy who's done the experiment where he's taken two theodolites, put them at a certain distance from each other, measured zenith angles, and found that when trying to align the angles measured from these theodolites, if it's supposed to be going straight up, right? Both of them would, if they're going straight up.
You've lost me. You've lost me already. I don't know what a zenith angle is.
Basically trying to find 90 degrees straight up, right? So you have something standing in front of you, it's pointing straight up, like perfect speak, and then you go far away,
Yeah.
and you put another thing down and you point it straight up.
Oh, and it should be
Right?
pointing in different directions.
Exactly. So in theory, quote unquote, if the Earth was flat, they would be perfectly parallel.
Yes.
And you would measure 180 degrees between the two angles, right? 90 plus 90.
Yeah.
But the claim is, oh, well, because we're on a ball, when one goes straight up, you go far away, and you point that one straight up.
One points out to the side or something.
Exactly, right? So that's the
How do you
claim.
measure that? How do you measure? How would you measure the difference between the? Is that what the zenith angle is?
Basically, if you point them at each other or something like that, you can kind of get, an angle from that, and then you do the math, right? Or something. Maybe I'm botching it. Somebody please forgive me. But something like that, right? But that's the claim. So we've been scrutinizing and pushing Scott. Even Alpha was in this conversation. It's been like a month, or two, and it comes up every once in a while. And we're basically asking, okay, well, that's a nice claim, but what are the theodolites that are being used for this? What are the models? What are the specs? What are their intended uses? What's the range that they're accurate for? And basically, is this observation or this setup out of the acceptable range of utility for this thing? And he won't answer it. We're asking, oh, well, what theodolite models? So maybe we can look at. He won't even get the model numbers, so we can look it up and look in the spec. So it's kind of sleazy, right?
Wait. Before all of that, did he at least, before we look at the issues and the problems with it, what did he actually provide? Did he provide two rays of? What are they?
So
Anyway? They're pointing lasers or something?
I'll give you a quick explanation of I know my
Please.
mic's shit, but so what they are is
No, I hear you, brother. Keep going.
So they're angle measuring devices used for construction. So they measure angles from where you set it up. It's like do you know what a laser level is? But it's not that. It's
Yeah.
so like a laser level, but it's got a glass eye, so it's got a telescope in it, and and you change angles, so you can get elevation angles and things like that. So you can work out whether your building's level or plumb or what angle you need for that roof and things like that. So it's a construction tool. Yeah, I'll mute now.
Oh, thanks, man.
That was good. Thank you.
I'll just go into the range. So I have, many of you know, but I'm a builder. I have surveyors that work for me, and they said they wouldn't use a theodolite for any more than about 2 kilometers. They said that would be pushing it. So they're generally used within 500 meters.
Yeah.
Right, and I think if I remember correctly, Scott's claim, basically, he's pointing to this guy who he knows, who's done this experiment or this observation, and I think I remember the claim was the distances between these things were well over.
Oh, a theodolite.
Exactly. Yeah, I think they were.
Okay.
What?
Yeah. Sorry, it's a theodolite, not a theatolite.
Theodolite, yeah, however you want to pronounce it. They're tomato. But yeah, so I think the claim was the observation was done with the distance between these two theodolites, like, I don't know, 100 kilometers or something, maybe 50, maybe 25, but like a large distance, right? And it's like, okay, well, are they meant to be like that? And what's how do we know?
I don't think these things could be. I think these things are to be used for relatively small.
Well, yeah, that's what Timbo was just saying. Less than a kilometer, 500 meters or something like that. They're supposed to be small. And when pushed on this, Scott just says, "Oh, I trust the guy. I trust the guy." It's like, okay, well, do we trust the metrics? Do we trust the results? Because you would think like, oh, well, if there's refraction going on at such a large distance, how do you know that the angle that you're pointing the theodolite to is actually flush with what you think you're looking at, if light is bending up and down, left and right, or whatever, depending on the fucking gradient or whatnot. You know, like these types of questions, you can't push them. You can't push them on it because he just won't answer. You know what I mean?
I mean, I'm not a pro when it comes to things like this. I could be. I don't know. I don't want to misrepresent like what is possible, but I thought these things were for like kind of taking measurements of like road road. You know, when you're trying to survey a road, like how much of an angle it is to another road or something. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? No.
Yeah.
I'm not a pro at this, but yeah. So,
but the point that I was getting at is, if it's so just point blank simple, and we're all retarded because we don't trust the numbers or whatever. If it was that was the case, well, just give us the details, give us the numbers, and we'll look at it and we'll figure it out. You know, but that won't happen. So anyway, I yield.
Well, thanks for explaining it. I mean, I every time people says theatolites, I'm like, what? Okay, I don't even know what the hell that is. Same with the whole Polaris thing. I need to do some more reading on that. But thanks for explaining it, gents. Yeah, it's good to kind of understand like what it is this whole discussion is around.
Well, they use trigonometry to correct for those deviations. They did do all those measurements, Mick. I don't know where you're getting this idea that they didn't. They took the measurements of what they could measure, and then they calculated the rest of it.
I understand that. I never said they didn't take the measurements. What's in question is the accuracy and legitimacy of these results based off of the tools being used to acquire these numbers.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
So
It's
they
valid.
used
Definitely
right.
valid.
So that's why so for the initial surveys of the arcs of the different continents was by having a very accurate baseline. And so once you have an accurate baseline, you can basically take surveys of all the other areas, and then you do a grid. Because if you zoom in on the Indian continent survey, you can see that they just did a grid of triangles from north to south and from east to west, and that's how you can just get a pretty good idea of what the shape of the Earth is.
Okay, sure. I mean, you know, these can be looked at. All I'm asking for are the model numbers and the specs of the tools being used. That's all. And then from there,
they didn't have model numbers for 1800s theodolites. They were handmade.
Okay. Well then,
like one-of-a-kind instruments.
Well, that's fine. So if the numbers
they were all made the same way, they were all accurate.
So
how do you know that?
They use theodolites. Like that's how we know that they are accurate because they use the correct instrumentation
of the instrument used.
Why would you question a theodolite, right? Isn't that what we use to determine level? And
yeah, I don't think you're.
That's not what I asked.
What else would you use?
May I go ahead? The question here is not whether or not the theodolites are faulty or if they're being misused or whatnot. We're just asking for the specs of these instruments themselves, because from there we can extrapolate out and determine with, you know, maybe not perfect accuracy, but a certain assessment of whether or not where they're being used and how they're being used will yield certain degrees of error in the results based off of what the specs are of these instruments and what they're actually being used for. If it's out of the range of those specs, then okay, you know, this is something to factor in, right? That's all.
I think that's valid, Talon. I mean, I think it's valid for them to hold feet to the fire in that sense, and you know, there shouldn't be any contesting about that.
And what's interesting about
I understand but like that's been done already. There's
that's fine. And all we've been asking for is what those numbers were, so we can look at them. And all I was bringing up is the fact that this was brought up and pushed multiple times. Hey, you got the model numbers. Hey, you got the specs. Hey, you got the model numbers. Hey, you got the specs. And it's been refused or just hand waved away of actually, bothering to bring these forward in moments of claiming that they're being used and, prove one way or the other.
I mean,
That's all that I'm bringing up.
It shouldn't be under lock and key, Talon. It shouldn't be under lock
well, the
and
thing
key.
is
Should it? It should be available to whoever wants to request it, regardless of whether you say, "Oh, it's been done." I don't think that that's right. I think it should be available to anyone that wants to request it and try and refute it. I think that's.
Geeks, what are you saying is available? I just have made it available just now. What are you talking about?
Made it available? Made what available?
Hey.
You make it available.
Can I talk? I mean, I'm Geeks, I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
No, I'm talking to Talon. They're asking for just, like, for example, one thing. There's a number of things they're asking for, but one thing is what pieces of equipment were actually used in this claim, right? What are the make and model numbers, right?
Okay, so the thing
I don't think that's unreasonable. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Geeks. Okay, so you got to stop talking, Geeks, because I'm going to answer your question. I would have answered it if you had not talked. The thing is that they didn't have that many theodolites to cover all of India, so they had to make them themselves. And so, Mount Everest. You guys heard of Mount Everest?
Talking about
guy
Scott
they named.
Mackey's claim.
So the guy they named
Scott Mackey's claim.
That's named after a guy. His name was Everest. Okay.
No, sir. Scott Mackey's claim is different, sir. You're not referring to
Geeks,
what the claim is.
Geeks, please stop interrupting.
You're answering a question that hasn't been asked, sir.
You asked about instrumentation. Handmade instrumentation, Geeks. So the idea is can I have the model number, right? Like that's like 20. Like that didn't happen 200 years ago. They had to make their own theodolites.
Talon, nobody's asking for the results of the experiments done 200 years ago.
What? Well, you should be.
Specifically, this conversation was about Jesse Kozlowski's theodolite tests that Scott Mackey was referring to.
Okay.
Yes, Talon. That's what I was trying to inform you of.
Yeah, that's all we're getting at here. And the details of the results are not what's up in the air right now. I missed the day when allegedly Scott and Alpha Veritas and Miggy went over the actual results and stuff. So I can't speak to that. Right? It's just the results are not what is necessarily at this point in time what's in question. It's how the results came to be and what instruments were being used to determine them, because these minor details matter.
So what would you use? What would you use?
Okay, so watch this, right? If I have here's a good analogy, right? If I'm going to measure the distance from here to my grocery store, right? And I don't have a ruler longer than 30. I have a 1 meter ruler, right? I can technically take a meter stick, put it on the ground, walk a meter, pick it up, move it over, and do that iteratively until I get to the grocery store. Okay. But it's reason. There's reason to believe that
the shape.
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the distance, and all I'm drawing is an analogy to using a utility or a measurement tool out of the range specified to use it will yield inaccuracies. That's all I'm talking about. So
okay, I already answered that. But you would then correct when you're using like that huge of measurements. You would know that you're getting the same deviations from refraction and from different elevations from mountains and the effect that mountains have on plumb lines. And so all that stuff is very reliable. Like you can just know that, like based on the temperature and humidity, you can get a pretty good idea of refraction. And so when you're making measurements and then you include refraction, you're correcting for all of that.
Yeah, so you just said idea.
You also didn't tell me what. You also didn't tell me what instruments you would use to actually determine shape of Earth.
You wouldn't use a theodolite to shoot that far. So there goes the error.
I mean, one thing I could say, I'm not a professional in this area, But if one were to use a theodolite to do these types of measurements, you would have a theodolite that's good for ranges up to whatever 100 kilometers. Maybe. You would think, right? Like that would probably be your best bet or one of your closest best bets. One would think, but one comes in here and uses something that's 25, 30 times out of range or whatever. If it's only good for 250 or 500 meters and it's being used to measure something 100 kilometers, what is that? What's the math for that?
Okay.
All right. That's all. That's all the is. Right.
Oh yeah, it's all just trig. It's all complicated trigonometry.
But okay, well that's fine, but it's use the tools within their appropriate scope to determine your baseline, and then from there you can do the rest of the fancy shit. Right?
Yep.
Let alone the side that that's all. Let alone the fact that all the variables in the middle, like for example, trying to estimate humidity and all these things over the entire course of the 100 kilometers, right, and thus gauge your refractive index, to factor in all these things. That realm of the equation is subject to a little bit of guesswork, a little bit of estimation that can yield errors, right? All these types of things that I'm sorry, but they don't inspire a lot of confidence. Anyway, I'm done.
That's a very good opinion, if you think that. What tools did you guys want to use? I'll take any tool you want that wants to go measure the shape of the Earth, and we'll go measure it, and we'll do the calculations, and we'll go see what we find. I'm not afraid. Go measure it. 100 miles, 500 miles. Tell me what instruments are satisfactory for you guys, and we'll go measure it. All the OGs use theodolites, because that's what measures angles from a baseline. And you triangulate your position from that baseline, find out the shape of the Earth. You're welcome to go do that yourself. I would recommend it. I highly recommend going and doing. Go do your own. Yeah, go ahead. Do all the
Triangulation in
corrections.
surveying means that you know one distance, therefore you can triangulate the other distances. You're not triangulating a sphere.
I'm even daring you guys to assume a flat Earth. Go ahead and calculate a flat Earth with all the measurements that you get and see what happens.
Okay, you go and do it. Bring back your results.
Bro, I got my results just chilling. I've had results for 200 years. I don't have to repeat results.
You just said, give me. Okay, tell you what tool to use. Okay, go and use the theodolite, and go and do the measurements. Go ahead.
Why? I already did it.
You
It's already
just
been done.
said, tell me what tools to use, and I'll go and do it.
Okay, take
Use the
theodolites.
theodolite. Go and do
That's
it.
what I'm telling you guys to go. Take theodolites and go triangulate. Start at a baseline. Set the baseline. Give me the longitude and latitude for the baseline. Make sure it's perfectly
any of you
level.
guys tell me what tool I'm going to go and use, and I'll
The
go and do
theodolite.
it. The theodolite.
Are you going to go
and
do that?
I'll do it. Yeah.
Okay. Take a theodolite and triangulate your
So
position
go ahead.
at a baseline.
It was you wanted to go and do something, so go and do it.
Oh no, I'm citing the time it was already done. If you guys want to challenge
But
that,
you didn't do it.
go.
You just offered
I don't have
your
to.
service.
I'm not challenging it. I'm agreeing with the information that they found.
Do you remember what you said? You said, "Tell me what tool to use, and I'll go and do it."
Okay, so what tools do you guys have that would satisfy your
I'm
idea?
saying,
So
go
you're
and do
telling
it
me to
with
take
the
a
theodolite.
theodolite? You're telling me I should
Go
take
for
a
it.
theodolite and go and triangulate
That's not That's not what triangulation is.
triangulate my position and triangulate the surface of the Earth? Are you telling me I should do that?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So anybody that's properly triangulated the surface of the Earth, you would take that
That's not what
information.
triangulation
Only
is.
me. So you're saying because that's appealing to authority. If you're saying only my measurements, so you're sorry. So but you would
It's
take
not
my
appealing to
measurements. If I
authority.
personally took
That's you
70
doing your
years
own
to
evidence.
hand.
You're making your own evidence. You just offered your services to go and do it. So why don't you go and do it then?
So you're saying it has to be from me. It can't be
You
from
just
someone who's
offered
done
to
it.
go and do it.
Because you're saying theodolite now. Because now you're agreeing that the theodolite is something that you can use.
No, I'm saying go and do it and see what results you get. I'm not agreeing with you about anything.
I'm just kidding.
You
I
offered
did
your
go do it. I
services.
found an arc. I'm kidding. I actually did go. I went and found an arc across
Okay.
the Atlantic parallel, and
All
it was
right. Show it.
Yeah, Talon, with all due respect.
It's literally like a carbon copy of the Great Trig Survey. I just literally followed exactly the same steps of this Trig Survey. Here, I'll put it in the chat. And I physically walked across India. I used a Razor scooter actually, and I recreated every line. And guess what I found, guys? It was actually 100% accurate.
Timbo, you see how he told you that he was lying, and now he's telling you the truth. How do you know he's not lying now?
Because I asked you guys for an instrument that wasn't a
You say,
theodolite. Do you have anything that's not a
Now
theodolite?
I'm gonna tell you the truth. When are you telling the truth? Before that you were lying?
If you want to,
or
I mean,
now?
if you're going to twist what I'm saying, the real
You're lying
phrasing.
now,
I can clarify if you want to go ahead and be bad faith.
before. Now we know you were lying before. Are you lying now or no?
It actually proves that you guys were lying because you're saying that theodolites weren't acceptable. But then I ask you, what instrument would you use? And you say, go use a theodolite. That's your problem.
said that.
So you guys, does T-Dub just agree that theodolites are acceptable? So that's a problem for you guys.
Talon, you missed everything that I was saying. I'm sorry,
Mick. I don't really know you that much.
And that's fine. You don't have to. But the point that I was making had nothing to do with discrediting the use of theodolites outright. It was the question of, okay, here's a tool, namely a theodolite, being used to measure reciprocal zenith angles. But the question of whether or not they were being used appropriately, i.e., within their range of specification, that would kind of give the results some degree of confidence. Those you don't even have to redo the measurement necessarily, unless, of course, it's deemed that the results that we do have are non-credible, right? Allegedly, it's done already, so we're just asking for the specifics. Right. If you have a theodolite that's accurate to 100 kilometers, right, and you do the experiment up to 100 kilometers, one could fairly say, okay, that's appropriate.
He said he did it across India. Go ahead and present that one.
Metaphorically speaking,
you said you did it across India, so go ahead and present that one, Talon. Go ahead.
Because Mick, do you understand the contradiction, right? You're saying like, oh my gosh, you guys did it with a theodolite. You need to prove that the theodolite's exactly accurate, right? And then I asked you guys for a tool that would be accurate to your satisfaction. And what do you say?
I don't have one. I don't have one. I'm not a.
So Mick, you shouldn't engage with somebody that's literally asking for a tool, right? That's an L for you.
No, not necessarily.
Saying I don't know.
Check this out.
Saying I don't know is a huge L here.
No, watch this. If I'm not a professional ruler maker, okay, and I don't know all the makes of which rule, to the micron degree of accuracy or some shit or whatever. Okay. Yeah. And you're asking me to measure, 10 kilometers with a ruler. I'm sorry, you don't have to be an expert in ruler manufacturing to realize, okay, depending on how it's used, you're probably going to get a certain degree of error margin by trying to trace out, a foot at a time or a meter at a time out by foot with a thing like that.
Well, Mick, do you know what a standard meter actually means? Like, what is 1 meter?
Off the top of my head, I don't know where it derived from. But
there's actually a stick. There's a stick in England. There's a meter in England that's actually used as the and the same. And do you even know what a unit of 1 mass is? Like, I bet you that's probably not. You're probably not even up to that level yet either. There's a lot of things you don't know, right? Because if you don't know something,
well, hey, I got a question.
How about this? Instead of you outright trying to insult my intelligence outright, you can ask me the question and wait for an honest answer. As far as I've understood, 1 gram is the equivalent of 1 cubic centimeter of water at standard temperature and atmospheric pressure, or something like that.
You think so?
I got a
I
question
think
for
so.
him.
I'm not trying to
What is
insult you, Mick.
what
This
is
is
inter?
it's okay to not know something, Mick. You just have to,
Yeah,
be able to
well, that's
understand that
fine.
that means you.
And that's fine. I'm willing to learn, right? My point being here is if you're going to ask an honest question, you would anticipate an honest answer, right? That's all.
But
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't
question.
know
I got a
isn't an
question.
answer, but that is honesty.
I got a question for you. Do you know what intellectual phase locking is?
Are you asking me?
No, the other guy who was asking questions.
Face locking?
Intellectual phase locking. Do you know what that is?
Phase lock.
Intellectual phase locking, Talon.
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, do you know what that is?
No, what is it?
It's where they tied the speed of light to the meter. That way, if the speed of light ever changes, nobody will know it.
Okay.
Okay, just many men know many things, but no man knows everything. Continue.
Ooh, that's spooky.
Does that scare you that nobody knows everything?
Larry, calm down.
Anyway, I'm done. Have fun, guys.
Yeah. So since we all agree that theodolites are what we use to determine the surface shape of the Earth, we can start looking at huge calculations used by those devices. You can factor in all the other different measurements that have been used, all the other calculations.
Talon, what is the shape of the surface of the Earth? What is the shape?
It's an arc.
Arc?
Yep, an arc.
Is that a shape, an arc?
Part of a geometric shape, yeah.
Oh, part of it. Is it
a geometric shape? Geometric shapes have specific shapes that make them geometric shapes.
So you grab the theodolite and it shows you the shape of the Earth.
So we're using a tool that determines what the surface of the Earth is in terms of shape.
And the surface is where you're standing on.
What we're standing on, correct?
Yeah, and you put the theodolite in a position.
Yep.
Of the Earth, and then you do what?
Lots of positions. All the positions on the continent.
And then you do what?
You take angle measurements.
Angles.
Yep. That's what the theodolite. That's the main part of the theodolite, is taking angles, and then you get your calculations from taking triangulate your position from the baseline with those angles, because you can triangulate your position, or you can find your position through triangulation, and then you set the baseline, so that way you know where you are on the surface, but then you also know where you are relative to the baseline, and then so
where is the curve adjacent to the angle? Where is the curve, the arc? Where is that adjacent to the angle of the angles? Where is that at?
Those are a lot of words you put in that one sentence. Where are the angles at?
You're saying you're measuring angles, but then you're saying that's in reference to an arc, which is not a straight line, right? Angles
you can't measure an angle from a line. You can't measure an angle directly from a curve, so you have to take the next best thing is to measure the angle from a bunch of straight lines that are connected on top of the curve, and then you can calculate the curve from those straight lines that form an approximate curve, but not exactly the curve. So you got to do your dip corrections.
So you grab a bunch. So you're measuring change of elevations, up and downs with the theodolite.
Something like that.
Up and down here.
Because
up, down here, up here, down here, up, a little down, a little up, a little. That's what you're doing.
Well, but that's just 2 dimensions. That's what the triangle is for. And so when you're putting the triangle on the surface, it gives you the left and right and the up and down, because you got your up and down.
And how does that take you from measuring this change of elevations to saying you are in a shape of the claim that you're saying?
It's like forming a blanket across the surface.
You have a little piece of the blanket, and then another little piece, and then another little piece. You can measure the blanket. And then you make a big blanket.
Yeah.
And then that blanket goes around a sphere.
No, well, yeah. I mean, well, eventually.
No, but yeah,
just
yeah,
the,
but no,
the one
but yeah,
section,
but
the
no,
one
but yeah, but
continent
no,
is
but
just
yeah.
the arc.
No, but
Like when
yeah,
you're just measuring
yeah,
a
but
part
no.
of a sphere, you can call it an arc.
No, yeah. So is an arc a sphere?
Part of a sphere.
So you don't have the sphere. You have a part of a
Parts
sphere.
of sphere. Yeah, part of.
Can an arc be part of a circle?
Yeah. Or
Oh, so
circles are parts of sphere.
maybe you have a circle. You
A
got an
circle is
arc
a
of
sphere
a
is
circle.
infinite circles.
So it's not a sphere. It's a circle.
Spheres are an infinite amount of circles. Or a
Could
rounded circle.
could an arc be part of a wave?
Arc can be parts of
a
Of
wave.
a wave.
Arcs.
Yeah. Doesn't look like sounds to me that it can be part of a wave. Can it be? Can it? Talon?
Does the surface
Or
of the
does it-
Earth
or
ever
does it mean it's-
wave
or does
to
it
you?
all- No, if I find an arc, does it necessitate that it's part of a circle or a sphere?
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty safe to say.
No, an arc could be part of a wave or any other.
All right, cool.
curvy
Are you saying the Earth is a wave-shaped Earth? Are you talking about wave Earth, buddy?
That's
That's
not what I'm
sounds like.
saying. I'm saying
That's your claim, Talon. That's your claim.
No, you said wave Earth.
All right, stop.
didn't say
Go
wave
ahead.
Earth.
I'm saying
I
globe.
said wave Earth.
Arc. I'm saying arc Earth, curved Earth.
I'm pointing out, hey, dickhead. I'm pointing out that getting an arc doesn't mean that you can just assume the rest of it to be a sphere.
Sure,
It's
you
a
can,
circle.
'cause, I mean,
He said
that's
it
how
was
you
a
do
circle. He
all
said it's a
curves.
circle.
You can literally, so you can take
Doing a
any
circle.
arc and make, but there's not a single arc cannot become a circle. Every arc can become a circle.
He's drawing a circle and saying, "Look, it's a sphere."
Yeah, you can literally do it because that's like literally the only way you can even get the angle of the curve is by assuming that it's a circle to begin with, because you have to take 360 degrees, and so every arc it can be a circle. It's just that easy.
But the sphere will have a specific dimensions of rate of drop, and you will have to find
That's how you
that
get
on
the angle.
on the readings.
That's why we often go straight to globe and circles and stuff when we see arcs, because we're like, oh, that shit just goes on forever. It's like, boom, easy money.
Circles, therefore spheres.
So all we need is curve. Curve is the most important part. Curve equals globe.
Curve equals
globe.
Globe. What if you have a round circle that is not a sphere, like a flat circle? Is that
That's two
curving?
dimensions. That's just
But a table. What about a table? Is that a sphere?
Even
a table
has length, width,
is
and
a
height.
table? Is a table a sphere? Is a round
Tables?
table a sphere? Yeah, a round table. Is that a sphere?
Shitty table.
Is that a sphere or no? It's not a sphere, right? It's not a sphere. Not a sphere. So you say only spheres have curves.
Like a
but
beanbag.
I can look at a round table that has curve, but that's not a sphere.
Balls have arcs.
Is a circular table a ball? Is it?
Ball tables?
It's not, right? It's not a ball.
You can ball tables.
Okay, so you measure circles, therefore not a sphere necessarily, not a sphere. It's curving. You're saying the circle is curving, but it's not a sphere, right, Talon? It's not a sphere.
It's funny. Ball tables are like factory.
Like hey Talon. So you in your triangulation, yeah. So
Ball
you
tables are
measure
flat.
3 lines of sight, and you get a triangle. And then how do you get your sphere from that? Can you explain
He
that?
doesn't know. I asked him, he said, I get a circle, and circle are spheres. That's what he said.
So how do you go from 3 lines of sight with an angle of 180 degrees? How do you go from that and then get the sphere? Can you take us through that?
Oh, I mean, are you just talking about one triangle?
No, well, you're joining triangles together, yeah.
Right. Yeah. So
Yeah.
like if you click on the India picture, you can see the blue lines are actually all the different triangulations that they did.
Yeah, but all these, if you actually read that, that whole survey, they only did measurements for some of these distances, and then they plotted the rest.
What? Slotted?
Yeah.
No, they took they hand they
No,
went and
they're
did all
not
that
all
physically.
measurements. Then
No, it took them 70 years. They physically did all of those triangles. So I guess is because like what you're saying, I think in North America they did it a little differently in that they didn't like physically hike the whole continent. They took a baseline and then they went to all these different stations across. They went to these nature stations across the country, and they took positions. So they kind of took baselines of everything, I think. And if I had to like explain it off the top of my head, it would be like a different way where they took all these points that already
So you don't
existed,
know.
and then
So
they
you don't really know.
triangulated
You
from
just
those
believe.
points.
You just believe. You just believe. You don't really know, Talon. You don't know. That. Thank
No, I'm
you.
saying
Thank you. You don't know.
Well, let me finish, please, before you interrupt.
No, you don't really
I
know.
just had
Thank
I
you.
was 2 sentences away, and you can say whatever. Because yeah, so in America, rather than like in India, they did the hike, right? They went from one end to the other, and then they went from top to bottom, and they went from left to right. But in America, they had all these stations already planted, so all they had to do was get the positions of each station, their elevation to whatever a baseline is, and so they didn't have to like physically go to every point. They just had each point deliver its report on its information, and then they triangulated the arc of the transatlantic arc parallel through those locations because it was evenly distributed, blatantly obvious. Anybody has a better way of doing it? Geodesics. Old dude's got it.
Yo.
You.
What's good in the Flat Earth neighborhood?
Hey, Branch.
Hey, Branch.
What's up, man?
How's
the sky.
Dude, I keep getting fucking banned out of the server.
Hey.
I don't know why.
I don't even say bad shit. Like, you guys
Branch,
remember the bad shit I used to say in Flat Earth servers, right?
Branch is legendary, guys. You guys are
we know Branch. You don't
basking
need
in
to
the glory.
explain. We know Branch, Talon. Thank you for the introduction. We know.
But now,
we know Branch.
now,
we know Branch.
now I just say hi and I get banned.
No, bro. You say hi and we reply just now.
You know,
I
we said
know,
hi
man.
when
I
you
think
came
it's.
in.
I think it's when Jedi's online. I think Jedi's got some bullshit with me.
Branch the perpetual
I don't know
victim.
why though. I've never been mean to Jedi.
Branch,
I rather
why are you victimizing yourself?
speak to Branch than Talon or
Oh, dude.
Dogs
I
or
could talk
Scott.
about flat Earth shit all day long, man. Like the problem is, I just don't like it when it becomes an argument. Like
You're talking about people's worldview.
we know the science. We all know the science.
Talon feels the need to introduce Branch. You're funny,
Oh,
Talon.
No. You see, I'm the type of glober that I don't mind talking about flat Earth as long as it's not in an argumentative way.
That's not fun at all, then.
I know, and that's why flat earthers don't like it.
Yeah, true.
It's flat earthers, huh?
Because it's just the way it is, right? Like the whole point of it is to have fun.
Flat earther? What's that?
I
Yeah,
know.
Huey
just
has lots of
having
fun, doesn't he?
Why don't people understand that flat Earth is about having fun?
Having fun.
Huey's
You're
having fun.
funny.
So
It is though, isn't it? Like we're the weirdest motherfuckers, right? The Globers and the Flat Earthers that stick in
Hey,
this shit.
Branch. When you say we, do you mean like you and me?
I mean, like Globers and Flat Earthers. Everyone that's in this Flat Earth community, right? Like we like talking about the stupidest shit just so we have something to talk about.
But what about non-flat earthers, no globe are believers? What about those?
I mean, it's fun when they come in the room and talk, but you guys shut them down so fast.
Who?
You all, like the whole Flat Earth
You
community,
all?
like yeah,
You
like
all?
as soon as someone who doesn't understand Flat Earth comes in here, it's not even funny anymore. But you guys just shut them down so
Hey,
fast.
Branch, do you spend like 24 hours in here? That's what you do? You spend 24
No,
hours and you listen to every single conversation and with everyone in here. You do, right?
no, not really, man.
So how
Like,
can you make that statement?
I just
do
pop in.
all
Dude,
this
I've been
and
in this Flat Earth
do
shit. I've
all
been in this
that.
Flat Earth shit for like fucking hell,
You've
man.
been
I
in
don't even
shit, you're
know
gonna
how
have to
long.
go clean your house then. If you are in shit right now, clean it, bro.
No, I
It's
just mean like I've
disgusting.
been in this Flat Earth
Branch.
shit.
It sounds
Hey,
like you're
you know
still a
what,
stick.
buddy, you know what? The conversation with you isn't fun anymore because you're being negative.
No, I'm being double negative.
All right, go ahead, continue then, because it sounds like you're talking
1
shit.
0
It
negative
sounds like
1
you're talking
negative
shit, and
0.
I don't fucking like it, bitch.
But you are spewing it, right? You're
Go
thinking
ahead,
about shit.
motherfucker. Talk
Listen, Branch.
more shit.
You're
Talk more
surrounded by
shit.
shit. You
Go
smell
ahead.
the shit. Now you speak the shit, right, Branch?
All right, go ahead. Just keep talking shit.
You
That's a
smell
good
the shit.
conversation, isn't
You
it?
think the shit. You speak the shit, Branch.
Isn't this better than the conversation we're having right prior to this?
Yeah. Talking shit about other people.
All right,
like you
we'll
were doing.
continue then. You just want to talk shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, you have shit in your brain. Smell like shit. Your room smells like shit. You want to talk about shit because that's all around you. Shit.
Branch, this isn't very fun. I meant like an actual argument.
I know, right? This isn't fun. This is like just straight negativity. This is
Isn't
like high
fun.
school
Yeah.
bullying.
Branch.
It's like high school bullying. He's
No,
trying to
I-
bully me. Like he's
Make
trying
it
to
right,
bully me.
Branch. Make it right. Make it right, Branch. Make it right.
I have something
mean-
right here. I have something fun here.
We're all cool though, right? Like we're chilling. It's not like there's a problem.
Yeah. And then that's why Branch wants to talk smack
No,
about
I have something pertaining to the flat Earth.
all of them.
I don't know, man. The whole flat Earth shit is interesting as fuck, right?
Yeah,
But,
I have something pertaining to that.
Yeah,
I
but you
mean,
gotta keep your shit to yourself, Branch. If you live in
what you
shit,
mean? Hey,
that's you.
don't tell me.
That's a
Do
you
not
problem.
tell me how to fucking talk, motherfucker.
Hey, Branch, that's a you
Listen,
problem.
man. I
Okay,
don't know
keep it
why
to
you're putting
yourself.
tits.
Clean yourself. Clean yourself, Branch. Clean yourself off that
You've
shit.
got under my tits, and I swear to God, motherfucker, look.
Clean your shit off
You will
that
not
shit,
win
Branch. So
in
you
this,
stop talking
in this,
about
in
it.
this conversation. You won't win, but what I will do is I will let you win, just so you can feel like you've won.
Win? I won? Did I win?
You're treating us like
Let me guess what. Let me guess. I won.
You won.
Right?
I'm on
shit.
bended fucking knee, motherfucker. I'm on
I
bended
bet
knee.
you. I bet you anything that I won shit.
That's the thing. You don't win anything in this game.
Exactly, Branch. Exactly. In your world, it's all shit.
It's not.
But shit is valuable. Is valuable, Branch.
I see
It
the
is valuable.
happiness
You
in
could
people
use
too,
it.
man.
You could use it.
I'm not sure, dude. Honestly, man. Honestly. like,
Anyways,
I
Branch.
don't
Larry
even know
wanted
who
to
the
say
fuck
something.
you
Go
are.
ahead,
Do you
Branch.
not understand? Do you not understand? I know the majority of the people in this room for a very long time. I'm talking like 10 years and shit.
Oh yeah. I know.
And I'm talking to your dumbass who fucking I literally do not give a shit about.
You're obsessed with shit. I don't know what's wrong with you.
He is.
Is that like the only thing you think about is just like shit?
I mean, it's a major part of your life. You do it once a day, at least.
Okay,
once.
that was not the response I was expecting, but you know,
That's
go with
Branch.
it.
more than once.
He's gonna talk about shit.
If you drink a lot of coffee,
I think you should go to a different place to talk about shit. It's not the place to talk about it here, probably. There's other
Hey,
stuff.
Branch,
You gotta
you should
admit
make a
though, right?
VC.
Hey, come
Hey,
on.
Branch,
Who
Branch,
doesn't-
you should
who
make a
doesn't
VC.
Who doesn't enjoy taking a nice shit?
Yeah, if you're gonna bring up the shit every
It's one of the most
other
pleasurable
word,
things.
we're gonna have to
Can you
call it out.
imagine? Can
Maybe
you
you should
imagine
go
a
to
life,
called,
right, where you
Shit
can never
Enjoy.
take a shit again? If you,
The shit
let's
Joy
say I
is
cursed you, just
Put him on moot.
He has like shitteria of the mouth for some
Yeah,
reason.
it's just diarrhea.
Branch.
But in
I
his
don't
case,
normally
it's
say
shit.
this, bro, but fuck off.
It's pretty bad when a Scottish man's telling you to fuck off.
Put him on mute.
And Branch wondering why he was on mute before. Maybe because of all that shit he speaks.
I'm playing this game, Cyberpunk 2077, and I saw some bad guys. And I came over there to see what they were doing, and they were feeding the cat. And I was like, okay, I'll let them live. But they were feeding the cat.
Has anyone here decided that they have enough courage to go up to my challenge?
what's your challenge, man?
I will send the picture again for you. Here you go.
Is it a flat Earth challenge, or are you a
Yes,
flat Earth?
yes.
Or are you a...
No.
Okay, let's see what the challenge is.
I'm a trigonometry earther, actually. I believe the Earth is a
Dude, I love
triangle.
science and math. Like, that's my shit, is science and math.
Wait, I'm talking to Branch right now. I don't like this guy. Put him on mute.
Why you don't like me?
Because you talk about shit all the time, you weirdo.
I know, but the reason I do that is because I get so bored of normal conversation, like that occurs in the rooms, that I just take it the opposite way.
So what you just told me is that you're not into normal stuff anymore. You're into shit. That's really weird.
No, I'm into science and math. Like, I really enjoy science and math.
Oh, actually, Gamma No Hack tagged me with a math problem. So if you solve it, you can win $5,000. Go ahead, Branch.
Okay, post it, because I can use AI and
It
shit
is
to
posted, bro. 5K, bro.
Alright, one
right
second.
there.
Let me
Easy.
jump in the fucking chat. I wasn't even in the chat. One sec.
We're talking about big bucks here.
Like, how many bucks?
About 5,000 of them.
5,000 for what? What is this, dude? Like, it doesn't seem very professional, man. For a $5,000 thing, it should look a little bit better than that. I can't be fucked to read it.
Well, can you at least give it
Just
a try?
concentrate and focus. You know how much shit you can buy with $5,000, bro? Go ahead.
Yeah, you could buy a lot of shit. Just go to a farmer and ask for all of his manure for $1 a pound or something. I'm sure he'll give it to you.
So what's
Come
the
on, Branch. Branch just
the
saying
height of
he's into
Polaris in
math.
that?
Oh, go ahead.
What's the height of Polaris in that?
That's for you to figure out, my friend.
Well, what's the height in your model though?
Dude, it seems like a
So we got something to compare. So we got something to compare it to.
No, that's a red herring. I'm not talking about my model. I'm talking about.
It's not a red herring.
Yes, it is.
It just seems kind of stupid, bro. Whatever the shit you posted, like, it's not something I would actually like want to do any math with.
Bro, if Branch is telling you that this stuff is shit, he knows what he's talking about.
Well, it looks like you got me there then.
I mean, I would do a fucking bet. Like, you guys want to make bets?
Wait, no, you can't bet on this because it's talking about the height of Polaris.
Yeah, but I mean, talking about like real bets. We can make some money.
You talking about like UFC fights?
I don't know. We could like have a fucking some motherfucker hold the money and then just have bets about the shape of the earth and all these fucking scientific things and shit. I'll win all the time.
Don't show ass up.
I won't make a bet
glorifying
unless I'm
gambling.
sure.
Hey, yo, Branch is gonna have too much fun with that picture. I wouldn't post that if I were you.
No, like normally I like posting pictures of beautiful women. It just like I don't think that's allowed.
I figured you more of a shit kind of guy.
No, usually what I do, I go to a server, right, and I just keep posting pictures of beautiful women.
Bro, go outside. There's beautiful women outside.
Do you mind if I post some beautiful women in this
Don't
server?
you live in like Arlington?
Does anybody
bro?
mind?
Yo,
Like,
what about replying?
There won't
What
be
about
any
figuring
terms of
out?
service, nothing like that. Like they're not like
French.
scandalous pictures.
Don't you live in
You
Texas?
guys
What are
don't.
you talking about?
Okay, so you guys don't mind if I post pictures of beautiful women
Hello,
here?
we
No,
gotta
don't
keep it
do that.
on topic. Keep it about the shit that Gamma posted.
Okay,
Keep it
okay,
on that
but
shit.
like, all right, I'm gonna post beautiful pictures of women then.
Don't do
No,
that, bro.
no. This Timbo asked a question. What was it? You're saying we gotta determine the height of Polaris
Mm-hmm.
just based on these triangles. How are you gonna know the height of Polaris based on that?
Trigonometry, right? You have an angle and you have a baseline. You can figure out the height.
But the Polaris
You know,
is an
or,
apparent
you know,
position, right?
because-
It's in an apparent position. How are you gonna know the position of it if it's apparent?
Well,
do you know
you
that
want. Shut up, Branch.
French. Come on, man.
Hey, Brent, shut your shithole.
I put him
Yeah.
on mute.
Come on. All
I
right.
didn't want to.
The apparent position should change. That's why we're using trigonometry, because we want to know the difference in the angle like changing. And we're measuring the angle of elevation from one observer that's at a lower latitude compared to an observer that's on the North Pole.
So you don't know the distance to Polaris?
That's not relevant, actually.
What was that?
That's not relevant, actually. I'm just seeing if somebody can do that. I made a little experiment. And I was wondering if anyone could do it. And that's all it is.
Okay, so you're just posing a impossible.
It's not impossible
goal.
Well, how are
And
we
no
going to
one
determine the
has.
height of Polaris, bro?
Using trigonometry.
No, you have to measure it.
You have to
Okay,
so you have to use
let
a
me tell you.
ruler.
Let
For
me tell you about
everything.
bets. No, listen, bro. Let me tell you about
Everything.
bets. Like if I were to bet that Max Holloway was going to win, there's an objective winner. Now, if there's a draw, right? There's no bet. Well, talking about measuring the height of Polaris, it's going to be a draw over time because nobody can measure the height of Polaris.
Wait, so does measure in your world mean like a ruler?
You know what objective means?
All right, so we have to use a ruler to measure everything.
Yes, if you want to know how much a fat girl weighs, you put her on the scale. Even professionals like
Whoa,
doctors.
no, you can't do that.
You can't put a fat bitch on a scale? She must be
No,
really
you know how
fat.
scales work, right? They measure electrical resistance. If you're using a digital scale, do digital scales work?
No, I was talking about like the kind of balance scales they use in hospitals.
Oh, well, how do you know that the weights of the balance scale are accurate, right?
Because they're calibrated.
Okay, let's
calibrated
not
for
move
what?
from it. Are you saying that if we can solve this, I can get the 5,000? I can solve it.
Yes, absolutely. You have to go to the North Pole though, so you know. That's no
We've
fact.
been there. We've
If you
been
win
to the North
challenge,
Pole.
if you're
We're gonna
confident
go
enough,
basic.
yeah, you can go to the North Pole.
So let me. If I go to the North Pole and I set my position, and where is Polaris? Is it 90 degrees from me?
Yeah, it'll be directly above you.
It's 90 degrees Polaris. I wonder if that's. Can we actually see that? I want to look at that 90 degrees Polaris above my head.
No one has a picture of that.
Old dude is trigger. Old dude cannot look at shit.
Fucking calm yourself, Jamesy. It's not the place for that stuff. Wind your neck in.
Calm myself. Calm yourself, bruh. That's just a freaking gift. And that's something that you've seen before. It's manure. It's not a big
Scat
deal.
bombing is against the rules, Jamesy.
And what?
Scat bombing. Posting pictures of animals or humans having a shit is against
Oh, really?
the rules. You dirty little troll scumbag.
I mean, that's rules of the server. You following the rules of the server, but that's just silly stuff. That's nothing out of the ordinary or reality.
You're a filthy troll, Jamesy. You busted yourself, mate. Don't talk to me anymore.
Okay, so don't talk to me anymore, old dude. Shut up.
Hey, don't talk to old dude like that. He's my boy.
Yeah, dude, respect your
He's gonna
elders.
talk.
Jesse.
He's gonna talk to me, and I cannot talk to him about
Respect your
stupid
elders,
gift.
man.
About stupid gift. He's upset about a gift. Shut up. Shouldn't be disrespecting other people because of a gift. If the gift is out of place, say, hey, that gift is out of place. You motherfucker, you this and you that. That's not the place for you to do something like that. If you want the gift out, you ask for it. You don't insult other people.
Read the
You don't do that.
posted in
You don't
chat,
do that.
clown.
You don't insult other people because of a stupid gift. You don't do that, old dude. You don't do
Read
that.
the
You
chat.
don't do that. You don't do that.
Read the chat, Jamesy.
You don't do that. You say, hey, Dempsey, you know what? You made a mistake. This is against the TOS of the whatever. Oh, so I delete it because you said, but no.
You know we're live.
Filthy piece
You've
of
known we're always live.
shit. You filthy piece of shit
What, you're
because
going to
you
fund
posted this
me now, are you? You're going to talk all over me because you're freaking out because you've been caught?
Caught what?
I don't know, man. This Under
Caught what?
Heaven Dweller, I think I know you, man, from another. Don't you have your own server?
Yes.
Okay, what's the name of your own server?
None of your business.
Isn't that like Jose or some shit like that? Like,
What do you think?
we know each other, right?
You see, old dude, I was pointing out Branch's problem, and now he's back to the shit.
The word you use then is a straw man, James. If we broadcast live into family homes, that was seen across Earth, bro, and it will be seen umpteen times now because you thought you would be smart and post scat porn.
Cat
You're a
porn?
disgusting little troll, James.
Why are you lying? Cat porn? You're lying.
Scat porn.
Cat porn? No, that's
Yeah.
I didn't do that.
You post pictures of animals doing toilet motions because it's funny. Get a life, son.
Yeah, life is about having fun.
It's just a GIF and it was removed. What's the issue? You're gonna insult people because of that? Is that what you think?
Bro, if that was insulting to him, you should probably apologize. Like, it's not nice seeing a cat poop.
No,
Bro.
he's doing it because there's a rule about not posting that stuff. So that based on the rules, I remove it.
Right, that's
But you don't
cat.
insult
That's
people.
cat.
No,
That's
it wasn't
cat.
cat. No, it wasn't cat stuff. You
Not
say,
cat,
hey,
it was a
hey,
rhinoceros.
don't post that stuff. Don't post that stuff. Okay, perfect. Don't post that stuff. Easy.
Don't be
But you know
doing
how-
no cat scat.
But no
Move
need
forward
for
now.
insults.
Stop trolling us, please.
No personal insults about that. No need for that, old dude. Apologize.
Yeah, but why you
If you apologize, I'll take your
scat, bro?
apology.
Yeah, but the question is this:
No.
why are you into cat scat?
I'm not into it. You were talking about shit, and the other guy posted some shit about you can determine the distance, the positions of Polaris, and that's shit.
If you are going to talk about shit, can you at least make it funny, like fart jokes or something?
Yeah, it was replying to the shit that the other guy posted about we can't determine Polaris, and that what he posted is shit. So I can solve it. I can solve his problem by saying we can't do that. It's solved. We can't do it. So he owes me $5,000. But all those that are insulting me for a stupid gift,
Wait,
personal attacks.
Did you measure
insulted me.
the angle to Polaris?
You insulted me. You took offense about a gift, and then you insulted me personally. I didn't reply to you. I replied to the other guy. So you got in the middle of something.
Y'all should go settle this privately.
Yeah, go away, old dude. I wasn't talking to you. I was replying to someone else. So go away, dude.
Certainly,
Or
don't post
apologize.
anything like that ever again. Not a problem. Keep on moving forward.
Exactly. Next time, say, hey, Dempsey, don't post that stuff. Okay, I delete it. Easy. But I was replying to the guy. And you insulted me, attacked me personally.
It's not that serious, guys. It's just a GIF.
No, it is serious. Go old dude has to apologize now. Better do it. So is your pose, is that problem solvable? You
Yes, it
cannot
is.
determine. You cannot determine
Well,
the height of
according to
Polaris, can you?
theory, well, what? Because I can't get a
Based
ruler.
on based on
mean,
those two positions.
Is that what we've come down to? Is that we can't measure anything because we don't have rulers to measure it? Like, come on, really?
Bro, you're talking about winning a bet. It has to be objective in order for there to be a bet. Do you not understand that?
Trigonometry is objective.
You're gonna have to double check anything that you calculate. Okay, let me give you an example. You got two fat girls. I went to high school with both of them. One of them was a computer nerd, while the other one was a heavy lift, power lifter. Right? Now we know that muscle weighs more than fat. Are you willing to bet your farm based on your calculations?
Why are we doing false equivalences?
This is not a false equivalency.
What does that
You're
even
talking
mean?
about betting based on calculations. One of them has a large amount of muscle, the other one does not. You can't tell which one because they're both fat. What
Well,
you be
there's still gonna be a weight to them, and I can measure that, right? I can calculate that.
No, you have to calculate their weight and then measure it to see who wins the bet. Do you not understand that?
Well, I can just throw them in an MRI, and I can do like a volume and then do density and figure out how much they weigh. I don't have to do
That would
anything.
also be a direct measurement.
No, it's all just math, really. That's just all math. That's not really a direct
Okay.
measure.
Do you not know the difference between calculation and measurement?
Do you know how MRIs work?
Not exactly. I know it has something to do with magnetic resonance imaging or something like that.
Yeah, that's basically just a whole lot of math to determine something. So it's also indirect.
Okay, so do you not understand that in order for you to make a bet, there has
No,
to
do
be an
you not
objective?
understand? I just explained how you don't need a direct measurement to even do that either.
Then how do you know who won the bet?
I just said you don't even need a direct measurement to weigh somebody.
Then how do you know who won the bet?
If you get a consistent height to Polaris by different observers, right? Like if it doesn't change, if it's constant, because something can't be in the same object, or an object can't be in the same or a different place at the same time. Like, how does that work?
Are you talking about an apparent object?
Nope. I'm talking about height. A height, not apparent position. I'm talking about height.
Like height in meters?
Yeah, preferably meters because I don't know why we use miles and feet here.
So how are you going to see who won the bet?
Like I said, if the height doesn't change.
How are you going to know if the height changes or not if you don't directly measure it?
Well, because I'll just check to see if you have accurate measurements, right? And if you have accurate measurements and it comes out to be that the height doesn't change, I'll give you $5,000. Like, all you need to do is have accurate measurements and do the math correctly. And it's not very hard to do. You can just put it in a right triangle calculator. Like,
Okay, let's say that I'm claiming that I won today. I
Yep.
won the bet, okay? How are we going to decipher who won or not without directly measuring the height?
because I don't care if you need a ruler or not to go up there. Like, I'll just take the math for its value.
Take the math.
Yep.
Based on calculation, assumption?
Nope. Yep. Based on calculations and assumptions.
Okay,
Yep.
do you know what fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine is?
I would assume that it's something to do with the problem is already poisoned before it's actually solved or something, like it's baked
I'll
in.
tell you so you don't have to assume. So if you flip off a cop and he pulls you over and he states on your camera that the reason that he pulled you over is because you flipped him off, and then he searches your car and finds weed, chances are the judge is going to throw it out, the evidence of the marijuana, because it's fruit of the poisonous tree. So this is the difference between making calculations and making measurements. If you have calculations and they're from good measurements, they're good calculations. But if you have calculations based on apparent location, that's not good.
No, I'll take calculations based on apparent locations.
You got a lot of faith.
I do have a lot of faith. That's why I'm putting up a lot of money. Yeah. It turns out I have a lot of faith in not needing direct measurement.
Yeah, he doesn't understand what he's doing here, though.
Oh,
Larry.
really?
Yeah, he doesn't. $5,000 to provide evidence of something he doesn't have on his globe. He doesn't have the distance to Polaris, and yet he's asking you, as a flat earther, to give
Sounds
him
like
the
a red
distance to
herring to
Polaris.
me. Sounds like a red herring to
So
me.
that's it. Yeah, that's interesting. You were talking about this earlier to the people that were here, yet you didn't tell Larry that you don't know the distance to Polaris yourself, being that the Earth is a globe. You don't know the distance to it, yet you're asking him to produce that information.
That's a red herring, brother.
For $5,000.
That's a red herring.
No, it's not. Nobody's
Yes, it is.
claiming the distance to. Nobody's claiming the distance to Polaris, yet you want
Can we
the
put
flat
him
earther
on
to
mute?
actually produce that.
Can we put him on mute, please? Can we put him on mute?
No, you don't like when I'm exposing you. That's fine.
Hey, yeah,
But
Gamma,
that's
you owe me $5,000, Gamma. You
Why?
owe me $5,000 because I solved your problem. You cannot determine this, so you put it out there to be solved, and now the solution of it is that it cannot be measured. So you owe me $5,000.
What do you mean it can't
Yeah,
be
is he gonna
measured?
is he gonna pay you that money, Jemsy? I wonder.
I mean, do you have the 5,000? If you don't have it, I won't take it.
But
Okay, so
you didn't even measurement. You
I'll
kind of
DM
just
you
said
my Cash App. I'll DM you my Cash App.
you kind of just said it goes against my beliefs, so I won't even do it.
See,
that's kind of unfair.
See, then what do you call a person that puts up money and doesn't put forward that he's actually going to pay the amount that he said he was?
No, you didn't even make a measurement.
What do you call somebody like that?
You didn't even make a measurement. You just
I'm
said.
gonna send you my Cash App, dude. I'll
You
be
just said
expecting the
nuh-uh.
payment. You're gonna put money out there is because you're gonna back it.
Yeah, and when you don't back it, what are we going to do with that?
It's just another. It's just another W today. It's really crazy. You guys are so scared
Another
of this
W?
experiment. It's insane.
So are you gonna
Nobody
send the
can measure
payment?
the distance. Yeah, Jemsy just proved you wrong. You got to give him $5,000, bro. If you're gonna stay and say that somebody can't produce it because there's nobody can, then you have to pay up, man.
No, the globe model doesn't proclaim that we can solve this like this because we know the Earth is a globe.
Yes, you do. Yes, it
No,
does.
we don't.
Yes, it does. They know the
How?
distance to Polaris. What are you talking about? Look it up
But we
right
don't
now.
measure it this way because it's impossible on the
Type it
globe.
into Google.
It would be
Yeah,
possible on
type
a
it
flat
into
Earth.
Google.
It would be
You see?
possible on flat.
But you
Hold on.
listen.
Hold on.
No, you're
Hold
going
on.
against what
Hold
you're
on.
saying. You said it
Hold
wasn't
on.
able to be
Hold
measured.
on.
Now you
Hold
say
on.
you are.
Hold on. No, I just said it was a red herring because you keep bringing it up. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like,
Can it be measured on the globe? Yes or no?
It cannot be measured this way, but it can be measured other ways.
No, I asked you the question. Can it be measured on the globe?
Yes,
He
but
answered,
not in
not this way, other ways.
No, I'm not. I'm not talking to you, dogs. I'm talking to Gamma. Can you measure this distance to Polaris, Gamma?
Yes, but not this way.
I
Because
don't
we live
care
in a
which
globe.
way. I'm not asking you to tell me in the way that we're saying.
I just gave you an answer that you
want us
don't
to.
like, and you just not. It's crazy. How does this work?
In what way can you measure to Polaris without diverting? What way?
Using
Tell us.
satellites. Using
satellite.
Uh huh.
So not measuring then.
Wait, what?
You're not measuring then.
How am I not measuring?
Well, how are you? That's the question.
Using parallax.
Yeah? To what? What's your reference? You have to have a reference. Satellite.
Yep, the satellite. Multiple satellites. You can do it.
What reference? Yeah, what reference? Yeah, what reference is the satellite using? Everything's based on a reference. There's a foundation at the very end of what I'm asking. There should be a foundation where everything's basing their measurements off of, and you need to get there. What's the foundation for the measurement for the satellite? How does it have an orbital trajectory that's in a decaying orbit around the Earth, falling around the Earth? How do you know the orbit of a satellite? What measurement do you need first?
Oh, that's very
Let's
easy.
get down.
I can
Well,
predict
let's
orbits of
drill down to the
satellites very
base root.
easily. Something
No,
you
I
can't
know,
do
but
though.
let's drill down to the base root of where you're starting off, saying that all these measurements are founded on. What is the foundation for the satellite to be in orbit? What do you need
Gravity.
to have before you send a satellite up? What is the specific numeric value that you need to have before the satellite goes up? What do you need to have?
Well, you need gravity to keep the satellite in its orbit, right? Is that what
I
you're trying
know
to say?
that. I know that, but
Okay.
that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is for the satellite to be an orbital trajectory, what information do you need?
This question doesn't make any sense. Can you repeat again?
I'll tell you. I'm not going to lead you on. I'll tell you. You need the size of the Earth. You need the
No, you
size
actually
of the
don't.
Earth. Yes,
You
you
actually
do.
don't.
In order for the satellite to have a specific trajectory around the Earth, above the Earth's surface,
Wait, I thought we were
you're
talking
going to
about
have to
measuring
have.
the distance. Wait, why are we going
Well,
on to this
yeah, we are.
tangent? What are you talking
We
about?
are because everything is not a tangent. It's what specific is. Everything is on a
This guy,
foundation.
man, like he just flip flops all around.
Yeah.
Like I can't even
It's
keep
not
track
flip
of his
flop.
argument.
Stop
This
talking
is
to the audience.
insane.
Stop talking to the audience. Talk to me. I'm
Hello,
not flip
audience.
flopping.
This
I'm
guy
getting you.
is,
I'm getting you. All right, here. You don't know how to stop, so I'm gonna stop you like a child. So basically, what I'm asking is the foundation for everything is a specific measurement, and that's the size of the Earth. You have to know
I
that
actually
before you
don't
send
need
a
the size of the
satellite.
Earth to do it.
There we go.
I only need the mass, not the.
You're gonna let me speak, and then you can talk when I unmute you. It's as simple as that, or else just bow out of the conversation, and that's it. Either way, it's gonna be a W for me. So, if you're saying that you're gonna send a satellite up, what do you need specifically? Which is the numbers to the Earth and the size of it, so that you can send the satellite above the Earth's surface, because you're gonna do some orbital mechanics, right? You're gonna figure out where that satellite is according to the Earth being a globe. So now we need to know how you figured out the size of the Earth. That's where we're at now. We're drilling down to the foundation. Before we get to this, how far the star is away, we need to know how you figured out the radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth. Go.
You actually do not need those values in order to predict it.
Yes, you do, because that's the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder, my friend. You need to know the size of the Earth. It's the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. You can't do anything without it. So if you're going to send a satellite into orbit, you need to know the first rung, which is the size of the Earth. Now, can you produce that? Yes or no?
Why am I answering your red?
It's not. See, that's it. If you don't want to be honest and answer the question, then I think you need to think about what you're talking about. Your evidence is not evidence any longer, because your foundation for which all of what you're basing on has to start with the size of the Earth. That's the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder. You can't tell me how far away the sun is, how far away Venus is, how big anything is, if you're not basing it off the size of the Earth being an oblate spheroid. Now, I thought maybe you, who loves the Earth being a globe so much, should have already known this. So that's why I'm bringing you back to the basis of the argument. You need to know that foundation first.
Right now, goddammit. Seriously.
Shut up. That's what happens, dude. If you don't have an answer to the question, you're going to go back on mute. So I can unmute you, but you're going to have to give me the answer. Go.
I like how I have to entertain your red herring.
It's simple. Just give me the answer. If you have it, then give it. Otherwise, stop asking dumb questions to things that you don't even have answers to yourself right now. because I put you on the spot. You want to bring your little silly questions, which is a gimmick, but you don't have of the cosmic ladder, which you should know.
You don't even need these measurements. If you could let me explain why.
No, you don't need to explain. You need to give the answer to the question. You want to send satellites up in orbit, you need to know the size of the Earth. In order for the satellite to orbit the Earth, and wherever they say it is, you need to know that first step. What is the size of the Earth, and how do I get that? Simple.
Miggy,
Otherwise, you have
going to lose my fucking shit right now. Listen to me.
Well, then tell me the first run.
No, listen to me right now. Give me.
No, we're not going to listen to you. It's simple, Gamma.
I guess
if you are such an advocate for the Earth being a globe, you'd be able to produce the information, and it would end the discussion. That's the point that I'm making right now. So your little gimmick of telling us how far Polaris is not going to work because you don't know how to ascertain that information. You first need to learn how to get that information. And in order to know that, if you appeal to satellites, then you're going to have to know how do satellites go into orbit if you don't know the size of the Earth. Everything is like, it's a domino effect. You'd have to have one answer for the other.
This is the only way. Arguments. This is the only way you want to argue. You can't even let me speak for 30 seconds uninterrupted.
Yeah, because you're not giving me the answer.
Yes, because the answer doesn't exist, you fucking idiot.
There you go. Thank you. See, that wasn't so hard, Gemma. We got to the end.
Answer, which is the fact that you don't need these measurements. Now stop being a goddamn clown.
All right, so now can you pay Jemsy his $5,000, please? He has a Cash App he just submitted to you. Please give him your $5,000 that you put up. You said there's no answer. Thank you so much for your concession. $5,000 to Jemsy. That's all we need. Thank you.
Yeah, send it to my Cash App.
That was not what I was saying. There's no answer.
Oh, absolutely.
I guess he disagrees with the premise. I suppose.
Well, he can disagree with it, but he put up the money for the answer of how far away Polaris is, right? And he put that burden on us. Now we just found out there is no answer because there is no answer. He just told me, right? You heard him. Did everybody hear him? I did. So Jemsy should be getting $5,000 in his Cash App.
I heard him. Yep, it's recorded as well. So some paper.
Do you mind explaining why the circumference and the size is relevant to the argument?
Yes, he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know.
No, I'm genuinely asking. I'm genuinely asking.
We're trying to talk to this other guy who's really low.
No, you should shut up, Miggy. You should be banned for trolling because you know that this is not what I'm trying to do. You should be banned.
You just gotta pay Jemsy your money. You gotta pay Jemsy $5,000.
You should literally be banned right now. Yes, you should be banned. Because you know that you're purposely obfuscating my point and I'm literally entertaining your red herring right now for no reason other than the fact that if I don't, you just keep on muting me. And I can't even explain myself for 30 goddamn seconds uninterrupted by you. Because what you do is you say a bunch of things over and over again until you think that I'm trying to agree with you. You literally don't even know what you're talking about, but if you just say it...
Relax, dude. We got a concession from you, like I said. We don't need to go over it and over it. Just pay Jemsy the $5,000, like you said you would. I mean, if you're being an honest person, putting up $5,000, that's all you got to do. He gave you his Cash App. That's it. Yeah, $5,000.
Hey, hold on. What's this $5,000 about? $5,000 for what?
I didn't listen. So Gamma put up $5,000, right, to know the distance to Polaris. That's what his bet or whatever you want to call it.
Right, we can use fucking Polaris for that shit.
Yeah, Branch, but check this out. So he put the information out there. If anybody gives him the distance to Polaris, there's $5,000 on the table, right? For flat earthers to do it.
It's not hard to figure out.
Yeah, but hang on, Branch. So I asked him, like, how he knows on the globe the distance to Polaris, and he refused to tell me how he knows what the distance is. So that was the issue. Then I was like, okay, well, can Polaris be measured? He said yes, with satellites. And I said, okay, that's fine with satellites. But how do they get the satellites in orbit if they don't know the size of the Earth. They need the size of the Earth before they put the satellite in orbit to have orbital mechanics. So you have to know, like, the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder is the size of the Earth. They have to know that first. So how did they get that? So when at the end of all of this, he said, "We don't know. Nobody knows." He got upset, right? So he said they don't know. So that was the answer to his question of the distance to Polaris. So if they don't know the size of the Earth, they don't know the size orbital mechanics for the satellite, which means that undermines his idea that he's measuring to Polaris with satellites, and therefore there is no answer. And now he needs to pay Gemsy $5,000. That's just the way it goes, man. That's the way the ball bounces. That's the way the cookie crumbles. So he got himself into this mess. Nobody put him in here. Now he needs to pay Gemsy $5,000. That's the way it goes. He said it. Nobody else made him say it. Nobody made this bet. He made it himself. That's it.
Are you gonna pay?
Miggy, I never fucking said that you needed that shit. Why do you think I'm
Okay, you're not addressing the point. Are you gonna pay? Yes or no? You're not addressing.
Yeah. This is the only way you can
just pay
Okay, he's not addressing. He's not addressing the point.
Well, he's not paying you, man, and I don't know. I think that's a little dishonest.
I never conceded your point. I never conceded. I never conceded.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna wait till you give Gemsy the $5,000 you promised. You promised $5,000, bro.
I never conceded though, so I don't have to give it to him.
You did.
No,
you
I
said
didn't.
there's no way we can know the distance.
I never
you said that.
conceded.
Everybody heard you.
I said there's
Come on,
not an
Gamma.
answer to your bullshit red herring. Not to his problem,
See?
to your bullshit red herring that you keep on muting me for, so you can go on a little pedantic monologue with your power trip bullshit mod admin powers. Like, grow up, dude. Seriously. Why can't we have a conversation about how this actually
You
works
lost a bet,
instead of
and
you
now
saying
you're
a
like
bunch of
throwing
shit?
beers to everybody.
He's getting mad because he lost the bet. Now he's blaming
No, I'm
me.
not. I'm getting mad
He's
because
grabbing the beers and
you are a
smacking people on the
moron.
head with it
All
because
he
he lost the
does
bet.
is literally
What do you
just
think about that,
repeat shit
Larry?
verbatim until he thinks he won.
Well, let Larry speak, okay? At least let him. I'm not gonna speak. I'll put myself on mute.
Yes, never speak again. Seriously.
Whatever, dude.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, not to be pedantic, but it's pronounced pedantic.
Could I ask, please, could you stop talking about betting on here and gambling and stuff?
Yeah, I don't like gambling either.
Can we get back
No,
to the
we don't
topic?
gamble. We don't gamble. No, we don't gamble here. We never mention gamble. But he threw a bet, so there it is.
Yeah, a bet
It's
that you can
done.
still win if you actually think you live on a flat Earth.
We don't gamble here. That's the wrong term.
Yeah, we're not doing that. No, definitely not.
We're not doing that.
But,
No. So no need to mention it.
But if the gentleman says that he's gonna come through with something, then I don't know.
He's offering himself
nobody
to do a donation.
Nobody's forcing anybody to do anything. Like, he's saying this thing over and over again, like he knows what he's saying, and everybody's like, "Don't do it." But
I think dude doesn't want me to get the 5,000. It's okay.
Yes,
dude.
because you didn't do anything. All you did was just Miggy
Damn,
go on.
dude, you just messed it up. Damn, dude.
Oh my god.
Dude.
Why do
dude
I
messed
even
it up.
engage? Like, whenever I see him in the chat, I should just leave because I know all he'll do is misrepresent.
Oh, you don't have to go.
point, and then
I mean, you don't have to go, but I'm saying, like, just don't say what you said. I mean, that would make it easier, right? Just don't say those things, and you'll be fine.
Don't
Like,
say
you can
what
say
things?
all you want about
Don't
the
say
Earth being
what
a globe,
things?
but don't start putting up, any kind of funds to, like, say that you're gonna be able to do this and that, because when you lose, like you did, you're not gonna pay up, and we know that you're
didn't
not.
lose. You just misrepresented my
did.
point, so you could get a false W.
So we
like,
can't
seriously,
trust
you're
your
a
word
pathetic
anymore,
loser.
Gamma. We can't trust your word
What
anymore.
do you mean? I never lost.
I'm not. Yes, you did.
Damn.
No, I didn't.
You conceded that you didn't have a
That
way
sounds
to
like you
measure
don't.
the
That sounds like you don't have the money. That's what it sounds like.
When did I concede? When did I concede, Miggy?
When I told you the size of the Earth, and you said you didn't know how we can get the size of the Earth,
I
so
said
I'm
I
like,
didn't
that's fine.
know. I said I didn't know. You're
I
bullshit
know.
red herring,
No.
Miggy.
See, that's
Yes,
my point.
you're a red
so therefore
herring.
you lost.
You're a red herring,
Therefore you
Miggy.
lost. Yeah,
You're a red herring,
you just
Miggy.
lost, dude. Oh, well, if you don't want to concede, that's fine. We can move on. I mean, yeah, you know what? yeah, we'll just leave it at you saying things and you never.
Yeah,
So everything
I'll
you say
clip this
now
so I
about
can send it to you every day when I wake up. I will literally send it to you every day when I
From
wake
now
up.
why
on,
do you
we
want
know
to do
that
that?
gamma doesn't mean what he says. From now on, gamma
Yeah, that's
doesn't mean
all
what
it
he
means.
says. Yeah. It's okay. We
Look,
get it, gamma.
I'm fine with Jemsy. Like, you're being a man of your word. But if you don't want to do that, I'm fine too. It doesn't matter.
It's all good, bro. I'll forgive you, but I'm not gonna take you seriously anymore.
I don't know what he's gonna clip of him saying that there's no way you can measure the Earth. Okay, you can clip that.
He ain't gonna clip that, bro.
It would
He
be.
thinks
I don't know
calculations
what
are
he's doing.
measurements. He thinks that calculations are objective measurements, bro.
Yeah, I mean the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder is the size of the Earth. I mean that's just what it is. You can't get any distances otherwise. And so, I mean, he wanted to say satellites are the basis, but yeah, how do you get a satellite up? You have to know the size of the Earth so the thing can have a decaying orbit around the Earth, according to the globalists. That's all I was pointing out. Oh, he hates when I'm in here. He don't like it.
No, we just send the salad up and hope for the best.
You know what? Somebody actually said that when we were talking about like how they first got satellites up. They said they like spray and pray. Like you just send it up there and hopefully you you were right. I mean, you spend a lot of money to get a satellite and go into a specific location and you don't know any relevant information as to like the size of the Earth or anything. You just hope that you are right with the math. I don't know. I don't know what you guys think of that.
Can't trust gamma anymore. Whatever he says, so just ignore him from now on. He's gone. He jumped out. He's running for it.
Yeah,
Where's
I
he
knew some
going?
people like that, man. That would say, "Hey, I know that I'm 100% sure that I can tell you that you're not going to be able to tell me this, so I'll put up some money for this." And it's like, dude, why? Like, you don't have to do that, but they insist. So I don't know. It's weird.
The weird one here is old dude. He's being a weirdo. I don't know what's wrong with him.
Gamma, come back. You can blame it all on me. He's gonna clip the thing and send it to me every day. I don't think my DMs are gonna be filled with this clipping of the soundbite of this interaction.
You have trolled. Here it is, strain up on your primary. You show the little ones this things you post. Slowly keep acting like filthy trolls. Yeah, I can see you are one. Although it's been sitting here in VC for me to just post a meme, a gift, and now he's like, I'm a bad dad, I'm a bad parent, I'm a lesser human being.
Like a
Because
Christmas gift, Jimsy?
I posted. I was caught. You know how this guy joined the VC and he trolling about shit this
Where
and
does
shit
it
that,
say bad
and I
dad,
trolled
bad
him.
human being, Jamesy? Don't start, son.
And he brought up me
Don't
being a
bother.
parent. I got
Don't bother.
it here. So there's something. You got something personal against me. Then this is how it sounds like.
No, Jamesy, I was
Yes,
replying
you
to your
do.
text in
Yes, you do.
DMs. That subject is over in conversation and voice here. Leave it alone. Stop trying to troll the place and drag it all
So
over again.
listen. You opened your mic and said, "Don't talk about bets and gambling, so you lying because we were talking about gambling. So stop lying and stop concern trolling, because the guy posted that he was offering $5,000 to solve a problem about the topic it's at hand. So he's on topic, and you feel the need that you have to insult me personally, and you think I'm just gonna listen to you and be like, you know what, old dude? Sure, buddy, sure. You're the old dude. I just have to take it because you said so. No, it's not. It's not like that, old dude. It's not like that. Okay.
What will
And
happen
then you
if I
wait.
can't
Now you
take it
waited. Now
elsewhere,
you
don't you?
waited. You waited for someone to say Jamesy was getting $5,000 from the guy, and you said no. Don't talk about bets. But why didn't you tell him when he posted the $5,000 offers? Why didn't you tell him about bets back then? But you concentrated on me doing something wrong when I've seen this done in here multiple times. People have done this before, but
Jamesy,
now it's a Jamesy problem. Then it's an old
Jamesy,
dude. Old dude has a
can
problem
you
with
guys
Jamesy.
go get a
can you
room?
take it to mod chat, Jamesy? I'm
No, no,
getting
no, no.
sick of you
You
dragging
take
this
it. You
across
leave the
all the
room.
chat.
You're
So
the
are
one
other
bringing
people.
problems in here. You're the one bringing problems in here. So you leave, old dude. Shut up and
No,
leave.
take the subject.
Now you're gonna be muted, and you shut up and leave. If you open your mic, you're gonna be muted. Shut up and leave. Because you're the one bringing it to me when I was talking to the guy about the topic. You're bringing it against me, everything against me. So shut up, don't speak, don't do anything, and just leave.
So back to flat Earth and more. Oh shit. Yeah, I can't understand how Globers don't know about the calculation thing. Like, calculations are great. They're really, really good when you're talking about like known distances. For example, if someone robs a convenience store, and let's say they don't happen to have that, you know, sticker next to the door where it says 4 feet through 6 feet, you could calculate someone's height and get a really close, within a couple of inches estimate, but it's an estimate, right? Say he's standing next to the 20-ounce bottles or next to the 2 liters, right? You could take that 2 liter and stack it up in the image with Photoshop and get like a really good estimate for the guy's height. But it's not going to be an exact measurement. I don't understand how Globers don't understand that. So if he's standing next to the sticker next to the door that says 6 foot and the guy is 6'3", then it's going to be even better, right? It's going to be really close, like within an inch, right? But without him standing like barefoot on concrete with a tape measure and a pencil, you're not going to get his exact height, right? You need the tape measure, you need the pencil, you need the concrete floor, and you need a level, right? Because it has to be level for you to get his exact height, right? So if you're not doing your calculations like on what I said with something with a known measurement, and then base those calculations off of known measurements, it's food of the poisonous tree, Dalton, as far as I'm concerned. And I'm not even a math guy. If anybody would like to tell me where I'm wrong, please do. I mean, Lou, I know you work in construction, so you probably take more measurements in one day than I've taken in the past like 2 or 3 years. Maybe you'd like to speak about that.
So who is that talking? Is that Larry or
Yeah, my
no
name's Larry.
tanks? You the same person?
Yeah, my name's Larry.
Yeah. Have you ever used a digital scale?
Probably, yeah.
Are they accurate?
I suppose that they're calibrated.
You know that little number it shows you is a result of a calculation, right?
Right, based on something that's been calibrated, right?
No, it's calculation nevertheless.
So they don't calibrate them.
Calculation though.
Okay, what happens if a cop pulls you over and his LiDAR hasn't been properly calibrated? Can you get that thrown out in court?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Why?
Because it gave you an inaccurate measurement.
Right, so you have to calibrate things against known measurements and then make the calculations based on those known measurements, right?
No, not really.
No, so you could just say, hey, Your Honor, says here that he couldn't provide the specifications required by law, and he hasn't calibrated this thing in 3 years because the detective pulled me over, and he never does calculate, or he doesn't regulate by specifications laid out by the manufacturers of this LiDAR. You think that's going to get thrown out, or do you think it doesn't matter?
Well, that might. I don't know. But you can make calculations based on things that aren't calibrated. Of course you can.
How do you know if they're good calculations then if there's no calibration or objective thing that you can test it against?
Well, we do it to the tops of mountains all the time and stuff like that. No one's drilling to the mountain to find out how far it is away from sea level.
Refracted mountains?
But I'm just telling you, we do it with mountains. Whether you want to accept it or not, we do it.
Okay, so you measure the height of refracted mountains.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, you don't have to accept that we do it, but we do it.
Well, I accept that you do it. I just
Well, you
don't
don't
know
have to.
how accurate it is.
Well, I know you don't have to accept its accuracy. We do, and we're good with it. But
Yeah,
the
no,
point
you
is,
got a lot of faith.
yeah, but the point is, we take measurements based on calculations all the time. All surveying, all surveying is based on
You don't take measurements
or
based on
calculations.
calculations. You take
Sure we do.
calculations based. Show me an example of something that you've measured, right, based off of a calculation.
I just told you the height of a mountain.
Okay, that's a calculation. That's not an actual measurement.
It is a measurement, though.
I don't accept it as a measurement.
No, you don't have to. We don't need you to. We do.
It's a calculation.
Yeah, it's fine. That we call a measurement. We are measuring the height of the mountain based on its angular elevation from a point we know. And we're measuring the angle. And we know the math works. It's like adding 1 + 1, we get 2. We know
Except for
trigonometry.
there's that variable of refraction, right?
But we know trigonometry works. And so we're good.
And you
We
know
move on.
everything's always refracted, right?
Yes, and they can
Especially when
calculate.
looking at the top of a mountain that's refracted through multiple layers of density, right?
Yep, and then calculate that in. Yeah. Another calculation they can do, right? That
So you don't
gives
know
us
how
the
much is
measurement.
refracting, you're just guessing and then calculating it in.
Well, I'm guessing that the people who've done this know how to do that. So I think that I have faith in the people who are experts and trained in this stuff, and they tend to get accurate measurements. And the rest of us accept them and move on with life. Move on to the next problem. We don't get stuck on the same problem over and over and over for our entire fucking lives. Worrying about the same problem that's been solved 1,000 times. Move on.
So let me ask you something, Scott Mackey. If I had an AR-10, right?
Didn't hear a word I said, I'm sure.
Is the Earth flat?
Not gonna respond to the move on part. Okay. All right. AR something. Let's move on to the next topic.
No, somebody
AR
just came in and asked a question. So yes, you.
So what are y'all talking about when you say that if you were trying to go to like the south pole of the Earth, you only reach this barrier on this ice wall, and that the same thing if you were leaving from any other point on Earth to meet this ice wall?
Well, this isn't my argument. I don't think you heard me say it or anyone else in here. But since you asked, I'll go ahead and
just pulled
explain
up.
to you. It's all right, bro. It's all good. I'm going to explain to you that if you go south in any direction, you're going to go to Antarctica, right? I mean, I'm sorry. If you go south from any location, you'll end up in Antarctica. Well, Antarctica just happens to be the highest elevation continent, right?
Word.
Right, and if you look at Operation High Jump, which is something the military did, where they had to jump over the ice wall to get onto Antarctica, I think that's what you're talking about. But this isn't flat Earth stuff. This is like common knowledge.
But I mostly hear it brought up when the argument of Earth being flat is brought to.
Well, Antarctica isn't really part of that argument, in my opinion. Like, if you want to know if the Earth's flat, you would make long-distance observations over the surface. And to eliminate as many variables as possible, you're not going to do it over the Earth, right? Because the Earth has terrain like mountains and valleys. So you don't want to measure topography. You're actually trying to measure curvature. The next best surface, the only other surface, is
What
water.
you're trying to get is a straight line from point A to point B.
Right. And from that, detect deviation, right? So if you were to go to the beach, crystal clear day, not a lot of waves, not during a hurricane, obviously. And the longest thing you could see from the lowest altitude, so a lot of us use like 1 foot. Thank you.
So can
And
I ask you a question? Something that I've been thinking about a lot that really makes me stay on the fence with this thing.
Sure.
It's because I was thinking one day, right? And a couple of thoughts came to mind that did not compile. And one of them sounds silly, but I thought to myself, if the Earth is round, like, a little ball, by looking at that ball, I should be able to take a pole or a sharp, straight object, and let's just say I moved that object to not off the center of the ball, and I was pointing the object straight through the ball, across the sides of the ball. If I did that with the Earth, where would the pole come out on the other side?
I think you keep, talking about the model of Earth because you're talking about a ball.
Yeah.
But if you could just eliminate the model and just talk about the dirt outside.
Yeah.
Like, where the earthworms live. Because we're trying to stick to reality to try to figure out what it is. Like the scientific method, natural science, or philosophy, study of the natural world. You can't really talk about models. We need to talk about, the real world outside. So if you were to think about that question again by not using a model, but by using the dirt outside, and understand the furthest that we've ever dug is 8 miles, approximately, you would see that we can't do what you're saying, right?
So I don't know. That's why I'm stuck. It doesn't compile, right? Because I'm thinking like this. Okay, I'm trying to actually even imagine it without the model that I know, like you mentioned. With only that alone, all I can think is that we would go further beyond whatever these layers and modules that I've, observed in my education of what layers are of Earth and underneath and underneath and underneath. But I always reach this point where it's like, okay, even if the Earth were not round, well, wouldn't I be forced to meet the center of the Earth, therefore meeting the core of the Earth, molten lava? Or would it just go straight across and then I'll be looking at what is essentially under Earth on the other side of the atmosphere of outside of Earth? As
Again,
though
you
something was
went
going
back
up
to the
and we were upside down?
once again you went to the core of the Earth, which is another model, and then
Exactly.
you're
I
talking
can't
about
seem to escape it.
Yeah, your model looks like you're kind of stuck in this worldview where you're closing your eyes and imagining the Earth as a ball in space, right?
Well, therefore, would the core of the Earth contain molten lava in it if the Earth is not round?
The core is a concept. You've never experienced it. No one on Earth ever has. It's a concept.
But then when a mountain erupts, where's the lava coming from?
Underground. But that
Right.
doesn't mean that the core of the Earth is, molten lava and nickel and iron. right? It just means that lava comes from under the ground, which I would agree with. Yeah, there's magma and lava and molten, metals and rock under the ground. I would agree with that. I've seen volcanoes, right?
All right. So therefore, what would be what would the structure of the Earth be then, if that's not what it is?
Well, who knows? You're talking about models of the Earth's core. But they say that the Earth's magnetic field is produced by the Earth's core. But did you know there's this thing, what's it called? The what point? The carry point, where if you have a magnet and it gets too hot, it loses its magnetic field.
Yes, but it could be underneath so much pressure that even though it's supposed to be liquid, it's still a solid. The pressure of the Earth will keep it solid.
Well, that's how the model goes, right? But how do you prove that? Like, how can you and I go to the core and test what you're saying is true? We can't. It's pseudoscience.
Indirectly. You were just talking about measurements. How you can indirectly measure something through another measurement.
Okay, do you know what a false cause is?
That's a changing topic, but sure.
No, it's not. Because you're saying the cause of the magnetic field is the Earth's core. And
Well,
I'm
it's a
saying
theory. It's a theory.
Right, so how do we test that theory?
Measure it.
Okay, but how do we know what's causing it?
We don't. We're testing
So
the
it's
theory.
pseudoscience.
No, it's not.
Okay, if we can't find out what's causing it, and the scientific method is all about the cause and effect relationship between the independent dependent variables. If we can't test that theory,
No, we
it's not
can
a
test it.
scientific theory.
We can
Okay,
test
so
it.
how do we stop the Earth's core from spinning long enough to see if the magnetic field goes down?
No, you don't need to stop the core. You can measure it indirectly with you have a few you take measurements of how strong the magnetic field is in different places on Earth.
How do you measure that?
You have there are instruments to measure the strength of a magnetic field.
Right, but what's causing the magnetic field?
Okay, and this is how the scientific process works. You have a hypothesis, it's a molten core. If that were true, then the magnetic field would be weaker in these places and stronger in these places, and you would see different anomalies. Let's go measure the magnetic field in a bunch of locations, and see if our theory lines up with reality. It is hypothesis, then observation, or observation, hypothesis, then you test your hypothesis, and yeah, then you can see whether your hypothesis was correct or not. And if it is correct, then you have a theory. You think that the Earth has a molten core because the measurements you made line up with that observation. It's not definitive proof. Everything is just a theory. I could be in a coma. All of this could be an imagination. There's no proof of anything other than that you are conscious. But empiricism, if you just take our observations, then yeah, that's good enough.
It's funny how you guys make an excuse for science and say that there is
That
no
is
proof, but you don't.
pseudoscience.
Yeah,
Not
I agree.
pseudoscience.
Let
That's
me,
literally
if I
how
could
is that
just, bro,
pseudoscience?
you just got through talking. We're gonna let him respond, and then you can go. He just said that you're doing pseudoscience. Go ahead, Hugh.
Yeah, that how do I want to put this? Because
I can take it if you want me to.
oh yeah, please.
Right. So if I'm saying that, and this is a little bit off topic, but try to follow me. If I'm saying the reason for the tides is the sun and not the moon's gravity, and you're saying it's the moon's gravity, so we have competing theories. Well, how would we solve this dispute, right? Well, what you would do if you're talking about like science in a lab is you would manipulate the independent variable off and on, right? And that's the presumed cause. Then you would look for the effect off and on, off and on. That's your presumed effect. That's what an experiment does. When it comes to the cosmos or the Earth's core, we can't manipulate certain things, right? We can't turn off the moon's gravity and see if the tides continue. We can't turn off the sun to see if the tides continue. So this is pseudoscience, right? It's not science whatsoever.
If your determination of what you could accept scientifically depends on whether you can manipulate the object, then you're going to have a very small pool of knowledge because a lot of things we don't know, and we're just testing our theories indirectly. We're not even manipulating. Like, how do you know that an iron atom is magnetic at all and it's not some other force causing it? Because you can't manipulate whether the iron is magnetic or not. You're only measuring how magnetic it is. Your theory about how atoms work fundamentally has to be based off of a theory that is something that you can't even manipulate the matter that you are working with. I can't manipulate matter to make it have no mass. Yet I accept that matter has mass. And there's no way I could test that. I can't make matter with no mass. So your argument is not really, it's a moot point. It doesn't make any sense. You
Okay.
can definitely have theories.
Yeah, you can have all the theories you want, but you said we're going to have a very limited pool of knowledge. I would agree. If you limit your pool of knowledge to only that which is empirical, which you could falsify with experimentation, then yeah, you do know certain things. But with you not manipulating any of the variables, of course you're going to say you can't prove anything with science. Because if you're not manipulating a cause and see the effect right in front of you, you're not going to know anything. You're just going to have a theory. Well, I think it won't start because the starter went bad. That'll be $500. While the other mechanic, through a process of elimination, traces the wire down to the fuse and replaces the fuse. That's the independent variable, the cause of the car not starting. Once he replaces it, then it starts. And he says that'll be $500. But you got a car that started because you manipulated the cause of your hypothesis, the reason why the car wasn't starting. The first mechanic is a pseudo mechanic, and you're going to have to take his ass to court to even get your car back, or pay him the money, then take him to court, which you're out of a lot of money, and your car still doesn't start. So you might as well just go with the mechanic that has applied science rather than theoretical bullshit, because he's eliminated all other possible causes and said this was why your car didn't start. Now that I've manipulated this one variable and changed the starter fuse, here's your car. You can go back to work. That'll be $500.
But Larry, you still are not getting, there are still assumptions you're making. This fuse might not have even been the problem. It could have been the connector, the physical, like, plastic or whatever it's made of. The fuse was fine. It was actually the connector on the fuse that was not making a good connection. Your idea of what is you can test and what you cannot test has fundamental flaws, because you can't test anything. Like, Larry, you are making the assumption that this is not an illusion. You're not in some coma right now. You have the faith that reality is real, and you can't manipulate reality. You can't, like, okay, I'm going to do an experiment. I'm going to put myself in a coma and see whether it's real or not. You can't do that experiment. There are things you cannot fundamentally experiment with like that. So your pool of knowledge, when I say it's small, I mean like existentially small. You can't know anything for certain with this kind of logic. So normally scientists don't follow with that. They accept their theories based off of what fits the data the best. If some other hypothesis has data that fits it better, like if we consider all of the data points, and you have two hypotheses, we're going to pick the one that best describes the data. So, and then you can test it. Oh, we've never seen this kind of matter in this situation. We've never seen matter move near a black hole or whatever. So let's see if our equations still hold up. And if they don't hold up, then the hypothesis is bullshit, and we need to reconsider how we understand. I don't know.
You done?
So why is it that people can go to the North Pole, but people can't go to the South Pole?
People can go to the South Pole, but you're not just allowed to freely travel the world, right? But let me address what he just said, right? Because I got to respond. So he's waxing on philosophically about how you can't know anything unless you put yourself in a coma. I'm talking about applied science, the real world, right? If your car doesn't start and you got a family like I do, you're in a pickle, right? For what that means to you guys is you're in a conundrum, right? What am I going to do? My car won't start. I got a family to feed. They depend on me to go to work. So what do? Do you take it to the mechanic A, who's real philosophical and like, well, I can't fix your car unless I put myself in a coma and I test reality and then I come back and make a theory? Or the second mechanic who's like, yeah, it may not have been the starter fuse, but when I changed this starter fuse and I put the new one in, it started 30 times in a row. So I think I fixed the problem. I'm almost 99.99999% sure, which is like a certainty of like 5 sigma, that it was the starter fuse. That'll be $500. You know what I'm going to gladly do? I'm going to gladly give that guy $500 and never take him to court, even though it's not 100% certainty that it was a starter fuse.
Yep.
But pragmatism and actual like problem solving is different than theoretical.
I know. That's why we manipulate the independent variable.
But you can't manipulate
Could
the
I
Earth,
comment,
Larry.
please?
Please
Could I
do.
comment, please? Yeah, Maxim. Yeah, the pool of knowledge. Yeah, I would agree too with you and with Larry. Yeah, that pool of knowledge is relatively small compared to if you wanted to look. That's my point. It already is. It already is, my friend. You seem to be wanting to class things that aren't knowledge as being knowledge, and also, right? Knowledge cannot just be gained through, we're not saying that the only way to gain knowledge is through testing of cause and effect relationship using the scientific method. There are other forms of gaining knowledge. You
Like?
can just sit there and observe animals in the wild and record their behavior and learn about them and have knowledge of what they do, right? That's okay. That you just don't have to call it science, right? You might want to call it like behavioral science of, whatever. I don't know, but it's not. It's gaining knowledge, definitely gaining knowledge. That's for sure.
Well, that would be a grammatical qualifier, right? So when you put a word before a word, you change the meaning of that word. Like if I say I have a gun, you know what that means, right? But if I say I have a prop gun, now that's a totally different meaning. So that's the difference between science and behavioral science, right?
Yeah, but your whole argument is that I can't make any claims if I can't test the variable I'm claiming about. I have to be able to test the variable. Is that not what you were saying, Larry?
I'm trying to differentiate between a theory and a scientific theory. The line of delineation is the scientific experiment. Once you do an experiment, like I have this theory, right? I have this hypothesis, right? And I think that vitamin C deficiency causes scurvy. Well, you don't eat vitamin C for like a month, and then you get rickets and you bend over and you can barely walk straight. And then you reintroduce it back into your diet, and you repeat this 100 times. Like that's a pretty good, theory after you've done the experiment. But before that, right before the 17 or 1800s, whenever they figured this out, it's just a hypothesis that needs to be tested. And you call those theories, right? I would not be ambiguous like that. I would say this is a hypothesis that needs to be tested or a postulation at best.
Oh, but I think I'm actually talking about the inverse of that. I'm not talking about things that can be tested. You're claiming if I cannot manipulate the variable, then I can't have a theory about it. Because by definition, it's a independent variable that I can't change. So
You can have all the theories you like.
Yeah, so how can you have any theory about the Earth if you can't manipulate the Earth? I can't manipulate the curvature of the Earth, so how do we know anything about the curvature of the Earth? Because it's an independent variable, right? Apparently.
Yeah, you won't know.
So then we don't know anything about the curvature of the Earth because I can't change it. Whether it's flat
Sorry,
or
Larry.
curved.
Sorry for butting in. I'll let
No,
you get
you're
back
good,
to
brother.
it.
Please
No,
butt in anytime you want to, Timbo.
What if
whether
the Earth is actually not round nor is it flat?
It's a wave.
Well, I mean, it sounds like a black and white, right? But there's a third position. What if
Like
it's
it
called
were, it could, because also by some of that it's by some of what you're saying, I understand it's possible to imagine then that Earth could be shaped as anything, possibly even a bean.
Well, I think you're
I really
kind of
want
getting off in the
to
weeds there.
hear the answer to that question, though. He asked you, how do you know anything if you can't change the variable, the curvature of the Earth? How do you know it's flat?
My friend,
Answer his question, please.
So they'd be knowing like she's cool or whatever, but he just be standing there just watching her have the seizure, like, get up. That's crazy.
Hey, drugstore, I think you're hot micing.
You're hot micing.
So how
That's
do
right.
you?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Sepher.
No, I said I just want us to stay on topic because Maxim asked a good question. So
Yeah.
Right. How do you know things, right?
No. How do you
Well,
know the curvature of the Earth if I can't manipulate it? In your definition, you need to be able to manipulate it in order to have a theory.
okay, well, the curvature of the Earth is a geometry question, and we're talking about natural science. So that's a category error. So let's address that first and foremost. When we're talking about natural science, which is where you're dealing with independent, dependent, and control variables, and you do the experiment to establish a cause and effect relationship between the two independent and dependent variables. That's how you do natural science. But if you're talking about geometry, well, that's measurement and math, right? That's a totally different class, right? You don't get any science credits for geometry class, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, yeah, you can know things other than science. I'm not up here preaching, the only way to know something is through experiment. Of course, you can deduce things logically. You can measure things as far as geometry goes. So you can know things outside of the scientific method. But if you're talking about, making a scientific claim, like the reason that the Earth has a magnetic field is because the core of the Earth is spinning and sometimes stops spinning and it goes in the other direction. That's a cause and effect claim that you can't test. So it's not science. It's just a postulation. You're speculating that you think this is the cause of that, but if you can't test it, you can't call it science, right? You can't. When you say theory, I think you're doing the ambiguity fallacy. Now, I don't think you're doing it on purpose because our language is so limited that people just use that word theory colloquially. But when you step into an arena where we're talking about science and natural science, you can't just throw that word around willy-nilly because there is a difference between a colloquial theory and a scientific theory.
So, you said that geometry is different than science, but if I had a different belief about the state of geometry, if I thought my bed was a triangle and you thought the bed was a square, and I measure, the three sides of it, and I assume the other side is a certain length, like I can do geometry wrong based off of my theory, but I not know that it's wrong because I'm not testing anything, right? So you have to have a way to test before you even use geometry, right? Like all the geometric proofs that you're using, like what is it, 4 point something inches per mile squared or something like that. You have to have a theory in order to come up with those kinds of geometric things that you can measure. So I would say in the case of flat Earth, geometry and science, they influence each other. Like you have to have a theory about what the Earth is actually like in order for you to do geometry. I need to have a theory about what the Earth is actually like in order for me to do geometry. You're right, geometry is not a science,
Are
but
you saying the carpenter needs a theory about what size cupboard will fit in a certain area?
no. I'm saying the carpenter needs to know if it's like the carpenter is assuming that it's made of wood, right? And then all of the other all of the other practice he's doing is fine.
And I think the carpenter has to measure what he needs to cut before he actually goes and cut it. Before he builds anything, he needs to measure what is the size. Is my area level, and there's no theory. He has to go do it in order to know what has to build or the size it needs to be.
Yeah, but I can measure two things and then plug it into the wrong equation and get some number that doesn't mean anything. But I think that I did it right because my theory tells me that that's what I should do. Even though it's wrong.
Why are you going again with basis theories when you could just measure what you're standing on and then figure out from there?
But the book, I'm saying I could take measurements and then put them into the wrong equations. I can take a measurement and then plug it into something that doesn't make any sense and get numbers. But I think that the number is correct. You need to have
well then that's called confirmation bias, bro. If you have a confirmation bias,
different.
if you have an idea and you want to make it fit to your idea, that's called confirmation bias.
No, I'm saying you have to have a theory in order to use the equations. Like there's a reason why I'm using certain equations and Larry's using certain equations. It's because we both have underlying theories. The way we use the equations could be
on
correct.
what? Theories on what though?
The shape of the Earth. If I have a different theory,
Is flat a shape?
Yeah, topographically, yeah.
No, it's not. Flat is a description of its
Well, not
surface.
like you're getting into semantics. I'd like to stick with the
No, it's not
point.
semantics. Well, we need to understand what we're speaking about, right?
No,
You
I
can't
want to
just
stick on
start.
topic.
I just can't tell you. Uh,
Flat is not a
Well,
unicorn.
shape.
if
Yeah,
you argue the
unicorn
question,
red.
okay.
Unicorn red, and you understand what I'm speaking. Well, we have to actually go into actual terms so we can agree on what we're speaking. We can't just willy nilly just say, "Hey, this and that." Larry just told you. We need to know when we're understanding when we're talking about theory, because if we're going into science, there's difference between a scientific theory and a colloquial theory. We have to make sure that we understand how are we bringing up the terms.
Yes, I agree.
Right. So, do you understand when you're saying theory, we're over here thinking you're talking about scientific
And
theory?
that's not why you cut me off. You said something else.
No, it was because you said it was semantics, and I wanted to show you, and I wanted to explain. Yes, it is semantics because we need to agree in what we're speaking about. Right? Because
But
Larry tells you.
yeah, but
Okay.
if your rebuttal to my point is, oh, you're using this word wrong, you're still not refuting my point. I made a point,
No.
and you're not refuting my point.
Well, if again, your point, it's in the wrong subject,
Well, then
practically,
put it in the
because you're
right subject
using
and then answer the
right.
question.
Well, that's the thing. If we're in the wrong subject, we're in a category error because you're going with theory as a colloquial theory. Now, if we're talking about scientific theory, that means those things were already tested.
Okay, well, okay, I'm gonna stop me when I mess up. Just stop me when I mess up, okay? I have a different understanding of the shape of the Earth. I'm going to use different equations than Larry when I take my measurements. The equations that we use are correct, assuming I'm correct or Larry's correct, but we get different answers because we're using, one of us is wrong. I'm plugging in either the wrong numbers into my equation or he's plugging wrong numbers into his equation. It has nothing to do with geometry. There's an underlying theory that is differing, which is causing the discrepancy, which is why we're getting different answers.
Again, with the theory, flat Earth isn't a theory. It's
Okay,
just a measurement
semantics.
of the surface. Again,
What exactly
not
would you
really.
have to determine from any equation that you can formulate
Let's get shit.
to say that, hey, the Earth is a globe
Okay, I've shown
or
multiple.
sphere?
I've shown a few examples in here where someone is measuring the curve by taking really precise measurements, or even just using a camera going up and down. And all of the flat earthers will instantly say, "Oh, well, in order to calculate how much that mountain will disappear in the distance, you need to do the math, and the math insinuates a flat plane." Or they'll say, "Oh, the math, you need to use a flat level or whatever." They'll abstract it away to math rather than explaining the phenomenon. The mountain is disappearing bottom up. They'll just say, "Oh, you have to use a flat plane to describe." It's not explaining the
Yeah,
phenomenon.
the thing is,
I'm here for actual
right.
measurement. I don't care about semantics. I'm here for actual measurement. We see the mountain go bottom up, and everyone resorts to, oh, you need to assume a straight line somewhere. So
But
therefore,
could it be that we see the mountain go bottom up because we're not particularly on level terrain?
over water. See it
Yes.
over water. I mean,
Right. So it's not. It's there's many explanations why things disappear bottom up. Right. And in some it could be, some phenomena from refraction. Also, some perspective issues and visibility issues could be swells. I mean, there's many things that can happen. Now, the issue is that usually you want to go to one conclusion is because of this: Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe. The thing is, we don't know, right? I mean, you have to measure, not calculate.
yeah, well, that's what they're doing. They're seeing the mountain disappear bottom up over a small lake, or over something that would not have, like, I don't know, beyond a reasonable doubt. You see the phenomenon happening.
Right, but does it happen like that every day?
Yeah.
No, not every day. There's times that it doesn't disappear. Sometimes it's
Well, then
it's
that's your
actually
theory. Well, then
no,
that's
that's not
your
my
theory.
theory. That's actually something you could actually observe. You could actually observe this with what is it? What was that lake that has a time lapse in?
Lake
Larry, if you can help me out.
Minnewanka, Lake
It's
Minnewanka, the one that I always post. I think you're new to this channel. I'm sometimes I talk. Here, I'm gonna send you a video in the chat.
I don't know if it's Lake Minnewanka. It's forgot the name of it. It might be Minnewanka.
That's where Prince took a shower with a bath with his chick in Purple Rain.
Really? Or are you joking?
So you come up with an idea about why what you're seeing, could be, right? A reason for why you're seeing what you're seeing. So in the instance that like you've seen what seems to be bottom up obstruction at distance over water, how are you going to test your idea, or are you just going to go with your idea without testing it to see if it's true?
Well, we can test it in multiple different ways. By direct measurement, by
Wait, wait, I thought you just was upset with the flat earthers for wanting that.
No, I wasn't. For wanting direct measurement?
Oh.
No, they
Well,
wanted direct
that's what
measurement
you'll
off
get
of a
asked for.
off of a variable that you can change. I can't change the curvature of the Earth. That's what I was saying. They want direct measurement off of a variable I can change. You
But
can't
you said
change
that they
the curve
appeal
of the
to
Earth.
math.
What?
You said they appeal to math.
Yeah. Look, I sent the video, and you if you could explain the phenomenon on flat Earth, do it. But usually people see the video and then they'll say, "Oh, you need a flat plane to describe that thing." So we win. Despite that, the phenomenon clearly shows the boat disappearing bottom up. That's what I mean by appeal to math, is they don't actually answer. I'm here for actual observation, and they'll just resort to math rather than explaining it.
No, not math, measurement, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Do you know what a single cause fallacy is?
Yes. But
Okay.
there's multiple measurements for globe Earth, not just visual.
No, but a single cause fallacy, like, will be where you've drawn the conclusion that the reason for something is due to one single cause rather than a collection of causes, multiple causes.
Still, I mean, there's still not really an explanation. Like, how would you explain it then? If it's not the curvature of the Earth,
It could be atmospheric conditions, bro. What do you mean?
this is a cooler day. It's not on a huge ocean. There's not as much atmospheric haze. The ocean, the reason why Lake Minnewanka, actually, flat earthers were the first one to use this lake. The guy who made the video I sent picked this lake because it's a nice, skinny, but long lake. So you don't get
Okay.
huge
All right.
ocean swells.
All right, but before we go into explanations, right? Does the lack of mine validate yours?
No, it's just evidence. It's not proof. It's just evidence.
Okay, cool.
And then if I were to come up, maybe, say I see something like the Coriolis effect, I have another theory that might be able to explain this data point as well. Unless that both of those theories are wrong, I'd have to come up with two different theories to explain both of them.
You want to come up with stories. I mean, can you just get the data and just consider the data? I mean, that's about it.
Well, then there it is. I sent the video. That's the data.
I seen it.
Explain
Now
it.
what?
I don't know.
You
I'm
want a
asking.
story? I mean, it's your video, dude. I don't know.
Okay, well,
I mean,
and this is
actually, do you know what was the atmospheric condition? Do you know what day this was? We could probably find out
this is
what was. I mean,
actually, yeah. This is actually what it usually gets down to when I come in here is everyone always ends up saying that we don't know anything. So
Right,
I don't
right.
know why
No,
I
you
touched
want me
that.
to explain a video that you sent
No,
me?
no, no. There's no model. You don't know. There's no theory, right? You said you don't know. It's my video. There's no explanation for the observed phenomenon. There's no explanation for the video. There's no theory of flat Earth. It's all. Oh, also, we don't know who's perpetrating
Come up
it.
with ideas.
I asked. Well, then give me one idea. I would love to hear any idea.
Wait a sec. I haven't watched your video, so I'm just saying we could possibly come up with ideas. But just how do you validate them?
And I guess I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna shift gears for just a sec. But if I'm not trying to change the topic, I'd love to continue talking about the other thing. But I'm gonna change gears. What would be the motivation of lying, right? To tell everyone that Earth is actually a globe.
So now you want me to tell you about what the person that lied is? What was his motivation? I don't know that person.
How long has this? Because people have been saying the Earth is flat for like 200 years, maybe more. Did it start with NASA? Because I remember one time I asked it and someone said Hollywood, but that's only been around for less than 100 years. Like where did it start? Where did this lie start that the
Well,
Earth is
one
a
of the
globe?
first movies ever was a rocket going to the moon and hitting its eye, right? So you kind of got it backwards, right? The whole idea of the Earth being flat, it's been around for a really long time. So I'm about to send a picture of like Norse, Hebrew, Mayan, Navajo, Japanese, all these different cosmologies, Egyptian, Hindu, Incan, and guess what they're all showing? It's not a globe. Weird, right?
Well, do you think Earth is reality?
Yeah, the bird outside, for sure.
Maximum.
Yeah. What is yes? What is even that
Okay.
question? Yes.
And is flat Earth and globe Earth two different ways of perceiving reality?
One is wrong and one is correct.
Okay. So if the globe model is wrong and that's what's being taught to everybody, is that distorting people's perception of reality?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you think there could be any reason why authorities might want to do that in your
I'd
own
like
head?
to hear. I'd like to
Do you
hear.
think there's any reason?
Sure, maybe. I don't know. I'm asking you. That's the question here.
Yes, I can answer, I guess, but I just want to know if you're able to come up with anything at all without me answering or anyone answering.
Nothing that would reason 300 years of like someone at NASA has to know. If the Earth is flat, someone at NASA has to know. And why would they keep a lid on it? That's like the biggest story on Earth. Is there some kind of cabal of like how did it
Okay.
start? How
So
did this flat Earth?
you cannot
Yes.
come up with any reason why authorities would distort
No.
people's perception of reality.
Well, I can, but the logistics of keeping this kind of secret, like it's really hard to keep a secret this big, right?
Forget the probability. Forget the probability. Just why would they do that?
I'm asking you. I'm really asking you. I don't know.
Yeah, but in order for me to answer, I feel like I kind of need to know
They
where
did it
you're.
because they want to sell more globes. They have a patent on globes and they want to sell more globes. That's why they did it for big money, for a lot of money.
You think that's the reason?
I'm asking you guys, and you guys are responding by asking me a question instead of answering the question I have.
It's just a clarifying question.
Yeah, I think to sell more globes. They want to sell more globes.
Okay. I mean, it's a deep topic. You know, there's many different reasons, but the very simple reason is you're just controlling people's perception of the world. It's that simple.
And that's the big reason. There's not really
Right.
any money to be made or any kind of.
If you have the knowledge and you're distorting everybody's understanding of the knowledge, it means that you can guide them in the direction you want them to much easier. Because you know how they think, what they think, and how they think it.
And that is best achieved by keeping the secret that the Earth is flat.
It's achieved not necessarily by is it globe, is it flat? It's more about what is the truth, what is reality. Is it, does that make sense?
Yes, but
Okay.
you're still not getting back to how it started.
We can have like a hour-long discussion about why they lie. I'm just trying to give you some simple,
Okay,
points.
how did it start? Who is perpetrating this lie? Who's lying about the fact that the Earth is a globe? It's really flat, right? Truly, it's flat.
Can
So
I
who's
get
lying
in for
about
a
it?
second?
Yeah, Larry can probably talk a lot more about the history.
All right, so it's It's not that people are lying; they just believe what they were told, right? Like in the movie with Jim Carrey, where the guy is up on the moon and he said people just accept the world that's presented to them. By and large, that's true, right? Different people are going to act differently, are going to think differently depending on the culture in which they grew up in. A Chinese man is going to have a different thought process than an American man or a Russian man, right? So when you're talking about why would they lie, most people aren't lying. They're just repeating back to you what they were told because that's what got them their college degree, because they could pass the test or repeat it back, and then they became a teacher. And now you pass the test and you teach your children, like Santa Claus, right? Like, why would they lie? Why would so many people lie and keep a secret to Santa Claus until certain people became old enough or aware enough to question the mathematics of it all? Like, is it possible for one guy to deliver to 1.6 billion children in one night? Like, is that possible? I don't know if that's the right numbers, but you get my point, right?
But
So
if it
what
was,
we're
yes,
talking about is motive, right? You can't always know someone's motive. But what I'm going to ask you, if there's two cops, right? One of them's a sheriff, one of them's a chief of police. They went to school with this woman, and they've known her since they were in kindergarten. She's the most sweetest woman ever. She's dead, right? The cops can't figure out why anyone would want to kill her. She was part of the church. She did charity fundraisers. She walked with cancer patients. The sweetest woman ever. They cannot come up with a motive, but there's still a dead body, right? We need to find out if the body of evidence shows that the earth is flat. And then after that, later on, we can go back and try to find the motive, because you're asking us to speculate. And we try to keep that limited to only on Sundays.
okay, if proving the shape of the Earth is dead easy, then some guy way back in the 1800s would have been able to prove it, and that would make world news. That, hey, actually, I have evidence that the Earth is round. So, like I said, you have to. How logistically, how do you keep such a secret down? Do you send people out to kill those kinds of people, or like if there are people like the fact
they
that
did
flat
say
Earth,
that.
yeah.
They hold on. They did say that on Something Funny Happened on the Way to the Moon. Bart Sabrell, I think, was interviewing the astronauts, and one of the sons said, "Do you want to call the CIA and have them whacked?" So yeah, that is a possibility that they could have people whacked who are questioning this, or have them locked up, or set them up with a honey trap. But the important part is you need to go outside, find a large body of water at rest, and make some long distance observations and measure that curve.
I did, and there's no explanation.
Okay, so you measured a curve. Can you present us with that?
Yes, I sent the video. You want me to send it again? I could send.
Sure, send it again.
How much curvature was in that?
I would say 6 feet, 7 feet.
What's the distance?
Let me pull it up. Okay, and you're already doing the flat Earth thing where you're resorting to calculations and not explaining the phenomenon.
Well, hold on, dude. Like if you're saying it's 6 feet and
Yeah,
is
I'll let you.
yeah.
I'll let you.
Dude, this video is showing the camera getting lower and lower and lower.
Yes, the camera is stationary and it's getting lower and lower and lower, and you see the boat in the distance.
So the camera's not stationary. He's lowering the altitude from the surface of the water, getting closer to the surface of the water.
Yes.
Okay, that doesn't show any curvature, bro.
How? You see the boat clearly disappear in the background.
Where
Clearly
does the horizon start off at the beginning at 0 seconds?
Probably past those. I mean, probably at the base of those trees.
No, the horizon is about, well, on my screen, 2 inches from the press play button. Now press play, and now it's gone 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches. So now the horizon is like in the middle of the screen. How does that show curvature, bro? He just panned the camera down, or dropped altitude, or both.
The boat, if I move the camera down, I can sit stationary and move the camera down, and the boat would not disappear. Like, you can test it for yourself. Like, go get a camera, put something in the corner of the room, and move the camera down, and things do not obscure in the way that this video is showing.
Dude, when I was in Corpus Christi, I was standing up tall, and I could see Ingleside on the bay. I could see the lights at night and the beach houses during the day. But when I would squat down in the water and get closer and closer to the surface, once the water got to my armpits, like things would disappear. Just like that. So you're telling me that this guy didn't do something along those lines, that the Earth is actually, what is it, shrinking in size, and that's what caused the Earth to disappear like that? Or did the cameraman manipulate the camera?
Well, you're saying that you are getting lower and lower to the surface of the water, and then you see the lights disappear when you're about armpit height. I mean, that's proof right there. You saw it for yourself.
No,
The
bro.
lights disappear.
Bro, do you not understand that you can see further the higher you get? What's the reason why ships in the old days, they probably still have them, but not so much anymore? Why do they have crow's nests?
Because you can see higher. You can see the higher up you go.
Right, the more you can see because you're increasing the angle between you and the surface, right? So if you get lower, you can't see as far, right?
And you're saying this excuse me, the boat is being obscured, not because the curvature of the Earth, but the fact that you can see farther. Despite
As you
I
get
mean, it's not
higher,
getting
and you
smaller.
can't see as far as you get lower.
And he doesn't count the waves, this little kid, bro. Look at those waves. Those waves are crazy.
These waves are small, man. Very small.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And you fucking pan the camera below the waves. Yeah, obviously the waves will be blocking the fucking boat, idiot.
Jesus.
Yo, man.
This kid's been trying this for fucking weeks now. He's not successful and just calling him out for his stupidity.
No, I think he's just having a conversation. And
No, he's a staunch Glober. He comes in here all the time. Shut up, you knew that.
Yeah.
Maximum, continue. Don't get distracted.
Yeah, know your place, dude.
Yeah, Maximum. Let's avoid the real fucking problem in this whole video that you're posting, claiming that there's curvature. Or how about this? Are you living on a fucking cylinder? No, listen, Maximum. Do you live on a cylinder? Because the drastic rate of curvature that is going outwards that you're claiming should be fucking curving your peripherals too, my guy. But it's not. So what? You live on a cylinder, so it's only curving outwards from you, but your sides are not curving because you're not living on a ball, right? At this point, you're living on a fucking cylinder. And you've proven that, right? With your fucking camera panning downwards, right, Maximum? Smart guy.
yeah, that camera was painting downwards.
Right, and it makes a cylinder because the other fucking, so the peripherals are not curving now, right?
Lower the camera equals curve.
Well, that's what he
No,
said.
bro. No.
That's what he's saying. That's what Maxim's claiming. He's claiming that, I'm panning the camera downwards. That's why the boat is disappearing because the curvature is now blocking it. Because I panned the camera down. That's what he's fucking saying.
What'd you say no, Larry? What's up?
Well,
Like,
Larry
what-
was
what
saying
the-
something else.
Yeah, what this guy is showing is not curvature. So when when Deck and Frost repeated his argument, I was disagreeing with the guy's argument, not with Deck and Frost.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, trust
How
me,
can we
Larry's on my
observe-
side, buddies. Don't worry about it.
One thing, I'm not very scientifically inclined, or a study of it. What I would wonder is how do you determine that you are observing curvature from level plane over the water line when
Okay, how about this? How about this?
when the
Hey,
depth of
Maximum.
the question
I'll answer the. I
when-
already know. I answer it.
no,
Man.
when the depths of the ocean may have a
Irrelevant.
variable of different depths in different locations and different sites, yet the water line may seem to
irrelevant.
level. Okay, the question is how. I'm asking questions. I'm not
Irrelevant,
challenging
bro. What
anyone.
the fuck are you talking about, bro?
If you say relevant, at least tell me why. If I come on here and I'm asking
Why would
people questions-
why would the depth of your water why would the depth matter?
Sir, just tell me why it doesn't matter, and then I can move on.
Because the surface of the water is curving according to the globe model. So if 70% of the Earth's surface is water, it would have to be curving. And it doesn't matter what the abyssal plains are showing, right? The abyssal plains could be flat or curved. It only matters the surface of the Earth, because that's the claim. The surface of the Earth is curving, and that there's a geometric horizon where the bottom of the boat and other objects fall behind the horizon.
Oh, don't worry. I got a real answer for you though. Listen,
See, Mr. Maximum, what's the distance in your picture? What's the distance to the boat in your picture,
I don't
Maximum?
respond to crazy.
Mr. Maximum, you came and you brought some fucking evidence, Mr. Maximum. What's the
You're cutting
distance
through
to the boat in your
conversation.
fucking picture, Mr. Maximum?
Me and
Because I
Simone don't
guarantee
know what
it's
we're
not past
talking
10 miles. Is it past 10 miles, Mr. Maximum? Yes or no, Mr. Maximum?
Mr. Maximum.
Mr. Maximum, is it fucking past 10 miles or no? I would assume it's not, right?
Yeah, what are the
Buddy.
details on the video, Maximum?
These details are very important, right? So see, this Glober is fucking trying to hide the fucking details that are extremely
I
important
sent the
because
photos.
I'm about to
Check the
post.
chat.
Listen.
Check the
I'm
chat.
about to
sent
post.
It. I sent it
I'm
twice. I sent all the evidence twice.
I'm talking about what's the distance to the boat? What's the distance to the boat, asshole?
All you have is the distance to the from one area to the other, but you never put where's the boat sitting at for one.
Right near the edge. I mean,
What's the distance to the boat?
Even if you truncate it to 7
What's the
kilometers.
distance to the boat? Give me the
I'm
distance
not-
to the boat. So you don't know the distance to the boat. Give me a fucking number. Give me 20 miles. Give me 10 miles. What is it?
7
7
kilometers.
miles.
The 7
Oh,
kilometers.
7 kilometers. Okay, so Mr. Maximum, here's a problem for you, buddy. So I have a video, right?
Well, you're not gonna do anything with the 7 kilometers? Why'd you ask me?
Yeah, I'm gonna destroy your 7 kilometers. Watch the fucking chat, buddy. Okay, listen to this, and this is very carefully. Oh. Listen. So I live on Lake Ontario. The distance across from the shortest side, which is north to south, is about 30 miles. And I have a video, and I take videos of this every time. And I'm talking about I pan the camera down to fucking at least 1 foot off the fucking thing. Now look at this little picture. This is a picture of a video I took. Right, I snapshotted it. Now tell me, what do you see in the distance? Zoom in into the horizon. Yeah, but what's in the fucking horizon?
I can't do.
Are those not hills and mountains and fucking buildings and shit?
Well,
now here's the problem, Maximum.
Yeah, I see something
yeah.
in the distance.
Yeah, they're buildings. Trust me, that's St. Catharines. And this is the one, Larry. Remember I show you these?
It's not all the buildings, though.
Shut the. Listen, Maximum, relax. Here comes your globe destruction. Right, so that's 30 miles away. Right, so usually I get this type of at night because I can see the lights of St. Catharines. It's a small town across this fucking lake 30 miles away, and I can see it with my bare naked eyes at the right fucking conditions, right? And now you guys see, it's usually the lights. Now I was walking daytime. Now watching, this is daytime now, right?
I'll be back.
30 miles away, right? So where's your boat? Run away. See, now this is, for example, when the fucking thing came out unraveling, the Glober fucking ran. Thank you very much.
You're
Did he
really
dip?
that delusional. You think you
Yeah, he
want
dipped.
anything here?
He dipped. You saw that shit? The Glober fucking ran. And listen, I have video evidence of me panning down the fucking camera, down to the fucking 1 foot off the fucking lake, and I still see the lights, and I still see those fucking buildings.
He lives in a small globe. Yeah, I thought that thing said 7 miles. That thing said 7 kilometers. 4 miles. how big is that boat that is disappearing?
Right.
What the hell?
Yeah,
Buddy, I got buildings that are 30 miles away, my guys. You see what I'm saying? So when that is fucking destroying his little fucking argument, he ran.
Wouldn't that
Because
distance
clearly
only be
30
20
miles,
feet
30
worth
miles, a lot more than 7, right? Do we agree here? Hello?
I'm gonna leave you guys to your circle.
Yeah, keep running another one.
Wouldn't that
How
just
big
be
is
20
that? How big
feet
is
worth
that
of
boat? How big is that little small boat
drop?
that he's trying to show? He's gone, right? So you can't even tell me that.
Well, that other guy, left too. Can't handle the truth. Fuckers.
I mean,
it's been a while.
20 feet worth of drop? Isn't that it?
No, it's only like 4 miles. It'd be like 2 feet of the hidden height.
Yeah. No,
So-
I mean for you.
No, 30
Ontario,
miles. How much?
30
Hey, dogs. How
mile
much is
rotation.
30 miles? How much is 30 miles?
I was talking about the boat and his thing. I thought it said 7 miles.
Dogs. Let's do the math on this. Okay, hold on, Bariqua. Hey, dogs. How much drop is it over 30 miles?
So it's 240 inches.
Wrong.
According to
600
8
feet.
inch per mile squared, just geometric. So that's That's
30
20
miles squared, yes. 30 miles squared times 8. Do the math. 30 miles squared
30
times
miles
8.
times 8 inches is 240 inches.
No. 30 miles times 30 times 8. You know how to do fucking squared goes first. When you're doing the formula, right? The square goes first. You know how to fucking do math, bro?
Yeah.
No, you
So
don't, because you give me the wrong fucking answer because you clearly don't know how to do fucking
giving you the
math.
base number, and now that needs to be
8
squared, right?
inches per mile squared. There's 30 miles. Solve the formula.
5,600, dude.
Just use the Earth curve calculator.
Dogs, 30 times 30
it's
times 8. It's not fucking
still
hard here,
80.
buddy.
30 times 30 times 8, yeah.
900
Yeah,
times
and that
8.
gives you the answer in inches, right? And then you divide that by 12, which gives you the answer in feet, which is going to be 600 feet. There should be 600 feet of there is 600 feet of fucking curvature missing. My guy, I see the fucking buildings that are what, like fucking 2 stories, 3 stories maximum. The fuck are you talking about, gods?
Didn't I tell
you
Let's go to an
guys
Earth
about
curve
this?
calculator because I think you're applying the
No, the Earth curve calculator will tell you the exact same fucking thing, asshole.
Wait, Linktree? I didn't
Geek,
tell you
shut the
about
fuck
this.
up. Did you apologize before coming and saying anything?
I'll do that in a bit. But
No. Before you fucking say, hey, when I'm in this fucking channel listening to your dumb fucking shit, you gotta apologize for fucking not getting the fucking formula right and coming in here adamantly fucking telling everybody in this fucking channel that we are wrong. We don't know how to fucking do math, geeks. Until you fucking went and verified it yourself, and then you look like a fucking stupid motherfucker with egg on your face. Geeks,
Okay,
do you
so
want to
Geeks,
apologize?
address the
Bit
point.
rude, isn't it?
Address the point. You're not gonna address any other points. Address what he's saying to you right now. Go ahead.
Geeks, so you're gonna fucking apologize?
I'm very sorry.
Okay, apology accepted. Now you guys see that's a fucking glober.
Wait.
He was wrong. Dogs. And now you're gonna be fucking wrong like geeks right now. It's exactly the same fucking problem we're having here. You don't understand the fucking math.
Dogs is right though.
No, he's not, geeks. Just like you were wrong, stupid motherfucker.
Hello. 1 second. Gigs, you can't say the other guy